I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Fire Scorpion. Luckily for Leylin and the other judges, they were rank 2 magi and had a very high status. Even if they were discontent, the audience did not dare show this on their faces, and instead placed their attention on the competition going on. Leylin's eyes brightened at this moment. Following his gaze, there appeared a person he was interested in on an elevated stage at the southeast corner. Arena 34, the 5th round of the selection. Here are participant numbers 273 and 35. The announcer was a peak rank 1 magus dressed in formal magus attire, his hair perfectly combed. Almost at the very moment his words ended, a line of fire flashed, and a beautiful woman with a great body arrived at the center of the stage. This female magus had voluptuous, sexy curves and had intentionally worn tight clothing, her chest bursting out of the seams of her clothes. However, she looked a little young, as if she had yet to be of age. This angelic appearance and devilish, arousing body immediately garnered the interest of the audience. Oh, I remember now. She's Fire Scorpion of the Western region. She actually came here. A magus blurted out, and through many layers, the voice entered Leylin's ears. Fire Scorpion. Leylin was slightly flabbergasted at this nickname. Haha, has Magus Leylin gone to the Western region before? Also on the platform, a rank 2 magus laughed after hearing Leylin's voice. He had a white cloth wrapped around his head and his pupils were blue. This was the typical style of the Western region in Twilight Zone. This magus was the leader of a large-scale guild in the Western region. Though the Central region was the main essence of Twilight Zone with many highly ranked magi, they could not take up all the spots for judging. It was necessary to hand out a part of the seats to magi of the 4 other regions. Fire Scorpion is rather famous at our side, and it's said she's rather ruthless. She even killed a few of her husbands, which earned her nickname as the Fire Scorpion. Without waiting for Leylin's answer, the rank 2 magus continued, AWF actually, if not for her specializing in fire magic, we would definitely call her the Black Widow. No, I just hear about her occasionally. Leylin shook his head. What he was focusing on was not Fire Scorpion, but her opponent. With the impatient looks of the judges on the platform, the opponent who was late had opened up a route for himself and entered the arena. This was a youth in green magus robes, a sinister look in his eyes. This youth. Before Leylin could speak, the rank 2 magus was already surprised. What is it? Do you know him? Leylin asked with a smile. Yes. The magus in green robes is another formidable character known in the Western region, green-robed Carl. How unexpected that they're matched together in the first round. The rank 2 magus also from the Western region sighed lightly, as if finding it a pity that these two geniuses were matched so early. Green-robed Carl. Leylin was laughing inside. Rank 2 magi were very sensitive to auras. Whoever they met with, if left with a deep impression or memorable aura, the next time they met, it would be difficult for the other parties to conceal themselves. For this reason, the magus was confident in his judgment. However, through his mole, Ernest, Leylin spied on his opponent. Yes, this green-robed Carl was, in reality, Longbottom in disguise. Through the lingering spirit in the notebook in Ernest's hands, Leylin had watched in high definition the real green-robed Carl being killed by them. He watched as they then skinned the man and, using special musical means, used it to transform Longbottom's appearance. What was even more wonderful was that Ernest had no idea that he was unwittingly leaking information while he was hell-bent on working for the Dark Elves. Hence, for any spells that could sense and test one's thoughts, there was no reaction at all, which allowed him to survive. At this moment, the AI chip sounded. Skin covering spell model has been completely analyzed. Inputting into rank 1 spell model database. This skin covering spell was what Longbottom used to deceive everyone. Though it was only at rank 1, mysteriously it was able to trick even rank 2 magi. In addition, this spell did not originate from Twilight Zone, but rather, from a hidden inheritance of the Dark Elves. No magi would expect this. It was a pity that Leylin knew this beforehand, which caused their hard work to be in vain. Even this spell model had been intercepted and taken by Leylin in secret and, with the AI chip completed. If Longbottom knew this, he might really spew out blood. Leylin had a sick interest in this but held it in. Sometimes, the fruits of victory would taste better when waited for. Who do you think has the larger possibility of winning? All these thoughts passed through Leylin's mind, but he still continued the conversation with the rank 2 magus. The rank 2 magus muttered to himself and decided, though Karl's corrosive spells are renowned, and he possesses a middle-grade magic artifact, Fire Scorpion is a decade older and thus, has accumulated a decade more of experience. In addition, fire energy particles are capable of restraining corrosive-type energy particles, which is very remarkable. I think differently. Perhaps that kid called Karl can really create miracles. Leylin laughed lightly. Oh, can you tell me the reason? The old magus looked interested. About that, please let me keep it a secret. Leylin rejected with a slight smile. The old magus laughed as well, but gave more attention to Arena 34. Meanwhile, Longbottom, who had transformed into green-robed Karl, was feeling terrified. Damn it, a rank 2 magus gaze swept this location quite a few times. What is it that piqued their interest? He quickly considered, I previously gained much information regarding Karl's habits, and I've even secretly grasped his signature spells. The skin-covering spell shouldn't have an issue, so what went wrong? No, it's possible that there's nothing wrong. It's just that my battle with Fire Scorpion has attracted their attention. After all, this is still the start. It's very rare that two official magi get matched together at the start. Longbottom racked his brains, considering it from all angles. If Longbottom knew everything had happened only because of Leylin's sick sense of humor, he might really get so mad that he would collapse. This careless attitude of his had obviously enraged the opposing Fire Scorpion. Karl, you dare underestimate me. I'll make you pay the price. Fire Scorpion was so furious that her face was flushed red, her chest quivering and shaking her breasts, which caused the surrounding magi to hiss in excitement. Fire Scorpion! Fire Scorpion shouted under her breath, and quickly began to chant in broken sentences and syllables. Traces of bright red energy particles converged, forming large numbers of little scorpions crawling out from the ground and surrounding Longbottom. Rain of corrosion, Longbottom chanted in a low voice. Droplets of green rain fell from midair, and every time the droplets made contact with the ground, a faint sizzling sound of corrosion could be heard even as white gases were being formed. After the white gas disappeared, a deep hole was seen on the ground. Those fire scorpions were even more pitiful. Clustered raindrops were inclined towards them, and in no time, they had all turned into a pool of pus-like liquid. It's appeared. Green-robed Karl's Rain of Corrosion. It's an omnidirectional attack with no dead angles, with an offensive power of up to 40 degrees. A magus of the western region who had his head wrapped shouted excitedly. Whether it was the corrosive raindrops or the fire-red scorpions, the moment they reached the boundaries of the elevated stage, they would immediately fall apart due to the layer with translucent defensive ripples, turning into pure energy particles and being absorbed into the spell formation. This was a defensive and absorption spell formation that was set up under every stage to limit the damage range to within the stage. Flames of Rebirth. At this moment, Fire Scorpion's expression showed her confidence in prevailing. With her chance, a blue fireball suddenly appeared and exploded in front of her. The small blue flames dispersed like starlight and fell into the liquid on the ground. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Like flower petals, blue flames blossomed on the ground, and fire scorpions crawled out once more, spitting threads of fire. Rain of corrosion. Longbottom yelled once again, corrosive raindrops falling. It's useless. Fire Scorpion shot out a spark and revived the red scorpions that had fallen. I have more spiritual force than you, and the spell, Flames of Rebirth, absorbed 50% of the energy I've expended from using spells. With such a fierce consumption in our competition, you're definitely not a match for me. Fire Scorpion attacked and did not forget to hurt her opponent's morale with her words. Damn it! With the increase in red scorpions, Longbottom's activity scope had been reduced to a corner of the stage, and he looked about to fall off. If I didn't have to worry about those rank 2 magi, I would use my true strength. With just one hand, I can drain you till you become a dried-up corpse. Longbottom thought mercilessly. I can only use that. He punched his hand deep into the ground, and traces of black liquid appeared from within his arm and entered the surface of the ground. Gushing dark springs. A black corrosive fluid first appeared under Longbottom's fist, spreading in all directions like a ripple. The red scorpions were drowned by the black fluid. Though Fire Scorpion was expending all her effort on employing rebirth of the flames, the fire scorpions that were resurrected were still swallowed up by the black spring. After seeing this, Fire Scorpion turned deathly pale. Finally, the moment the black fluid was about to cover her body, she raised her right arm. I admit defeat. HMPH. Seeing this, Longbottom had to give up all thoughts of pursuing the matter despite his unwillingness to do so. Finals in the secret plane, he actually used up all his spiritual force and formed a corrosive attack able to cover the entire area of the stage. The old magus beside Leylin was astonished as he touched his beard. Looks like Carl has improved quite a bit. It's a pity that with this method, too much spiritual force is consumed. He's destined not to succeed in the next selection battle. That might not be so. Leylin laughed and pointed in a direction. Look. Oh, this rank 2 magus looked in that direction and laughed. He actually used a precious spiritual force restoring potion. Such a thing could save his life at a crucial moment. In a corner, Longbottom's hands trembled and he almost flung out his potion bottles. Again. His expression darkened. Leylin snickered in his heart. His own gaze was now at a stage where Longbottom could not discover it, so he constantly attracted the attention of the rank 2 magi beside him to the fellow, giving him a lot of stress. Having teased him enough, Leylin did not want to shoot himself in the foot and directed the attention of the rank 2 magi away. By the way, are you interested in visiting my laboratory after the competition ends? Nature's Alliance's special fish is somewhat effective for rank 2 magi. At another end, Longbottom sighed. Then again, green-robed Carl's original strength loses out to that of Fire Scorpion. Though I tried to conceal it, I still attracted attention. I'll need to be more careful in the future. My apologies, please let me pass. At this moment, a magus squeezed in, looking hurried. What are you doing? Longbottom pushed the other person away. The two were suddenly caught in a daze. Though they had disguised themselves, Longbottom was still able to recognize Balin at first glance, while Balin had also recognized his former buddy. The two of them stared at each other, but because of some unspeakable reasons on both ends, they silently swallowed their words. They did not attempt to expose each other's identities. Number 188. Number 188. At another end of the stage, the judge was starting to get impatient. Balin's body trembled and he hurried on. I will stop you, he said softly when passing Longbottom. I'll wait and see, was the immediate reply. As match after match went on, a few geniuses made a name for themselves, resulting in the adulation of the audience. Leylin had also picked out a few people. Lilina from the western region, Haylin of the Voodoo Marshes, and then Balin as well as Longbottom and their friends and subordinates will take up the top few spots in this Genius Magi competition. With his knowledge as a rank 2 warlock, he easily found those so-called geniuses. Usually, these geniuses would be considered the main characters of the era and were important figures in history. However, such influence was nothing compared to Leylin. The champion should be either Balin or Longbottom. Leylin concluded. They really are the converging point of Twilight Zone's forces of destiny. Their strength has risen by so much, and I believe these two have even touched the boundary of the rank 2 realm. Leylin sighed in awe. With this rate of improvement, even Aaron and the other fake geniuses he had made with his grandpas, leave alone Lilina and Haylin, were left in the dust. The preliminaries were very quick. By nightfall, about half out of the numerous contestants who had signed up had been eliminated. Numerous magi became familiar with some of the great battles here, and some were even turned into videos and supplied to large-scale guilds to pick from. Balin and Longbottom, as well as the other contestants that Leylin had thought highly of, had not failed their missions. They passed through the preliminaries, and even earned themselves a reputation. Amongst the magi at the competition area, they had become somewhat famous. Haylin, Lilina, Carl, and the like finally reached the ears of rank 2 magi. The forces of destiny have converged further. While resting that day, Leylin proceeded to a luxurious room that was especially prepared for him and looked out the window at the sky. In this short period of rest, many events were unfolding. In a contestant's room, a few black-robed magi were threatening Haylin from the Voodoo Marshes. If you see our young master tomorrow, you must forfeit. If not, scram. Haylin raised his eyebrows. What did you say? The few magi were instantly enraged. I told you to scram. Didn't you hear clearly? Haylin stood up, his eyes now completely red. Black and red rays of magic exploded from his body. There are magi from large-scaled guilds monitoring this area. You dare? These magi evidently did not expect him to be so stubborn and irritable. The moment there was a difference in opinion, he attacked without hesitation. Rumble. Several rays of magic burst in the rooms, the stray ripples surging and shaking the surrounding walls till they turned to powder. What's going on? A group of magi wearing the patrolling uniform rushed over. They represented the dignity of the organizers and were backed by many rank 2 magi. Since they had such powerful backers, they naturally confident. The few black-robed magi exchanged glances and everyone saw the helplessness in their eyes. Please. Meanwhile, they had a deep hatred for this person who was ruining their plans and could not understand the situation. The youth seemed to sense something and gazed into the distance, revealing for the first time a hint of grief within. Seizing the championship is Master's dying wish. Anyone hindering me from achieving it will die. Under the dim yellow light, Leylin looked at a blue pearl in her hands, seeming undecided. The light blue pearl was smooth, round and beautiful, with little flecks of gold that formed the image of a palm at the heart of the pearl. This was the last treasure of her family. However, it also held within it horrific side effects, which was why Leylin was feeling hesitant. She then thought about the sacrifice of her family, and their current condition. Though their family was a Magus family, resources were not so easily obtained in the Magus world. With all hopes of revival left to her, her shoulders were weighed down by far too much pressure. I must become the champion and lead my family on the road to revival. Her expression turning resolute under the lights, she pressed the blue pearl to her forehead. The pearl merged into her forehead. A smear of deep blue began to flicker on Lelyna's body. My lady. Longbottom removed his disguise and gazed at the human figure within the black mist, kneeling deferentially. Little Longbottom, though you are beginning to carve your own route and have almost reached rank 2, the accumulation that happens with time cannot be overcome so easily. A charming female voice sounded from within the black mist. I will now condense all the life force essence of my race onto you in order to help your life absorption meditation technique truly break through to the second level. Many thanks, my lady. Longbottom looked ecstatic. In his mind, he instantly recalled the figure sitting on the platform. I've finally caught up to you. I really want to see the expression you'll have on your face, Leylin. What are you thinking about? Aaron watched Balin, who was standing aside. No, it's nothing. I saw Longbottom, and he's changed so much, Balin sighed, looking worried. Listen to me, Balin. Longbottom has now completely sided with the Dark Elves and will bring chaos to the human race. Your mission is to stop him. You cannot forget this. The expression on Aaron's face became serious. Yes, I will stop him. Balin repeated, strengthening his tone of voice. Days later, with the eternal light spell as well as strength of the sunstones, the area was illuminated. A magus wearing the attire of a host first bowed towards the platform, and then announced the schedule for the competition. All of you are the best who have gone through round after round of selection. A victor will appear amongst you today, and the top 30 will have the opportunity to choose a guild to enter. This includes any large-scaled guilds. The moment these words left the host's mouth, the area was filled with an uproar. The 100 or so remaining contestants' eyes revealed different emotions. There was passion, contemplation and excitement. Cough. The host coughed lightly, and the area fell silent. The competition shall be held here. He pointed at the stage right in the center. A giant spell formation had been set up atop the stage, while crimson runes were spread around. They emanated a strange light that caused one to shudder in fear. The finals of the competition will be held in a secret plane. You will be sent to a random location in the secret plane, and there is only one way to win. Defeat your opponents and obtain the points on their amulet. The host raised a milky white amulet that was only the size of a finger with a simple number written on it. In the secret plane, there are no rules. Besieges and usage of external items is allowed. I would like to remind all of you that even though we will install a spell pattern that will teleport you out the moment you are at the brink of death, there are always accidents. Hence, there is the real possibility of death in the secret plane, and I want you to consider this carefully. The host spoke indifferently, and a bloody smell assaulted the nostrils. Balin was surprised. With this lack of rules, it was easy to slip up. Even with the aid, it would be difficult to keep one's life. After all, the mysteriousness of magic could not be surmised by the regular person. Perhaps there were methods that could forcefully break the life-saving methods the organizers had set up and cause a large number of deaths. Clash. Although the host talked about potential dangers in the finals, nobody drew back. The world of magicians was no paradise. Those who managed to survive this rat race had seen blood time after time again, and were well prepared for such a situation. The generous rewards that the large-scale guilds offered and the chance to become the inheritor of a rank 2 magus had convinced them to bet their lives on this competition. Good. Since nobody's backing down, let the finals begin. The host waved his hands. Pong. Pung, pung. 3 giant fireworks flew across the sky like colorful comets, and the music reached fever pitch. Buzz. Purple energy condensed into the spell formation, constantly increasing its strength until a hole was ripped open in space. The finalists stepped forward one after the other, receiving their amulets and spell formations before they disappeared with a flash of light. After the last of them entered the secret plane, a giant curtain of light was formed around the competition area. Their figures blinked onto the curtain, each contestant occupying one of the dozens of square partitions. They were monitoring every inch of the secret plane, which surprised many of the magi present. Such a clever monitoring technique, and so expensive as well, Leylin murmured to himself. He, too, could develop a technique to monitor the whole plane, but it would cost too much. Even with the leadership of the joint conference and the sponsorship of several large-scale guilds, they could only maintain this technique for a day or they would go bankrupt. But the result of ignoring such costs and using this technique was rather good. Nearly every contestant could be seen on the screen. Something's wrong, Balin said as he brandished his cross blade. A sword wave streaked across the air, chopping a giant leech into two. However, the two halves didn't die instantly. Instead, it writhed in the mud and splashed water all over the place. Being attacked by this leech the moment he was teleported into this marshland gave Balin a bad omen. Be careful, Master. I sensed a powerful monitoring ability here. His armor split apart to reveal an eye. The bio-boosting armor was communicating with him. It's the Okel's Great Observation spell from the plant Affinity, which uses the roots and vines as transmission channels. If you want to act in secret, my lord, you must avoid any places that have plants in them, it said to him in his mind. As a bio-booster, Balin's gains from inheriting the bio-boosting armor of an ancestor was not limited to a significant boost in strength. Having the armor with him was like carrying around an old grandpa who would help him with his knowledge and experience. No wonder I feel uncomfortable, we are being watched. Balin nodded, and left the marshland quickly. Just when he reached the edge of the marshland, Balin heard something and pointed his cross blade at the bushes nearby. Who's there? Get out. Don't. We mean you no harm. 2 magi stepped out who were similar in appearance. Lord Balin, we were just teleported here. We are only trying to help any magi who have fallen into swamps. Also, Lord Balin, we admire your strength from the bottom of our hearts. How could we dare to harm you? Yes, yes. The twin magi spoke one after the other without pause, leaving no chance for Balin to say anything himself. In fact, Balin's power with his cross blade and fleshy armor left deep impressions on the competing magi. The respect of the very magi he once feared left Balin feeling quite smug. Lord Leylin should feel satisfied after watching this scene. In fact, Lord Leylin was on the judging platform all this while. Maybe I should find an opportunity to talk to him. Balin venerated his master from the depths of his heart. Not for a moment would he suspect Leylin of being the traitor among the upper circle of magi. Had he not been stopped by Venus, Aaron, and Memphis, he would have gone to Leylin's mansion the moment he'd arrived. Ha ha, ha ha, Balin stroked his head embarrassedly, a smirk on his face. Seeing this, the twin brothers glanced at each other, a strange look flashing past their eyes. Lord Balin, one of them said as he approached him, since this place is so dangerous, how about we stick together? Pang! Just as he finished his words, several green brambles stuck out of the earth, tying Balin's feet up. Now! He shouted. Profound energy blast. The younger brother standing behind him crushed a crystal rune. Together with a chant, a powerful attack was launched. A ball of purple liquid, filled with corrosive white bubbles, rushed directly towards Balin's head. The twins had gathered intelligence about the awesome power of this armor, so they had aimed instead at Balin's unprotected head. The twin brothers' coordination was perfect, and their final strike reached an offensive power of around 60 to 70 degrees. Such an attack could even corrode mountains. Ha ha, stupid. Even if you are more powerful than us, this is a competition. Why wouldn't we take a gamble? The elder brother laughed, looking at Balin with a little excitement. He was not pleased when Balin stole the limelight, and this chance for vengeance made him happy. Master. The second before the corrosive liquid ball arrived, eyes arose from every parts of Balin's armor. These eyes were smaller, but they blinked with wisdom. Now, they were showing signs of rage. Pang! A membrane of flesh formed like a helmet around Balin's head, protecting it. As the profound power blast hit the membrane, Balin's body was launched backwards. But weirdly, not a drop of blood flew out. While Balin was still in the air, his armor changed significantly. Flashy membranes hardened to form real armor, and the dozens of eyes merged into 13 big ones that were scattered along it. This terrifying appearance was the most powerful form of the bio-boosting armor. Bzzz. The purple corrosive energy still attacked Balin's body, but it was nothing in front of his armor. There wasn't even a tiny depression formed. This fact stupefied the twin magi. They looked at each other, and immediately came to an accord. Run. Magi who could defend against a joint attack of theirs were far more powerful than they could handle. They did not want to be thrown out this easily. Balin was about to blow his top, and jumped forward in a rage. Crack. Pits were formed under Balin's feet as his jump landed him in front of the twins in an instant. Die. Balin raised his cross blade. Balin's strength was already at the peak of rank 1 magi, approaching the boundary of rank 2. Once he made up his mind, it was easy to kill mere semi-converted magi like them. Pup. The cross blade ran through the neck of one magus, then a light came out of his body. His body was covered by a milky light column, and disappeared immediately. You go along with him. Balin took no pity on them this time, and shoved his cross blade into the other's heart. Pong. This one disappeared into the white lights as well. After killing the twin brothers, Balin took a milky amulet out of his pocket. Beep. After a flash, the number in this amulet turned from 1 to 3. Balin stared at this in a daze, a wry smile on his lips, outside the secret plane, in the middle of the arena. A light column burst out, an indistinct figure inside it. Quick. Medicine. The host ordered with experience. Several magi dressed in milky robes with the symbol of a snake and cross rushed around. After the light dissipated, the magus who was eliminated first showed up, his face pale and the wound on his neck bleeding. I will stop bleeding first, prepare the life spell. The medical team consisted of healing magi, several of whom emitted energy fluctuations at the peak of rank 1. A milky light bathing him, the wounded magus was cured and the wound on his neck disappeared. A second later, his younger brother was also sent out, and the medicine team took care of him as well. Up in the platform, what happened just now was seen by Leylin, but he had an impulse of cover his eyes. Very adaptable, but still stupid. It seems that the years of exile and adventure taught him nothing. Fortunately, I didn't tell anyone that I taught him. What an embarrassment. Look. Leylin and Carl ran into each other. The stars of the competition meet, this should be a good show. Some magi smiled gloatingly. Teaming up, Leylin turned his attention to another screen. In the sky above a verdant forest, Longbottom, disguised as green-robed Carl, had run into Leylin. These were two favored dark horses had a large possibility of gaining victory. This immediately attracted attention. Many contestants had already been eliminated in a short period of time. With fewer participants remaining, the remaining screens had increased in size. Within the secret plane, green-robed Carl, Leylin glanced at the strange youngster in front of him. I'd originally wanted to skip the trouble of defeating you guys one by one, and had decided to wait to make a move and harvest a large number of points at once, but forget it. I'll make an exception for you and take your point right away. Longbottom looked at Leylin in front of him, a sinister smile on his face. Now that he was getting closer to the goal, he did not have to disguise himself so carefully. His opponent's identity as a genius made Longbottom, who had been born a commoner, feel a sense of disgust. You seem to hate me. Leylin's brows furrowed. It's all right, anyone who obstructs my path shall die anyway. Gigi, who do you think you are? Longbottom laughed weirdly, and released part of the bindings on him. Cold, powerful. A berserk wave of spiritual force swept across like a hurricane. Peak rank 1. Leylin's expression that had always been as cold as ice was immediately smashed through. Longbottom's burst had also caused a frenzy outside the plane. Peak rank 1. I remember green-robed Carl is only 45 years old, right? A judge wearing reading glasses asked a magus behind him, Fano, when did you reach the level you're at? The magus by the name of Fano was an old geezer with a white beard. He looked ashamed as he spoke. Your subordinate is ashamed. After training hard on the icy throne for 70 years, I reached this realm at 115 years old. If he studied on his own, this Carl really is a genius. This judge raised his spectacles. Run checks on him. If there's nothing wrong, we can consider enticing him into entering our guild. Leylin, who was also on the judge panel, saw that many of the other judges had sent down the same order and couldn't help but laugh inside. If this was a few days ago, they might be able to find out about Longbottom, but now, by the time they had run their checks, Longbottom might already have achieved his goal. What use was it then if they found out? You're already at the peak of rank 1. Leylin blurted out, unable to maintain his indifference any longer. This is the expression. This is the expression. Longbottom chuckled aloud. I want those people who look down on me to realize how wrong they are. He laughed crazily, flushing red as if he were sick. You're crazy. Leylin's voice became cold, and large numbers of silver-white light blades appeared from his robes, swirling in formation. Go. Leylin pointed at Longbottom, and the many light blades formed a dense mesh and tried to pull Longbottom in. Meanwhile, he turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the sky. You overestimate yourself. Longbottom snorted coldly, a layer of green mist surging forth. TSS. Great numbers of silver-white light blades entered the mist and immediately produced sounds of corrosion, dissipating one by one. Come here. Longbottom's right hand became a phantom image and reached deep into the air. Next, a black shadow was pulled out from the surrounding space. Leylin's expression was that of disbelief. That's impossible. This concealing technique is my master's special technique. How could it? That strong aura of life on you betrayed you. Longbottom explained, his expression showing his disdain. Meanwhile, Leylin went limp, as if this was a huge blow to him. Kid, you're very lucky. If we'd met earlier, you'd long since have turned into a corpse, but now. Longbottom halted his intentions of using life absorption and turning him into a dried-up corpse. This was still within the secret plane, and he was being monitored by the Magi outside. If he hid his true strength, he could pass it off as being exceptionally talented or having gained some inheritance. Whatever it was, Twilight Zone was huge and it was no surprise to have some fortuitous encounters. However, life absorption was a dark elven meditation technique. If it was exposed, the competition would be halted, and he would be faced with several rank 2 Magi who would combine their efforts to kill him. But I really don't want to just let you off. While lifting Leylin, a smile appeared about Longbottom's lips. This smile was enough for Leylin's hair to be raised, and he immediately thought of using the spell pattern for escape. However, it was too late. A green light sword ripped through Leylin's forehead, and with the corrosive force invading, he could only cry out miserably. Ah! Amidst the painful screams, Leylin's body was bound in light pillars and transported out. Longbottom took out his own amulet and saw the number rapidly rise to 30, and revealed a satisfied expression. After closing his eyes for a short while, he began to hurry towards another location. Thud! Outside the secret plane, Leylin's body fell to the ground, large amounts of black blood flowing out of his orifices. His mind has been damaged. Quick! Get Master Dojek here. The healing magus who came over took a look and quickly shook his head. A moment later, Dojek narrated something to Leylin and the other committee members at the judging area. His sea of consciousness has been destroyed. There's no cure. Yes, Leylin's sea of consciousness has completely been destroyed by a corrosive spiritual force. There is no way to restore it. At most, I can only save his life. From here on, he can only live on as a commoner. Dojek's expression was dim. Leylin truly was a genius, but he had not realized that no matter how amazing the genius, they could fall before they truly matured. However, his long life had allowed him to experience much, and with a sigh, he left. Leylin and the committee members had a brief exchange regarding the issue, before they promptly tossed this matter to the back of their minds. The final competition carried the risk of death. Just crippling a magus wasn't much. What they were more interested in were the methods Longbottom had used to heavily injure Leylin before he had been transported out. It seems to be a combination spell. By instantly transmitting large amounts of energy particles to destroy the composition of the sea of consciousness, there was a flash in Leylin's eyes. He felt that after large numbers of geniuses had fallen in this competition, the force of destiny shrouding the area had become richer till the extreme. The surging river of destiny was like a giant gunpowder warehouse. With just a little spark, it would explode violently. I didn't expect the three of them to meet. Time for a good show. Right after, Leylin realized something else and changed his focus to a screen at a corner. Based on the Guide of Destiny. 3 voices sounded in unison, with both male and female voices. Aaron, Venus, and Ernest, who were all training in Sacred Flame, the geniuses Leylin had created himself, finally came together. If anyone had been focusing on these 3 magi, they would realize that after entering the secret plane, they had not fought with any magi and instead, had been hurrying forward. Just as they were about to encounter enemies, they could predict and evade them. Hence, the three somehow passed through half of the secret plane and met at a corner on the plains. It's the first time we're meeting in real life. I'll introduce myself. My name is Ernest. There was a smile on Ernest's face. His gaze swept past Venus and Aaron, and stayed on Aaron's ring and Venus' multicolored necklace for a long while. Aaron, Venus, are you going to repent for all you have done? Aaron asked, standing with Venus. Though they were competing against each other, he and Venus were on the human side, and had no good feelings towards Ernest of the Dark Elven camp. I'm just used to looking at issues from a different point of view. Ernest laughed, obviously not wanting to say more. After all, there was a large group of magi watching. How could he expose himself? Then die. Just a moment before, they had speaking nicely, and in the next, Aaron immediately became hostile and attacked. A silver cross blade hilt appeared in his hands, and was only a third as long as a regular cross blade. It had lost its sword blade and point, but a sharp energy fluctuation burst out from it. A ray of light streaked through the air, bringing about with it numerous ripples and aimed at Ernest. Ernest seemed to have predicted it and dodged, looking delighted at the sword hilt in Aaron's hands. So you've forged it too. I won't have to conceal anything anymore. A silver-white slender long sword tip appeared in front of Ernest. The sharpness it emanated was even above that of Aaron's attack. Go. Ernest pointed at Aaron, and great amounts of silver light shot out from the tip of the blade. Formless ripples collided with the silver light and quickly dispersed, as if nothing had happened. However, the surrounding grass had become much shorter, cut through smoothly as if it had been sliced through in that instance by some light. This is it. All devious plots are useless to us. All we can depend on is solely strength to fight it out. Ernest yelled, his sword tip flying into his hands and shooting out great amounts of light. Seeing this, Venus sighed and retrieved a silver-white sword blade from behind her back and besieged Ernest with Aaron. The magi outside suddenly made sounds of astonishment. These three middle-grade magic artifacts have reached the peak. Also, why does it feel like the sword hilt, sword blade and sword tip can be combined to create a magic artifact with more power? A clash of destiny. These three are definitely high-level artifacts, to the extent that they can be combined to make a magical weapon. The rank 2 magus sitting beside Leylin guessed. I think so too. Leylin smiled and nodded, his gaze secretly heating up. In the center of the secret territory, three silhouettes continuously collided fiercely, and the glowing radiance emitted by the magical artifacts in their hands destroyed the meadow around them until it was unrecognizable. Kill. Aaron and Venus looked at each other and exerted their spiritual force to its extreme so that the silver sword flew towards Ernest. Battle chain. At that moment, a different expression flashed across Ernest's face and a black chain covered in black runes flew out from his chest, covering Aaron and Venus. You really thought I was so foolish, one person against the two of you. Upon seeing the chain, Ernest finally had a smile on his face, indicating that he had achieved what he had wanted. This is the secret weapon of the Leylin Guild. It can bind two semi-elemental magi for at least 10 seconds. I had never thought that this magus would be in possession of it. The others will definitely lose. Some of the magi outside secret territory could recognize this evil object. But soon after, they were struck agape. They only saw Venus smile indifferently. Another, Venus, appeared from the center of her body, and the other Venus, one with a stern and firm aura, charged towards Aaron. Among the flickering light rays, Aaron, who was bound by iron chains before, was now floating in midair and the Venus doppelganger replaced him. Quick. Now, said the two Venuses. The constantly tightening iron chains made the defensive runes on Venus' body shatter one after another. Doppelganger. Using a doppelganger to be free from the binds of the chains. This is actually very worthy of study, a magus said while stroking his white beard. Aaron, who saw Venus vomiting blood, was somehow enraged and charged forth towards Ernest. It was obvious that Ernest, who was trying to restrain the binds of the chains, had used up a huge amount of his spiritual force and magical power, and was thus unprepared to deal with Aaron's sudden attack. Aaron's eyes turned red. Drawing the sharp end of his sword, he held the sword's handle and pierced Ernest's chest. But Ernest did not summon any escaping spell and only had a weird expression on his face, as though he was crying and laughing at the same time. What happened? Is there something wrong with the spell? Extract him. A magus immediately commanded. But the characteristic white light had not appeared yet. Sigh. Ernest coughed out a huge amount of blood. You've won. Ernest said as he struggled. What? Why aren't you escaping? Aaron asked. He found this all extremely hard to believe. Tisk tisk. Why do I have to escape? Erniz's facial expression changed, as though he had changed into a completely different person. Don't kill me. Soon after, a dreadful expression shadowed Erniz's face. But following the huge loss of blood, the expression gradually disappeared. And everything eventually returned to its original state. You need to be careful of the black hand behind. My brother, I saw. Ernest shuddered and gave the long double-edged sword and calligraphy pen to Aaron. His eyes suddenly turned white, and without finishing his last prophecy, he lost his life's aura. Pong! Ernest fell to the ground. Kacha! Aaron felt a mysterious energy emerge from Erniz's body and enter his own as Ernest died. The sacred flame rapidly swirled, as if it were absorbing something unknown from his body. Soon after, he broke through the semi-converted elements and finally achieved the position of a peak rank 1 magus. But he was not happy at all. Let's go, said Aaron, as he helped lift Venus, who was seriously injured, and disappeared among the milky, white light beams. The day's events had been thoroughly confusing for him, so much so that he no longer held any interest in the final showdown between Balin and Longbottom. Outside the secret territory, Leylin touched his chin as he pondered deeply. Schizophrenic symptoms are getting more severe. Signs of benevolence, viciousness, weakness and other personalities along with intense suicidal tendencies are being exhibited. This experiment is a failure. Even if one is alive, it's no use. He appeared regretful as such thoughts passed through his head. Soon after, he then turned to the last screen and said, "Let the first fated confrontation start." In the center of the secret plane, a majority of the Magi had already been eliminated. The only two to survive were Balin and Longbottom, who, combined, had more than 40 wounds on their body. Furthermore, these two people were gradually getting close to each other, on the verge of converging. If no mishaps happen, the champion will arise from one of these two Magi. Let us wait and see. The host excitedly declared as the screens on site constantly fused, and finally, the two last huge screens were split respectively on Balin and Longbottom's side. The two screens merged, as the two Magi walked closer towards each other. They were going to form a single large screen. We finally meet again. The strong body armor on Balin had 13 eyeballs with oddly shaped cyclones on them, as though they were absorbing something from the surroundings. Can you stop me? Longbottom, disguised as the green-robed Carl, sneered. Whatever happens, I must defeat you today. Balin firmly said with confidence as he pointed his crossbow towards Longbottom. Tisk tisk. You know what, Balin? The more I see you, the more annoyed I get, ever since I saw you at Potter Town. At this time, Longbottom said to Balin, "Why did Leylin choose you the previous time, and not me? What do you have that's much better than me? So you still do care about this?" Balin's expression darkened upon hearing all this. The other Magi outside the screens looked doubtfully at the two Magi settled down without producing any energy waves. So these two Magi knew each other beforehand? Questioned some Magi as they exchanged doubtful looks. Shoo. And at this moment, the two Magi in the middle of the screen started moving. Energy particles stormed forth from their bodies just like a gale, producing immense pressure and causing the airflow around them to reverse. It was an uncommon sight to see two rank 1 Magi competing against each other in Twilight Zone. Leylin, who understood and knew these two Magi, naturally knew that what they showed to the public now is far from their true powers. Bang! Bang! The green and red silhouette continued bumping against each other. In midair so much that the air around them got compressed and exploded. I never thought that you can also enter the rank 2 realm. Longbottom said to Balin in the midst of the intense battle. The Magi outside did not notice anything strange with Balin and Longbottom's first showdown between the screens. Although the energy waves were only at the peak of rank 1, only Balin and Longbottom, who knew each other very well, could tell the terrifying capabilities of each other. On top of that, they were able to control these abilities without the slightest spillover and maintained the facade of being rank 1. With this amount of strength, it would be a good showing even for a rank 2 magus. Give it up now, Longbottom. Balin said as his willpower decreased a little. Originally, Longbottom was not someone with such big aspirations and ideals. Furthermore, to even confront face to face with a friend he knew since young, he simply had no strength to do it. Give up. I'll give up now. With a fierce front, huge drops of green corrosive liquid started forming at Longbottom's lower body, forming a whirlpool. Whirlpool of death. Zilla. But this was just the beginning. Longbottom tore open a scroll upon seeing strong energy particles being emitted, provoking the whirlpool to increase in size. This sparked the radiation of a dangerous aura, causing some rank 2 magi to frown and disperse from the sides of the whirlpool. "It's the scroll of a rank 2 spell," cried out some of the magi, standing outside the battlefield. This sort of thing was so rare to see. Even if a rank 2 magus were to create such things, a lot of time and effort is wasted and success is not even guaranteed. Thus, it is rarely seen in the marketplace. Who would have thought that such a precious thing will be in the hands of Carl? Besides, was it even worth it to waste such a precious thing during this competition? To use a rank 2 magus scroll for protection now, is it because he has to resort to using all of his strength in a split second? Leylin said outside the battlefield as he chuckled lightly. "If nothing untoward happens, the champion will obviously be our Carl from the western regions," exclaimed the rank 2 magus who had spoken to Leylin previously, as he stroked his beard with a hint of pride on his face. "Not exactly." Leylin shook his head. Balin was a destined child, and he would not lose so easily. "What now then? Do you want to bet with me?" The rank 2 magus from the western regions immediately said. He was inwardly very worried as he remembered how he was previously defeated by the fire scorpion spell. "No need. I do not have anything good to bet against you, sir," Leylin said as he forced a smile and shook his head. "No worries, we won't bet with money. Just a simple bet of the outcome," said the western region's rank 2 magus. Leylin nodded. He knew that these rank 2 magi have already reached their limits of what they could achieve on the path to becoming a magus. Thus, they focused all their energies on other areas such as upon younger talents. This rank 2 magus from the western region had previously won over him. If Leylin did not win this time, he was afraid of the discomfort that will remain in his heart for a few years. The enormous and brutal whirlpool continued expanding, like how a monster widens its mouth, and immediately engulfed Balin. Upon seeing this scene, Longbottom smiled. "Die." Longbottom suddenly charged into the middle of the whirlpool and came out holding a green sword handle. Rumble. The 13 eyes on Balin's armor started staring, and in the middle of the pupil, numerous fine textured runes shot out, spiraling around Balin's body and forming a strange pattern. The runes on the armor started evolving and radiated dazzling rays of brilliance. The whirlpool of death emitted huge ripples of corrosion, striking the armor. Yet, it caused no damage. Pa! 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 Balin roared and the entire whirlpool surprisingly broke apart. Longbottom was not prepared for the sword slash that was aimed at him. The conspiracy unraveling, ripple of corrosion. A green circular ripple immediately appeared before Longbottom, and shook continuously, as if it was trying to push Balin out. However, Balin's face remained composed, and from his blade large amounts of vertical eye phantoms appeared. Bio-boosting armor and sword. The sword with the vertical eye phantom gave off rays of flames, and evaporated all the green ripples. With indomitable strength, it directly targeted Longbottom's right chest. Blood flowed through the corner of Longbottom's mouth, and a long wound opened up on his chest. He flew through the air, and landed on the ground, giving rise to a long trail of blood. Boom! The many soil layers behind him had piled up into a small mountain, and had finally offset the inertia in Longbottom's body, which had caused him to be unable to stop. "You lost." Balin landed calmly in front of Longbottom, his emotions complex. There was no visible hint of joy or victory in his expression. "I lost." Immediately, Longbottom's face registered his defeat. Cough. He violently coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood. Brother Balin, I have some things regarding my sister that I wish to talk to you about." "What about your sister?" Having heard Longbottom's familiar address, Balin's heart softened. Moreover, Longbottom's sister was his first love. Balin could not help but lower his body. "My sister, she, Longbottom's voice gradually became softer, which caused Balin to get closer to him. "She wants you to die." After seeing that situation, a hint of a maniacal smile flashed across Longbottom's face, and a crystal in his hands was launched like a lightning bolt. "Not good." Balin's eyes widened, and he unceasingly flew backwards, his bio-boosting armor continuously adding layers of defense. But it was too late. A gray ray of lightning detonated in front of Balin's chest, and smashed the milk-white talisman. Boom! A pillar of light enveloped Balin, and caused him to disappear from the secret plane in an instant. Crash! Bang! Balin's figure appeared at the site of the competition, his face still registering shock and grief. He looked at the charred area above his chest and remained silent. Haha! Even though the tactics weren't entirely legitimate, at least I won. The magus from the west, who had bet against Leylin, immediately laughed loudly. That's right, you won. Magi were not knights, and did not have to conform to a code of honor. Even though Longbottom's tactics were overboard, and he used whatever he could to obtain success, he was undoubtedly the champion. Leylin naturally had to recognize this point. What was more important was that there was nothing wagered on this. To concede defeat was nothing much. Leylin's attitude actually caused these magi to feel embarrassed. Actually, the magus that you thought highly of was strong too. Not only has he reached the level of a peak rank 1 magus, he is walking the ancient path of the bio booster. If I am right, his armor was inherited from at least an ancient rank 2 bio booster. If we were to compare their true strengths, he would still surpass Carl, N. Leylin nodded outwardly, but he did not agree with the claim. Even though Balin was strong, Longbottom was not a person to be provoked. A son of destiny just like Balin, his most terrifying dark elven meditation technique and other secret cards had not been revealed. Of course, both of them had suppressed themselves for the sake of the magi who were watching, and Balin himself had concealed his trump card, the underground winter spider emperor. Were the two to have battled without considering the consequences, both parties would have equal chances of winning. By now, Longbottom had finished off the remaining few magi in the secret plane, dominating his opponents, and the host announced loudly, the champion has already emerged. He is green-robed Carl from the west. Let us cheer for him. Carl, Carl, Carl. The magi present instantly let out cheers of happiness, and welcomed Longbottom. What are we to do? Should we openly reveal his identity in public? Aaron secretly communicated with Balin. No, not at all. He threatened me earlier on. Should we do so, he will immediately initiate his plot and bring huge amounts of casualties to the magi present. Before we clearly understand what he's planning, it would be best not to do so. Balin hesitated, and was seemingly indecisive. Regardless of how they were communicating secretly, the process of the competition had been advancing bit by bit. Now, may we invite our champion and the other 30 magi on stage, for our 9 most distinguished and high-ranked judges to give out the prizes, along with the host's voice and cheers. A stage decorated with gold and silver, bedazzled with numerous rays started rising slowly from the middle of the site. Other than Balin, Longbottom, and a few other magi who held other intentions, the 30 magi who had obtained a high enough score walked up to the stage emotionally. To them, this was the pathway to fame, the glorious road to success. Let's go. They are actually having as present prizes to them. What a bother, couldn't they just have passed down the prizes? A rank 2 magus from the west complained to Leylin. This is actually the important stage where budding magi obtain credit due to their ambitions. Even though it's only a ceremony, it still has to be done. Leylin smiled and got up, and went to the golden stage together with the other rank 2 magi. I, Victory, rank 2 magus and guild leader of Glorious Sword, solemnly announce that this magus from the west is the champion of this season's Young Genius Talent competition. The rank 2 magus standing in the middle announced, at the same time placing on Longbottom a golden crown encrusted with gems. Carl, Carl, Carl. Many magi were cheering, and bouts of cheers got overpowered by other bouts of cheers. Other than obtaining the reward previously, Carl, you have the opportunity to choose a guild to enter. What is your choice? Victory had high hopes for Carl, and hence in his voice held a tinge of excitement and pressure, as well as feelings of enticement. My choice is obviously. Longbottom deliberately hesitated a while and then said, it's obviously the Dark Elves, you idiots. What? The jaws of numerous magi dropped open. They all thought they'd heard wrong. Not good, we have been cheated by him. On the other side, Balin's face immediately changed, the armor on his body once again surfaced. He had wanted to rush over, but unfortunately, it was already too late. Mud membrane. A layer of clay-colored invisible film surfaced from Longbottom's body, with 9 rays of lights shooting out of his body, directly shooting at the 9 rank 2 magi judges on the stage who had no time to dodge the attack. Kacha, Kacha. A deep blue ice layer immediately spread out on their body, and caused all 9 magi to freeze into ice sculptures. In the ice sculptures, the numerous rank 2 magi had life-like expressions of anger or fear. This sudden change had shocked all the magi present at the site. Longbottom, what are you doing? Release Master Leylin now. Balin suppressed the rage within, having seen the ice sculpture of the already frozen Leylin. He had originally wanted to undo his pretense here and give Master Leylin a big surprise. Furthermore, From the bottom of Balin's heart, he respected Leylin and had treated him like a teacher. Having seen Longbottom's actions, he instantly felt anger. Carl, what are you doing? The face of the host on the stage instantly became more solemn, a ray of a peak rank 1 energy wave imploded from his body. Boom, boom. Asterisk 2 rays of spells attacked the surface of an ice sculpture, yet it was entirely useless, and could not leave any traces on the crystal clear surface of the ice sculpture. There's no use, the matriarchs of the Dark Elves used 1,000 years to extract this essence of the cold abyss. Even rank 2 magi cannot be able to overcome it. Longbottom's voice was unhurried. As for Leylin, I've wanted to kill him for so long. And now, he is finally in my hands. Do you reckon I would easily let this opportunity go by? Haha. Presently, Longbottom had removed all restrictions, and laughed hysterically. Boom. A light ray flashed across. Longbottom removed the skin alteration spell on his body, and recovered his original appearance. At the same time, a strong and enormous energy was released from his body like the surging waves of the ocean. And this noisy crow, I've borne with you long enough. Longbottom lifted his hands and a dark silver spiritual strength exploded. The body of the host, not having time to react, exploded into a rain of flesh. The magi standing on the stage immediately retreated, with one of them shouting out, solidified spiritual force. Rank 2 Magus. This is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Longbottom. I saw his face in a picture once. It's already too late. Attack. Longbottom shouted. Swish, swish. Numerous shadows appeared all around the competition site, all tearing apart magic scrolls. Dark clouds instantly enshrouded the area, and large numbers of tiny spiders were shot out of the dark clouds. The spiders spat out threads continuously, binding up the entire area in a short duration. From a distance, the competition site that was enshrouded by a white silk wall looked like a giant cocoon. Balin's face dimmed, and the aura on his body exploded forth. He treated Longbottom as a rival. So your target was not only the 9 judges but also all the magi in this competition site. He was secretly shocked. Around 20% of the elite magi of Twilight Zone were present at the scene, and if they were to all die here, it would be a terrifying blow to the humans. Kill. At this point in time, the black-clothed men hiding amongst the crowd immediately took action, and many more spiders drilled their way through the cocoons, surrounding and attacking the human magicians. Large amounts of silk wove together into a formation, weakening the human magi while channeling the strength to their opponents. Immediately, lights flashed and explosions occurred everywhere. The obstruction made it impossible for the human magi to escape. Some magi, eyes turned red, fired off spells in all directions, adding further to the chaos. Channeling of life force, these aren't just the people of the Revolutionary Army. Balin stared at the many black-robed magi and his expression darkened. Haha, of course. At this moment, Longbottom had no more qualms. The matriarchs of the Dark Elves have already infiltrated this area. Not long after, blood will flow, and the Dark Elves will rule the subterranean world. Longbottom's face was slightly flushed. You lunatic! Balin roared, and charged at Longbottom. Life absorption. Longbottom shouted, and a large phantom image of a spider appeared behind him. Compared to the last few times, the image had become even larger and even held a terrifying aura. From the eyes of the spider, a very human light could be seen, as if it now held an intelligence of its own and had now become alive. Balin whistled for a while, and a gold phantom darted out from within a small crack amongst the spectators and dropped to the ground. Its figure suddenly increased in size, and in the blink of an eye, it was 2 stories tall. This was a giant, golden underground winter spider. The stripes on its body gave it a very elegant feeling, and the phantom image on Longbottom's back kept snarling, as if its honor was being challenged. Underground winter spider emperor. So you were really the sinner responsible for the theft of the sacred creature. The cold glint in Longbottom's eyes expanded, and several grayish-green streams of air rose from his body. Ah, ah, 2 short yelps were heard. These belonged to the 2 official magi who were unfortunately struck by the stray streams of air. The moment they had contact with the grayish-green air, their bodies wilted and they turned into dried corpses that had died in an incomparably pitiful manner. You dare rob life force that does not belong to you. You'll be devoured by it sooner or later. Balin's expression was dark as he rode the underground winter spider emperor, looking like a gallant knight. How would you understand how brilliant life absorption is? Longbottom merely gave a cold answer to Balin. Meanwhile, The giant spider phantom image pounced forward, the strange streams of air like black holes that greedily sucked in the life force within Leylin. Leylin's expression became grim as he patted the underground winter spider emperor he was on and collided with Longbottom. The energy particles formed from the clash between two rank 2 magi created havoc as they sent a few people unlucky enough to be hit by stray particles flying. They were seriously injured. Within the grayish-green vortex, a knight on a giant golden spider was emanating red light. He looked like an ancient dragon-slaying prince as he charged towards the heart of the vortex. The battle kept changing location and caused a few stages to be completely destroyed. At this moment, the 9 judges were trapped. The rank 2 magi were already the most powerful in this entire competition area. The result of Leylin and Longbottom's match could even decide the life or death of all the magi here. Hence, even while battling with the Revolution Army and Dark Elves, many magi tried to spare some energy and watch the battle. What attracted their interest the most were the 9 ice sculptures on the platform. These magi knew very well that a small part of their chances of survival depended on Leylin, while most of it depended on whether these rank 2 magi could break out of their restrictions. Even Longbottom would be reduced to dust under the combined attacks of 9 rank 2 magi. Cough. Wake up, my lords. At this moment, light flashed in a corner and a gray-haired magus appeared. He mumbled spell incantations, a huge blazing fireball striking the 9 sculptures and turning the podium made of gold and silver into a sea of fire. This magus despaired as he saw the flames soon dying out under a layer of white frost. Dense icy mist lingered and froze the whole podium into ice and snow. Meanwhile, not even a corner of the 9 ice sculptures had melted. What a waste of energy. This is the icy air from the abyss and is a rank 2 spell which can be sustained for a long time. Longbottom watched on and began to laugh coldly. Without waiting for his orders, a few dark elf special guards in black robes charged forward and began to battle with the magus in gray robes. Not long after, a sharp dagger pierced into his chest. After seeing this, the many magi who had plans to rescue him all fell silent, putting away all thoughts of rescuing. The judges, most of them wanted to break away from their opponents and successfully leave this place. At this moment, the battles in the area became more brutal and intense. Outside the competition area, everything had yet to die down. Tang, 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 tang. At the horizon far away, a black line suddenly appeared. It gradually closed in and the 2 ends began to shrink, and it felt like the line would surround the whole competition area. When the black shadows came closer, it could be seen that they were actually the elite underground winter spider knights. There were a great number of dark elven magi, which included multiple matriarchs and even Anya. Seal off that area and don't let any human get away, Anya commanded, and then pointed at the cocoon in the middle, a gentle voice transmitted to every knight's ears. Fight for Her Majesty! Fight for Her Majesty! The many dark elven underground winter spider knights cheered and then began their attacks. Prepare for Joint Earth Pitfall spell. Begin. At this moment, brownish-yellow lights flashed and countless depressions appeared in front of the underground winter spider knights. They were like long trenches, with earthen spikes piercing upwards and stopping the knights in their tracks. There were a few knights who had moved too quickly and fallen into the trench, their chests, arms, thighs, and even faces pierced through like skewered meat. Those who had yet to die kept howling in pain. 3 figures appeared in midair, causing Anya to furrow her brow slightly. The protectors of the east, west, and south have all arrived. What about that old guardian of the realm? I'm right here. I wouldn't need you to worry about me. Green light flashed, and the old protector appeared before Anya. Though he seemed weak and did not have much of an aura, Anya looked as if a great enemy had appeared in front of her. I didn't expect you, Anya, to use the Dark Elves' crown as a means to enter Twilight Zone without letting even the Dark Elven Knights know about it. He smiled slightly while greeting her. The crown of the Dark Elves was a sign of the authority of the Dark Elven Empire. It was also a very powerful magic artifact. It had a very simple function, which was to conceal the energy aura of a large group of people and their mounts. The key point was that it could turn around the battle. However, every time it's used, it can only be used again after a 50-year wait, which is why this inherited magic artifact of the magic elves could not be used flippantly. Now, the Dark Elven crown could finally exhibit all its strength and shield numerous Dark Elven armies into the central region, almost wiping out all the magi at the competition area. Except for the protector of the northern region who has died, all of the Lord Protectors are here. What's this? Do you want to stop me? A little green vortex appeared above Anya's hands, glimmering with a mysterious light. It attracted the attention of everyone to look at the vortex, which had the intention of sucking human spirits in. Protecting Twilight Zone and the human race was our vow when we took on the role as protectors. This is an honor worthy of exchanging our lives for. The Guardian's face was filled with layers of wrinkles and he looked about to die of old age. However, his eyes still shone with light. Anya sensed that, although the life force of the Guardian was like a flame that was sputtering out, it still emanated light and warmth that even caused her to be worried. The allied Magus army appeared behind these few protectors confronted the Dark Elves. The plan was actually leaked out. Who was it? Anya's brows furrowed and then straightened out. Whatever it is, we've finally restrained your 9 rank 2 magi. There are still many elite magi and acolytes within the competition area. In other words, we have a sure victory in this war. Attack. Without waiting for the opposing magi to finish their preparations, Anya immediately ordered for the Dark Elven matriarchs to attack. With a flash of her body, she somehow disappeared from the air and, when she reappeared, she was in front of the Guardian of the Realm. A fair palm brought with it a terrifying devouring strength and was pressed towards the old man's chest. Floating light. The light in the old protector's eyes became brighter and he exclaimed. Numerous tiny rays of light surged out continuously and formed a protective shield in front of him. The moment Anya's hand made contact with the shield, a low sound was produced, and the ground suddenly trembled, the space even beginning to quiver. Old geezer, how much longer can your life force sustain you? Anya's expression remained unchanging as she continued her attacks. A tremendous vortex formed behind her, and any magus that was sucked into it, turned into a dried corpse in an instant. Activating combination spell pattern. The expressions of the protectors of the other 3 regions changed greatly, and as if they had made up their minds. They headed into the skies, shooting out great amounts of green threads that connected with the Guardian of the Realm. Tremendous rays from light force wrapped around him, and the next time he re-emerged, he had already become a handsome and sunny middle-aged man. If not for the familiar spiritual aura about him, nobody would recognize him. As for the 3 other protectors, they began to age visibly. Good. Anya bit her lips. She could naturally see that the 3 rank 2 magi were entrusting their life force to the Guardian. However, this meant that, after today, the 4 of them would have all their life force consumed and lose their lives. Fury overflowing through the heavens, all obstructions are futile. The Dark Elves will rule over Twilight Zone from today. Anya mumbled, and a dark gray shadow extended from her back over the area. Within the dark gray world, the plants and animals were drained of their lives, turning to ashes at a surprising pace. Wilting domain. Anya shouted in a low voice, and within the domain, a circle of gray light exploded from the bodies of the underground winter spider knights, allowing them to be even bolder and fiercer. As for the enemies that had been affected by the domain, they soon found their bodies aging and their life force disappearing. A false domain. Anya, from beginning to end, you've always been ahead of me. The protector who looked like a middle-aged man sighed, and then shot out large amounts of gold light that were like a giant sun. The 2 domains collided against each other, and the air seemed to shatter, causing tremendous spatial distortions and then exploding. On the ground, the Magi used the trenches as their first line of defense. However, the Dark Elves were still proceeding with their attacks. In that moment, the area was filled with the scenes of war. The Magi spent all their energy here, and did not have any to spare to break the giant cocoon and save the others. The large white cocoon was standing proudly, and even if magic were to brush past it, it remained unharmed, displaying its immense defensive ability. Even if there were stray streaks from the battle between the rank 3 magi causing it some harm, there would be multiple little spiders crawling up and spitting out threads to patch it up. Such a powerful regenerative ability caused the magi within and outside the arena to feel despair. Haven't you found it yet? Venus glanced at Aaron. They now had their backs against each other. Parts of the silver-white meteor sword floated, withstanding the attacks surrounding them from the magi of the Revolutionary Army, Dark Elves as well as countless little spiders. The situation on the battlefield was what Longbottom's side intended it to be, and it was progressing in a way that benefited them. Not only were the 9 strongest rank 2 magi restricted, many people from their own side had also snuck in. Under the unexpected attack that nobody could have responded to in time, many magi died in their comrades' arms. In addition, within the competition area, Longbottom had also arranged for something. Not yet. Aaron smiled wryly. Longbottom's conspiracy is too complex. He actually used himself to draw our attention, and left the key to the battle on the battlefield itself. He brandished his sword hilt, and great amounts of sharp white light severed the threads in the air. It's very difficult to identify these threads, which are spread out all over the area. The moment they wind around the body, they will consume spiritual and magic force, which is used to complement the running of the spell formation. To break this spell formation, we need to find the very center of it. But I can't see it in my predictions. Aaron's expression was incomparably dark. Grandpa Merlin, what's going on? Seems like an even more powerful magus is using the power of destiny to conceal the important part. To be able to hide it from your prophecies, it must be a powerful person, at least at rank 2. I even suspect it could be a rank 3 dark elven matriarch personally doing this. Grandpa Merlin's voice was serious. Then we can only search one by one at the places where energy converges. Aaron's expression was serious. He suddenly raised his sword towards the right. Whang! White light blades streaked through the sky, and a dark elf's face showed his disbelief as he was slashed into two. The badly damaged corpse fell to the ground, large amounts of fresh blood and multicolored intestines flowing out. Chaos. Aaron thought that this was utter chaos. Many magi of the revolutionary army, dark elves, as well as summoned creatures all battled in the giant area, and there were even a few magi secretly taking revenge on their rivals. These bloody battles caused the situation to become even more chaotic. At the very center, Leylin was riding the underground winter spider emperor, he and Longbottom in the middle of the final showdown. The energy from the battle between the two rank 2 magi overflowed everywhere, and the surrounding magi automatically avoided them. Not far from the battlefield, 9 ice sculptures stood tall. Despite the stray waves from the battle between rank 2 magi, none of them were in the least bit hurt, creating a stark contrast between them and the complete disorder in the surroundings. There was even a circle of dried corpses around them, and they were the magi of Twilight Zone who had wanted to secretly unseal the rank 2 lords. Even with an ancient inheritance and an underground winter spider emperor with the strength of rank 2 as your magical pet, you still can't win against me, because trash will always be trash. At this moment, the rank 2 battle was nearing its end. Longbottom's face was filled with black gas, and the phantom image of a spider behind him rushed into his body. Ah! His expression began to distort. All living things disintegrate, and return to Earth. A great dark chilly aura shrouded the area and it became deathly quiet, as if they had entered apocalypse. Longbottom was suddenly like the Grim Reaper, dancing with precise steps as he strolled to Balin's front. Seal. With a palm strike, Balin was sent flying while coughing blood, and he then stood atop the underground winter spider emperor's head. Chi-chi, the underground winter spider. Emperor Aru made sharp sounds that could be of fury, or terror. Immediately after, it saw Longbottom produce a black metal bottle with a thin mouth aimed at it. A feeling of an imminent catastrophe filled its heart in that instant. How dare you fail to appreciate the matriarch's kindness? The great matriarch couldn't be bothered to deal with you, which was why she got you to stay in the Holy Land and be a sacred creature. How dare you betray your own race? Longbottom looked pleased at that moment, especially when he saw the urgent expression on Balin's face as he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Feeling like he had wreaked vengeance on Balin, he was especially thrilled. Threads of little runic chains extended from the mouth of the bottle and then covered the body of the underground winter spider emperor. Uru! Balin yelled hurriedly. Through the long time they had gone on adventures together, he had long since considered Uru a companion he could trust. Now that it was gradually being sealed, he was extremely anxious. Pooh! In that moment, however, he suddenly collapsed and spat out a huge mouthful of grayish-green blood. Longbottom's power full of perishing and withering had invaded his body, and was continuously devouring his life force. In this situation, even the bio-boosting armor found this a thorny issue and without more time, it could not dispel it. Balin could only watch as Alu's body shrunk until it was sucked into the metal bottle. Did you see that? This is what happens to all that have helped you before, whether it's Leylin or this underground winter spider emperor. Longbottom's voice was clear and cold as he sealed the bottle and then kept it in his bosom. He unhurriedly walked to Balin's front. How is it? Are you unable to move? My death decay isn't so easy to withstand. Boom. He gave Balin a flying kick, pushing him tens of meters away, his face dragging and forming a giant trench. Even with the protection of the armor, Balin also flushed red and then paled, and what followed was the sound of bones breaking. The bio-boosting armor also produced a groan, indicating it could not bear this. Why? Balin looked at Longbottom, gritting out the words through his teeth. Why? Longbottom went forward and stepped on Baylin's face, pushing his head deep into the ground. You're asking me why? There was a sinister smile on Longbottom's face. Why were you the one chosen by the Baron? Why were you the one to work at Blazing Hammers? At the end, why were you the one chosen by Leylin? Longbottom snarled. So you still minded all these? Baylin coughed and was stepped on once again ruthlessly, taking a mouthful of soil. Exactly. I minded all this, but it doesn't matter to me now. Longbottom began to laugh maniacally. The Magus Leylin who looked down on me, and you, who has been snatching away my opportunities, are now lying like dead dogs in front of me. I once swore that I would make anyone who scorned and humiliated me pay the price, and now, both of you are left. Let me see, should I first take care of Leylin or you? Oh, right. I heard you have a wife, right? I heard it's a Mrs. born in nobility. Don't worry, I'll take care of her well. You dare? Baylin was so furious, the veins on his face popped up, but he was then stamped on viciously. What do I do? The child of fate is now fated to lose. Aaron struck and fended off the attack of a dark elf, but there was also an injury from a corrosive spell. The corroded flesh was constantly expanding. In the prophecies, I do not see any hope of him turning the tides. There's definitely hope. It is every magus power and duty of Twilight Zone to look to the light in the darkness. Humans of Twilight Zone will definitely survive, and the glory of Magi will remain eternal. Behind him, Venus muttered, and a misty-eyed look appeared in her expression. What's going on? Did you predict something? Aaron was startled, and he sensed the person beside him collapsing. What's wrong? Aaron immediately turned back, and what he saw caused his eyes to widen. Venus lay down weakly, and there was a sword tip glimmering with silver light in front of her chest. It had already pierced into where her heart was. Why? I'll treat you right now. Aaron felt 2 bouts of heat flowing below his eyes. No, don't. Venus extended her hands filled with blood and resolutely stopped Aaron. Only by my death and allowing sacred flame to unite, as well as gathering all the parts of Meteor Sword, can you put up a fight with Longbottom. No. There must be a way. There must be another way. Aaron's hand trembled, and he began to roar. Baloney, don't be silly. Venus laughed weakly as she reached out and caressed Aaron's face. Sacrificing me, a single person, will allow you to save the entirety of Twilight Zone, what's there to hesitate? At the present moment, although her lips have gone pale and chapped from the loss of blood, her face remains full of radiance and it hurt Aaron to see her like this. No, you're doing this for me. You're doing this for me. Advancing to the second rank did not ensure that he could match up to Longbottom, but it would at least greatly increase his chances of escape. Aaron wept, tears flowing down his face uncontrollably. Venus laughed, her tone full of gratification, this impermanent fate. We were destined to be enemies, yet we fell in love with each other, bang. Venus' palm fell listlessly. Shortly after, a strong current of concentration, along with a warm and gentle scent, was injected into Aaron's consciousness. Sacred flame started to revolve quickly, causing Aaron's aura to rise sharply, and he broke through the bottleneck of a rank 2 magus. Snap, snap, snap. The 3 parts of Meteor Sword assembled together, emitting bright silver rays, and from the light, a tall and thin sword shaped like a cross slowly appeared. The aura of a high-level magic artifact, also much closer to the level of becoming a magic weapon, spread out in a powerful manner. Ah! Aaron roared as he lifted the meteor sword and he transformed into a long arc as he charged into the midst of the battlefield. Any magi who obstructed the path, be they from the Twilight Zone or from the Dark Elven Empire, all faded into the air under the power of the meteor sword. What's the matter? In the middle of the battlefield, Longbottom stared at the huge incoming arc. With fierce eyes, he stopped toying with Baylin. A fireball aimed right at his head hit him. Phew! The meteor sword released a ray of light, accurately targeted at the attack launched by Longbottom. A great and powerful wave of energy surged forth like raging waves. Although at this moment Longbottom could still kill Baylin, he would definitely suffer huge amounts of damage. Rank 2. Longbottom's pupils froze. Energy at this level, in addition to a high-level magic artifact designed for offense, was a great threat to him. As such, Longbottom made a choice. Without moving his body, his quickly moved backwards, layers of gray-green protective shields formed in front of his vision. Kill. In the middle was Aaron's silhouette. At this moment, as he charged forward with the mighty sword, silver threads of spiritual force continued to condense onto the arc, causing the sharpness of this high-level magic artifact to increase exponentially. Bang! Bang! The protective shield set up by Longbottom was torn apart like crisp paper, and the blade of the sword even touched Longbottom's eyes. Are you trying to kill me? With just you alone? Longbottom had a sinister expression on his face, and the shadow of a spider appeared on his body, with its mouth wide open, clasping directly on the long sword. Snap! The sound of a slight explosion rang in the air, following which, the silhouette of two people flew away, retreating. Longbottom stroked his face, as below his left eye, a stream of blood flowed. Whereas on the other end, Aaron's arm produced a bone-crunching noise as he quickly retreated to where Balin was. Are you alright? Balin finally expelled the corrosive spell's energy left by Longbottom within himself and he stood up. Although he did not witness the previous scene, he felt that the expression on his friend's face was not right. Your strong armor has been damaged. Use this. Aaron glanced at Balin. He then passed the cross-shaped sword in his hand to Balin. The energy it can display in your hands will be much greater than what it displayed in mine. Now was not the time for idle talk. Balin immediately took over the meteor sword, but the deathly stillness in Aaron's eyes still frightened him. This again. Why is it that every time I am about to succeed, there will always be more obstruction sprouting up? On the other side, Longbottom observed this scene with a grim complexion. So what? Having one more rank 2 magus does not change anything. You will all die here today. Longbottom roared. The phantom spider on his back suddenly did something unpredictable. It ruthlessly widened its mouth and plunged its sharp incisors into Longbottom's shoulders. Strings of red which were visible to the naked eye was extracted from Longbottom's body. And the spider image on his back grew redder and started to expand. Although Longbottom's body continued to become thin and weak, leaving only skin and bones, which looked terrifying, the energy in his body was increasing exponentially, as though there was no limit. Dark Elven Ritual of Life. We cannot let him complete it or he will advance into the peak of rank 2, even though he will have to pay for it with his life. Aaron's voice grew hoarse, but he immediately transformed into a silvery arc as he rushed at him. Old friend Uru, this time I will not hesitate and be benevolent. Just you wait, I will save you. Balin gripped the meteor sword tightly. This melee weapon, when in the hands of a powerful warrior, also let out a deafening screech. Kill. Balin had a face of determination. The eye on his armor opened once again, and a huge restrictive aura suddenly arrived at the site, aimed at Longbottom who was in the center. Haha, come. Longbottom who had a stick-thin figure laughed wildly, and engaged Aaron and Balin. Bang. After the ritual of life, not only did his aura increase, it seemed to have experienced a transformation, allowing him to gain a huge boost. He raised his bony right arm against the meteor sword in Balin's hands. Bang bang. The two came into contact, letting out a horrifying sound of metal brushing against metal. The meteor sword in Balin's hand could only cut the skin on Longbottom's hand, following which it was blocked by Longbottom's arm which was stronger than steel. Balin's face was full of shock. He chopped another time, but the long sword that pierced Longbottom's face was stopped by his teeth clenching hard. Sacred flame. Aaron pointed at Longbottom. A wave of pure white blaze laced with threads of silver fell, causing the area around Longbottom's body to burn. Longbottom's magus robe, rings and accessories were all melted in the blazing fire, but his body remained intact, just like sturdy metal. What is happening? Jumping on this chance, Balin finally drew out the long sword, standing up with Aaron who had retreated to a corner. The ritual of life has begun, and at this point his life does not belong to him, it belongs to the noble mother of the abyss. Simply put, the source of his life has been transferred and his body is only a puppet now. Whatever harm we inflict upon his body won't have any effect. Aaron's face turned serious, with a hint of frantic, but his ritual of life has not been completed, so the core should still be in the process of transferring. Later I will control and mark him, take care of the rest. Got it. Balin nodded. How are you going to? He could not finish talking before Aaron madly dashed in. Die. Longbottom watched Aaron charge towards him, his eyes full of vengeance and violence. He abruptly sent out a fist. The black fist collided with Aaron's chest, letting out a crisp sound. Snap. Longbottom's face suddenly changed and he retracted his fist. On his knuckles, a bone had already been pierced through and strands of black solidified blood could be seen. What's happening? How can an ordinary bone-piercing spell take down my defenses? There was a huge change in Longbottom's expression, and he seemed to have thoughts of retreating. Bang, bang, bang. But it was too late. Many silver bone piercings started to come out from Aaron's body, and his eyes turned white. Surprisingly, he was able to predict Longbottom's retreat route. After dodging his long-range attack, he clung onto Longbottom. Ah, ah, ah. Several bone piercings acted like a trap and pierced Longbottom all over, but Aaron grew even worse, blood spurting out of his body. Heh heh. This is my upgraded version of the bone piercing spell, enjoy. Aaron's face was a mixture of madness and relief as he yelled, Venus, I am coming. You lunatic. Longbottom roared. He pounded on Aaron's back with his fists, and the great tremors even caused the ground to vibrate. Quick. Over there. Aaron was bleeding from his nose and mouth. He used a sliver of spiritual force to mark out a position. That was on the flowery pattern on the abdomen area of the spider tattoo on Longbottom's back. It was now shining with a silver light. Kill. Baylin's expression was calm as a great silver aura was released, forming silver-white flames. Large amounts of flame gathered on the meteor sword, a terrifying energy wave spreading throughout the entire competition venue, causing the surrounding magi to involuntarily stop what they were doing. The huge wings behind Baylin rose, carrying him into the skies, causing him to look like a red meteor streaking through the skies. Die. At this moment, Baylin no longer showed signs of hesitation and unwillingness. The long sword ruthlessly pierced through the defense of the spider image, the blade directly cutting through the marked position. The illusory spider screeched, and its 8 legs started to tremble irregularly. Suddenly, it was sent tumbling down. It then turned into black smog and dispersed. Glug. Longbottom's expression was very weird. He looked as though he wanted to say something but could not. All that could be heard was a constant gurgling noise made within his throat. The light in his eyes dimmed until they were a dead black. Bang! Longbottom's corpse fell to the ground and sent a huge patch of dust flying. We succeeded. Baylin mumbled to himself, feeling as though he lost a part of himself. He felt empty, as though he had lost something very important to him. Be careful, the darkness has not ended. Both of Aaron's eyes turned white and he fell to the ground, a pool of blood forming beneath his body. Coin of destiny, darkness. What darkness? Hasn't Longbottom's scheme been thwarted? Baylin was doubtful, but he no longer had the time to think. He scooped Aaron up in a hurry, preparing to treat him. Strands of green rays emerged from Baylin's fingers, and merged with the horrifying wound on Aaron's body, helping him stop the bleeding and mending his tissues. Aaron, are you all right? Hang in there. Baylin constantly cried out, large amounts of tears spilling from his eyes. Longbottom. Lord Longbottom is dead. At this time, in the middle of the competition venue, the Revolutionary Army and Dark Elves who had just lost their leader all fell into a state of chaos. Cough cough. Aaron coughed violently and opened his eyes. I'm still alive. Of course, you're my prophet. How can you die without my permission? Baylin covertly brushed away his tears and laughed. Oh no. Aaron suddenly started to struggle. What's happening? Baylin hurriedly helped him stand up. Danger is still near. In fact, it's in our immediate vicinity. Aaron's face showed increasing terror. He is, bang. Bang, bang. A person wearing an exquisite black robe emerged amidst sudden applause. Every move of his held an inexplicable aura of authority and grace, and he slowly entered their field of vision. As expected of a magus practicing sacred flame. Once you reach rank 2, even I cannot escape your prophecies. Master Leylin, weren't you? Baylin looked at Leylin. At first, he felt joy, but then he noticed the 9 statues erected in the center. A mere ice seal of eternity, what can it do to me? Leylin laughed casually, not revealing that he had known about Longbottom's plan from Ernest. Even if he hadn't known, though, his frightening power and affinity with frost would have let him escape quite easily. Bang! As though to verify Leylin's words, one of the 9 ice sculptures suddenly exploded, revealing the silhouette of a puppet which quickly dissipated. What's happening? Ha ha, I get it. Master Leylin, this is just a prank, isn't it? Baylin laughed forcefully, but the unease in his heart had reached its peak. Prank? Oh, yes, I love cracking jokes with you, just not today. I was just excited by your performance and wanted to excuse myself. Leylin snapped his finger. Swish, 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 swish. Light flashed everywhere, and a large number of Nature's Alliance magi appeared. Some came out from beneath the stages, some from behind the seats, and some just materialized from the shadows. These magi all had their concentration and powers intact, and embarked on a ruthless massacre the moment they entered. The Dark Elves and Twilight Zone Magi all fell at their hands, and were swept in a matter of seconds. Second level seal enhancement begin. The leader, Iron, immediately tossed out a scroll. BZZZT. A frightful wave of energy dispersed, and an even larger fleet of magi appeared at the center of the competition venue, reinforcing the gigantic spider cocoon. Lord Leylin, why? Balin kept retreating, looking as though he was on the verge of breaking down. You are one of the higher-ups in Twilight Zone, and also someone I look up to. Why? No particular reason. After directing a play for so long, it's time I came to wrap things up. The corners of Leylin's mouth turned into a sinister smirk. Play? What kind of play? Balin did not dare to think further. A comedy about a silly hero, and a group of foolish magi. Leylin smiled subtly, and pointed at Balin's neck. Boiling hot, scalding hot. Balin felt an unnerving heat exuding from his neck, penetrating through his armor, roasting his skin and muscles. Boom! A streak of gold light emitted from his neck and returned to Leylin's palms. It was a peculiar gold coin, one face of which had a lucky bird and the other a skull. The sides of the coin also had elaborate patterns and prints on them. This was the gold coin you gave me, was it all planned? From the very beginning, Balin laughed pathetically. No, I did not have such plans back in Potter Town, but on the way to the eastern capital, I found out that you were the child of destiny, so I decided to do this. Leylin looked at the gold coin in his hand, excitement written on his face. Hee, you are all liars. Liars. Balin laughed hysterically. Rays of silver light burst forth from his body, and he charged forth, meteor sword in hand. Pow! A fist of immense strength landed firmly on his cheek, causing the meteor sword to be swung out of his grasp even as he was sent flying. Alas, the bio-boosting armor on his body failed to hold any longer and disintegrated midair. Your destiny was to become the victor of this revolution in your battle with Longbottom. And after Longbottom was taken care of, how do I put it, you are no longer of use to destiny. And without destiny on your side, you are but a dead dog to me. Leylin ruthlessly attacked Balin. It was the truth. Before Balin completed his mission, were Leylin to have made a move, he had a premonition that something would inexplicably block his path. But now, there was nothing that could stop him. This was the very reason why many accomplished heroes never got another chance to take risks and could only choose to live in seclusion among the commoners. Coin of Destiny, Step 1 accomplished. Leylin turned around and looked over at where Aaron was. Phew! At this moment, a stream of light also emitted from Aaron's ring, and in front of him appeared the great Magus Merlin. Little Aaron, what did you promise me then? I promised that other than collecting your shards, I'll have to help you complete another task. Aaron's expression was a mix of terror, alarm, and agony. Now, I request of you, to return to me the sacred flame. Merlin's voice was extremely calm, but Aaron couldn't help but turn pale at his voice. Grandpa Merlin, I've always been respectful to you as though you were my own grandfather, but, the moment you advanced to the second rank, you realized it, no. Merlin's illusion transformed continuously before settling on the image of Leylin. So all of this, me gaining the inheritance, practicing sacred flame, meeting with Venus, it was all you're doing. Aaron turned around and looked at Leylin, his pupils pitch black. At first it was, but the melodrama at the end was something I couldn't predict either. It looks like the stability issues with sacred flame still have to be solved. Leylin's voice was extremely cold. Now, hand it over. As soon as Leylin's voice sounded, Aaron felt as though his consciousness was split open by someone who wanted to extract something. The extreme horrifying pain caused him to roll around, and his face contorted into demon-like expressions. Shortly after, Aaron felt the spiritual force he had so painstakingly cultivated with the sacred flame was drawn out from him entirely. Strands of silver spiritual force formed a vortex in midair, and Aaron, who lost his meditation technique, had his powers depleted progressively, from rank 2 to rank 1 before hitting rock bottom and acolyte. The spiritual force of sacred flame. Leylin's smile broadened. He sang with excitement, along with the sacrifice of a child of destiny. With his deep voice sounding, the surface of the coin of destiny shone with a thin layer of light and was lifted into the air. With the magnanimous power of destiny, along with the foundation and spiritual force of the sacred flame that split apart and then merged together. Leylin pulled out a crystal already full of golden liquid, and threw it into the spiritual force vortex. All of a sudden, a surge of silver-white flames emerged from within. There are still 3 broken and unwilling souls. Leylin's smile became even wider, and 2 items flew out from Aaron's body. They were a worn-out notebook and a 5-colored necklace. At this moment, an illusion flickered on each of the 2 items. Venus. Venus. Aaron struggled as he saw the face of his lover on the 5-colored necklace. However, Venus' expression was ever-changing, from tenderness, to detachment, to distraught. You can join too. Leylin pointed at Aaron's forehead and it exploded like a watermelon. The black ring in his hand also flew into the air, joining into a triangular formation with the other 2 items. With great power from the fragmented souls as the main body, the sacred flame meditation technique as the core, and finally injecting a large amount of the power of destiny, Leylin's voice grew in fervency. Following the chanting, the triangular formation and meditative vortex grew closer, giving off small explosions. Ah! Balin hissed violently and charged forth once again, but before he got close, he was already thrown out by the airwaves. Seal. A complex and awkward-sounding ancient incantation finally fused into 2 short seals. Boom boom. A gigantic vortex formed, compressing the vortex and triangular formation into the coin of destiny like a funnel. When everything ended, flashes of light appeared on the coin of destiny, yet it seemed as though nothing had changed. Beautiful, isn't it? Leylin let the gold coin float in midair and with a wave of his arm, the meteor sword voluntarily flew into his hands. You did all this, just for those 2 items. Balin was beyond miserable, his eyes with a tint alike to flames. Epilogue. It was mainly to attain the power of destiny. The meteor sword was just something that came along with it. Besides, it's not even complete. Leylin was in a good mood as he explained the details to Balin. Soon after, a great number of alchemy ingredients appeared before him. Brilliant rays of light started seeping into the sword and making it shine brighter. The truth is, the meteor sword was designed by and customized for me, and it is missing the most important step. Leylin drew the sword and held it up, his eyes glistening with excitement. Toxic bile. The terrifying image of a devil king started to manifest behind him. But this time round, the toxic bile was concentrated on the meteor sword instead of a large-scale attack. Menacing, deathly strands of black crawled onto the sword and the once bright silver glow started to dim before turning a glistening coal black. This was the original intention of Leylin to forge the weapon. The scope of the attack by the toxic bile was too large. Leylin thus confined its poison within the sword, preventing it from diffusing freely. Henceforth, anyone who was injured by the sword would immediately be poisoned. In addition, Leylin could use his own innate spells to supplement its already great power. Leylin looked at the dark sword shining in his hands, unable to mask his happiness. From here on, the power of toxic bile would not be used recklessly. Rather, it would be his common means of attack, greatly increasing his strength and power. There is one last procedure. Leylin glanced over at Balin, with a sharp look in his eyes. Balin had understood how this was going to turn out. He looked at Leylin and told him fearlessly, I believe in the fairness and righteousness of Twilight Zone. You'll be punished for everything you've done. Ha ha, fairness and righteousness. Leylin shook his head and laughed, the glory of my achievements will be recorded and sung by the people. As for the unglamorous stories behind the glory, who would pay any attention to them? A ray of black swooshed across. Balin's head was decapitated, and before it could land on the ground, both his head and body had started to decompose. Blood splashed on the surface of the gold coin and the once brilliant shiny surface became dull. It seemed to faintly be emitting a hint of history. Lastly, with the sacrifice of the Child of Destiny. Unique magic item coin of destiny, complete. Leylin finished his last incantation. The gloomy yet glowing item lay ominously in his hand. Unique magic item coin of destiny. With the sacred flame at its core, and the blood sacrifice of the Child of Destiny, will bring forth a magic item that has an astonishing amount of power. The coin can guide us through the path of the future to a certain extent, and may produce uncertain results. The AI chip tried to generate a description for the coin. However, it was very clear that even the AI chip could not make an accurate judgment of its powers. After all, things such as fate and the power of destiny could not be assessed by the current AI chip or expressed by data. The supposed unique magic item was hard to be categorized. In the Magus world, there were always magical items that possessed a power which surpassed magic equipment. However, the physical quality itself might be weak, while some others contain bizarre capabilities. Hence, they were not categorized the same as magic artifacts and magic equipment but had a classification of their own. Amongst the unique magic items, some possessed limited capabilities, while there were others that display a horrifying amount of power. A ray of silver lit up and, in a flash, coin of destiny had vanished into the bag Leylin was carrying. Kill the Dark Elves and the Revolutionary Army. As for the Magi of Twilight Zone, kill them too if they don't pledge allegiance to me. Leylin looked around and inspected his surroundings. The Magi of Twilight Zone may have had an advantage in numbers, but the lengthy battle had exhausted them of their stamina and magic power. They were no match for the fresh Magi of Nature's Alliance. Furthermore, the Alliance had the support of Leylin, a rank 2 magus. As time passed, the field got progressively quieter before settling for silence. Sire, what do I do with these captives? Iron asked with a bow. There were weak and dispirited Magi all around, many of them covered with wounds and blood from multiple injuries. They are to hand over their spirit sources to me, kill them if they refuse. Leylin gave the order indifferently. Soon after, Leylin moved towards the remaining 8 Magi encased in the ice sculptures and pointed at them. I shall add another layer of seals on these 8 Magi. They will be transported back to headquarters to be interrogated by me. The Magi from Nature's Alliance were lying in ambush and the plan was carried out according to what he had planned. And sure enough, the results at the end were very favorable. The exhausted and injured Magi from both sides were eliminated at one stroke. In fact, Leylin was the one who notified the Guardian on the outside and asked for his assistance. The war outside should be ending about now. Leylin smiled. He held up a special artifact and sent a communication signal through it. My lord, reporting on our status. The Magi on our side as well as the Dark Elves are severely injured. The Dark Elves have withdrawn their troops, but we cannot pursue due to similar losses on our end, one of the Magi on the battlefield reported. Any attempts at communication had been blocked long ago by Longbottom. With Leylin's enhancement to the cocoon, only his own artifact could communicate with the outside. Very good. The current situation is the best of the 3 scenarios that I had anticipated. Leylin swept his eyes over the Magi from Nature's Alliance and smiled, as long as we follow and advance according to the plan, soon. The entirety of Twilight Zone will be ours. Leylin had never led before, but he had experienced much in the Magus world. With his ability to influence their minds, Leylin's words were bewitching and convincing. Although there were some Magi among the crowd below that seemed to be somewhat hesitant, Leylin was pleased to see the obvious fiery ambition sparkling in their eyes, dispersing any sign of restlessness and confusion. As long as you are a living being with wisdom, it is difficult to remain unwavering in the face of temptation. Leylin rejoiced covertly in his heart but also let out a sigh. The news about the incident at the Young Genius competition spread like wildfire through the Twilight Zone. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Longbottom, had disguised himself and snuck into the competition as a contestant. Once he was crowned champion, he plotted against the judges. Thereafter, the Dark Elven forces, under the conceal of their crown, joined to complete the ambush. Even though their troops retreated in the end, a huge amount of damage was inflicted on the central region, causing numerous casualties. The situation of the arena was worse. The losses there were tremendous, and only a few Magi had survived. Leylin, most powerful of the survivors as a rank 2, issued complaints about the Dark Elves' conduct, calling for action from the central region. After his return to the base, Leylin immediately gathered all of his Magi. Seeking the assistance of the other Magi who favored his cause and started organizing an army. The central region was currently in a state of tremendous chaos. A large number of high-level Magi had perished. The Guardian of the Realm, as well as the other protectors, had all vanished without a trace as well. In the name of righteousness and for other reasons, the remaining Magi all united under Leylin's banner. Leylin, who was at the center of attention, headed towards a different place on his own. This single empty space seemed to have emerged from the Earth's crust. It was narrow and cramped, the continuously faint but hurried breathing could still be heard. Bang! A massive explosion sounded and crushed rocks flew everywhere. In the midst of the mayhem, Leylin smiled as he walked forward with the coin of destiny in his hand. Lord Guardian of the Realm, and Protector Logan, you both are truly very good at hiding. It took me a while to find this place. Leylin took a quick glance around and realized that there were 2 dead bodies lying in this cave and on their corpses, some rank 2 energy was still present. A half-naked old man, whose body was covered with incantations and colored spots, leant against a rock trying to catch a breath. On the other side was a familiar face, Logan from the east. When he saw Leylin, he couldn't believe his eyes. It seemed as if after the battle with the Dark Elves and Anya, two of the protectors had died. Logan and the Guardian of the Realm were still struggling with their breaths. Why? Why is it you? Logan asked with a pale face. Oh, Leylin raised his eyebrow. Looks like there are many magi out there who miss you. So much so that you do not even dare to go back to your old nest, preferring to hide outside, but he didn't mind because, in the face of true power and capability, any crafty conspiracy would seem like a joke. How did you find us? Forget it, that is not important right now. I just want to know, young Magus, do you belong to us or the Dark Elves? The Guardian by the wall struggled to ask. There's no need to worry. The Dark Elves are not rich enough to bribe me. As for Twilight Zone's magi, they shall step on the path to glory under my leadership. Well then, go ahead. The Guardian smiled, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Leylin bowed slightly in respect to the Guardian who dedicated his whole life to serve the Twilight Zone. Soon after, a thick black darkness shrouded the entire area, the border between the northern and central region of the Twilight Zone. At this moment, in an open plain, two enormous armies were about to confront each other. On the north was the Dark Elven army, their skilled knights riding underground winter spiders and emitting continuous energy waves from their bodies. A fallen empress, the human camp was more complicated. Many magi, acolytes and even common soldiers had been gathered together like a mixed flock of birds. It had turned out this way due to the lack of core leadership. The deaths of the Guardian of the Realm and the Protectors had left them without a stable chain of command. Hence, many problems arose, not the least of which was disputes in command. Many ambitious parties were working from the shadows, plotting their own schemes. Oh, people are gossiping about me. Back at his own camp, Leylin was updated with the latest report, and his face revealed a mysterious sinister smile. Don't bother with them. These rumors will be deemed baseless soon enough. Leylin waved his hand and flashed a faint smile. Suddenly his face changed as he looked towards the northern skies. She's here. A tiny black speck suddenly rose from the northern skies, bringing a huge and irresistible power to bear upon the two armies. Your Majesty. Numerous elite underground winter spider knights knelt down to salute with zeal in their eyes. Anya looked up to face the human army, her beautiful face and body exuding a mysterious charm. Where is your commander? I want to see him. She spoke with a sweet yet icy tone to her voice, as alluring as a rose in a bloody scene. It was tender and beautiful, yet dangerous and deadly. And so that voice with the strength of a magus was heard even on the side of the humans. Numerous ordinary troops started fainting and dying, many of them shedding patches of hair and bleeding furiously. This was the result of radiations emitted recklessly from a high-ranking magus's spell, causing the destruction of the normal human's body. The acolytes too started to faint one after the other, until only official magi could remain clear-headed, although even their fighting strength was heavily reduced. Streams of green air could be seen, being drawn out from the human camp and transferred to Anya, who was hovering in midair. A false domain. There were rumors that the Dark Elven Empress had attained such a high level the ability to suck life and power out of them as a formidable gift. Leylin's expression showed signs of interest and he turned to look at the other high-ranking magi. In the human camp, the rest of the high-ranking magi were waiting in their tents in silence. Waves of spatial magic power permeated the air. The battle has yet to begun, and you're already about to run away. Leylin laughed uncontrollably, but then felt that it was only right. After all, these magi had thought that the Empress of the Dark Elves had been severely injured. If not, the Guardian of the Realm would have survived as well. What now? At this moment, the magi outside would mostly likely be vehemently cursing me, huh? Leylin shook his head, as his body floated to midair. Roar! A massive, ferocious aura that seemed to emanate from a predator of ancient times burst forth. A wave of violent air rolled and surged through, causing huge chaos to the opposite camp. The other magi noticed that this wave of energy was not inferior to that of the Dark Elven Empress. Bloodline skill intimidating gaze. Snap. Leylin's life force rose ferociously, as if a chain or seal had been broken, and at that moment, he had crossed the category of a rank 2 magus and entered a deep and unmeasurable realm. This kind of change upset Anya. Rank 3. You have already advanced to rank 3. Yes. Before the murder of the Guardian of the Realm, Leylin had secretly arranged for his advancement to a rank 3 magus. With the giant serpent's breath potion and the usage of a large amount of top-notch resources, Leylin's spiritual force had turned bright silver long ago, and his power had been enhanced greatly. As for the next level in Kemoyan's pupil, Leylin already had it. In fact, with the AI chip's enhancement, it had become even more all-encompassing. That in addition to the enlightenment from the Tree of Wisdom formed the perfect conditions to ensure success. Leylin's intention was to elevate his power to be on the same level as the best of Twilight Zone, so that he would have the confidence to carry out his plans. The breakthrough had surprised Leylin. His materialized spiritual force had been refined continuously and, at the same time, the foundations of the spiritual force crystal had been constructed. The swiftness and ease of it had left Leylin with an unfathomable feeling. It could be the result from the use of the giant Chemoyan serpent's blood or from the accumulated knowledge from the AI chip. It might be the great essence of wisdom found in the ancient tree that no one knew about. Or it could be the different factors all coming together that assisted Leylin in acquiring his current position. It had surely surpassed his own expectations. The enhanced AI chip thus refreshed Leylin's status. Leylin Farlier, Rank 3 Warlock. Bloodline, Giant Chemoyan Serpent, Power, 23.6, Agility, 20.1, Physique, 35.7, Vitality, 203.4, Magic Power, 203. Magic power is in synchronization with spiritual force. Host has obtained an innate spell upon advancement. Intimidating Gaze. Intimidating Gaze. After numerous blood purification, the giant Chemoyan serpent, as an elite ancient predator, has its might absorbed and assimilated into the bloodline warlock. They who held the dignity of creatures from ancient times has a force field with an intimidating effect. Effect. Any living being that is within the perimeter will have their powers suppressed. Those with weak willpower will enter a state of confusion. Rank 1 Magus will have their abilities weakened by 50%, Rank 2 Magus weakened by 30%, and Magi of the same rank will have their stats reduced by 10%. With such an ability to suppress the power of his enemies, Leylin seemed genuinely ready to dominate the field. In fact, he could be considered an ideal Magus to dominate everything. Unlike the domain of a Morning Star Magus, which gave them complete control, Intimidating Gaze only applied certain effects to those caught within its area of effect. With Leylin now using Intimidating Gaze, the underground winter spider knights felt as if an eye from the depths of hell was gazing upon them, which caused them to collapse to the ground. As for the matriarchs, their faces turned ashen, warping with terror. Leylin took a calculative look at the Empress in front of him. Strictly speaking, this could be considered their first meeting. His relentless gaze transcended the opposing party's demonic charm. Instead, he paid more attention to the decorative design on her body. A moment late, Leylin sighed and responded faintly, "So, you were already seriously injured." The suppression of injuries by the branding of runes on the body, as well as the familiar scent, reminded Leylin of the guardian of the realm who had perished. The vicious fight with him and the protectors had obviously caused Anya to suffer serious injuries, leaving her with no choice but to retreat. Anya looked at the youthful Leylin, showing a bitter smile. "Do you know, dark elves' lives are filled with hardships. When I was young, every winter I would witness many dark elves firmly geared up with weaponry. My mother told me they were gearing up for war, and after the war, we would have enough food and provisions to survive." Anya's face was filled with loss, her voice angelic. The corners of her eyes sparkled. "My mother told me that, far away on the southern side, there was a huge empire of the human race. It was continuously fighting with us for survival. Hence, every year we suffer huge losses and death. I'd decided then that I would lead an army of dark elves and break this cruel cycle, but now, unfortunately, I am unable to do so." Anya turned to look at the dark elven camp one more time, and at this moment, an enormous uproar occurred. Several Rank 2 matriarchs disregarded the frightening energy wave and stormed straight forward. "Can you promise me that you will preserve the dark elven race?" Anya lowered her once arrogant head, pleading. Looking at the intelligent and well-respected Empress of the Dark Elves in front of him, Leylin nodded his head lightly. "I promise you that I will preserve the Dark Elves and see that they remain in Twilight Zone. However, what the other Magi do afterwards will be out of my hands. Moreover, whether the Dark Elves are able to survive within the ecology laboratory is also another unpredictable matter." These words were left unsaid. "Thank you so much." Anya smiled, the crown on her head giving off a glaring ray of light. The moment Leylin swung his hand, a huge golden spider appeared and landed in the center of the field. It sat facing the underground winter spiders across it and started hissing loudly. The underground winter spiders then became increasingly restless, and many of them started to show signs of instability. Some even turned against the dark elven knights riding them and started biting at them. "Uru, the underground winter spider emperor, had originally been sealed by Longbottom. Leylin had unsealed it after the events at the arena and subdued it for his own use. To a certain extent, Uru might be the common ancestor of all underground winter spiders, hence to have such unbelievable power for use by him, he was thrilled to possess this killer weapon. Here we go. Leylin exclaimed lightly, fine black scales appearing on his body and striking Anya's at the same time, along with the loud hissing of both opposing spiders and the clash of the two magi. The two opposing troops on the ground also started to assemble and started the attack in full force, the roar of their voices shaking the earth. Twilight Zone, Year 5782. Magus Leylin Farlier led the human army to crush the army of the Dark Elves along with their empress. Magus Anya, along with rank 1 and rank 2 matriarchs, were not spared. Together with the rest of the army, they collapsed at the scene and countless lives were lost. Guardian of the realm. After Leylin's progression to rank 3 and the defeat of the Dark Elves, all the Descendants' secret plots in the central region quieted down as if they had never existed. As a newly promoted rank 3 magus full of vitality, one who wasn't struggling to even protect the realm, Leylin could easily find the time to destroy those guilds that did not subject themselves to his rule. He was poised to control Twilight Zone for centuries to come. Faced with the pressure from such great power, no matter how unwilling the Magi in the central region were, they dared not offend him. At this moment, the few survivors from other guilds appeared, diminishing all talk against Leylin. They were all elite Magi from different guilds, and a few rank 2 judges were also among them. They joined together to testify that what Leylin had said before was the truth, which waived all doubts immediately. They were all Leylin's captives at that time. Those rank 2 Magi had long since submitted to Leylin. They were not fools. Knowing Leylin's power and their own waning influence, most of them recognized the truth. Of course, there were some stubborn ones that all perished gloriously in the war. Twilight Zone Year 5783. Aided by his rank 3 power and the glory of defeating the Dark Elves, Leylin was pronounced the guardian of the realm under the witness of many Magi in the central region. From then, Leylin became the sole power controlling Twilight Zone's Magi, and the sacrifices and darkness behind his radiant glory were often ignored by the masses. People would only end up remembering Leylin's glorious achievement of defeating the Dark Elves. They composed folk songs and legends in his praise, leaving out the hard work of Balin, Aaron, Venus, and even the previous guardian. Those names were buried beneath the documents and historical records concerning Leylin's eternal brilliance, and his legend continued. After succeeding the title of the Guardian of the Realm, the first order Leylin passed was aimed at making Nature's Alliance the core strength of Twilight Zone. He gathered large masses of Magi to construct the Nature's Alliance Academy at the heart of the central region. Although Leylin had not planned to do so originally, the present him did have the strength to implement the Academy system, reaping great rewards in the process. After establishing the Nature's Alliance Academy, a few large-scale guilds who had good relationships with the Alliance made a high-profile announcement. They would merge with Nature's Alliance Academy to form a formidable guild. Of course, this was all due to Leylin's control in the background. Following that, Leylin no longer had to worry. The rapidly rising academy naturally edged out other nearby guilds, continually expanding its capability and area of influence. It was clear to Leylin that the South Coast's model was more just and fair than the guild system followed by Twilight Zone. They had also relinquished the tradition of inheritance from master to disciple. Although there were still many mentors, very few of them continued treating their acolytes like slaves. Furthermore, how many acolytes could a mentor take on? How could they compare to the large-scale classrooms of an academy? Many large guilds started to relinquish their narrow-minded restriction of meditation techniques to combine forces, as it would definitely be much stronger than the strength of individual guilds. This was the success of the system. It was also the improvement of an era. Once it became a trend, it could not be stopped. The guilds that were left behind, in order to not be overshadowed by the academies, also had to establish institutes and enroll many acolytes to survive. This allowed talented commoners to have a very good chance. Academies that were more free and open could also accept roaming Magi. Without the meditation technique restriction, it became much simpler for roaming Magi who wanted to join academies. Leylin had noticed this long ago. Although guilds that practiced the same kind of meditation technique were very united, they also became highly xenophobic. After joining a guild, if a Magi did not practice that guild's meditation technique, they became targets for ostracization. But academies did not face this problem. The flames of the revolution started by Longbottom were also snuffed out gradually by the institution of academies. Leylin did not actually mind this. What he prioritized was still the meditation techniques of the guilds and their valued research. Indeed, under the advocation of fair, just, transparent and free communication by the Academy's rules, guilds that joined the Academy had to contribute their unique meditation techniques and some precious research. Under Leylin's leadership, this large amount of precious information was stored in the Academy's library for all magi to peruse, and this trend developed ardently. It must be said that after relinquishing the narrow-minded notion of a guild, such open communication and probing indeed benefited the magi a lot, causing the magi of Twilight Zone to improve their abilities. As for these meditation techniques and research, all of it was naturally kindly accepted by Leylin, greatly increasing the AI chip's database. It can be said that at this point in time, a large portion of Twilight Zone's meditation techniques and high-level research was pocketed by Leylin, including all precious resources. Nature's Alliance was now the most influential in the central region. No matter what Leylin desired, as long as it was within Twilight Zone, he needed but to ask. A large number of commoners, acolytes, rank 1 and even rank 2 magi would unhesitatingly go get it for him no matter the cost. This was the benefit of authority. Time passed. Twilight Zone, year 5785. Sensing that every party had completed their preparations, Leylin, with his title of Guardian of the Realm, sent out an appeal ordering Alliance forces from all regions to recapture the North. Indeed, after murdering Anya, Leylin chose to retreat and did not directly attack the North region, but that place was now easily obtainable. It was very clear to him that though he had exceptional abilities, he first had to sort out his own skills. Although impulsively sending troops to defeat the Dark Elves, recover their lost lands and gain reputation could work out, the real gains would definitely be reaped by others harboring ambitious schemes. In addition, at that point in time, he did not have the title of Guardian of the Realm. Leylin was not foolish enough to fight on the front lines and let the Magi at the back reap the fruit of his efforts. Hence, he would rather watch on as the North's remaining Dark Elves waged war against the dwarves, gnomes, and even themselves, letting them wear themselves out before he would act. But now, the time was ripe. Compared to the previous appeal, Leylin was now the Guardian of the Realm, the ruler of Twilight Zone. The orders of the greatest leader of the Magus world naturally carried more weight. Once the order was passed down, not only did all the guilds in the central region send out magi and soldiers to form an alliance, even the east, south and west regions sent out large masses to help. Something worth mentioning was that Leylin only had true control over 2 regions, the center and the east. As for the west and south, their attitudes toward Leylin as the guardian of the realm were rather ambiguous. But Leylin did not care. After organizing the center and east, relying on the strength of the academies in these 2 regions was enough to crush the other party. He had abstained from doing so earlier because his time was occupied by internal restructuring. But now, the other regions had also sensed that conditions were not favorable for them, and they started to yield. After all, sending out armies in accordance to the appeal was an act of allegiance. Leylin stroked his chin, the corners of his mouth curled up in amusement. North Twilight Zone. Throngs of troops lined up neatly and advanced forward constantly. Meanwhile at the back were large numbers of magi riding peculiar transports. The troops were neat and orderly, and unified by the same order. Compared to the previous army organized by Leylin, this one seemed much more powerful. Due to the passing of the Dark Elven Empress 3 years ago, most of the Dark Elves had already withdrawn from North Twilight Zone. Only some of the more stubborn members of their race were left struggling along with the dwarves and gnomes. And such strength, to a congregation of many magi, especially the human troops led by Leylin, was as insignificant as dust. The troops had an irresistible force. They conquered expansive plots of land by barely expending any energy and even pushed through to Potty City. At the entrance of the city, the flag of the Dark Eves could be seen flying high, amidst thick smog, giving off an ominous feel. Potty City, the original line of defense of the North, and also the place where Protector Yade died. Leylin looked at the few Dark Elves and sneered, this is a strategic border town, could it be the Dark Elves are still dreaming of dividing the land with us? Pass down the order, all troops are to pitch camp here, we will attack tomorrow. Leylin casually passed the order to his left and right-hand men, and they passed down the message layer by layer. The entire troop stopped and found themselves suitable spaces to pitch camps. At the moment, the Magi and normal soldiers were busy, but they were not in disorder, displaying the good control Leylin had over his army. In the center of the closely packed camps was a big gold tent, decorated with exquisite gemstones and incense. There were even teams of magi patrolling outside of it. Although the guardian of the realm did not fancy all this, it was necessary etiquette. Leylin, who was meditating in the middle of the gold tent, suddenly opened his eyes and his mouth turned into a smile. After a few minutes, a congratulatory voice could be heard, "Master. Enter." The front curtain was unveiled and a middle-aged man with white hair entered, his being radiated with the scary energy of a rank 2 magi, but at this moment, he kneeled down on one knee as a form of respect to Leylin. Reporting to Master. There is a rank 2 matriarch of the Dark Elves who claims to be an old friend and wants to see you. An old friend? Leylin smiled. Let her in. Allegiance. The rank 2 magus deferentially accepted the order and left, and minutes later, a rank 2 dark elven matriarch in skin-tight clothing walked in. Her face was extremely delicate, her skin pale and exquisite. She was evidently a beauty that was hard to come by, though her expression now held apprehension. Alicia. As expected, it's you. Leylin laughed. Out of all the dark elves, it was just this one matriarch that he had been standing against for 10 or so years in Dahlin City, and they could somewhat be considered acquaintances. Alicia greets the Lord Guardian of the realm. The dark elven matriarch Alicia bit her lips, and then knelt and leaned down, respectfully touching her head to the cold ground. She was still slightly dazed. This young magus that had contested with her for over 10 years had long since reached the apex of the magus world and had left her far behind. When she saw him, she even needed to kneel. She did not want to do this, yet could not express it on the outside. From Leylin's point of view, he took in everything, from the pretty and flirtatious matriarch's exquisite jade-like back, rounded taut buttocks, to her slender, firm thighs. As if noticing Leylin's gaze, a look of bashfulness appeared on Alicia's face, but she secretly wriggled her body, revealing a silent charm. In her heart, however, she felt an intense feeling of humiliation. Though dark elves were very open when it came to promiscuity to the point they could have boy toys of different races as well, it was always the dark elves dominating in the psychological aspect, with their mental belief in their stance as masters and owners who were untouchable. But now, this experience of offering herself up as a gift and fearing the other party not accepting was difficult for Alicia, a matriarch of fewer than 200 years and a very mentally sensitive dark elf. So what is your intention in coming here? Leylin withdrew his gaze. He had always been able to control himself when it mattered. In addition, after advancing to be a rank 3 warlock and taking over as the guardian of the realm, there were more than enough women wanting to climb into his bed. There had even been dark elves who had attempted this after the great defeat of the dark elves. There was a large dive in the prices of dark elven slaves in the slave market, and there were many dark elven nobles on sale. It had to be said that because of their great outer appearance and innate skill at magic, dark elves were truly the most suitable choice to be magus slaves. Even if Leylin did not express anything, there would be magi racking their brains on how to please him and sending him captive dark elves for him to enjoy. I represent the dark elven race and am here to offer my allegiance to my lord. Please let my race go. Alicia's voice brought with it sorrow as she continued kneeling, passing over a fine crown and a black crystal. This is the symbol of our power, the dark elven crown, as well as the complete volume of the high-grade meditation technique, life absorption. We dark elves are willing to completely withdraw from North Twilight Zone, even pulling back till the north of the river. We will also supply top-grade exclusive slaves and many precious resources. Please let us off. Alicia continued to beg while kowtowing. This, Leylin pondered, fingers circling and rapping to create a regular rhythm. Alicia's breath almost stopped, awaiting the judgment of destiny in terror and anticipation. Fine. Leylin nodded in agreement. After the human race's allied force recovered the northern region, it lacked the ability to advance and gain more. In addition, Leylin still had other ideas. An absolute power meant that once the human race completely extinguished the dark elves, gnomes, and dwarves with his help, they could very well decline quickly due to internal strife. This was not what Leylin wanted to see. A constant, unyielding external pressure would evidently be able to serve the function of spurring on the humans. Many thanks, my lord. Alicia was so elated she was on the verge of tears. Though Leylin could immediately enjoy the enthusiastic desire of this matriarch to serve him, he still chased her out. It was obvious that Alicia's value could not compare to the dark elven crown and high-grade meditation technique. Magic equipment. Dark elven crown. Leylin caressed the surface of this magic equipment. As it had been used recently in the war, the crown's surface was dim, and it seemed unremarkable. If not for knowing about it beforehand, Leylin might have been tricked by its outer appearance and missed this magic equipment. In the world of the Magi, magic equipment ranked far above magic artifacts. They held a mysterious power within, and usually, only Magi at rank 3 and higher would have the opportunity to come into contact with one. Discovered magic equipment, beginning scan. Beep. Scanning complete. 45.9% could not be analyzed. Obtained high-grade concealing and icy runes, as well as traces of incomplete high-grade illusory spell formation runes, many prompts from the AI. Chip appeared. This is just the start. If I can completely analyze the inner workings of this magical device, I might even be able to forge my own. Leylin could tell that this was a great opportunity for him. He had been unable to improve his alchemy and high-grade enchantment skills in recent times. And this. Leylin picked up that black crystal. Large amounts of information streamed in front of Leylin's eyes. They were written in the Dark Elven language, but this was nothing important. Earlier in the Eastern region, Leylin had obtained much fundamental academic content through the library in Nature's Alliance. Things like the Dark Elven language were nothing much. Life absorption. This was a high-grade meditation technique passed down by the Dark Elves. Only Dark Elves who were as powerful as matriarchs were qualified to train in it. From this, it could be seen that Longbottom had really been doing well with the Dark Elves, and had gained their trust. This meditation technique, Leylin touched his chin, recalling the information the AI chip had just recorded. Even though this bit of time was not enough for him to completely analyze the meditation technique, he largely knew its characteristics and uses. Life absorption was obviously rated as high grade and was in the top class even in Twilight Zone. If not, Dark Elves themselves had many high-grade meditation techniques. Why would they make it a rule that it was a meditation technique to be passed down? The characteristic of life absorption was that it could increase the spiritual force by robbing life force from other creatures, thus helping with breakthroughs. The higher the level, the easier it was to gain the life force of various creatures. At the end, it could even cause a deathly vortex that was similar to a calamity, and all creatures in range would be attacked regardless of what they were. However, this meditation technique did have its disadvantages. As it relied on robbing life force to improve, its foundations were not stable. There had not even been a single matriarch who could break through from the rank 3 level into the Morning Star realm. Besides, when one reached the more profound parts of the meditation technique, the magus himself or herself would find their life force disappearing. This could not be compensated with any method other than the life force of other creatures. The moment the life energy gained was too immense, or if the magus rank was too high, the magi who trained in life absorption would lose their life force at a faster rate. This meant that every time magi who trained in life absorption used it, it meant they were one step closer to the abyss of death. However, with the growth of strength and the later loss of life force, it was like a drug that influenced many magi to use it and eventually destroy themselves. To cultivate in this sort of meditation technique, it's best to find an ancient creature with enough life force and drain all its life force, succeeding in training in this meditation technique all at one go. Leylin's plentiful experience allowed him to think of a few methods to solve this issue, but he then shook his head. It's not just the difficulty in advancing in meditation techniques. Ancient creatures that have great life force cannot be underestimated by even rank 3 magi, unless it was their remains. At this thought, Leylin naturally thought about the icy cave. If nothing unexpected happened, in the deeper parts of the icy cave, the icy world held within the body of a creature with the strength of at least Morning Star strength, as well as the blood of an even more frightening existence. With my current strength, what will it be like if I go to the icy world? Leylin was silent for a while, and a gold light suddenly flashed in his hands. A simple gold coin appeared in his palm. Bling! Leylin flung the coin, and there was a soul golden arc in the air that then landed on the back of his hand. Leylin lifted his palm and he saw the side with a skull engraved on it pointing up. Its eyes seemed to be ridiculing him with its smirk. It won't end up well. Leylin murmured, and gave up all thoughts of proceeding forth. Ka-cha! Immediately after, a slight crack appeared on the surface of Coin of Destiny. As the unique magic item, Leylin had created by exhausting his thoughts, Coin of Destiny had the terrifying ability to predict the future. However, there was also a limit. Though Leylin had given it a sacrifice using the Child of Destiny, as well as added much spiritual force from Sacred Flame, he did not train in this meditation technique and thus, could not obtain images and specific information. He could only approximate the judgment through positive and negative predictions. Besides, due to the constraints from Sacred Flame's level and the ranking of the sacrifice, there was a limit to how many times Coin of Destiny could be used. If he wanted predictions on rank 3 Magi and below, it could be used for a long time, but once it got up to the Morning Star realm, each usage would result in great damage to Coin of Destiny itself and then cause it to fall apart. Leylin had asked for predictions on the situation if he headed to the icy caves. The skull head was up, implying that if Leylin really did that, it would not end up well for him. Radiant Guardian, it's still a no. Leylin kept the Coin of Destiny, feeling slightly crestfallen. The Coin of Destiny had been cast rather crudely. Due to the involvement of Morning Star Magi, it was already damaged, and if it got worse, Leylin truly had no idea where else he would find a Child of Destiny to offer as a sacrifice. Though he could make prophecies the way he had used Aaron, they had no way to make predictions regarding higher-ranked existences, and the risks in that were too huge. Humans were creatures full of possibilities. If the Magi that Leylin had chosen managed to advance till they were on the same level as Leylin and managed to prophesize his actions, there would be no way Leylin could benefit from it. Leylin would rather use these dead creatures. Though they were troublesome, they were convenient and very safe. That was what he prioritized. Even I with my rank 3 strength will meet with dangers that cannot be measured in the icy world. Looks like that's still a place that I can't peek into. Leylin was clear on his situation. He now held most of Twilight Zone in the palm of his hand and had nothing to be anxious over. The icy cave would always be present, so the things inside would be his sooner or later. After the entire Dark Elven race surrendered, all that was left to take care of in the northern region were the gnomes, dwarves and few remaining guilds there. Leylin could not be bothered with this and used his overbearing power to take care of it. A few days later, a shocking rumor spread. Lord Leylin, guardian of the realm in Twilight Zone, charged into the dwarves' stronghold, the Talene Caves, alone. They said that the Lord relied on his own power and barged in head-on, and went all the way into the dwarves' royal court. Berserk lightning and the terrifying aura of death constantly shrouded the area. The battle continued for numerous days before it stopped. From then on, however, the royal dwarven court sent out an announcement, saying that their respected ruler, King Greybeard, and various other important ministers had died from illness. The young dwarven prince inherited the throne and immediately withdrew his troops. The same thing happened in the Gnome Kingdom. This time, the explosions could be seen with the naked eye. Their machinery was ruined, and the 3 godly weapons which represented the peak of their alchemic skills were turned into trash. Many of their outstanding artisans were also kidnapped, and thus they lost many essential resources and research material about advanced alchemy. From then on, Leylin's fame spread throughout Twilight Zone. Besides humans, even when dark elves and gnomes mentioned him, they did not dare call him by his name. He had been titled the Radiant Guardian. His image had been recorded as a legend by other races, and news of his being an exceptionally terrifying existence was passed down. Of course, Leylin had not considered all these. He was now sitting on the most respected gold throne in Potty City and instructing Iron. Divide the resources in the newly recovered northern region, and prioritize the guilds who've cited or displayed their goodwill towards us. As for the rest of the harvest, confiscate it all. Leylin's intentions in attacking North Twilight Zone was not to be a good Samaritan, but to get rich. Through many years of development, there were various abundant resources in the northern region. Most guilds had died out during the chaotic war, which gave him another excuse to take them over. As for those lucky enough to survive, besides those who sided with Leylin's side, whom he gave special treatment to, he was not planning to bother with the rest. Then, how about the Magi who've set up organizations there? Iron was slightly hesitant. Due to the chaos, not just other races but also other guilds from Twilight Zone had dispatched people to the former North Twilight Zone. They attempted to seize some things and even occupied a small territory, having a long-term confrontation with dark elves and managed to survive with their tenacity. This was a result of Leylin killing the opposite party's great matriarch in one blow. If not, no matter how gutsy they would not dare even consider this area. Handle this in the same way. Also, for those stubborn guilds unwilling to submit to me, arrest them on the grounds of treason and colluding with the enemy. As for the evidence, just look for Alicia. I'm sure she'll be willing to supply it. Leylin smirked. This was basically an act to eliminate all outsiders, but Leylin's crushing strength and his advantage of acting on an absolute righteous cause allowed everything to seem calm and organized. In reality, Leylin was building North Twilight Zone up as the headquarters of Nature's Alliance. In the other regions, the strength of the Magi made everything tricky, and it was difficult to just insert an exceptionally large-scale guild within. Nature's Alliance Academy in the central and eastern region had expanded to its peak already. If this was in the past, Leylin could simply continue expanding outwards, but the situation was now different. Due to the war, the northern region was destroyed by the chaos and many guilds had died out. The nobility and other chains of command had almost completely been wiped out as well. Though this partly had to do with the cruelty of dark elves, most of it had to do with various organizations who were hidden deep within. Leylin had also played an important role there. After most of the original organizations in the northern region were purged, it was time for the strong to divide up the feast. Leylin, who held an absolute advantage in Nature's Alliance Academy, gained the largest part of the benefits. A few months later, a large branch academy of Nature's Alliance was established there. Besides being a branch in name, the facilities and allocation of staff were based on the highest standards and even bested the headquarters in the central region. With the completion of the branch academy, Leylin gained complete control of North Twilight Zone. For the two areas which were still hesitating, this was a huge shock. In the year 5786 of Twilight Zone, the western and southern regions that had only been pledging their allegiance on the surface could no longer hold on and announce their agreement to support Nature's Alliance Academy in the central region. They received guidance from the Great Guardian of the Realm and built a joint academy. Twilight Zone was unified, and the prestige of the Guardian of the Realm, Leylin, was deep in the hearts of the masses. Human society also began to develop at a quick rate. It was a new page of history. The end of the former era, as well as the ascension of the new one, proceeded so quickly that many Magi found it hard to react to. North Twilight Zone, in Nature's Alliance Academy. Crap, I'm going to be late. Will quickly got out of bed and hugged his thick notebook and textbook, a sandwich fresh out of the oven in his mouth as he dashed across the roads of the academy. The academy was illuminated with large amounts of sunstones and eternal flames. There were even bonsai transplanted to the side of the roads for viewing pleasure. This would have been unthinkable in the past. On the roads, there was the occasional sight of acolytes who were all darting towards their own classrooms. Mentor Jelline's reaction field theory is so profound. I don't understand at all. The principle behind the construction of spell models is very important. It is the basis of all spell models that can be performed, and it needs to be solid. There cannot be any mistake. It's almost time for the academy competition. Rumors say that the victor can even get guidance from an official magus. Many conversations flew into Will's ear, and there were even many familiar voices. However, his feet did not stop moving as he ran at a flying speed. As an acolyte chosen from among the commoners, he truly appreciated this hard-to-come-by opportunity. It was because he had been up studying till late last night that he had overslept. After passing by the teaching plaza, all acolytes would respectfully bow towards a statue in the middle. The statue was carved out of black dazzling stone and formed the image of a handsome young man. His gaze was set far away, as if surveying the scene in the distance from his elevated position. Under the statue, these words were carved in the language of Twilight Zone: Distinguished Guardian of the Realm, Leylin Farlier. Rank 3 Magus, the founder of Nature's Alliance Academy, once gloriously killed the Dark Elven Empress, Dwarven King and Gnome Prophet in battle, saving all humankind. The patron saint of Twilight Zone, he also has other names, such as the Hand of Sacred Light, the Glorious Guardian and so on, the Lord Guardian of the Realm. Will bowed slightly towards the statue, admiration apparent in his expression. If only I could become such a mighty magus one day. Immediately after, however, he couldn't help but laugh. He really was imagining the wildest things. Some time after passing by the sculpture, Will couldn't help but turn back and look, only to find a figure under the statue that had the exact same face as the sculpture. Wale's eyes widened, but when he looked once more, the figure had disappeared, as if all he had seen was merely an illusion. Shua. Celine drew the curtains, and the giant French window revealed the current bustling, lively situation of Nature's Alliance. How is it to see the splendor you created by your own hand? Celine laughed as she embraced Leylin's waist from the back. Also, welcome back. You've stayed in the laboratory for about 15 years, haven't you? Celine gently placed her head on Leylin's back. She, who had tasted power, was now even more alluring than beautiful, as enchanting as a poppy. However, Celine was very aware where her power and status had come from. This was especially so during the period of debauchery Leylin had engaged in when in the central region. She had, at that time, come to realize exactly how stable her position had been. She had even abandoned her work in the east and dashed to Leylin's side. It was a pity that Leylin's thoughts were all on gathering high-grade meditation techniques and all sorts of information, giving Celine the cold shoulder. I don't really feel anything. Leylin was quite indifferent to all this. The reason why he had established an academy was just so that it would be more convenient for him gather meditation techniques and precious resources. Discovery of a warlock. Celine watched Leylin, who was bathing in the light from the sunstones, seemingly intoxicated by the sight. Leylin still retained his handsome young appearance, as if the passing of time did not leave any traces on him. He, who was glimmering with golden rays, seemed to be a war god wrapped in golden robes. It was this young man who had already reached the apex in Twilight Zone, having seized immense authority that nobody could even imagine of possessing. How are the results of the experiment? Celine asked. Quite all right. Though there was a smile on his face, it seemed slightly dark, and Celine tactfully did not ask further. Leylin's hand groped around her body, but his thoughts were someplace else. Through supplements from numerous high-grade meditation technique, the AI chip's meditation technique databank was becoming even more complete, and it had even simulated the 4th level of Chemoyan's pupil. However, Leylin was still slightly worried. He planned on searching for the original Chemoyan's pupil meditation technique to compare as well as improve his own. It was always better to be more careful when it came to anything that had to do with the spirit. If the situation with the meditation technique was a good thing, there was something else that made Leylin's mood the worst it could be. He looked at his stats. Leylin Farlier. Rank 3 Warlock. Bloodline. Giant Chemoyan Serpent. Strength. 23.6. Agility. 20.1. Vitality. 35.7. Spiritual Force. 206.5. Magic Power. 206. Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. 15 years. It's been 15 whole years, and the improvement in my meditation technique has been slight. If not for the numbers given by the AI chip, I would have suspected I had completely stopped improving. Leylin's expression was dark. In these 15 years, he had hovered around the level of a rank 3 warlock that had just advanced. He had not even reached the vapor phase of his spiritual force. This speed was making him go crazy. Though Leylin liked to enjoy himself, those were things he did while he was not increasing his strength. At his level, he might not have a rival in Twilight Zone and be the tyrant he was. However, how was this the life that he wanted? Before obtaining the greatest strength at the apex, Leylin did not plan to slow his footsteps. The resources of Twilight Zone are plentiful for rank 1 and 2 magi, but for rank 3, they're insufficient. In addition, based on calculations by the AI chip, to become a rank 3 magus with gaseous spiritual force, I need to have a vapor phase spell formation, but it doesn't exist in Twilight Zone. Leylin pondered. In addition, there's still the Chemoyan's pupil meditation technique. Though the AI chip has simulated a portion of it, it's better to get the original and refer to it. All these can't be obtained in Twilight Zone. Leylin made his mind, while the beautiful woman beside him let out a frail gasp. Leylin, who had come back to himself, realized that his hand seemed to have reached a very deep place that was causing Celine to let out pants. Without telling Celine his plans, Leylin embraced and ferociously rolled her onto the bed. Even though he enjoyed this pleasure, Leylin did not lose himself to it. He rejected Celine's suggestion of gathering the Magi of Nature's Alliance Academy and instead left, keeping a low profile and traveling around Twilight Zone. On one hand, Leylin was filled with curiosity about Twilight Zone. After all, he had never truly toured the area, and only gathered information through maps and the information in the AI chip, which was only one aspect of it. More importantly, Leylin wanted to try his luck. He might even be fortunate enough to discover the legacy of some ancient magus. Leylin rejected Celine's requests to accompany him and went on the road since he was used to traveling alone. He weaved through Twilight Zone. He went deep into the nests of darkness creatures, but also headed to the edge of the world, to see the magma sea that stretched as far as the eye could see. While journeying, Leylin disguised himself as a common wandering magus. With the AI chip and directions from the Coin of Destiny, he found quite a few inheritances and the like. It was a pity that these were all small harvests, and were dispensable to Leylin. The more dangerous areas, such as Icy World and the Weeping Ghost Grounds that were extremely terrifying, would cause damage to the coin of destiny and were not places Leylin could go to as of yet. Even so, with his own instincts and the slight directions of the coin, Leylin continued to wander. A thick darkness constantly shrouded around the earth, and only the light on the carriage persisted, illuminating the surrounding area. Is that Grand Ivy Canyon is a ruin left behind by Morning Star Magi? On the carriage, Leylin was conversing with another wandering magus. Leylin was now concealing his frightening rank 3 aura, and also made adjustments to his outer appearance. Nobody would be able to recognize him as the legendary Glorious Guardian. After all, he did not want to be surrounded and watched everywhere he went. He was now having a delightful conversation with a wandering magus he had just met. Yes, I once excavated the outer portions of a ruin and found part of a sculpture there. The surrounding aboriginal culture has also recorded this matter. The slender blue-haired magus with a goatee was speaking excitedly. His name was Farron. Though he was merely a rank 1 official magus, he was unusually interested in traveling and adventures. He had once explored many famous ruins and had a great reputation amongst wandering magi. Leylin listened quietly while sitting beside him, occasionally asking a few questions and providing opinions, which caused Farron's eyes to sparkle. With his current knowledge, there were few in Twilight Zone who could be compared with him. With just a few words, Farron was full of praise for him. Leylin chatted with him once in a while, forcing down the anxiety in his heart. I forcefully made a prophecy while disregarding the damage done to the coin of destiny. I finally found out that the way to improve further is in the west, but now that I'm here and almost at the magma sea, why haven't I discovered anything yet? Leylin dug his hands into his bosom and caressed the surface of the coin of destiny. On the simple gold coin, there were already 2 fine cracks, causing Leylin to feel pain in his heart. Oh, by the way, may I know what Sir Reynolds' intentions are in accompanying me deep inside here? Farron asked. This was a question that had been in his heart for a long time. This is the common territory of the dark elves and dwarves. Those humans have now seized control. If they see us in the outskirts, we could easily be surrounded and attacked. There are a few things I have to take care of. Besides, I want to see that magnificent scene you mentioned about the lava tides. Leylin laughed slightly in answer. Farron's eyes brightened, feeling like he had found someone who could understand himself. Not bad. Based on my guesses, the lava tides that are going to burst out will be the largest in a whole century. They might even surge to the surface. Farron's face was flushed. That's impossible. There are several hundred kilometers of earth crust until we reach the surface. While Leylin said this, his heart suddenly lurched. The surface? This was something worth considering. Perhaps the directions from the coin of destiny had to do with this. Of course, Leylin was not going to start fantasizing and think that he could use the magma and break through the crust. That was something even Morning Star Magi might not be able to do. But this is still possible in theory. As long as I find a suitable place and channel, such as a volcano, Leylin touched his chin, thinking that he would need to inspect a few lava lakes that could link him to the surface. While Leylin was deep in thought, a strange undulation caused him to awaken in surprise. This is, red rays flashed in his eyes, a resonance with my bloodline. Who is it? He abruptly looked in a direction, stirred up and grim. What's going on? Farron waved his hand curiously, and the carriage stopped. Immediately after, he felt Magi's energy fluctuations traveling from the direction Leylin was looking at. So it's a battle between Magi. Sir Reynolds' acuity is truly admirable. Farron sighed in heartfelt awe. Just this extraordinary sensory ability made it clear that this magus called Reynolds was ranked far above him. An energy aura far away sensed something and began to head in this direction at a mad dash. Sir Reynolds, it looks like they are going to use us as a shield. Farron sneered. Such a scheme was as crude and laughable as a little tease in the eyes of Magi. However, seeing someone dared provoke himself, Farron's eyes flashed with an icy glint. Shoo! A brownish-yellow ray launched over. The response from his bloodline became more intense. The yellow light stopped in front of the carriage, revealing a middle-aged magus. His skin let off a bronze light, and there were numerous traces of burning on his skin. The lines on his face were resolute, and even while heavily injured, he still emanated the charm of a mature man. What was even more eye-catching were his eyes, which was a pair of amber pupils. A warlock. He's definitely a warlock, and he has a deep relationship with my bloodline. Leylin's eyes met with the others, and they immediately understood each other's identities. After seeing Leylin, The middle-aged magus' expression slackened and he produced something like an emblem to Leylin. "My lord, please save me." He used the Byron language, which was a mandatory subject for all magi. Leylin naturally understood. Thud. As if he had relaxed too much, the middle-aged man could not hold on any longer and collapsed, fainting on the ground. Pock. The emblem accurately fell in the palm of Leylin's hand. Manxstray bloodline warlock. The emblem was rather small, the back being a bronze base. After seeing the symbol on the front, Leylin's pupils suddenly shrunk. It was a giant black serpent formed from numerous runes, holding its tail in its mouth and forming a strange circular imprint. That symbol. I've seen it before in the Dylan Gardens. Leylin obviously would not have forgotten this. The memory was still fresh in his mind. When he was in the Dylan Gardens, there was a large oil painting of this black snake holding its tail in its mouth in Great Magus Sir Holmes' inheritance. Behind that oil painting had been where Leylin had obtained Kemoyan's pupil. This symbol could be said to mark the beginning of Leylin's path as a warlock. Him being a warlock, the resonance of our bloodlines, and the symbol. Leylin weighed the emblem in his palm. Looks like he was what the coin of destiny was leading me towards. What? Reynold, you know him? Old Farron asked. No, but I need to rescue him. Leylin's tone was light but held within an unquestionable resolve. My apologies, but if you insist, we can only part ways here. I don't want to meet with any trouble. As a magus, Farron instinctively declined. A rank 1 magus like that usually represented some form of trouble, and Farron had no wish to provoke it. Besides, he and Leylin had merely met en route and just got along well. He wasn't close enough to Leylin that he'd take risks for him. Of course. You can leave first, Leylin answered, not finding Farron's choice strange. If Farron was the type to ardently insist on staying with him, he wouldn't have been able to live to this age. I'm sorry. With an apologetic look on his face, he made to get on the carriage and leave. Stop right there. At this moment, a sudden sound was heard, bringing with it a loud boom. 5 or 6 streaks of glaring lights shone over from the skies, and by the time the shine dissipated, the figures of 6 different magi had appeared. They were evidently a mix of races, and the presence of dark elves and dwarves surprised Leylin. Rumble. Amidst the flying dust, a group of elite underground winter spider knights and dwarven soldiers hurried over. Human magus. The dwarf and dark elf in charge furrowed their brows after seeing Leylin and Farron. Twilight Zone was now a place where the human race had the highest status. Even in the outer regions, human magi would be respected. Of course, if they were in the desolate outskirts, there would be situations where these races murdered humans and robbed them of their treasures. Although such acts occurred, there would be no traces left behind, lest the humans use it as a cause to invade. It was difficult to eliminate 2 magi and prevent news from spreading. This is a despicable thief that stole the sacred item that our 2 races are jointly protecting. Magi, please don't misunderstand. The dark elven and dwarven magi warned them. Protecting a sacred item. What is it? Leylin curiously scanned the unconscious middle-aged warlock with his spiritual force and then found a green bundle of vines in his arms. A concentrated life force extended from within the vine ball. So it's this. A look of understanding flashed in Leylin's eyes. This bundle of vines was actually called the Vitality Fruit Vine, and it held within a large amount of life force essence. To those races that trained in meditation techniques like the Dark Elves, life absorption, it was truly invaluable. It could replenish much life force and treat injuries or even save lives and was naturally thought of highly by soldiers and the artisan dwarves. That was why these 2 races were looking after it together. The reason why Leylin was so knowledgeable on this was because this fruit had always been a major product in the Dark Elves and Dwarves' yearly offerings, and Leylin enjoyed a whole portion of them alone. Because of him, there was a shortage of these vitality fruit vines. Even the theft of 1 fruit would result in one getting in much trouble and being hunted down. Though you are human magi, these sacred items have to be offered up to the guardian of the realm, Lord Leylin. Seeing Leylin still unmoved, a dark elf threatened. Magus Reynold, you've brought me trouble. Farron laughed bitterly. Farron naturally knew of the famous guardian of the realm. Say was the ruler of the entirety of Twilight Zone. Even he, a wandering magus, had many mentors and acolytes to take care of. He could not truly break away from them. At the mention of the legendary rank 3 magus, Farron seemed to have plans of casting away this troublesome matter. Reynold, we, PFF'd. Leylin could not hold it in and began to laugh. The smile on his face became so big that he even bent down, holding his belly with both hands. Unable to rein in his laughter. Human magus, why are you laughing? Their leaders exchanged a glance, having a bad feeling. At this time, they took note of the handsome young man in front of them, his face seeming to be exceptionally familiar with them. It's the first time someone's used my own name to threaten me. After laughing, Leylin's expression darkened. At the same time, there was a strange change to his face, as if there was a spontaneous removal of some concealing method. An aura similar to the awakening of an ancient wild beast began to emanate from his body. Thud, 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 thud. The 8 legs of the underground winter spiders began to tremble and they weakly fell to the ground. The underground winter spider knights and dwarven soldiers all fell. Leylin took a step forward, and space seemed to freeze. The 6 magi in midair were forced to the ground, expressions full of terror. Your Leylin Farlier, the guardian of Twilight Zone, the great emperor of the night. Farron's mouth widened, his goatee sticking up. His fingers were trembling and he was so scared he was almost unable to speak. Goodness. So the one who had been journeying with him was the Lord Guardian whose name had spread far and wide. The one who was almost deified. Farron immediately searched through his memories until he found he had not said anything unpleasant about Nature's Alliance or Leylin himself, and then heaved a sigh of relief. After that, however, his heart got stuck in his throat once more. Previously, he had been planning on leaving Leylin and that magus to flee for his life. Would this behavior gain the displeasure of the Radiant Guardian? Compared to the inner conflicts Farron had, the blow Leylin's appearance had towards these other races was completely different. Greetings to Lord Guardian of the realm. The dark elven and dwarven magi immediately bowed. Even if he were a fake, the unique energy undulations from a rank 3 magus could not be mistaken. The magi of both races had a very deep impression of Leylin's expression, and even if they were turned to dust, they would not get it wrong. After all, Leylin had destroyed the splendor their 2 races had possessed, and even killed their rulers brazenly. Leylin was now like a devil king or monster to them. Tell the people behind you that I'm going to take this man. This vitality fruitvine will also be considered part of this year's portion. Leylin indifferently ordered. He was not planning to use raw force because that would just be bullying them. Understood, my lord. The dark elven and dwarven magi heaved a long sigh, bowed, and then withdrew quickly as if there was a great monster chasing them. The news of Leylin's appearance here was much too mind-blowing, and they had to bring this news to their higher-ups immediately to be able to respond. Are you awake? If you are, come here. The middle-aged magus opened his eyes, Leylin's voice sounding by his ear. He immediately got up and saw Leylin standing aside, playing with a test tube full of blood. Within that test tube were strands of earth and yellow that had congealed, unable to scatter. Cubular greets my lord. He immediately knelt respectfully, looking deferential and odd, as if a wolf that had seen its king. Leylin had sensed this. He had the feeling that through his bloodline, he could influence this magus. This was a terrifying thing. The huge Manxstray snake. Your bloodline comes from the wilted huge Manxstray snake. Leylin concluded. Yes. Warlock of the Manxstray bloodline, Cubular, greets my lord. He bowed once more. No wonder. Leylin shook his head. He finally understood the strange feeling he got from this man. The wilted huge snake Manxstray was said to have a trace of the bloodline of the giant Chemoian serpent. Though it was thinned out, it was still a descendant of the Chemoian serpent. In the face of a true warlock of the giant Chemoian serpent, it was natural to be affected and suppressed by him. When Leylin was still an acolyte, he had once seen a huge Manxstray snake. Though it was still young, it was enough to cause him a headache. The matured body of this huge Manxstray snake was comparable to that of an official magus. Though it was nothing in Leylin's eyes now, that was a terrifying strength for acolytes. Well then, tell me your history and your reason in coming here. Leylin spoke expressionlessly, though his eyes were enough for Cubular's heart to turn cold. Though he could not use spirit-searching spells on official magi, it was very easy for Leylin, a warlock who had already advanced to rank 3, to completely smash the spirit and extract spirit fragments from him. Though he would not get a complete set of information if he did that, and this warlock would definitely die, it was very possible. Fortunately, Cubular was evidently a sharp-witted man and deathly afraid of Leylin. Soon enough, he systematically narrated his origins. After hearing a few words, Leylin's expression became grim. Central Continent Cubular claimed to be a magus from the Central Continent. The hometown of the great magus Sirholm, the core of the entire magus world, the sacred land of Magi, the Central Continent. As for why Cubular was at this place, Leylin could not care less. On the contrary, he was very interested in the route Cubular had taken to get here. If they were to walk this path in the opposite direction, would they be able to successfully reach the central continent? Leylin spoke the question in his mind. Cubular's face showed a moment of hesitation before he respectfully divulged the truth. In actual fact, the surface right above this subterranean world is the central continent. I learned of the exact spot where the lava erupts from a research manual passed down through my family. After calculating the weaker points in the lava, I followed the pathway to arrive at this place. Having heard Cubular's account, Leylin more or less understood the procedure of his entrance. On the whole, this was like what he had previously envisaged, and would also explain why the other party's body had horrifying burn wounds. No matter how precise his calculations of the lava's weak points were, the flames and the high temperature were not something a rank 1 magus could bear. If he had not by chanced upon the life vine fruit, he might have already become a charred corpse. I already settled the inconvenience with the dark elves and dwarves. You can have this as a reward for being open with your information. Leylin waved his hands and threw the life vine fruit into Cubular's hands. Thank you, my lord. A tinge of gratitude appeared on Cubular's face. To him, managing to keep his life had already been a huge reward. As for the fruit that was full of vitality, it was a welcome surprise. Sizzle. A few fine red blood vessels sprouted forth from his fingers, drilled into the insides of the fruit, and started to draw large amounts of life essence. With a lively green radiance appearing on his body, his burn wounds recovered quickly. The scars gradually faded, eventually disappearing without a trace. The scene reminded Leylin of the parasitic body of the huge Manxtray snake he had seen as an acolyte. The two seemed to have a certain level of similarity in their abilities. Moreover, the method of directly drawing in vitality seemed to be inspired by the meditation techniques that could absorb other spiritual force. Of course, those were all small matters. Having seen Cubular's state improving, Leylin then asked him about the black serpent emblem. Also, this symbol, what meaning does it actually have? What? My lord actually doesn't know. His response further surprised Leylin, but Cubular calmed down a moment after his reaction. It doesn't matter, the bloodline cannot be faked. After seeing Leylin's look of puzzlement, Cubular immediately explained to Leylin, this is a symbol of our organization, the Ouroboros clan. The Ouroboros clan. Leylin nodded. That name was indeed very vivid. Is that an organization of bloodline warlocks? Yes. Furthermore, within the Ouroboros clan, we only accept warlocks who hold the bloodline of the giant Chemoian serpent or its descendants. Cubular answered very certainly. Additionally, a giant Chemoian serpent warlock with great power, simply by joining the Ouroboros clan, could instantly obtain a relatively high rank, he added after shooting Leylin a glance. Since this is the case, then I have nothing much to hide. Leylin laughed. In actual fact, I too am a wandering magus. I came to Twilight Zone by accident and chanced upon the inheritance of the giant Chemoian serpent among historical remains. It was there that I first saw the symbol of the Ouroboros clan. Leylin spoke honestly. Even though he spoke vaguely, and did not reveal any real details, Cubular was smart enough to not ask further. On the contrary, he fed large amounts of information regarding the central continent to Leylin. From this information, and records that he had obtained from ancient books, Leylin finally pieced together an image of the sacred land of the Magi. The central continent was the core of the Magus world. It spanned across a huge area, and had an abundance of precious resources. There, official Magi were as common as the clouds, and rank 2 Magi were the elites. Rank 3 Magi were respected, although there were different ranks to them. Only Morning Star Magi truly held clout. Organizations in the central continent needed a Morning Star Magus to oversee their development if they hoped to grow in power. Some small organizations were occasionally built by rank 2 or rank 3 Magi, but they were short-lived, typically being destroyed after a short period of time. You say we have warlocks at the Morning Star realm overseeing the Ouroboros clan. Leylin was most interested in this. After all, they were rank 4 warlocks with the bloodline of giant Chemoian serpents. This was clearly his path ahead. Yes. Cubular was clearly very pleased with Leylin's usage of we, with his tone and expressions being much intimate. Among the ranks of our Ouroboros clan, the Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Third Elder have all reached rank 4. If they joined forces, they could even contend with a rank 5 Radiant Moon Magus. As a result, our Ouroboros clan could be said to have some fame in the central continent. Having said this, Cubular clearly felt proud. Rank 5. Radiant Moon Magus. A doubtful expression crossed Leylin's face, and he asked Cubeler to clarify the rankings of magi after the Morning Star realm. Official magi had a total of 9 ranks, and they were respectively termed magi from rank 1 to 9. And for every 3 ranks, there would be an extremely large bottleneck. From rank 1 magi to rank 3 magi, and from the rank 4 magi to rank 6 magi, and eventually rank 7 and above, the differences between them was extremely terrifying. The central continent was slowly regaining the splendor of ancient times. Not only were rank 4 Morning Star Magi becoming common, even rank 5 Radiant Moon Magi and rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magi would appear periodically. Morning Star, Radiant Moon, and Breaking Dawn were the honorific titles of rank 4, 5 and 6 Magi respectively. Am I akin to a moon or sun? Leylin laughed in his heart. However, just a Morning Star Magus has a lifespan of more than 1,000 years and possesses tremendous strength. The even greater glory and radiance rank 5 and 6 Grand Magi possess can be understood from just that. Cubeler had not discovered Leylin's thoughts and continued to narrate, I don't qualify to know about what comes after the Breaking Dawn realm. Moreover, the few Magi who are at rank 6 are all the most influential leaders of the central continent, and are titled kings. King of Magi. This term has a lot of meaning to it. Leylin nodded. There are 3 main powers in the central continent. The warlocks tied together by bloodlines, the magus organizations that hold a lot of high-grade meditation techniques, and the academies where various powers mingle with each other. Together, these 3 sets control over 70% of the resources and land of the entire continent. The rest is occupied by an assortment of human magi and other species. With Cubeler's description, a blueprint of the central continent gradually appeared in Leylin's mind. Strange species, large amounts of resources, high-ranked magi, and a larger stage in space for improvement. A flame ignited within Leylin's eyes, as well as an even stronger urge to immediately rush towards the central continent. Immediately, he suppressed the desire and impulse. All right, now can you explain to me why you would risk your life to escape from the central continent? Leylin's eyes that radiated coldness glanced into Cubeler's, which immediately made the latter feel a chill in his heart. Actually, Cubeler's did not look good. After which he knelt down before Leylin, and placed his forehead tightly on the ground. Lord Leylin, please accept me as one of your henchmen. What do you mean? Please explain yourself clearly. Leylin's face remained unchanged. After which, he heard some untasteful stories from Cubeler. To put things simply, Cubeler had offended someone in the Ouroboros clan, which had left him with no choice but to leave. Now, he wished to obtain Leylin's protection so as to once again return. Honestly speaking, from the looks of the central continent Magi, the subterranean world and other areas were all desolate. If not for the fact that he was forced into such circumstances, why would he willingly leave his hometown? Why do you think I can protect you? Leylin desired to know. Before asking clearly, he would not easily promise anything. Of course, my lord has already achieved rank 3, and is a giant Chemoian serpent warlock, with a bright future. How can people like us rival that? Cubeler said matter-of-factly, and had a faint tone of admiration and inferiority. This subordinate has offended a black Horal Snake warlock, who has the potential to at most grow to rank 3. The high-ranked officers of the Ouroboros clan would definitely not side with him. Growth potential. Leylin was alarmed and understood that he heard something extremely important. Does my lord not know yet? Cubeler, on the other hand, had already in favor of himself, changed his address of Leylin. The inheritance I obtained did not contain any object in this area, please detail Edley explain. Leylin's face looked upset. His heart had a bad omen. Yes, subordinate will not hide anything. Cubeler's attitude was extremely upright, and he had started to follow the standards of vassals. Leylin could not be bothered to correct him. As Cubeler narrated, Leylin's face got gloomier, and eventually was like that of the sky before an imminent storm. Flag LW bloodline shackles warlocks were a branch of ancient magi, and possessed enormous strength as a result of their bloodlines. Warlocks of a rank not only had all the abilities a regular magus of that rank held, but also the amplification of their bloodline. Their powers greatly surpassed those of regular magi. Why couldn't such a powerful branch dominate the magus world? Why, instead, did they lay low in the south coast and twilight zone, with even the central continent only containing a small number of them? All of this could be attributed to their main problem, the shackles of their bloodlines. According to Cubeler, unlike magi who could continuously improve, the advancement of warlocks was largely dependent on the bloodline they inherited. That was to say that, For a huge Manxtray snake warlock like Cubular, because of the bounds of his bloodline, he was destined to never advance further after being an official magus. No amount of effort could promote him to rank 2. This was the shackles of a bloodline. Similarly, the peak of a black Horal snake warlock's development was rank 3. Such a warlock would never enter the Morning Star realm. For a Chemoian giant serpent warlock like Leylin, even though his pure bloodline could support him in his advancement to rank 2 and rank 3, it was of little effect against the obstacles to becoming a Morning Star magus. Moreover, after advancing to a Morning Star, he too would lose his potential to advance. It was impossible for a warlock to alter his own bloodline, and hence there were nearly no solutions to this problem. In reality, magi like Leylin could be considered to be quite fortunate. After all, Morning Star magi still held some clout even in the central continent. The more miserable ones were warlocks who could not even advance to become official magi, due to the limits of their bloodlines. For instance, if Cubular had used a young Manxtray snake instead of a matured one, then his entire life would be spent with him as an acolyte. No matter how great his talent was, it would be useless. Having heard all this, even Leylin, who had considerable knowledge, broke out in a cold sweat. Initially, if he had coveted convenience and directly used the blood of the black Horal snake to advance, he might have been restricted to being a rank 3 magus, and lost any hope of progression. And now, although Cubular had said that the limits of his potential were that of a rank 4 warlock, at least it was better than before. Moreover, even in ancient times, Morning Star magi were prominent figures. With their strength, they were likely to have interacted with regions on a broader scale than a rank 3 magus. As a result, there might already have been some solutions to this. Lastly, there was still the rich resources of the icy world and the legendary snake dowager, which presented a gleam of hope. Due to Leylin's confidence in himself, he was only somewhat dispirited before he recovered. He thought back to what had come up when he obtained the Chemoian's pupil meditation technique. All those who walk on the path of bloodlines will eventually be shackled by the very bloodline itself. The line had baffled him then, and had left him with an ominous premonition. From the looks of it now, though, it was a reference to the shackles of a warlock's bloodline. At that time, great Magus Sirholm was cultivating the giant Chemoian serpent bloodline. He had conducted a lot of experiments on bloodlines, perhaps this was why Leylin thought of this again. Very evidently, even in the circle of Ouroboros, warlocks of different bloodlines have different positions. The giant Chemoian serpent warlocks held the highest status, to the point that some pureblood giant Chemoian serpent warlocks could merely rely on time to elapse and enter rank 3 automatically in a few hundred years. They even had the hopes of becoming Morning Star magi. As a result, pureblood giant Chemoian serpent warlocks like these would be elite royalty in the circle of Ouroboros. Viewed as future Morning Star seeds, they were protected and nurtured. On the other hand, the black Horal snake warlocks had a bloodline limit of rank 3, and would forever not be able to improve. However, in any case, they relied on the strength of their bloodline and did not have any problems advancing to be rank 2 magi. There was a possibility to become rank 3 as well, so they ranked just after giant Chemoian serpent warlocks. As for huge Manxtray snake warlocks like Cubular, they were a bunch with the most miserable status, only slightly better than the acolyte warlocks. Even rank 3 warlocks with a slightly better bloodline would look down on them. This wasn't intentional, just a result of differences in strength. Hence, for higher status and better treatment, many lower-ranked warlocks chose to go under the wings of giant Chemoian serpent warlocks, forming the relationship of a master and vassal. This was how warlock clans came to be. Cubular had detected the bloodline resonance of Leylin's giant Chemoian serpent bloodline, and immediately sold himself to Leylin in exchange for protection. Upon hearing that, Leylin sighed internally. Looks like no matter where you are, as long as any organizations exist, there will be a hierarchy of power and unfairness, exploitation and oppression. Having seen Cubular's nervous and hopeful expression, he laughed weakly. I, Leylin Farlier, accept you as my vassal. I hope you'll be able to abide by the rules of our master-servant contract. The prestige and status of the family of Leylin Farlier, as you wish, master. From now on, your wish is my command, as witnessed by this drop of blood. Cubular's face was solemn. He cut his hand, and smeared the bright red blood with a tinge of yellow on his forehead, kowtowing low. Bam! After he paid his respects, Leylin instantly felt a contracted connection, the bloodline contract. To him, there were few restrictions, but the impact on Cubular was much greater. Originally, Leylin could only hint at an impact Cubular to a small extent through his high-level bloodline. With the contract having taken effect, that influence was amplified. Even if Leylin were to order Cubular to die, Cubular would probably have to follow the orders. This control of a higher rank has over a lower rank is this strong. Having seen this point, Leylin did not experience any joy, but instead, fear had arisen in his heart. Since the giant Chemoian serpent was a species with a snake bloodline, should it meet a snake species of a higher rank, or even the snake dowager, the other party could easily butcher it. No, absolutely not. My will is mine alone. Leylin shouted violently in his head, and even resolved himself secretly. Even though he had many considerations, from Cubular's point of view, Leylin was merely mildly startled before accepting his oath. Master, I arrived at this point from the spurting of the lava. This is the map and the site of the volcano. After Cubular got up, he immediately passed on a map to Leylin with both hands. Are you in a hurry? Leylin looked at the map. At the top, there was labeled a curvy path. In the upper region were more detailed lava sites. The only drawback was that there were damages and stains in some areas, which could not be seen clearly. Master, I made use of the dormancy of the volcano to get here. Large amounts of the lava had solidified into pathways to this place. If we are to get out, we must rush to do it before the volcano erupts. If not, large amounts of lava will block the pathways. These conditions will only last a few days. If we miss this opportunity, we will have to wait for at least 100 years. Cubular's thoughts naturally would not be able to keep Leylin in the dark, hence he just said it out directly. Even though he had just arrived here, he already disdained the nasty conditions of Twilight Zone. Not only was the energy particle concentration here much lower than that of the central continent, the resources were also much poorer. For instance, the vitality fruit vine might not have been common in the central continent, but rank 3 acolytes could get a hold of them. It wasn't big enough for official magi to fight each other over. Seeing his longing to return, Leylin's anticipation towards the central continent immediately increased. The prosperity of the central continent seemed to have exceeded his expectations. The description even contained traces of the golden age of the ancient magi. This can come later. First, I'll go check out where you came from. Leylin stroked his chin and kept the map. Even though he had decided to proceed towards the central continent, there were many things to settle in Twilight Zone as well. After all, in a guild as big as Nature's Alliance, there were a lot of vested interests. Also, were Leylin to disappear, the human race would be thrown into chaos, and this might even extend to beings of other species. Bloop. Bloop. This was a huge lava lake. Large amounts of fresh red lava continuously boiled to the top, radiating heat. The lava at the central had grown so hot it was golden yellow, the glow of the ripples captivating even in its danger. This high temperature, Leylin's face slightly changed. I'm afraid that even with my defense I could withstand it for 10 hours at most. Above the lake was a giant hole. It was pitch black, with no exit in sight, but there were traces of wind howls transmitting out from it. Above us is the main entrance towards the giant volcanic mountain range. Normally, the lava level is so high that it covers the entrance. Only once in 100 years, during the short dormancy, does it drop down low enough to travel through, Cubular explained. I know. Leylin's body rose into midair, as he felt the edges of the cave. A strange feeling of a solid glow with a tinge of heat was transmitted over. After being immersed in large amounts of lava, the surface of the rock was not composed as it was before. It had become an alloy of metal and crystal. We need to make the most of the time we have. If not, we won't be able to make it back to the surface of the earth before the lava engulfs the area. Cubular's expression looked peculiar. Similarly, he had not thought that having just arrived at this place, he would have to journey back again. Planning for the afterlife? No, don't worry. I have better plans. Leylin smiled faintly. Furthermore, I still have some things to settle here. Cubular's heart was too full of worry. He wondered whether his lord was going to wait 100 years for the next cycle. Manxtray bloodline warlocks like him did not have a long lifespan. He could, at most, last 200 or 300 years. 100 years was, to him, a significant portion of his lifespan. But, Cubular looked at the man whom he now served. As a vassal, the lord has the last say, so what more could he do than laugh bitterly? I'll be heading out for a while. Stay here and monitor the lava flow data, and contact me periodically using our secret imprints. In the meanwhile, use the special rocks here to make one of these. All you have to do is follow this blueprint. A fluorescent blue light flashed in Leylin's eyes. It took him but a moment to form a design and imprint it into a crystal ball. Cubeler's face changed slightly as he received it, and he respectfully lowered his head. Yes, my lord. All right. Moments after the order was given, Leylin transformed into a dark silhouette and disappeared. A black streak pierced through the sky, creating friction with the air and leaving behind an ear-piercing screech. Even if he had time to prepare, it was running out, so it was important to make the most of it. Nature's Alliance, North Twilight Zone. Celine sat behind the huge and luxurious office table and stretched lazily, revealing her perfect curves. Although doing irksome corrections and office affairs every day was very troublesome, she found the tiring job enjoyable. It made every cell in her body shiver with excitement and even made her slightly moist down below every time she thought about how every word she put to paper, even every sentence she uttered, would make a big difference to the fates of numerous acolytes and even magi. But it is a pity that my position here is not fully secured. Celine glanced at her flat and smooth abdomen, a rather reluctant expression on her face. What's wrong? Are you still grumbling that you're not with child? The voice of a young man suddenly sounded from inside the office. Ra, Radiant Guardian. When the other female magi and office administrators saw Leylin, they could not contain the excitement in their eyes. Files were overturned and cups of tea spilled as they rushed to bow. Leylin said as he nodded and waved. All the magi except Celine left the office quickly, completely silent. Yes. Celine looked into Leylin's eyes without fear. Although the mental state of this impeccably handsome man was rather decent, his attire was somewhat dusty and messy. Could this be the aftermath of rushing and being nervous? As a keen and observant woman, Celine immediately realized this. Leylin, you're currently standing at the peak of Twilight Zone. One step and you can turn the entirety of it into a Magus kingdom, and pass it on through the generations. Celine's voice held a mixture of excitement and confusion. A child. All you need is a child. An inheritor to your power. Her eyes clouded up as she hugged Leylin. If it was the past, Leylin definitely would not hesitate to argue with her over it. But now, Celine noticed the calm in Leylin's eyes, calm like the still waters of an old well. A realization hit Celine, making her immediately sink into immense fear. The day she loses Leylin's affection would be the day she loses everything. This was also the reason why she strongly wished to bear Leylin's child. Even as she struggled to think of a method to show her affection, Leylin's next words beat her down into the abyss. I have to go. You're going. Celine was feeling slightly giddy. Where to? I'm leaving this place. Leaving Twilight Zone. Leylin paused at every word, making sure Celine heard everything clearly. Are you mad? Why do you want to leave this place? You're the king here. You're my sun and my star. You are my everything. What would happen once Leylin leaves? The mere thought of scenarios that might happen if he followed through with his words made Celine sink into extreme fear. She hugged Leylin tightly, tears flashing at the corners of her eyes. And yet, Leylin cruelly pushed her away, his hand cold as steel. Celine calmed down and gazed at the emotionless Leylin. As you know, I'm actually not even a Magus of Twilight Zone, it was all an accident. Leylin slowly said. Regarding his history, after going through so many interactions and investigations, this woman had probably speculated a lot already. Sure enough, Celine's face remained unchanged and she evidently did not feel surprised. I seek the pinnacle of the Magus world. The scene of different worlds from the top will be the most beautiful view one could ever hope for, so I cannot stop advancing. I must continue forward until I achieve my goal. I believe you too can understand this. Leylin looked into the depths of Celine's eyes. At this moment, Celine had already completely calmed down. Or rather, was it all just an act before? Leylin's thoughts stopped here as he couldn't help but secretly feel a little annoyed. I do. I've always known that when this place can no longer fulfill your requirements any further, you would leave. I fully understand that, but I never thought that our separation would be this quick, or in this manner. Celine chuckled bitterly as she combed through her messy hair. Fate is unpredictable. Leylin tried to hide the news about the central continent. Plus, I've also made appropriate arrangements. What arrangements? I can't keep the other races in rank 2 magi in check. Even I rose the ranks to the peak with your help, I'm only a rank 1 magus, not someone they'll listen to. Celine was indeed very realistic and had already accepted the reality of Leylin leaving and was already planning her own future. Swish. Leylin flicked his finger and a black ray of light penetrated the window, landing on the huge black stone sculpture in the plaza in front of the teaching block. Buzz. The sculpture started trembling and a thin barrier of light flickered at the top. I left some of my aura on this sculpture. As long as my main body doesn't die, this barrier of light will never dissipate. Believe in the deterrence of this rank 3 magus and you'll still be able to continue for a very long time. Other than being a clear indicator of whether he was dead or alive, there was absolutely nothing else that was useful about this aura. But as long as the Magi of Twilight Zone knew that Leylin was still alive somewhere, he would be a terrifying deterrence to them. And this was a way of assuring that the relations and power he left behind still existed. Good. What else? Celine's voice finally contained some hope. These. Leylin handed her a few fine, white crystal chips. These are some spirit sources that I control, Iron, Gogoer and a few rank 2 Magi. As long as they're in your hands, there will never come a day where they betray you. These Magi were the core strength of Nature's Alliance. In fact, as long as Celine had them under her control, the entirety of Nature's Alliance would be subject to her manipulation. As long as there was no internal conflict, Nature's Alliance was the most powerful in the entire Twilight Zone. Even if Leylin suddenly went missing and caused a stir, it would not affect Nature's Alliance too much. After all, this was still Leylin's backup plan. He still had the treasures of the icy world waiting to be excavated and he would not give up on them so easily. This was also the reason why Leylin specially rushed back to prepare. Celine herself wasn't an important enough reason for him to return. Besides, when I disappear, you can simply claim that I've gone to a secret facility for research. Anyway, it's common for high-rank Magi to spend a decade on research, no? Alright, goodbye, Leylin finally said and left. This was similar to how a person working at an office would act before leaving every morning. Leylin simply left after a few words, not at all like someone who was going to leave for someplace far away. In any case, Leylin had already seen Celine for who she was, a woman whose heart will never truly be moved. She was just calculative and thirsty for power. Looking at her suppressed excitement as she held the spirit sources, she must have already been rejoicing on the inside. Hold on. This will not be the last time, right? What I said before was true. I will take care of your bloodlines, and turn them into the guardian of the next generation. Celine bit her lower lip. I'm sorry. I don't have much time. Leylin's figure transformed into a black ray of light and he shot into midair, disappearing into the horizon in a flash. Leylin understood Celine's plans very well. Bloodlines of high-leveled Magi were hard to come by. Furthermore, he progressed incredibly fast. Celine thought that his bloodline was from an ancient, fearful creature. Hence, she wanted him to leave some of his seeds behind. In actual fact, Leylin was now a first-generation bloodline warlock. The blood descendants he left behind would also have the Chemoian's bloodline and would naturally be warlocks. With a bit of nurturing, they would be unbelievably strong. But why would Leylin do that? Even when he fooled around with numerous girls before, he had secretly controlled his secretion and made sure not to leave any descendants behind. A clink sounded in Celine's hands as Leylin walked away, leaving behind remnants of a delicate gold cup. She always had great confidence in her charm and knowledge, but looking at the situation now, it seemed like Leylin did not have the slightest bit of concern towards her. This hurt her pride badly. But a smile crept onto her face once again as she stared at the huge number of spirit sources in her palms. Now that Leylin had left, the power of Nature's Alliance truly lied in her hands. A wave of happiness drowned her heart as her face flushed. Everything had happened just as how Leylin had predicted. Under Celine's leadership, Nature's Alliance naturally became stronger. Though there was unrest in the Twilight Zone for the 10 years after Leylin's absence, it would still be contained. This, too, was related to Leylin's prior subjugation of the power-hungry Twilight Zone Magi and the major powers of other races. Gradually, the tales of Radiant Guardian Leylin turned into a legend. As for Leylin, a new journey was just beginning for him. The central continent magma roiled around like water in a rough sea, emitting heat waves that swept across, a hint of the incredible power beneath. A sheet of golden liquid lay at its center, as if a lake within the lake. However, this magnificent sheet could stop Magi in their steps. Above the lava lay a giant passage, tiny voices sounding from it now and then. The rock around this passage was very hard, and no one knew where it led. Swish! A silhouette appeared on the shores of the lake. The light dispersed to show a very young magus, his long black hair tied up casually and his skin fine and smooth. His handsome face was filled with the dignity of a ruler. This was naturally Leylin, but his robe was currently a little dusty. The hurried round trip had drained him. My lord. A middle-aged magus with bronze skin saluted. Are you finished? Leylin asked casually. Yes. Please follow me. Cubular led Leylin to a hole he dug near the lake. A giant ball lay at the center. The dark ball seemed to made of stone, its surface was a glossy black. On a side of the ball was a door which revealed that it was hollow. According to your blueprint and orders, all parts were made from the hardest layer of this metamorphic rock to bear the high temperature of the central magma. The joints were even reinforced by runes, he reported at Leylin's side like a loyal servant. He didn't even mention the difficulty in collecting the rock and casting it into shape. Good job. Leylin nodded, looking at the runes inside the ball with surprise. This Manxtray bloodline warlock was much better than he'd expected at alchemy. No, it's my pleasure to serve my lord, there is no trouble at all. Cubular saluted humbly with his hands crossed before his chest. This sort of respect was expected in front of magi with higher bloodlines. Cubular had grown used to it during his time in the Ouroboros clan. The lava lake is becoming more active recently. I'm afraid this means that it's about to erupt. At that time, the place would be flooded with lava, blocking the entirety of the passage. Cubular had come down here when the volcano was dormant, and had still suffered horrific burns. This had left him in fear of the lava. Although he went with his lord's plan, he was still worried. However, the servant had no right to make the final decision. He could only make suggestions and had to follow his master's orders. I understand. The eruption will occur in an hour and 23 minutes. Prepare yourself. With the AI, Chip's ability to observe and forecast the eruption, Leylin knew the timing much better than Cubular did. He had run this plan by his AI, Chip's calculations, and the success rate was over 90%. Why would he risk his life if not? More than an hour later, a black ball was floating on the red lava as if it was in the water. Cubular sat inside with Leylin, face pale. Watching the lava outside through a magic screen, he stammered out, my lord, this plan is too dangerous. Once the ball was crushed, they would be devoured by endless lava. Even if he was a magus, this kind of horrifying death made him shiver. Calm down. Leylin stared at lava outside calmly. Blub, blub. The lava had reached its boiling point, and the whole cave began to tremble, dust falling off the walls. Beep. Eruption will occur in 10, 9, 8, the AI. Chip had begun the final countdown. Now, Leylin's eyes flashed, and the terrifying strength of a rank 3 magus burst forth. Freeze. With his hands as the center, a layer of deep blue ice spread out along the walls. Cracking sounds rang out as this phenomenon soon extended to the outside, enveloping the ball in ice. This ice was so cold even the boiling lava could not melt it. White vapors arose as the two surfaces came into contact. This can earn us some time, Leylin said with a smile, and then looked at the screen of the AI. Chip. 3, 2, 1. Critical limit reached. Boom. With the prompt of the AI. Chip. Leylin and Cubular felt tremors envelop the ball. It was like they had entered the body of a terrifying ancient monster, and that monster had woken up with a thundering roar. Ah! Cubular screamed with fear, his hands waving around as he struggled to find something to hold on to. Then, he felt a force that could be from the explosion of the universe as a huge impulse hit the bottom of the rock ball. The lava rose into the sky like a dragon taking flight, except this dragon had a small rock ball on the front. Lava surrounded them and rushed into the passage. The ball shook continuously as it hit wall after wall, but what frightened Cubular to death was instead the high gravity. As the ball had rushed up like a rocket, the two inside dealt with an equally large gravitational force. The intense force pulled at Cubular's skin, making him feel like he was being bitten all over by ants. The pain made him lie on the ground like a frog, and he felt like if he wasn't a warlock with a strengthened body, he would have died long ago. Booms sounded out and the trembling continued. The terrifying power of nature made Cubular feel like a tiny ant. All he could do now was pray for an early release from this torment, pray that this rock ball would hold out. Thumps and explosive noises continued to sound out. This was a giant volcanic range, and today its central volcano had accumulated enough pressure to erupt. Masses of black smog were ejected into the sky, forming a sea of gray clouds that shrouded the nearby lands in darkness. Rivulets of lava flowed down the mountain slopes, looking like arteries on flesh. Boom. Finally, with a huge explosion that caused an earthquake, the volcano erupted. It was as if heaven and earth were torn asunder, and the world was ruined. Red lava, dotted with gold, burst into the sky, transforming into countless fire dragons that flew in every direction. Fire raged, and explosions rang forth even as the earth quaked. It was like Armageddon. Amidst this terrifying lava were multiple rocks. Boulders that were as large as hills hit the ground with great force, cracking the earth underneath and ruining everything around them. Bang! Among the countless boulders in the sky was one rock with a particularly regular shape. This rock ball streaked across the ground, leaving behind it a long track of burnt black. The surface of the ball was still a dull red, as if it was ready to melt any moment. The ball soon began to crack apart, and a portion was thrown off with a bang, revealing a hollow interior. So this is the central continent. Leylin came out of the ball, exhaling a breath that was as hot as fire itself. The hellish scene nearby did not affect him. Instead, he was filled with delightful anticipation. The central continent, here I come, he murmured in his mind. It took a while for Cubular to slowly crawl out of the ball, coughing. His body was in a mess, with some burn marks on it. The layer of ice Leylin had made had been thawed within a few dozen seconds of the eruption. Afterwards, the rock ball had heated up to extremely high temperatures. They would have been roasted had they not been magi. Exciting. This is so exciting. After retching for a while, Cubular wiped his sweat off, fear in his eyes. Relax. We got out safely, didn't we? Leylin turned back and smiled. It's quite fair for us to pay a small price for concentrating a day's journey into a few minutes. Yes, my lord. Cubular could do nothing but smile. So is this the central continent? Seeing Cubular collect himself, Leylin wanted to confirm it with him. Yes, Cubular said even as his expression turned complicated, this is the MT. Asura of the central continent. The land that we are standing on now is undoubtedly of the central continent. 3 days later, in a small town, a giant gleaming revolving gate swung around as carriages and people wearing strange clothes passed by, some of them official magi. Leylin was sitting in a hotel room, the pudding and juice in front of him all but untouched. He was staring outside with a dreamy gaze. At that time, the door was opened with a thump and Cubular stepped in. My lord, I've bought tickets for an airship heading to the Black River domain that leaves tomorrow morning. In at most 4 days, we will arrive at the headquarters of the Ouroboros clan. His voice was tinted with excitement. Airship network, Leylin nodded his head inattentively. I see many magi here. He pointed to the outside. A magus who was dressed like a wandering poet was playing a pipe organ. A group of residents were watching and cheering him on. Yes, over here, official magi often mingle amongst the commoners and the residents know them very well too, Cubular explained to Leylin. In the central continent, the magi and nobility communicate in the Byron language. Hence, my lord, you do not need to worry about a language barrier. In fact, here are some materials about the central continent and a few variants of maps as well as information about communication. Cubular respectfully handed over a crystal ball filled with information to Leylin. For a magus to learn the Byron language was compulsory. Thus, Leylin and Cubular could communicate the moment they met. They could understand each other immediately. Leylin helped himself to a scoop of dessert. A rich, fragrant, and sweet flavor excited his taste buds. Nice delicate food, looks like the lifestyles of the commoners in the central continent are better than in Twilight Zone. Naturally. This is the central continent, the core of the magus world. Cubular exclaimed with a hint of pride. Leylin smiled and shook his head. Even if the 7 layers of the subterranean world did not agree with such a statement, during the ancient past of the central continent, there was at least a rank 7 magus overseeing it. But now, only a slight hint of their past glory had been restored. As for this problem, Leylin did not want to do anything about it. After all, the current situation in the central continent might suit him better. After a night of good rest, Leylin and Cubular headed towards a location outside of the city. The busy road there was filled with horse carriages and other means of transportation. Loads of luggage and goods were being transported on them and the place looked prosperous. In addition, every passerby on the street had some level of energy undulations on them. There were very few commoners present. Leylin and Cubular crossed the wide and sturdy road and saw what looked like a futuristic airport. There were many white oval-shaped airships at the huge flat field, some taking off and others landing. A throng of people moved in and out of them like an army of ants. Some of the airships were towing truckloads of goods, with workers calling out to their partners to offload the cargo and luggage. The scene was hot, busy, and messy. The central continent was huge, its lands vast and boundless. Ground transport was not only slow, but it was also much more dangerous. Hence, airships had become their common mode of transportation. Even within the small section of a city, there was an airship docking point with a few magi and acolytes on duty manning it. Their responsibilities included maintaining law and order in the city and the maintenance and repair of airships. On top of that, there was a pool of specially trained engineers for the job. With bodies as thin as a match, bulging eyes and balding heads, Leylin saw them working between the bases of the airships and the tunnels with spanners and other tools in their hands. Construction cost and maintenance fees for such airships were very high. Still, as long as the air route was secure, there were profits to be made. It was a case of large investments yielding great profits. And such investments could only be made by magi who possessed great wealth. The airships of the south coast were smaller than the ones here. Their air routes were limited and their flying times were regulated. They simply could not be compared to those from the central continent. Who is behind these various air routes? Leylin asked Cubular in a soft tone. A single airship ticket in an ordinary cabin cost 100 magic crystals. For Leylin and Cubular, who naturally chose to travel in the superior cabin, their journey alone had cost them 600 magic crystals. Fortunately, Leylin was rich and imposing as he had control of an entire region's resources. Money came easily at his beck and call. He had an abundance of magic crystals, so he would naturally not be a Scrooge. Even though Leylin had the great support of Twilight Zone's resources, when he compared himself to the enormous airship business, he felt that he was still lacking. The central continent's entire airship route is single-handedly managed by the Fowler family, it is their private property. Private property? Leylin was shocked, and immediately asked, who is the Magus on their side? Such enormous benefits that included crucial traffic involvements, if their background was not up to par, they wouldn't have been able to manage such a thing. And for the Fowler family to dominate the entire continent until now, surely their support was a formidable one. The Fowler family themselves have 2 Morning Star Magi. Of course, it doesn't count for much. The crucial one who has their back is the Monarch of the Skies. Monarch of the Skies. Breaking Dawn Magus. Leylin nodded his head. With a Magus who stood at the pinnacle of the central continent devouring those deals, the Fowler family were basically relegated to housekeepers. The actual one who had the control over the entire airship's business was the Monarch of the Skies after all. Yes, under the rule of the prestigious and intimidating Monarch of the Skies, the safety of the airships is guaranteed, Cubular remarked, a ray of yearning in his eyes. Rank 6 Magus. This was the highest level in the central continent. Every single action of his would affect the lives of innumerable magi underneath. Whoosh, with the whirring of the wind, the airship retracted its anchors, and it started to drifting upwards into the sky. Leylin stood on the deck enjoying the wind, a pleased look in his eyes and a smile on his face. With a mix of sunshine and the taste of fresh green grass, the cool wind blew and lingered around him. It's been too long. Too long. I have not been under the sun for so long. Leylin looked at the blue and white sky and the golden rays of sunlight. Momentarily, he felt emotional. Although there were sunstones and spells of everlasting light in Twilight Zone, they were artificial after all. They could never be compared to the light and warmth the natural sun gave. Those who lived in Twilight Zone for a long time constantly faced a land and sky made of thick black rock. It left them depressed, and on occasion could lead to serious problems as well. Even though Leylin didn't have such misfortune, he did not want to risk it anymore. He never wanted to leave the luxurious space and experience the radiance of the actual sun brought again. Those constantly under the sun would never understand the others who had been in the dark and who looked forward to its natural radiance. As the airship picked up speed, the airflow on the deck increased tremendously, enough to blow away an adult. Of course, in such a situation, Leylin was unfazed and couldn't hear the announcement made for everyone to retreat to their rooms. He allowed the strong winds to envelop him all around. Very beautiful, isn't it? A sweet female voice was heard. Leylin turned to his right and saw a young lady holding tightly to the railing. She was tiptoeing and attempting to gaze at the scenery beneath. Beneath them, past the sea of clouds, patches of farmland and crops could be seen. The windmills appeared to be toy-sized and the outline of the city far away. Tiny dots of black were moving about on the roads. The young female Magus was not frustrated that Leylin ignored her, instead she started to ask more questions. What kind of power do you possess? Where do you intend to go? Do you like the flower-caked jasmine? I like staffs made of walnut, I believe they enhance my magic power, and they smell nice too, she chirped on like a sparrow, asking a chain of questions. You, Leylin rolled his eyes and was about to speak up when another voice spoke from behind him. Xianxia, what are you doing? Leylin turned around. A young magus wearing a golden white robe with a red ruby emblem on it walked towards them, anger hidden in his eyes. No, nothing, I am just out here looking around. Xianxia pulled back her head, looking pitiful. Since you are done looking, head back in now. It is dangerous out here. The youth repressed the smile on his face. Sir Leylin, I'll look for you next time. Xianxia waved while walking away, and the youth was clearly displeased. He looked at Leylin, his lip parted to speak, but did not do so. He shot a darting look filled with warning towards Leylin and turned to walk back into the cabin. Ridiculous. Leylin shook his head in disbelief. He knew the young female magus had used him as a human shield and he had negative impressions towards both of them. It was clearly evident that they had not discovered Leylin's hidden undulating energy, hence one regarded him as a savior, yet another unknowingly did not dare to challenge him. Cubular, come here. Leylin looked at secret imprint on his hand. Master, what are your instructions? Cubular got onto the deck swiftly and replied respectfully with a bow. Do you know this symbol? Leylin projected an image of the red ruby emblem that the young magus was wearing. Judging from the proud persona of the young magus wearing the ruby red emblem on his chest, Leylin suspected it could be the symbol of a powerful magus. Unfortunately, he had no idea at all and had to endure the critical look from him. Luckily, following Leylin along this journey was a magus from the central continent, who was knowledgeable and was able to answer many of his questions. Engaged. This is the crest of the Leylin family. Cubular took a quick glance and concluded. He knew that his master was not of the central continent and knew nothing about this matter. He went on to explain, the Leylin family is a rather famous magus family in the Black River region. It's said that there's a rank 3 magus in charge there. A rank 3 magus? What stage is he at? Leylin asked on. Rank 3 was a period where one prepared to become a rank 4 Morning Star magus. It took a long time and was extremely difficult to cross. Within it, there were a few smaller stages, and each stage meant a large difference in strength for magi. For instance, a rank 3 magus at the vapor phase was definitely capable of suppressing a few magi who had yet to reach that stage. All information regarding the strongest magi is confidential. We subordinates know very little about it. A look of shame appeared on Cubular's face. But that magus Leylin once won against a rank 3 vapor phase challenger, so his might cannot be underestimated. Is that so? I understand. Leylin seemed absent-minded. As long as his opponent was not at the hydro phase or above, he was confident in his abilities. It's all up to you now. I hope you won't continue to provoke me, or else. Leylin lowered his head, a dark glint flashing in his eyes. The first-class cabin not only had individual rooms but also had the luxury of a dining hall with fine wine, all included in the ticket price. After all, given the value of magic crystals, normal food and drink were all very cheap. Only precious ingredients and high-energy beings could be used to make delicacies that were effective for magi. That was why they were sold at such a high price. Sit, Cubular. Leylin sat down at a round table with a white tablecloth spread over it without asking anyone and then called Cubular over. Cubular bowed respectfully, and seated himself at the edge of the seat, not daring to get comfortable. He was now a retainer of Leylin and was similar to a high-grade servant. It was natural that he acted respectfully, lest he be punished by his owner. Leylin noticed this and sighed inside. Cubular's behavior showed how rigid the hierarchical system in the Ouroboros clan was. Luckily, he was not only a giant Chemoian serpent warlock with a pure bloodline but also a rank 3 magus. The moment he went there, he would be considered one of the higher-ups and would not have to suffer. The 4th level of Chemoian's pupil, as well as information regarding the shackles of bloodline. I have to obtain them from the Ouroboros clan. Leylin schemed. Though he had successfully simulated the level of Chemoian's pupil through the AI chip and information regarding multiple meditation techniques in Twilight Zone, he was not that confident. Hence, he still had an intense desire for the original. High-grade meditation techniques were usually not for training the body. They also related to a modification of the spirit, and this was something the AI chip would not be able to calculate. Just like Sacred Flame. Before, the AI chip had made changes, but there were a few issues during the experimentation stage with the guinea pigs. Leylin did not want a repeat of this disaster, especially since this was not going to be on any guinea pig but himself. Mister, do you need anything? At this moment, a waitress in black, low-cut maid attire with white socks arrived in front of Leylin's table, asking respectfully. Leylin opened the menu and took a look. There were all sorts of dishes, and they could be considered quite sumptuous. Give me a calf steak and cider. As for Cubular, ask him yourself. The atmosphere in the dining hall was not half bad either, with warm light from a crystal lamp and a pleasing fragrance from the fresh flowers on the table. At a corner of the dining hall, they had even placed a bard who was currently performing. Even Leylin felt like he had made a good choice in spending those magic crystals. Mr. Leylin. After the fresh calf steak was brought out, Leylin arranged the napkin and, with a knife and fork in each hand, sliced up the steak that was emanating steam. The calf steak here was of a good quality, and the chef had also spent great effort on it. The moment the fork and knife made contact with the steak, boiling gravy gushed out. Just as Leylin raised his wineglass and was about to enjoy himself, he heard a voice like that of a skylark. He looked aside and found xianxia, who had seen before, waving her arms with all her might, while that Rothathi's face was as sour as a lemon. Oh, Leylin greeted casually, and then turned his attention to his own food. However, it was evident that the other party had no intentions of letting him off. Lifting her skirt, xianxia ran over in little steps, sitting right beside Leylin. Mr. Leylin, do you like cider? In the xianxia family, there's a bottle that's not bad in our cellar, even if you're looking for a shield, does it have to be me? Leylin raised his head gloomily, taking a look around. He then found out that he really was the only choice she had. After reaching the rank 1, Magi could use energy particle radiation and alter their appearances, retaining their young, bright looks. There were very few geniuses who, like Leylin and xianxia, had become official Magi before the age of 20. Many rose to rank 1 after 50, and female Magi obviously wanted to retain their most youthful and beautiful looks. On the other hand, many male Magi chose to keep their image at the time they advanced. Hence, in the Magus world, there were old and young male Magi, but most female Magi were around 20 to 30 years old in terms of their looks. There were few who presented themselves as old women. In the dining hall Leylin was situated in, it was not that there were no official Magi, but most of them were middle-aged or elderly men. The few young acolytes and the like did not dare flirt with official Magi or rival anyone for the affection of the people around. Thinking about it, it seemed like xianxia's best choice was Leylin. Firstly, though she could not tell Leylin's strength, he was definitely an official magus. That was the most important thing. Next, Leylin was young and rather handsome, which was enough for other men to get mad at. However, towards this unexpected luck with women and the calamity it could cause, Leylin rolled his eyes. Can I sit here? At this moment, the young man whose expression was dark also arrived. Leylin nodded and watched as he sat by xianxia's side, much to her visible displeasure. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nolan Relith. This is my fiancée, Miss xianxia. Nolan laughed slightly, putting emphasis on the words, Relith, and, fiancé. Honestly, this engaged couple is quite compatible. Both are just as young and full of talent. Leylin nodded. Through their conversation, the aura and waves that were unwittingly emitted, and even their eyes helped him deduce their general age. Usually speaking, this would be a perfect pair, but it was a pity that the female did not seem satisfied with this wedding. Though there were 2 extra members here to disrupt things, Leylin was able to enjoy his meal, completely ignoring xianxia who paid much attention to him, and Nolan who was about to explode. Before leaving, the guy called Nolan secretly sent Leylin a transmission, "Get away from my fiancé, or else you'll regret it." Master. Cubular looked at the expressionless Leylin and asked, sounding him out. With Leylin's command, he would immediately kill the moron Nolan who dared offend his master. Though they were all rank 1 Magi, these 2 were obviously rookies who had just advanced. It was impossible for them to survive under the hands of Cubular, a warlock. There's no hurry, Leylin waved his hands, though he had some questions. Magi were rational people, and while xianxia's actions would give rise to Nolan's displeasure, he would definitely recall everything and not start a feud with another magus over such trivial matters. Besides, Leylin and xianxia had only exchanged a few words. In addition, Leylin would not kill the 2 of them over something so insignificant. It was not beneficial to him. Looks like the female magus called xianxia might continue with some tricks. Leylin touched his chin, feeling like he was watching a show. Yes, Master. After hearing Leylin's instructions, Cubular was unwilling but did not bring it up again. 2 days passed by quickly, the airship stopping outside a station at a middle-scaled city in Black River region. Leylin held a cane and put on a hat, wearing something like a suit. He seemed even more elegant than young masters of noble families, having the dignified aura only a ruler would have as he walked down the stairs. Meanwhile, Cubular was like a loyal butler, following close behind and holding something in his hands. Mr. Leylin. Xianxia's voice sounded. This was also her stop. Leylin laughed and approached her. Nolan stood aside, though he was full of smiles as if he had understood something. Sire Leylin, my apologies for my behavior. Nolan resumed his good behavior, washing away the impatience and seeming poised. He had realized his mistakes and was now coming forward to apologize. It's fine. If I had such a pretty fiancé, I'd be overly suspicious of everyone else. Well, Leylin teased. Xianxia rolled her eyes at Leylin and asked, Mr. Leylin, where are you going? It wasn't the first time she was asking this, and Leylin had refused to answer. Me. Leylin saw a hint of nervousness in Nolan's eyes, and couldn't help but shake his head and break into laughter. No matter how poised and calm he looked, his eyes would give him away in the end. A scene. I would like to walk around for a while, you may leave here. Leylin saw a hint of disappointment in Xianxia's eyes after he told her that, and Nolan heaved a sigh of relief. He chuckled as he turned around and raised his hand and disappeared among the stream of people, with Cubular immediately following. With his astonishing senses, Leylin faintly heard two people behind him arguing in constrained voices. This is really. Leylin shook his head. Instead of focusing your limited energy on pursuing the truth, you focus on such things, but I suppose this is probably a commoner's pleasure, right? He nodded his head after shaking it, called out to Cubular and continued his journey. After entering the Black River domain, the Ouroboros clan headquarters Phosphorescent Swamp will be very near. Cubular was naturally very familiar with this place and had a tinge of both fear and longing. After hiring a horse chariot, both he and Leylin enjoyed the scenery along the way. If they had hastened on with their journey, they would not have been so slow in progress. However, Leylin was not in a hurry and had wanted to enjoy the sights and sounds of the central continent, hence he chose to travel by chariot. As night fell, the two arrived at a small town. Accommodations at the inn were cramped, and the air was filled with the odor of alcohol, sweat, and manure. Leylin furrowed his brows at such conditions. Since this was the only inn in town, he still reluctantly accepted it as it was still better than spending the night in the open. After putting down their luggage, Leylin and Cubular headed to the main hall intending to have a meal. The menu for dinner was beef and potato stew with some fresh vegetables. That was all the town had to offer. Surprisingly, it was deliciously prepared with an enticing scent to boost one's appetite. At this moment, Cubular's expression changed. A gush of profound ash-colored dust started stirring from the main door of the inn, spreading continuously and extending to the other parts of the inn, enveloping other travelers and the owners themselves. Crackle, crackle. The commoners, whose bodies were covered with the ash-colored dust, all stood frozen, their bodies as stiff as a candle. It's a freezing spell. There is a magus around and we are the target. A shocked Cubular stood up and exclaimed with anger. Yellow energy emerged from his body and spread all around. A circular radiance surrounded their round table, protecting them against the fate of the other travelers. Leylin was totally unfazed by what was happening and was still enjoying the town-brewed wheat wine. Bang! The wooden main door burst open and two magi wearing black robes entered the room. In front of their chest, Leylin saw the familiar red ruby emblem. Nolan, we meet again. Leylin raised his glass and greeted casually. Indeed, Nolan was among the two entrants. He had a vexed expression and stood, glaring at Leylin. Where is Xianxia? Where? Hand her over. Xianxia, isn't she with you? Leylin chuckled. She left. I thought she was abducted. Based on the location markings marked on her body, I am sure she is here. Nolan's eyes turned red. Location markings? Leylin laughed in amusement. How insecure are you? To put such a spell on your lover? I do not care. Uncle, it is him. I am sure this is the magus who took Xianxia. Nolan tugged at the sleeve of the magus standing beside him and pointed at Leylin. The accompanying magus shifted his eyes and abruptly took a step up. A ray of silver flashed by and the light barrier on Cubular's body collapsed immediately. A rank 2 magus. Cubular mumbled under his breath. Nolan looked on proudly upon hearing it while the other magus had no expression on his face. In his eyes, he did not regard Cubular, who was a semi-converted magus. However, he was distracted by the silent Leylin who sat quietly by the side. Sir, we the Relith family have no intentions to use force. The fiancé of our successor has gone missing and it is a big matter. We need to inspect this place and we seek your cooperation. Power was exhibited first, followed by etiquette. It was a remarkable way of handling the situation, much better than what Nolan did. Absolutely. Cubular was surprised that Leylin agreed instantly. Many thanks. Seeing how cooperative Leylin is, the two magi eased the tension on their faces and Nolan fell silent. Over here. Nolan looked into an odd mirror he was holding in his hand and rushed forward. Let's take a look. After his satisfying meal, Leylin got up and together with Cubular, stepped forward as well. The two magi followed closely as if they were afraid of Leylin's escape. Ah, xianxia, my xianxia. Upon reaching the room where Leylin and Cubular's luggage was, they heard Nolan's cries. Bad news. Cubular rushed in and saw a white-colored woman's dress on the bed. There was a big patch of blood stain on the stomach area and some portion had dried to a dark color. What happened? xianxia, xianxia, how dare you? Nolan's face flushed a fiery red as he yelled and stormed forward. This is trouble. Cubular frowned, a layer of yellow scales appearing on him and his huge hand and suppressed Nolan who had lost his self-control onto the ground. Warlock from the Ouroboros clan. The rank 2 Magus expression immediately changed to become a vicious one as well. Even if you belong to the Ouroboros clan, abducting the fiancé of our Relith family's successor and treating him with such disrespect, you have to give me an explanation. The rays of silver in his eyes amplified and streaks of silver whips appeared in his palm. Wait. Leylin smiled subtly, his hand on the shoulder of the rank 2 Magus. Huh, what is happening? Although it is just a hand, but it felt like a mountain. In fact, the rank 2 Magus felt his body stiffen and couldn't even lift a finger. Innate spell ring of fire resistance. The rank 2 Magus emitted a layer of flame from his body, forming rings of fire with it, with streaks of silver on the edges, blazing the surrounding atmosphere ferociously. Annihilation. Soon after, he heard Leylin mouthing the word. Hiss hiss. The blazing flames were put out immediately, leaving no room for the smoke to reignite the fire. An enormous and horrifying spiritual force assaulted the rank 2 Magus, destroying his defenses, took over his consciousness and confined his magic power. Ra, rank 3 Magus. The rank 2 Magus turned his head with difficulty, his throat dry and rough. Leylin had been using his skills to suppress his spiritual force and energy undulations all this time. Now, he undid the suppression bit by bit, and a huge tide of energy was released causing the atmosphere to become heavy. So tell me, if I want xianxia, do I need to be sneaky about it? Leylin shot them a look and asked sarcastically. Of course not. It is our mistake. We're sorry. The rank 2 Magus shook his head promptly. In the central continent, the sighting of magi might not be uncommon, but it was not easy to witness the presence of a rank 3 Magus. And among the large-scale powers, rank 3 magi were high-ranked with stable power and authority. They did not need to resort to any unscrupulous methods when dealing with rank 2 magi. At this time, Nolan was speechless. Although Cubular had lifted the spell on him, he lay helplessly on the floor with cold sweat trickling endlessly. The Magus with the highest power in the whole of the Relith family was only at rank 3. If Leylin was displeased and had them killed, the other magi might not even have the ability to seek revenge. Thoughts of killing them crossed Leylin's mind, but he eventually let it slide. To him, there were no benefits in killing either these two magi or even xianxia. Additionally, he might provoke an enemy with rank 3 strength. Even though he was not afraid of the opposite party, he did not want any trouble. Follow me. As such, he looked nonchalantly at the rank 2 Magus and Nolan, who was still lying on the floor before heading out. Cubular followed Leylin closely, with the rank 2 Magus and Nolan close behind. In the face of a rank 3 Magus, they had no chance of trying any tricks, hence they could only follow Leylin's orders. Leylin walked on with a destination in mind and soon they left the town and reached a Paulownia tree forest. Nolan didn't quite understand anything, he merely followed suit. Leylin came upon what seemed like the biggest Paulownia tree, and knocked gently on the trunk as if he were knocking on a door. Anyone there? Dong dong. The tree trunk produced a dull sound, but there was no response and all was quiet. You are very clever, and attentive to your setup. However, you are still not wise. After completing your work, you can't help yourself but return to find out the reactions of others. I have already noticed you, you should show yourself. Otherwise. Ellipsis. Quote. Leylin's voice turned chilly. Humph. Alright, here I am, what are you going to do about it? Shhrrk, the surface of the tree trunk split open to reveal a round door. Xianxia, whom they had first met on the airship, jumped out and grabbed Leylin by the arm. Brother Leylin, you are so awesome, how did you discover me? On the other side, both the rank 2 magi and Nolan were speechless, anger filling them to the brim. Phosphorescent swamp, Xianxia, what are you doing? Get back here now. Flames blazed in Nolan's eyes when he saw Xianxia holding onto Leylin's arms shamelessly with her breast almost pushed towards him. The rank 2 magus on the other side immediately stepped up and delivered a hard slap to the back of Nolan's head, causing him to bend forward. Droplets of cold sweat were trickling down his forehead. It was obvious that what had happened today was all a misunderstanding. The crucial point was, they were lacking in ability when compared to the opposing side. Moreover, any slight mishandling of the situation would enrage a rank 3 magus, and on top of that worsen their relationship with the Ouroboros clan. At this point, thoughts of death crossed his mind. Anyway, it is just a small misunderstanding. Forget it, Leylin replied indifferently. Before the rank 2 magus could reply, Leylin's ice-cold voice was transmitted to him, this is the price for offending me. Bang, bang, bang. The rank 2 magus, Nolan and Xianxia collapsed and were flung out, blood trickling down the sides of their mouths. Leave, all of you. I do not want to see you all ever again. Thank you for sparing our lives, my lord. The rank 2 magus gave a respectful bow, and quickly pulled Nolan and an unwilling Xianxia away from the scene. I believe such troubles will continue to occur in the future. The look in Nolan's and Xianxia's eyes when they were leaving left Leylin with the feeling that this matter was not over yet. The common hatred might have spurred them into an alliance in the future. What nonsense is this? Leylin felt rather gloomy and thought he should not have gotten involved with matters between husband and wife. My lord, should I? Cubular spoke up with an ominous glint in his eyes. No. Leylin shook his head. He fiddled with a dark and shiny gold coin in his hand, silent and in deep thought. Phosphorescent swamp. This was the general headquarters of the Ouroboros clan. Very few other magi ventured out to this place. The swamp was a sea of thick black wetlands and the air was a continuous mix of cold and chilly yet hot and blazing. Occasionally, flashes of green phosphorescence could be seen on it. The concentration of energy particles in the air is very high here. This location is a good find indeed. Leylin looked at the graphic data collected by his AI chip, nodded his head and told Cubular who was standing behind him. Although the average energy concentration in the central continent had far exceeded that of the south coast and twilight zone, the energy here was even more prominent. Within phosphorescent swamp, the concentration of darkness elemental particles was the highest, followed by that of fire. The concentration of these two elements was 10 times higher than the average of twilight zone. This is merely on the outside. If an element pool or secret plane was built, I believe the disparity would be more terrifying. Leylin thought to himself. Yes, such a location with a combination of darkness and fire particles is rare. Historically, when we first occupied this place, there were 5 Morning Star Magi who combined their forces to destroy a few powerful enemies, and brought along a country of commoners. Cubular was brimming with pride as he explained to Leylin. My lord, due to my current identity, there might be some trouble here, he added. He had been framed by others and was wanted by the Ouroboros clan, hence before the accusations were lifted, he was afraid of being treated like a criminal. Not might, it's already here. Leylin pointed out. Soon a few profound dark shadows suddenly emerged from the nearby swamp. Ruar. 2 high-energy serpent-shaped living creatures suddenly emerged, making a big splash. The silhouettes of 2 magi could be seen on their heads. This is not even the headquarters of the Ouroboros clan, yet patrolling the perimeter are rank 2 high-energy living creatures and rank 2 magi. Looks like they have a very strong base. Leylin felt a resonance of bloodline from the serpent-shaped living creatures ridden by the magi. In fact, they seem to be blood descendants of the Chemoian serpent. Cubular. How dare you step foot in this place? Didn't you leave? From where the 2 warlocks were standing, a surprised voice was transmitted out and it didn't sound flustered. Under these circumstances, Leylin discreetly nodded his head. It would seem like Cubular was indeed innocent. The grassroots troops understood perfectly and even started to attack before they laid eyes on him. This is not my fault, I was framed by Johnny. Cubular raised his voice, his face flushing red. We do not care about the details, just for the fact that you dared to step foot in phosphorescent swamp and brought an outsider. Another warlock immediately continued, I apologize, but I am not just any outsider. Leylin smiled faintly, took a step forward and garnered the Chemoian's bloodline and the rank 3 spiritual force in his body, letting off a ferocious explosion. Just like a hurricane, the energy willfully and violently started to sweep everything away. The awe-inspiring kind of familiarity and power left the 2 lower-rank living creatures cowering and bowing with respect. A noble rank 3 bloodline warlock. Who are you? It is an honor to meet you. The other 2 bloodline warlocks who possessed lineage of the giant Chemoian serpent's bloodline immediately felt the suppression from Leylin. They knelt down to show their utmost respect. I am a wanderer from afar and unintentionally accepted a warlock inheritance. I met Cubular along the way and wanted to take a look at the Ouroboros clan. Why, am I not welcome? Leylin asked indifferently. Sure. It is an honor for us to receive you. The bloodline resonance between 2 warlocks could not be faked. Hence the 2 warlocks were very sure Leylin was a warlock of a pure giant Chemoian serpent bloodline. And this level was the highest in the entire Ouroboros clan. Who would dare offend him? Very well. Show us the way. Leylin nodded his head and gave the order. Yes. This way, please. The 2 warlocks made eye contact and immediately offered Leylin a position on the back of a huge snake. Cubular was offered one next, and he was secretly touched. One of the warlocks could be seen secretly sending a message, probably with the intention of informing others, but Leylin did not bother to pay attention to it. The rank 2 serpent moved with great speed along the swamp, emitting an aura of terror that made all other animals stay clear of their path. What species of snake is this? Leylin stroked the dark green scales beneath his feet. This creature is an improved version we created using a specialized combination of bloodlines. Their abilities are very suitable for those of the Ouroboros clan, a rank 2 warlock immediately explained to a curious Leylin, hoping to please him. That explains why I have not seen such information before. Leylin nodded his head. What is your name? Marin. My name is Marin, my lord. The warlock named Marin immediately replied with a look of glee in his eyes. All right, Marin. Leylin nodded his head, knowing what to do to garner reverence. The 2 giant serpents glided along with great speed. In about 10 minutes or so, Leylin reached the depth of the Ouroboros clan. Here, a row of massive structures was combined together, forming a small-scale mega city, and at the front of the gate sat 2 enormous stone sculptures of the giant Chemoian serpent. With the delicate black scales coupled with the ferocious pupils, they looked like they could very well be alive. At this moment, a small group of warlocks was already waiting near the gate. Haha! Welcome home, my bloodline brothers. A young warlock that looked like a goblin stood in front of the small group, his eyes that glowed with a purple radiance lighting up upon seeing Leylin. He stepped forward, stretched out his arms and hugged him. Thank you. Leylin returned the hug unnaturally and asked, May I know? Oh, haha, look at me. I am so excited by your arrival that I have forgotten to introduce myself. The fellow had very fair and exquisite skin that seemed to be emitting some kind of peculiar charm, a common trait among warlocks. My name is Robin. You might not know this, but as long as a warlock has the Chemoian's bloodline in him, he shall be considered to be a part of our family. My brother. Leylin could sense the aura from the opposite party and it was similar to his own Chemoian's bloodline. In fact, based on his spiritual force, Leylin was sure the young warlock had not only long attained the status of a rank 3 warlock, but also ascended further, with his strength and spiritual force at a high level. Oh, I see. My name is Leylin. Yeah, Leylin right. Follow me. A lord wants to meet you. Robin held onto the arm of Leylin with an expression of excitement, totally ignoring Cubular who was behind him. Lord, might it be? Leylin's pupils dilated. Haha, that's right. My teacher, a rank 4 warlock. Morning Star Magus. Duke Gilbert has been waiting eagerly to meet our new blood. Robin replied cheerfully. Upon hearing the name, all the warlocks bowed their heads in unison in a show of respect. Rank 4 warlock. Theoretically, this was the highest level for a warlock of the giant Chemoian serpent bloodline. In fact, it was also a truly high level for the whole of the central continent. Even within the Ouroboros clan, there were no more than 3 warlocks at such a level. Leylin took a deep breath. It is truly an honor. Come, follow me. Robin quickly led the way, with the rest of the warlocks following respectfully behind. Leylin noticed how the warlocks all showed their respect to Robin along the way. It seemed like Robin held not only a high rank in the clan, but also a great deal of authority, rank 4 warlock. Following Robin, he passed by various bizarre buildings with strange styles. There were all types out there, and before Leylin had the time to identify them, he was led by Robin into another building. After passing around a corner, there came across another warlock in black gilded clothing. There were also rings of mysterious black patterns on his face. Johnny Cubular, who had been following behind Leylin, immediately clenched his fists, seemingly terrified as he hid in Leylin's shadow. Greetings to Marquis Robin. Johnny came before Robin, and then greeted him using the etiquette of nobility. It's Count Johnny. Here, let me introduce to you Leylin here. He's a rank 3 warlock about to join our clan. Robin smiled slightly. So it's Lord Leylin. Johnny bowed. Though it's the first time we're meeting, I have a request. I wonder if you could agree to it. If it's about Cubular, I'm afraid I can't agree. Leylin immediately answered. That's a real shame, Johnny answered indifferently, not looking the least bit exasperated, causing Leylin to shiver inwardly. What if I say I'm the one asking? At this moment, another voice interrupted. Marquis Wood. Besides Leylin and Robin, the other warlocks immediately bowed. Leylin glanced at him. It was a blond middle-aged man, brightness and resolution in his expression that also held an imposing aura. There was also the giant Chemoian serpent bloodline on his body, and it even overshadowed Robin. Cubular is a criminal who stole a precious treasure from me. I hope you can hand him over to me. Wood's eyes were fixed on Leylin, a pressure being emanated from him. Cubular was ashen, and after seeing Johnny's look of satisfaction, he immediately understood that after seeing he had a new master, Johnny immediately asked someone else for help. So are you handing him over? In that moment, numerous thoughts flitted through Leylin's mind. On the surface, Wood was truly a giant Chemoian serpent warlock, as compared to Johnny with black Horal snake bloodline, his bloodline was more noble. In addition, he had entered the rank 3, and from the perspective of one looking at merely profits, it was better to give Cubular up. Exchanging a rank 1 Manxstray warlock who had no hopes of advancing for a favorable impression from a rank 3 giant Chemoian serpent warlock, there was little to consider in this trade. Johnny, who understood this, immediately looked smug, while Cubular looked defeated. My apologies, but no. Leylin's voice sounded, allowing Cubular to recover from his despair. Master. Cubular let out a long breath, looking touched. Wood's gaze that was sharp like a sword pierced towards Leylin. Have you thought this through clearly? Of course. Very clearly. Leylin did not hesitate and met his gaze. There was the talk of 3 ways of thought in his previous world, but Leylin's principles had long since taken shape, and they were to prioritize benefits. The moment he had to make a choice, he would consider his own benefits and choose the best course of action. Such a line of thought was not purely about tangible benefits, it also took into consideration reputation, familial and romantic love, and other such things. Of course, all this varied from person to person. Some felt that love was priceless and decided to be biased towards it, while others believed it was worth 50,000 or 100,000 units. They would then make the corresponding choice. For instance, if time was spent on working or going out with family, Leylin believed that working for 1 day amounted to 100 units, but with the family, he would lose 300 yet gain 600 from the happiness in his heart. The total profit would be 200. When comparing things, it was indeed better to go out with the family. Using this logic, if his work earned him 1,000 and the value of going out with his family were 300, it was an obvious decision to continue working. Now, handing Cubular over might give Wood a good impression of him and provide a good foundation for this period of time. However, in the long run, the gains do not compensate for the losses. Cubular followed me and brought me to the Ouroboros clan. In exchange, I will ensure his safety. All this complies with the principle of an equal exchange. If I abandon him now, not only will my reputation be damaged, I will also have abandoned my own values. In addition, I'm definitely being watched over by many lords. If I appear to be too cold-blooded, they will definitely be disappointed. This will cause an eventual loss in the future, which is even worse than offending Wood. Though Magi were generally cold and rational, the leaders always had to advocate for hope, hot-bloodedness and sacrifice. If the lower ranks of the organization did not strive to better themselves, and they weren't hot-blooded enough to sacrifice themselves, what benefits would they gain in the end? The essence of any group was the unequal responsibilities of the higher and lower levels. Honestly speaking, Wood was merely a rank 3 warlock. The moment Leylin entered, he would have a similar status. At most, there would be a slight difference in their strength. Wood would actually dare do anything. If he withdrew right now, the onlookers would immediately be disappointed, and nobody would then rely on him. After comparing these, Leylin finally made the choice that would benefit him the most. Good. Very good. I hope you won't regret this in the future. 2 streams of white air were expunged from Wood's nostrils as he glared at Leylin. With a fling of his robes, he exited from the side, with Johnny following closely behind. Don't worry. The moment you enter our Ouroboros clan, you'll be given the position of a marquis. Wood wouldn't dare do anything to you out in the open. Robin believed Leylin was worried about Wood taking revenge and immediately consoled him. So if I don't join, does that mean he'll take revenge very quickly? Leylin rolled his eyes, but he could tell that he was being invited to their organization. He immediately answered, of course. Where else can I go to if not to the Ouroboros clan? Ha ha. Robin burst out in laughter and patted Leylin on the shoulder. Exactly. In the entire central continent, the Ouroboros clan is the best place for giant Chemoian serpent warlocks to join. You made the right choice. Alright, let's not let the Lord wait too long. Leylin reminded him. If not for the fact that there were rank 4 warlocks in Robin's organization, he would not have agreed so readily. Oh, right, yes, come with me. Remembering there was work at hand, Robin immediately led the way. The two chatted as they walked, and after passing through a few obstructions, they finally arrived in front of a small villa. My mentor, Gilbert, is a very amiable person. There isn't any etiquette required, so just relax. Robin smiled towards Leylin and then opened the door to the villa, bringing Leylin inside. The furniture on this level was all ordinary but placed very cleverly, giving a very warm atmosphere. Robin left the rest of the people outside and brought Leylin straight to a study room on the second level. Mentor, I've brought Leylin here. Robin spoke lightly to the wooden door, which then automatically opened with a creak. Greetings to Duke Gilbert. The moment Leylin went in, he did not first take in the surroundings or the appearance of Duke Gilbert. Instead, he saluted him. Good child. Raise your head and let me look at you properly. Upon hearing this, Leylin looked up, his eyes flitting across. This place was filled with bookshelves. The smell of black truffles emanated, and behind the red desk was a bald old man wearing a nightgown. He was clean-shaven, with layers of fine wrinkles on his body. Is this the realm of a rank 4 warlock, a morning star magus? Though Leylin's senses were more powerful than the average rank 3 warlock, he had not sensed this person in front of him. In his spiritual senses, there was nobody behind the desk, but what was in front of his eyes proved that he was truly there. The disparity of this left Leylin feeling giddy. A glint of wisdom flashed in Gilbert's eyes. He scanned Leylin for an instant and then concluded, "You're very young. You're not even 100 and have even advanced to be a rank 3 warlock. Though there was support from the giant Chemoian serpent bloodline, your talent and efforts are commendable. Are you willing to be my student?" Gilbert asked after staying silent for a moment. Of course. Greetings to mentor. Leylin immediately bowed. Since he had already agreed to join their organization, there was no disadvantage to having another person to rely on. In addition, this rank 4 warlock was more than capable of guiding him. Haha. Good. Very good. I was already planning to give up on disciples, but I've been sent a genius, Gilbert chuckled, the wrinkles on his face unfolding. Congratulations Leylin. From here on, you're my junior. Robin congratulated him. This is your senior, Robin. There are a few others who aren't here. I'll introduce you to them in the future. Gilbert was evidently elated. Also, your title and territory will be given to you soon. Robin will bring you to take care of all these matters. You're from another continent, yes? Robin, bring him to my storeroom and show him Crystal 1 and let him have a better understanding of our magi in the central continent. Gilbert saw through a great many things with a single glance, not allowing Leylin to refute anything. Understood, mentor. Robin and Leylin could only bow before leaving the room. That's it. Leylin was still in disbelief. Wasn't this too simple? To officially join us, there's obviously more to do. However, since you're mentor's student, things will be different. Robin said all this matter-of-factly. In addition, you still have to take care of a few miscellaneous issues. Mentor means for you to take care of everything before you see him again. He will then consider what knowledge to pass on to you. A morning star's final technique. By the way, what's all that about title and territory? Leylin asked hurriedly. Oh, that. All official warlocks who join our Ouroboros clan will obtain a title and a set territory. Robin began to go into the details and explain it to Leylin, since they were now on the same side. Through Robin, Leylin then found out that the hierarchy within the Ouroboros clan was implemented similarly to that of the feudal nobility. There were 5 rankings, from the highest to lowest, as a duke, then a marquis, count, viscount, and then baron. Rank 1 warlocks were barons, rank 2 were viscounts, rank 3 were earls. Then came the surprise: if giant Chemoian serpent warlocks reached rank 3, they would immediately gain the title of marquis. This made Leylin aware that discrimination came everywhere. It was lucky he was in the privileged class, rather than the one discriminated against. Rank 4 warlocks would then be dukes. The position and treatment he would get were correlated to the title. There are a total of 3 dukes in the Ouroboros clan. They had formed an elders association, and were called the Great Elder, Second and Third Elder, and they held the most authority in the Ouroboros clan. There were, even more, differences as well. If warlocks who had giant Chemoian serpent or black Horal snake bloodlines would have their title evaluation and territory given very quickly. However, if it was a bloodline like Manxtray, things would be slightly more difficult. Take Crubbler, for instance. Though he could be given the title of a baron, but until now, all the processes had not gone through. Territories and the like, there was no word about it. But Leylin was different, for he was a pure giant Chemoian serpent bloodline warlock, as well as the student of the Third Elder, Duke Gilbert. He had a great background, and he was prioritized. Titles and territories would be presented to him quickly, and also be given the best treatment. Robin did not bring Leylin out right away, but instead went towards the basement. This was as per Duke Gilbert's instructions, where Robin brought Leylin to see something. Leylin, have you seen the spells of Morning Star Magi? While walking, Robin would occasionally speak to Leylin. The spells of Morning Star Magi? Of course not. Leylin's emotions skyrocketed. You mean we're going to see that? There were rumors that Morning Star Magi could shift mountains and fill seas with just a wave of their arms, displaying terrifying power able to destroy the heavens and wreck the earth. At this thought, Leylin's heart began to burn. I thought so. Mentor Gilbert believed that only after seeing Morning Star Magi attack would you be able to understand your path better. There was a hint of a smile on Robin's face. I just hope it won't scare you. How's that possible? Leylin laughed involuntarily. If this was in the past, that might have happened, but he had gained part of the bloodline memories from the Morning Star Scorpion Man. He had even witnessed an ancient legendary war, so there was nothing that could scare him. Hopefully. There was a slight smile on Robin's lips. Like Leylin, he did not leave the villa and entered the underground area. Clang. After opening a metal door, a large complicated maze appeared before Leylin's eyes. This is the disorientating maze, a spell pattern that a central continent magi prefer to use. It is primarily used as sentry and defensive force. Robin explained to Leylin, as a student of our mentor, we have the power to enter the first and second level. As for the deeper levels, our mentor has yet to open it up to us. Immediately after, he stood in front of Leylin and smiled at the entrance to the maze, open. Ka-cha, ka-cha, a layer of rock fell, and a single giant pupil appeared on the wall of the maze. Remember, this is another student of my mentor's Leylin. He will have the same authority as I do. Master has already told me. A spiritual force imprint extended from the giant eye. Leylin could tell that it was the core of the maze, similar to the spirit genie. The giant eye stared straight at Leylin. In that moment, a slight force field covered Leylin, and he tensed. Fortunately, this force field was not on the offensive and merely surrounded Leylin. After extracting part of his aura, he left. Crash. The maze dissipated, revealing a pathway. There were different small doors at 2 sides, with markings on them. This is Mentor's laboratory and storeroom. Everything in the villa is a guise. Follow me. Robin headed into the path, while Leylin followed closely behind. Here, Robin guided Leylin for about 5 minutes, and then opened a door before entering. The moment he entered, he saw an engraving on a door that said, Image Resource Room. In this storeroom, it was exceptionally dim. Crystals flickering with different colors were giving out magnificent rays of their own. Crystal number 1. It's this one. Robin picked up a red crystal on a wooden shelf the size of a fist, and placed it on a pedestal with a depression on it, at the center of the room. This is a projection crystal. We use it to store important footage, such as some important experiments, or battles between high-ranking power. Buzz buzz. After the spell formation was activated, the light in the room dimmed, almost becoming pitch black. The red crystal on the pedestal suddenly brightened. A dazzling light shone down. Leylin found himself standing atop a little hill. Green plains extended as far as the eye could see. He grabbed at a black beetle that was flying past him, and it went through his palm, appearing on the other side. 3D holograms. It's very similar to the simulations of the AI chip. Leylin sighed in awe. At the peak of science and magic, there were definitely similarities between them after all. This is a classic battle that happened in the central continent's history. This is the attacker. Robin appeared beside Leylin, pointing to the east. The scene was pulled closer, and a human city appeared. At the side, many corps were lined up, creating an imposing aura. What shocked Leylin the most were the members. All of them were official magi. There was not one regular human or knight. This is an imitation of the ancient Magus Corps, Thorned Hammer. The members were all official magi, and the team leaders were rank 2 magi. The captain and vice captain were rank 3 crystal phase magi, and the corps could even cooperate to display a large-scale fire elemental spell. The range was vast, and on average, its strength was above 470 degrees. Robin explained to Leylin. Now, 2 magi flew out from the Thorned Hammer Corps. The auras on their bodies far exceeded those on Leylin and Robin. They were emanating the tremendous bloodthirst of veterans of war. This aura could even be seen on regular members of the Corps. Leylin knew that this valor and confidence in victory was built upon multiple conquests. Every time this Corps leveled an enemy nest, stepping on the bones of their enemies, they would gain more confidence, even taking in the resentment of the defeated and increasing the strength of their spells. This was the way of war of ancient Corps. The 2 magi of the Thorned Hammer Corps flew out and roared at the city, obviously to urge the city to surrender. Above the city wall, it was empty but for one lonely figure. This is the other party in this battle, Morning Star Magus, Flame Manipulator, Lord Kaysen. There was a trace of reverence in Robin's voice. Leylin looked this Morning Star Magus over. The Magus called Kaysen looked like a middle-aged man, wearing luxurious gold robes with embedded with them metal at the sides. There was a fiery red jade band on his forehead. Facing this entire corps of ancient magi, there was no sign of fear in Kaysen's expression. Instead, he began to berate his opponent, probably telling them to withdraw lest they suffer the consequences. After the negotiations fell through, the entire Thorned Hammer Corps roared, powerful and complicated spell undulations connecting all of them and converging on the 2 rank 3 crystal phase magi in midair. Even through the video, the frightening waves were enough for Leylin's expression to change. In the face of this ancient corps, all he could do was flee, and he might not even be able to escape successfully. At this moment, Flame Manipulator Kaysen finally moved. Rings of spell rays brightened on his body. First was a red spell, the energy undulations indicating rank 1. Following it was a rank 2 spell, a total of 4 rings of light brightened on his body, and at the last spell, it emanated tremendous waves that even surpassed a rank 3 spell. A rank 4 spell. Leylin glanced towards Robin, who was beside him. Wait a while more. The show's about to start. Robin gazed steadily at Kaysen, envy and anticipation evident on his expression. Foolish Magi, today, you shall know how the dignity of ancient Morning Star Magi was established. Kaysen warned with righteous words. Immediately after, the small energy undulations amplified on his body and seemed to change, to the point that even the rank 3 crystal phase magi grew extremely fearful. Rank 1 innate spell Burning Zone. As soon as this spell was launched from Kaysen's body, it covered the entire region. Rank 2 innate spell Blazing Attachment. Little sparks were created in the skies. Rank 3 innate spell Lava Region. Great amounts of flames scorched the surface of the ground, forming a lava-infused land. Rank 4 innate spell Meteor Descent. With Kaysen's yell, meteors appeared in the sky, one after the other. Complement. Ancient Morning Star Magus Final Technique Fire Rain Annihilation. After the 4 innate spells were combined, the fusion generated a change that made Leylin's blood run cold. Final Technique and Meditation Technique Rumble. Numerous meteors exploded in the horizon, forming a rain of fire. The strength of each wisp of fire dropping down exceeded 1,000 degrees. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if the world was being destroyed. The earth trembled and the skies wailed. Even the sky could not hold on, forming countless spatial cracks that were quickly destroyed as well. The previous 2 rank 3 crystal phase magi were unable to finish a sentence before they were broken down into fragments by the flaming meteors. Following that, explosion after explosion wreaked havoc on the land. The vast area, with the city at the heart of it, turned into a fiery hell. Many thorned hammer magi could not resist at all under the onslaught of the fire rain. They could only watch on in despair as they were swallowed by the flames. As blazing rain of extinction covered too large an area, any methods of escape all turned into jokes. After a wave of the flaming rain fell, the entire thorned hammer corps had been exterminated. Besides the city that Kaysen was in, which was unharmed, the entire area had turned into a living hell. The earth's crust had collapsed, lava boiling, and it was as if they had arrived at an ocean of lava. Pock. The video cut off, and Leylin maintained his expression of shock, unable to come back to himself for a long while. The area that Lord Kaysen cast a spell on later turned into a region of active volcanoes. Every year, it will erupt a few times, and all living creatures living within a few hundred kilometers would perish as it turned into an area of death. Robin was still explaining to Leylin. When the power of magic is pushed to the extreme, will it create such a terrifying scene? Leylin muttered to himself. Ever since that incident, all Morning Star Magi in the Central Continent signed an agreement that unless there were special circumstances, they could not use final techniques in the Central Continent, nor destroy the environment at such a large scale. Robin smiled wryly. The range of these Morning Star final techniques were too terrifying, and if not regulated, it was impossible to live on the Central Continent if there were more great battles. Sooner or later, they would be extinguished, similar to how the ancient era had died. Phew, Leylin sighed. The scene just now had truly astounded him. Though he had fragments of the Scorpion Man's memories, there were differences between Morning Star creatures and Magi. What he could feel was the terrifyingly durable body of the creature. As for the battle at the end, it was much too profound for him to understand. Now, there was a Morning Star Magus that had proven to Leylin that once he advanced to the rank 4 realm, just simple spells could create a giant qualitative change. How could the power of a rank 4 spell have such a frightening effect? Even if it's a combination spell, it doesn't make sense. Leylin mumbled to himself. Robin shook his head, obviously thinking differently. Haha, this is the combination final technique of a Morning Star Magus. The taboo of ancient times. How can it be compared with little combination spells? Doubling the individual strength of the spells is the apex of a combination spell's achievement. The amplification of the final technique of a Morning Star Magus is more than 10 times that. That's impossible. Regular spells can't support this consumption. Unless, Leylin's eyes brightened, as if he had thought of something. Exactly, you've already thought of it. That's it. Only by combining innate spells that consume little energy but have great effects can the Morning Star final technique be formed. The ancient high-grade meditation techniques are the culmination of many experiments by ancient magi, designing innate spells that are the most suitable for combination. It is also a process that can be solidified in the sea of consciousness. Robin immediately narrated the details. There have to be 4 levels in a high-grade meditation technique. This is the reason. Only magi who form their innate spells by following high-grade meditation techniques are able to combine them when they are at rank 4, forming the Morning Star final technique. That's why the 4th level in any high-grade meditation technique is the most precious part. Then how about magi who use grind water to solidify their innate spell model? Leylin suddenly asked, and then realized the stupidity of his question. Grind water, combined with an innate spell model. Is that the method to advance in your hometown? We have something like that in the Central Continent, thank goodness you did not choose that. Robin's expression seemed to say, you're very lucky. The combination of a Morning Star final technique is the culmination of precious experience gained by generations of experiments. The magi who used random ways to solidify their innate spells would be extremely lucky if they were not consumed by it. To create a combination final technique. Dream on. I wouldn't be surprised if they got themselves into an explosion. Leylin's expression was grim. He naturally understood the difficulty in designing a final technique from scratch. Even he, with his AI chip, did not have much confidence. Those magi could only weep in despair. At this point, a smile appeared on Robin's lips. Now that I think about it, there are a few Morning Star magi like that in the Central Continent. As many innate spells have long since been solidified, there is little opportunity to alter them. Though there are those lucky enough to rise to the rank 4 realm, they wouldn't have a Morning Star final technique. Due to the huge consumption of their innate spells, they could only be slightly stronger than rank 3 magi, and are viewed as a disgrace to Morning Star magi in the Central Continent. So based on what Senior mentioned, the final technique from high-grade meditation techniques are set by the technique. Leylin suddenly had a question, Then at the 4th level of Archemoian's pupil, what kind of final technique will there be? Your conjecture is right. Each final technique from high-grade meditation techniques is fixed. Since innate spells are formed from high-grade meditation techniques, they cannot be changed. From the final technique, one can tell the high-grade meditation technique a Morning Star Magus trains in. Robin nodded. As for the Morning Star final technique of us giant Chemoian serpent warlocks, it is the flawless morphing technique. Flawless morphing technique. Leylin was puzzled. Actually, almost all warlocks develop Morning Star final techniques that are rather similar after reaching rank 4. It is similar to an flawless morphing effect. Advancement for warlocks comes from constantly purifying the bloodline and altering the body, drawing close to the source of the bloodline. That is why after reaching the rank 4 realm, we can even use the morphing technique and simulate the form of a real ancient creature, as well as display all its strength. Robin spoke emotionally. In other words, after reaching rank 4, giant Chemoian serpent warlocks can turn into an ancient giant Chemoian serpent at will. Leylin recalled the terrifying durability and strength of the Scorpion man who was at the Morning Star realm. If combined with the brain and spells of warlocks, that truly is terrifying. Ancient bloodline creatures were originally very powerful, and even Morning Star Magi did not dare provoke Morning Star giant beasts. If combined with a warlock's strengths, how formidable could they become? Just the thought of it caused Leylins to be stirred up. I see. It's no wonder that the solidified spells of high-grade meditation techniques cannot be modified. Each level is fixed, as this is the optimum combination created by ancient magi. With no internal friction and with the force of point mass that Morning Star Magi have condensed to the utmost, this will create a terrifying qualitative result. Leylin immediately recalled the Crimson Spiritual Force Core Crystal in his Sea of Consciousness. After reaching rank 3, the crystal had formed a complicated 3-layered tessellated structure. The crystal of the 3rd level had become even more intricate, the runes even more complicated and forming his innate spell Intimidating Gaze. When the runes for Intimidating Gaze combined with the ones from before, the new rune had been a strange crimson. All that was lacking was something in the center, which could then help it fully display formidable strength. This is probably the prototype for my rank 4 Morning Star final technique. Leylin sighed. All of a sudden, he was very glad that he had not used the 4th level of Chemoian's pupil simulated with his AI chip. Though, in principle, the AI chip's version was perfect, most of the high-grade meditation techniques in the subterranean world lacked a 4th level. The only one was Dragon King's Mystic Might, which was specifically only able to be used by the dragon race, and had failed to mention all this information. Without this knowledge, there was a real possibility of Leylin suffering a loss. If this was the case, he would lose this precious opportunity and become like those poor Morning Star Magi who reached rank 4 but lacked a final technique. He too would be scorned by his peers. However, since he knew the principle behind this combination, through simulation with the AI chip, he would be able to obtain information regarding the real 4th layer. At this thought, Leylin immediately commanded, AI chip, using my Warlock innate spell model as the foundation, simulate a rank 4 innate spell. Refer to the flawless morphing technique as required. Mission established. Beginning simulation. Estimated completion time, 158 years, 9 months. As per usual, the AI chip gave him an astronomical figure. Leylin rolled his eyes. When calculating anything more powerful than him, the AI chip always needed a lot of time. This also verified his previous notions. If he relied on himself and tried to create a reasonable final technique, it would be an impossible task. In this case, unless they have plans of destroying the core of their spiritual force and take a gamble to retrain from scratch, all the magi who use grime water are doomed to be cannon fodder. Leylin suddenly sighed. The Magus world was filled with traps and dangers. Alright, let's go out. The introduction to Morning Star Magi shall end here. Suddenly, Robin turned around for a moment. Also, all this information may not be that confidential, but it's only circulated amongst the higher-ups in a few organizations. Female warlocks, don't worry, I won't spread this. Leylin promised immediately, knowing what Robin meant. Good. Come, then, I'll show you your manor and some important places like the trading hall. Giant Chemoian serpent warlocks are our most valuable members. You will enjoy the best we have to offer. The Ouroboros clan held quite a bit of fame in the central continent. There was no doubt that they controlled a huge region teeming with mortals and acolytes. Parts of this land would often be granted to the higher-ups within the clan. Some of the warlocks in the clan built giant castles in their territory. They preferred to stay there, and seldom visited the headquarters. Slowly, they would expand their families. On the other hand, most warlocks who held a high hope for further advancement were the exact opposite, choosing to stay behind at the headquarters, leaving the territory to someone else to manage. Given that Leylin was a marquis, his territory would undoubtedly be quite large. The production of magic crystals as well as other resources from it would far exceed the poor south coast and twilight zone. Additionally, he would be given an isolated manor in the headquarters as his personal residence. The trading hall was like a stock exchange. A screen hung in the air, displaying various fields of information as numbers blinked with different colors. Under the big screen were warlocks of different ranks looking hurried as they whispered to the staff behind the counters. Every organization had a place like this. It was similar to a hall where missions were issued, and handled part of the exchange of goods. Leylin was very familiar with such places, but never before had he seen one this large. One message on the screen left Leylin embarrassed. Rank 1 giant Chemoyan serpent warlock with a decent bloodline. Selling the opportunity for a night's irrigation of seeds. Price: 1,000 contribution points. Additional requirement: the female's appearance must be approved by me. This, Leylin didn't know what to say. Haha. Robin was not surprised at all. After the passing of generation after generation, most warlock families will have their bloodlines thin out. Exceptions to this rule do exist, but are very rare. Even among giant Chemoyan serpent warlocks, there are those whose bloodlines are weak enough to match black Horal snake or even huge Mengstray snake warlocks. Therefore, warlock families generally search for those with pure bloodlines to improve their own fading ones. There are some weaker giant Chemoyan serpent warlocks who live on this income. Although it's difficult for a warlock to sire a child, it'll happen eventually if they try often enough. That I know, Leylin said contemptuously. He was quite unhappy about this kind of work, where they were basically pimping themselves out. By the way, you do have a very pure bloodline, Leylin. You're also quite strong yourself, so be careful. The female warlocks will go crazy over you. Robin said with a teasing smile. It doesn't matter. I won't do this no matter what. Leylin said assuredly. This kind of act violated his bottom line, and he would not do something that went against his basic principles. Your wants have nothing to do with it. Some female warlocks with high bloodline purity will capture ones like you and not let you go until they become pregnant. Given that the male suffers no substantial losses and revealing this would generally hurt their reputations, they choose to silently endure, thus making it hard for us to interfere. Robin's following words dumbfounded Leylin. Robin looked Leylin up and down, and nodded to him. Don't worry. Based on your current strength, there are few female warlocks in the clan that can actually capture you. Robin. What a coincidence. Suddenly, a woman's voice rose up behind them. Robin turned back and saw a female warlock with long black hair creating a divide in the crowd as she approached them. While occasionally eyeing Leylin, there was an undisguised hint of excitement on her face which sent shivers down his spine. Who is this handsome fellow? We haven't met before, have we? The aura of this female warlock was the same as Robin's. Their spiritual force have both reached the hydro phase. She was also a well-built beauty, with a charming appearance and fair skin. This is Marquis Leylin, a new member of the clan who is under Mentor Gilbert's tutelage. Robin said with a smile on his face, but he felt uneasy. He transmitted to Leylin, be careful. This is one of the female warlocks I just told you about, Blood Serpent Miranda. Hello, Marquis Miranda. Leylin knew her status and gave her a salute. Marquis Leylin. So is this the first time you've come here? Why don't you follow me? I can show you around, and we can even go to my manor later where I show you the enthusiasm of our female warlocks. Miranda's eyes shone with excitement as she surveyed Leylin and ran her tongue along her lips. This further increased her charm to the point that few males could resist her. My apologies. I'd prefer to be led by Robin. Leylin denied. He liked beautiful girls, but it was only if he was the dominant one. It would feel too humiliating to be used like a tool for mating. Don't refuse me so fast. 5,000 contribution points. 5,000 contribution points for one night. Deal. Miranda offered a price without any hesitation, and the warlocks around inhaled a deep breath. It seemed like 5,000 contribution points was quite the number. That's enough. Leylin's face turned solemn, his hand reaching for the hilt of his sword. So that's how you want it. Then let me tame you in my own way. Miranda felt no fear for Leylin, and instead a foxy expression appeared on her face. She'd seen through Leylin at first glance, and knew that he was a newly advanced rank 3 whose spiritual force had not reached the vapor phase. Meanwhile, hers was already in the hydro phase. Rank 3 warlocks were divided into those with vapor phase, hydro phase, and crystal phase spiritual force. There was a huge gap in strength between each phase. With Leylin being 2 phases below her, she was not worried even if he had some secret weapons. Right here, Miranda's eyes narrowed into slits, a dangerous aura bursting forth. Dense scales appeared on her body in the shape of flowers which made her even more alluring. Miranda, stop. Another clear female voice arose, and a red snake flew over. You. Miranda waved her hands. Countless black wisps appeared around her, bumping into the red snake. Robin ended up having to repress the following explosion, but even so many warlocks were pushed down by the aftermath of the clash. Another one. Leylin, your luck today is just too poor. Another one. Leylin looked at the source of the sound. The one who attacked with the red snake just now was also a female warlock, her long black hair cascading to her waist like a waterfall. She possessed a voluptuous body that was in stark contrast to her saintly face. This is Marquis Freya. I've never heard about rumors of her capturing male warlocks, but her family's bloodline has been declining in recent years. They are looking for a suitable male to marry into their family, be careful. Robin transmitted to Leylin, who currently could only keep silent. Freya, if you want a man, there are plenty in my castle that I can gift you. This one is mine. Apparently, Miranda had already considered Leylin her own prey. Miranda, you slut, I'm not here for romance. I'm here to ask him to join my family. Freya retorted sharply. No way, I saw him first. So what? With the argument escalating, the danger around these two women grew and everyone around backed away. Leylin stood between them, feeling amused and annoyed. Rather than asking for his own opinion, these two were fighting over him like he was a victory item. Listen here, are you even going to bother about my opinion? You. Miranda smiled faintly. Weaklings have no right to an opinion. Even your mentor wouldn't say anything about this. I have an elder backing me as well. On the other side, Freya expressed her silent agreement. Fine, I will let you know who is the weakling. Leylin drew his sword from its sheath. The meteor sword was a high-grade magic artifact. It began emitting a scary aura. Streams of black light shot at the two women, containing within them the horrifying toxins of a chemoyan serpent. Meanwhile, Intimidating Gaze, his rank 3 bloodline spell, shot forth. Although similar waves shot forth from the two women, they retreated the moment they came in contact with Leylin's domain. An intimidating gaze this powerful. Robin looked at the weaker warlocks who had fallen to the ground. It seems like Leylin's blood purity is much higher than I expected. With a flash of black light, two distinct sounds rung out. A red whip in Miranda's hands cracked into two, and Freya retreated a few steps as a red ring in her hands was crushed into a powder. 4th grade meditation technique, I will only choose someone I like. Do not provoke me, or else, Leylin coldly replied, sword drawn, as he immediately pulled Robin away. At the bottom of his heart, he was actually a little fearful of these two crazy women. Pure giant chemoyan serpent poison. Such a powerful intimidating gaze. His bloodline is exactly what I need. Freya muttered to herself and watching Leylin's back with a steady glint of light in her eyes. Haha, what a personality. I like it. Miranda was even more excited than Freya. Hey, you saw his ability. Although he isn't as strong as either of us, he will definitely escape if we try to get him ourselves. I suggest we join hands to deal with him. What do you think? Miranda moved close to Freya and bit her ears. When the time comes, I can let you be first. Of course, if you prefer a threesome, I have no objections. Nonsense. Freya rolled her eyes and walked straight out. Phew. Leylin let out a long sigh of relief after leaving the place. Haha, you will get used to such incidents. You were considered lucky, joining only after you have attained the 3rd rank. These two lady warlocks are the most powerful. If they can't get a hold of you, the rest won't have a chance. Thinking back about my past, Robin sighed as if recalling some repressed memories. Leylin maintained his silence. He was sensible enough not to provoke Robin at the moment. This is it, this manor belongs to you. After passing through a series of buildings, Robin led Leylin to the front of a big garden courtyard. At the entrance sat two enormous ash-gray stone serpents. Faint energy undulations were emitting from them. They were evidently not just ornamental. Cubular was standing at the front of the gate, dressed like a butler. Upon seeing Leylin, his eyes lit up and he immediately stepped up and bowed respectfully. My lord. Robin handed Leylin a pink crystal. My men have sent the decoration details to Cubular. This is the master key and identification crystal. I assume you will have many matters to handle since you have just arrived. Just remember to be at the same meeting place tomorrow afternoon. Sir Gilbert will see you then. He stepped out after giving his last instructions. Show me around the manor. Also, your matter is resolved now. Leylin was deeply moved as he looked around at the surrounding structures. He would be spending a long time here if nothing happens out of the blue. As you wish, my lord. Cubular thankfully replied. Although a simple matter like his could be resolved with a word from his lord, it was indeed rare for the master to care so much about a servant. Leylin was now not only a marquis of the Ouroboros clan, but also a student of Duke Gilbert. His future was truly bright and immeasurable. Cubular was naturally filled with enthusiasm as he intended to be a good servant to Leylin. In this manner, other than your personal master bedroom, there is also a study room, a laboratory and an arena for negative energy. There's a bloodline purifying pool, a quiet field of sculptures. In addition, there are more than enough specially prepared facilities meant for use by magi who are third rank and below. Cubular clearly had been briefed before. During the introduction, he spoke with much familiarity. A common facility for other magi. Looks like it is an exclusive one for the vassals. Leylin nodded his head. Go ahead, pick a set for yourself. Thank you, my lord. Cubular bowed earnestly, his face filled with joy. The perks that came with being the retainer of a marquis were definitely outstanding. In fact, they were better than what he would normally get if he'd become a baron. This manor is too big, and it is a little quiet. Look into whether we should recruit some acolytes or perhaps buy a few slaves. Leylin casually gave the order and Cubular listened intently. In the study room, Gilbert unrolled the document in his hand and analyzed it closely. According to what Leylin has revealed, his bloodline is that of Norco Caradus Far. Yes, sir. Robin replied respectfully. This Norco Caradus Far is registered in our records. It belonged to a marquis of the Chemoyan bloodline who went missing during an exploration. Looks like it had been disseminated to the south coast, and he also left behind a descendant, the south coast. I traveled there when I was younger. It was a barren place, Gilbert sighed. To a magus of the central continent, the south coast and twilight zone were poor backwater regions. The energy in their atmosphere was extremely lacking and their resources were limited, which was the reason they'd left. As for the Norco Caradus Far warlock, he is considered my senior. For Leylin to acquire such an inheritance, and the corresponding accuracy of events in the timeline, it is clear what will come next. Yes, our men from the south coast have sent over some information. Robin nodded his head. It is a pity that he only acquired part of the inheritance and didn't lay his hands on the fourth grade of the Chemoyan's pupil. Gilbert sighed, knowing very well and viewing the status of Leylin from the cinema room. If he had the full inheritance of a Morning Star magus, perhaps it might have triggered his interest. However, Leylin had obviously inherited only the external portion, hence he lost all passion. I agree with you, Robin echoed. For magi of the south coast and twilight zone, even if they were to rise in rank to a Morning Star magus, they would still be lacking in comparison to their peers from the central continent. There were many advanced and sophisticated experiments that could only be implemented on the central continent. Moreover, a single magus lone research would never be on par with the accumulated research of a huge group. Since there are no problems, let's admit him. The clan has not had any new blood for a long time. Gilbert let out another sigh. Warlocks and magi were created differently. Not only did they need innate skill with the soul, they needed to meet the required concentration of bloodline. Warlock bloodlines tend to dilute over the generations, hence the first and second generations' bloodline were the purest and they held the most accomplishments. Those who came after would find it difficult to surpass their success. Even if bloodline mutations occurred, such cases were rare and random. The probability of success was also pathetic. Many of the famous warlock clans of the ancient period did not perish due to external enemies, but instead due to their own bloodlines gradually withering away until they faded from the world of magi. This was a problem of the current Ouroboros clan as well. The next day, Leylin arrived at Duke Gilbert's villa earlier than reporting time. The two lady warlocks of yesterday were either stunned or had other plans in mind, as they did not approach Leylin, which caused him to heave a sigh of relief. Amongst animals, it's very often the females that possess formidable physiques and great power. Serpents, too, are as such. This might have caused the yin element to become stronger than the yang element within the clan. In fact, it might be the root cause for the female warlocks' bloodlines to be thicker than those of the males. Leylin walked on with a thought circulating non-stop in his mind. According to what Robin had revealed yesterday, within the Ouroboros clan, even if the ranks were the same, a female warlock's ability was distinctly higher than a male's. This seemed to verify his conclusion. In addition, even the legendary Snake Dowager was female. Leylin shook his head, trying to get rid of such mixed thoughts as he approached the main gate of the villa. Mentor. This is Leylin, he spoke into a purple morning glory hanging by the door frame. Crack. The door of the villa automatically opened once Leylin's voice was heard. As he stepped in, he saw that the decorations were similar to the day before, resembling a commoner's grand mansion. The AI chip made a quick scan and discovered nothing out of the ordinary. However, the more normal it seemed, the more vigilant Leylin became. The decoration of a rank 3 warlock already made it beyond his ability to perceive energy. If Gilbert were to launch a spell in such a seemingly safe place, how frightening would it be? As Leylin stepped into the study room on the second floor, he once again came face to face with the bald glossy head of the rank 4 warlock, Gilbert. Mentor. Leylin bowed immediately, showing great respect and etiquette. Very good. Get up. Gilbert was reading a book that was made of bone. From time to time, green sparks and howls erupted from its surface, but they very soon vanished into thin air before they could come into contact with Gilbert. You saw the images yesterday, how do you feel about it? Gilbert closed the book and it made a crisp sound. Very strong. Very terrifying. Leylin truthfully replied. That was a true rank 4 Morning Star Magus, one that qualifies to join the frightening final battle for power. He was also a true elite of the Central Continent. Gilbert sighed and continued, in reality, to differentiate between the strong and the weak organizations, you just need to look at the number of Morning Star Magi they possess. I have very high expectations from you. Gilbert then handed a crimson-red crystal ball to Leylin, this the 4th grade of Chemoyan's pupil. Since you have already achieved rank 3 as a giant Chemoyan serpent warlock, you are entitled to it. And since you are a student of mine, I can give it to you directly. As for the requirement of rank 3 warlocks to attain vapor phase spiritual force and things as such, you will still need to make the necessary contributions. After he received the crystal ball, the AI chip immediately recorded the 4th grade of the Chemoyan's pupil meditation technique and started to deduce a comparison with the current version, optimizing many abilities. Thank you, Mentor. If I attain the status of a Morning Star Magus in the future, I will certainly protect the clan. World of Gods being imparted the 4th level of Chemoyan's pupil meant he had genuinely entered the core ranks of the circle. Although such meditation techniques needed a matching bloodline, and was useless. To an outsider, it was still considered to be very high in value. Seeing how he was admitted to the clan with sincerity, Leylin was rather shaken, and he too made an oath. With his current strength, any words that he spoke of would hold its own weight and have a tremendous effective. Gilbert looked at Leylin deeply. Very well. I hope you will engrave in your memory the words you have spoken today. From herein, I shall strive to impart to you everything I know. As for how much you can learn, it will all depend on your diligence and luck, he added. Thank you, Mentor. Leylin gave a deep respectful bow. He knew that, as a Morning Star Magus and an elder of the clan, Duke Gilbert was very busy every day. It was most definitely not easy to take time out every day to teach him. This also meant that Gilbert was optimistic about Leylin's future. Besides, regardless of the inconveniences, it was not going to be a long journey. Because it was as such, this opportunity was even more precious. Thereafter, Leylin would be at Gilbert's manor, receiving his teachings on foundation subjects. Although Leylin had already learned most of it, the content from the southern coast and Twilight Zone differed from that of the Central Continent, and Gilbert aimed to acknowledge and reverse these discrepancies. Even though it was just basic foundational knowledge, with Gilbert's way of narration Leylin gained even more insight from the content. In addition, Gilbert had placed his personal library in a separate concealed room, allowing Leylin to browse the books freely. Content that he needed to memorize were those relating to history and magic, introduction to dimension theory, space communication knowledge, research on the boundary of the stars. Leylin, as usual, approached the concealed room and picked out 3 thick books that he had marked. After flipping to a specific page, he started to read. With the illumination of the unceasing flame in the concealed room, Leylin was focused and devout. These were qualities that all researchers should have. After an hour had passed, Gilbert approached Leylin. He saw the contents of the book in his hand and was all smiles. Well, I see you are interested in interdimensional travel. Yes, mentor. Leylin nodded his head and admitted it. Magi from ancient times were formidable because they had plundered an enormous amount of the world's accumulated knowledge and their consistent research to upgrade themselves. Leylin wanted to be like them. Interdimensional travel may be dangerous, but it is also very enticing. Once you succeed, the benefits of the world will be solely reaped by you. Gilbert let out a sigh and pulled out a chair. All right. Today I will tell you about the research the Central Continent has conducted on interdimensional travel. The Central Continent has already begun research in this field. Leylin's heart skipped a beat. He sat upright and was all ears. Gilbert gave it some thought and decided on where to begin. First of all, you need to understand the concept of worlds and dimensions. The multiverse is wide and borderless. Even the ancient Magi at their peak they were unable to explore to the extreme ends of it. Surrounding the Magi were the existences of multiple other great worlds as well. And so, a plane is but a small tiny world. If the world of the Magi is the sun for instance, a plane is a small star. However, no matter how small the plane is, their surface area will still exceed what you have imagined it to be. And among the different worlds and dimensions, all kinds of bizarre living beings exist within them. In fact, there are existences that surpass that of the Magi in history. Some were the ones who initiated the start of a brilliant civilization, while others were the amalgamation of consciousnesses and concepts. No living organisms exist there, only a terrifying mix of chaotic beings with consciousness. The ancient Magi won by means of conquering these worlds and researching their powers. They robbed the necessary resources and created their own splendid civilization. And so, the basis of interdimensional travel is a cosmic gate. One theory states that the cosmos is the highest state of the multiverse. It is also the core of all dimensions, time and space. Through the cosmos, the world of Magi could connect to any other world at will. I see. So it simply means that the so-called star realm is actually a central hub for various dimensions in the world. Leylin remarked after some thoughts. Yes, you can look at it that way. However, the mystery of the star realm can never be fully comprehended, so you need to show your utmost respect. Gilbert smiled and gave Leylin a stern warning. Yes, I understand now, mentor. Leylin nodded his head in compliance. By opening the cosmic gate, you will be exposed to countless dangers. There were Magi who stumbled into unknown worlds carelessly and died to attacks from various dangerous creatures. And others who went and came back to the Magus world with unusual and terrifying curses. Of course, on the whole, Magi dominated the various worlds, well, except for that world. Are they the formidable enemy that we fought with, during the battle that ended our golden period? Leylin vaguely remembered the details from the antique book he had read back in Twilight Zone. Right, Gilbert replied with a tone of seriousness. Magi from the ancient past conquered one dimension after another, causing many living creatures to bow and surrender and to be used as slaves. However, the huge victories and glory soon clouded their egos, and they became greedy for more insane strategies of attacks, ignoring all signs of dangers, until they met that world. What kind of world is that? Leylin couldn't help asking, knowing very well the formidable power it possessed yet not knowing the seldom mentioned details. It is a world that consists of multiple planes that can no longer evolve any further. Clusters of smaller dimensions are suspended at its edges. And surrounding the entire world is yet another strong layer of crystal walls. As a rank 4 magus of the Central Continent, Gilbert naturally knew the details of ancient secrets very well. There are many strong Magi in that world, some at rank 7, rank 8. Of course, they are not called Magi there, instead they address themselves as gods. Gods? Yes, and so that world is known as the world of gods. Although the opposing side is extremely strong and powerful, the Magi at that time were also at the peak of their own prosperity. Resources in the world of gods were plentiful, and this made the ancient Magi jealous. They saw great value in the gods' lands and sought to attain them. Hence, those rank 7 and rank 8 Magi who wielded horrifying powers started a war with them. What happened next, you should know very well. Gilbert turned to look at Leylin. Yes, I do. Neither side won. Many of the ancient Magi died one after another to the point that it ended our golden period. The door to the cosmos, on the other hand, had no choice but to be sealed too. All this led the collapse of the Magus world. The way I see it, our Magus world and the opposing world of gods are each at one end of a funnel, and the cosmos is the link between us. As for the planes and other worlds, they are sprinkled between us along the way. Gilbert explained his personal opinion. As the strength of both sides were similar, the opposing gods did not have an easy time. There were rumors that their most powerful, the supreme god, suffered an irreversible injury that caused him to sink into an eternal sleep. As for the other fallen gods, the numbers were astounding, hence it was termed the sunset of the gods. So, after finding out about it, the new generations of magi recently reopened cosmic gates and started conducting interdimensional travel. Leylin guessed. This explains why the central continent is much more prosperous than all the rest. In the beginning, it was the lone decision of a single morning star magus to do so, but when it was revealed that there were no signs of invasion from the world of gods and no adverse consequences, the other morning star magi followed suit. Gilbert smiled bitterly. In the central continent, if you did not improve, the others would naturally improve and leave you in the dust. Since using cosmic gates would cause no harm and yet reap great rewards, then how could the rest of the magi endure this temptation? After some cautious travel, we finally got word of the world of gods. The external layer of their crystal wall system had been stabilized, reinforced and hardened, resisting all external intruders, and it had already reached a new, stronger level of sealing. Upon hearing this news, all the magi in the central continent unanimously let out sighs of relief, and decided to carry out even more interdimensional travel, slowly regaining the glory of our ancient past, so much so that a few rank 6 magi, those we now call kings, started to appear. Gilbert said conclusively. Leylin nodded his head. The current Leylin, with his newfound knowledge of the central continent and battle of the ancient past, finally understood the total picture. At the same time, he looked forward to experiencing interdimensional travel. The world where I used to live in, is it a part of the endless multiverse? At the bottom of his heart, Leylin was suddenly filled with indifferent expectations. The current Leylin had already combined innate spells with science and technology, embarking on his own personal journey. Even if other magi were to achieve the much-needed accumulated knowledge of science and technologies, they might not be able to match up to his rate of advancement. Moreover, the AI chip had fused with his soul when he was shuttled through space and time. This was not something any magus could achieve, and the probability of success was simply too low. Even if other magi were to try and attempt it, their soul would likely be destroyed at the end. But, as your mentor, I would like to remind you this. You are too weak to conduct research on this currently. Gilbert pressed on the interdimensional travel research that Leylin held in his hand. Only when you have reached the status of a morning star magus will you be able to venture out into the cosmos. The cosmic gate, morning star magus. Leylin looked doubtful as he glanced at his mentor. Yes, only the massive spiritual force of morning star magi can withstand the consumption as you step over. In addition, many dangers in various worlds are unable to be dealt with by regular magi. At the very least, you need to be at the morning star realm. Gilbert looked stern. With your current spiritual force, with the help of the spell formations and the cosmic gate, you'll at most be able to approach a few magus worlds and receive a few sections of incomplete information even if you drain all your spiritual force. You may not even be able to obtain all of the information. Gilbert shook his head. If you really must do this, you could aid me in my experiment regarding projection of coordinates. After that, through Gilbert's explanations, Leylin found out some fundamental information on how to use the cosmic gate. This experiment of crossing over to different worlds consumed a lot of energy, and there were rules when it came to transporting objects. In general, receiving information through spiritual force consumed the least energy, but the moment any substance was to be transported, the consumption would increase several times. If a magus were to go over, the energy required was tremendous, to the point that it might even cause morning star magi to exhaust themselves. In reality, in both ancient and recent times, there were so many morning star magi who had consumed large amounts of resources and energy only to find a desolate world, ending up with nothing despite their efforts. The cosmic gate had always been a place where fortune and danger coexisted. The magi in the central continent seldom traveled over. They preferred to send out a few spiritual force coordinates, as well as use things like teleportation spell formations. This was similar to setting down fish bait, and then waiting for the other side to accept it. Though the chances were so small that they were below 1 in 10,000, there was a real possibility of intelligent beings receiving the spiritual force tokens that were floating in spatial cracks. Next was to bewitch these beings and then gather information regarding these other dimensions and determine their coordinates. If this information was determined valuable enough, Morning Star Magi would then open the true cosmic gate and then travel there in great numbers, seizing control of the dimension. Why does it sound like we're doing the same thing as a cult, as if some satanic summoning ritual? Leylin was bewildered. It is something like that. Those devils or whatever they come from a different dimension near us. They like to gather spirits through this method. If not for them concealing themselves so well, we would have long since used the coordinates and tried to kill them. A killing intent rose in Gilbert's eyes. Well then, Mentor, I would like to enter your experiment with the cosmic gate. Leylin immediately requested. All right, while I am experimenting, you can be my assistant, observing and studying at the side. Gilbert watched Leylin's resolute gaze and nodded. After leaving Gilbert's villa, Leylin was in a very good mood. Not only had he gathered many ancient secrets, he was now qualified to participate in the space experiments. In the future, I want to make my own cosmic gate. Leylin decided. At the very least, he would need to go to that purgatory world at least once. He would gain a solution for the shackles of his giant Chemoian serpent bloodline there. Of course, this was the hope of the entire Ouroboros clan. Leylin's mentor, Gilbert, and the two other Morning Star warlocks were crazily searching for the coordinates of the purgatory world. It was a pity that the multiple worlds and coordinates were like the numerous stars in the sky. With their method of trial and error, it was impossible to know how long it would take from them to find Purgatory World. However, Leylin had plans of his own. He would not mention them yet. Leylin. Around a corner, Leylin heard a voice and halted his footsteps, seeing a blonde middle-aged magus walking over. However, there was no longer the calm and dignified look he had had. Instead, he was flustered, and even the energy fluctuations around him were unstable, as if he had gained injuries. What is it? Leylin was in no mood for this sheltered warlock who had once threatened him before. Woody. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have someone backing you, you gigolo. Woody's expression was terrible, looking as if he wanted to gobble Leylin up. Gigolo. Leylin's heart jumped, and he had a bad feeling about this. Woody, aren't you starting yet? A female voice that made Leylin's hair stand. He then saw that warlock Freya from before, pulling at a pet that seemed to be a black sheepdog. Upon closer inspection, Leylin realized there were complicated black patterns on its face, its eyes flashing with intelligence. However, all that was inside them was now despair, frenzy and an unspeakable dread. Morphing technique. This is Johnny. Magi naturally did not recognize people by their appearances. The familiar spiritual waves immediately allowed Leylin to tell the true identity of this sheepdog. This is crazy. Seeing the dog leash around the sheepdog's neck, Leylin could confirm Johnny even had thoughts of suicide. Woo. After seeing Woody, the sheepdog began to whimper even more, as if hoping its original owner would save it. Woody paled in anger, but did not do much. He then gritted his teeth, bowing slightly to Leylin. Marquis Leylin, please forgive me for my previous offenses. Please do whatever you please with Johnny. Having said this, Woody immediately turned to leave, disappearing after turning a corner. How is it? Do you like my gift? To change him into this form, it used up a precious morphing scroll I got from my mentor. Freya pulled the black sheepdog till it reached his side, anticipating his reaction. Leylin could only force a smile. He had heard from Robin that compared to the wanton Miranda, Freya kept her chastity and did not do anything to charm male warlocks into becoming their toys. However, in order to improve the bloodline in her family, she would go around looking for suitable candidates. At this moment, she seemed to have chosen him. The earnest look on her face seemed to be giving Leylin a headache. Though she was a student of the Second Elder and was thus doted on, for her to become hostile to another giant Chemoian serpent warlock and even punish members in the same circle as she was in, she would definitely be under immense pressure. Of course, as a warlock, she had inherited emotional instability and perhaps would not think too much of her actions. Through the AI chip, Leylin noticed the unstable aura on Freya's body. It was apparent that pressuring Woody was not such a simple task, and both sides would suffer losses. The reason Woody had automatically conceded was because his bloodline instability was not flaring up. He knew how to weigh his benefits. Whatever. Do whatever you want with Johnny. Looking at the whimpering sheepdog on the ground, Leylin really sympathized with it. Also, here are 2 things for you. Leylin passed her a high-grade healing potion, as well as a high-grade potion of tranquility. He was not one to accept favors from others. A healing potion was a small matter, but what was more important was the high-grade potion of tranquility. This was the strengthened version of the potion of tranquility, and Leylin had even added parts of the icy jade scorpion's bloodline. Though the effects were reduced, it was still very effective for giant Chemoyan serpent warlocks. He really hoped this potion could slightly inhibit her crazy tendencies and stop her from bothering him. Watching Leylin seemingly fleeing and disappearing along the road, Freya caressed the two potions in her hands and smiled, "It's great as long as you have a good impression of me. You'll be mine." If Leylin knew what Freya was thinking, he would probably regret his actions. Now, however, he had found Robin. You want to take a look at your territory? Robin looked at Leylin in front of him. Yes. Mentor Gilbert has finished his teachings, and all that's left are preparations for the Cosmic Gate. There's nothing left for me to do, so I want to look at the territory. Leylin spoke. After his current trip, Gilbert was done with teaching him. He was a rank 4 warlock and had numerous tasks to carry out. On top of that, he had to focus on his research and could not continue coaching Leylin. Before conducting the Cosmic Gate experiments, a lot of time was needed to prepare the materials, adjust the frequencies and the like. Leylin wanted to make use of this time and first leave the headquarters. A part of it was because he wanted to see his territory, but another reason was because he was really a little scared and wanted to hide outside. Oh, it was Freya. Robin thought for a moment and suddenly began to laugh. He seemed to have some knowledge regarding what had just transpired. She's actually not half bad. She hasn't had a partner in the past, and her mentor is also a Morning Star warlock. You should just marry her. Robin even teased as he suggested. If I really want to marry someone, I can take her into consideration, but you know, Leylin's lips quirked in a wry smile. Though Freya was doing all she could to get into his good books, her final goal was to make him a breeding machine. Even if they did become companions, she would want him to marry into her family. How could he stand this? In the deepest part of his heart, Leylin believed himself to be a male chauvinist, and he could not stand for this. That's true. Besides, you're still young. Robin thought for a moment and then nodded, as if having expected this. Young? I'm almost 100. Leylin was speechless. Haha, I'm almost 500, and I've had 24 wives. I've married into several families. Robin's expression showed his experience in this area. When you're at my age, you'll think little of this sort of thing. Territory the wind blew, bringing about with it a refreshing feeling. Leylin rode on a horse, looking at the scenery on both sides. Great numbers of farms joined to form a large field which many farmers were working on. At the two sides of the roads, purification towers could be seen everywhere. These were specifically to remove the unwittingly emanated radiation pollution from the bodies of magi. This allowed regular humans and magi to exist in harmony. Robin did accede to Leylin's request in the end, even sending another warlock to bring Leylin to his own territory. Marquis Leylin, confirmation of your title as nobility and your proof for your territory has been handed down. From here on, your title shall be recognized throughout the central continent. The plains to the east of the Black Luster Mountains are all yours. All the regular people living here are automatically your subjects. The white-haired rank 2 warlock said. Give me the map. Leylin got off the horse, and Cubular immediately unfolded a slightly yellowish rolled-up map. With the map, the outline of the territory was even clearer. Not only was the area large, including a few fertile fields, there was even a coastline and a few good ports. A marquis of the central continent naturally had more gold than one in the south coast. The range of his territory was even comparable to a large kingdom of the south coast. Of course, for Leylin, who had been the guardian of Twilight Zone and ruler of 50 million people, he was not moved the slightest. Meanwhile, Cubular and the rank 2 warlock's expressions were full of envy. If the produce from the vast area in this territory was turned into resources for magi, it would be a huge source of revenue for regular rank 3 warlocks. Cubular, look for a few skilled administrators and build a governing structure. Oh, and also, for my seal of nobility, design it like my secret imprint. Leylin instructed casually. Cubular lowered his head respectfully, expressing his understanding. Seeing this, the white-haired warlock glanced at Cubular with a hint of envy in his eyes. From his perspective, Leylin was a giant Chemoyan serpent warlock and was the student of a Morning Star magus. He had boundless potential, and Cubular was his first vassal and was trusted. It was natural that his status would rise as time passed. At Robin's side, even if he tried to climb through the ranks for his whole life, he could only enter the elite circle. With this comparison on both sides, he was even more envious and jealous. Master, as a marquis, you will need a castle to be the core of your power, Cubular warned timely. Buy a few slaves, and with food and money as their pay, recruit a few people to help with construction. It should be done here. Leylin pointed at a place on the map. This was a field close to the coastline, one that was within walking distance of a port. Understood, kind master, Cubular praised. In reality, after the Ouroboros clan had conferred all this to Leylin, he had now gained authority over the life and death of all beings in his land. He was even allowed to make his own army and kingdom. In the central continent, commoners could be forced to bring their own food when conscripted, being forced into labor. They themselves would have to take care of logistics after wars. Leave alone food, Leylin was even giving out a pay. This made him benevolent beyond compare. Name the castle, Onyx Castle. Gather a few scholars and architects. After the design is done, bring it to me. Leylin was not in the least concerned about these small matters, giving Cubular free rein. What he really paid attention to was at the bottom, beside Onyx Castle, I am planning to create a Magus Tower. Magus Tower. The two beside him immediately gasped. This would be insanely expensive. Yes, and it should be made with the highest of standards. In Leylin's eyes, Onyx Castle was a place where regular people would place their focus. This Magus Tower would be his true residence. Why not construct it at the headquarters? Not only will you be supported with resources, it can even help guard the clan, Cubular proposed. No, Leylin shook his head. Though constructing it at the headquarters would net him technological support as well as resources, he would have to incorporate it into the joint defense system. Leylin had far too many secrets. How could he stand to reveal them to anyone else? In addition, a Magus Tower was a prerequisite to experiments on cosmic gates. Hence, Leylin made up his mind and decided to construct it alone in his territory. In that case, the blueprint and expenses, just the thought of it made Cubular feel faint. I'll complete the design myself. As for the expenses, don't worry about it. Leylin smiled slightly. He had milked the entirety of Twilight Zone for all its worth. Though it was far from the wealth that the central continent had, when all of it was concentrated on one person, it was still rather terrifying. His magic crystals had filled an entire spatial ring, and he also had all types of precious materials. This was enough to cover the cost of constructing a Magus Tower, and this would be no ordinary tower, but one constructed based on the highest standards. How could a regular Magus Tower contain Leylin's ambitions? In addition, high-grade Magus Towers would be able to boost a Magus' own strength, and were a place where many experiments would be conducted. Hence, many high-ranked magi would plan to make their own Magus Towers. However, there were few who could afford to make one themselves without feeling the burden it would put on them. Others would need to live and accumulate resources for hundreds of years before they could even dream of regular Magus Towers. As for top-grade towers, they could only dream about those. I'll need many male slaves and stonemasons for the construction of the castle and tower. Do you have any means of getting them? Leylin glanced at the old warlock. Of course. The old man bowed. Actually, there are a few specific channels my master has access to. They provide half-beasts, gnomes, dwarves, and adult slaves. Then I'll leave that to you. I'll need at least 10,000 people. The method of payment shall be with magic crystals. The moment Leylin's words were heard, a hint of elation could be seen in the old warlock's eyes. The central continent used gold and silver as their currency. Magic crystals were higher-grade currency that would have a higher exchange rate in the black market. By doing this, he would definitely be able to make some profit secretly. Of course, Leylin no longer cared about such trivial profits. If this could motivate the old man into working even harder, then so be it. No matter what they had once been called, Leylin had decided to rename these lands the Onyx Castle Plains. This land was now the heart of his developing territory. Under observation by overseers touting whips and clubs, groups of adult slaves transported large pieces of granite across the lands. The granite had been divided into equal sizes from a nearby stone quarry and was then transported here, being piled up to form a large castle. Leylin's Onyx Castle had 2 layers of city walls as defense. The outer layer was slightly lower than the inner wall, and there were many sentry towers, watchtowers and the like. Outside the Onyx Castle, there was also a channel forming a very wide moat. The building was mostly constructed by piling up granite. Near the end, he would invite magi proficient at manipulating earth elemental energy particles to reinforce the structure and fill the parts between the granite, forming a large body. After that, he would get a few renowned sculpting masters to do more work. After the construction was done, it would definitely not lose out to the grandeur of common nobility. To complete the Onyx Castle, many slaves and the people that Leylin had recruited would put all their effort into working day in and out. The meals that Leylin provided were not bad, with black bread and fish soup. For slaves and poor peasants, all these were hard to come by. Hence, they worked even harder. Master, 10,000 male slaves have been transported over. A part of them are at the stone quarry, while the rest are here. Cubular followed behind Leylin, seeming like a very calculating housekeeper. As Leylin was paying with magic crystals and could be said to be rich and overbearing, not caring about the source, he was the best client for slave traffickers. The old man from before had also worked doubly hard, and soon enough, 10,000 slaves were bought. This was not a small number, and thus helped Leylin gain a deeper understanding of the power Robin had. We need to use these slaves efficiently. We need to divide them into classes. Those who are diligent and proactive can get a small piece of land after construction is completed. They can become my farmers or soldiers. As for the lazy ones and the rebels, they can be a slave till they die, or we can just kill them. Leylin spoke indifferently. He had gone through a lot and had much experience in administration. Everything he said had Cubular nodding along. Tell me the progress of the construction. Master, with this rate, your castle can be completed in spring next year. The entire cost comes up to around 1.5 million gold coins. Cubular lowered his head and gave it a thought, and then announced a number that could cause a few normal kings to faint. Alright, that's not bad. These were trivial matters. Leylin let it pass through his ears and did not think more into it. The construction of the Onyx Castle was not the most important thing. What was more terrifying was the blueprint in his hands. Cubular was fearful and apprehensive as he looked at the blueprint in Leylin's hands. This was the structure of the Magus Tower that Leylin had designed himself. The entire Magus Tower would be constructed with bluerite metal, which was a stable alloy created by magi. There would be a total of 3 layers underground, with laboratories, summoning and binding rooms, and a huge negative energy reactive pool at the bottommost layer. On the ground, the first floor would be the living room. The second would be the master bedroom and library. The third would be the Magus Garden and ecological laboratory. The fourth would be the storage room, and the highest would have a positive energy reactive pool that would be the counterpart to the underground negative energy reactive pool. Almost all energy particles had positive and negative properties. This sort of energy pool would seize countless energy particles and be a costly structure that could gather energy. Internal affairs in Twilight Zone, Siegfried had been extremely proud of just the Earth elemental energy particle pool that he had saved up for over hundreds of years. However, Leylin had basically constructed energy particle pools of various elements, and even made 2 pools for each element. This terrifying consumption was enough for Cubular to want to faint. This was not all. Cubular knew what his master was planning. Not taking into consideration the tower itself and the spell formations for each level, it was the intellectual core that Leylin was planning to make, one using a Dumor crystal and a 4th grade magic scroll that could give the crystal life. A 4th grade magic scroll was not something that could be bought with magic crystals. If not for Leylin's status as Gilbert's student, he might not have even found a way to obtain it. With a tower genie, all the defenses of the tower would coordinate with each other. This intellectual being that would only recognize one master would be a great helper for a magus. After all these resources and materials were brought out, Cubular believed that this Magus Tower would not be unpresentable even for a Morning Star Magus to live in. Its defensive abilities would be able to hold on for a long time against the joint attacks of multiple rank 3 magi. The construction of the Magus Tower is a large project. With the people we have now, we can only make some preparations. After the Onyx Castle is completed next year, I shall live here and watch over the building of the Magus Tower. In Leylin's plans, the Magus Tower was something long-term that would take more than a decade to complete. The blood, sweat and resources put into it could not be calculated, but after all was said and done, he would have a solid foundation in the region. The amplifying effect that Magus Towers could provide for magi was considerably frightful, especially for a high-grade building like this. Leylin reckoned that as long as he was at the gaseous spiritual force stage and within the scope of the tower, he would not need to be afraid of any rank 3 magus, even if they were at the crystallized spiritual force stage. Of course, if the offender was a rank 4 magus, even one of the disgraces that did not possess a final technique could destroy him. The terror of Morning Star Magi was something he had really understood through experience. If those true Morning Star Magi used a final technique, half of his territory would be wiped out, and his Magus Tower would be useless. Unfortunately, he would be done for immediately. Cubular, have you found the people I asked you to look for? Leylin glanced towards Cubular. He had gotten Cubular to look for talents at administration. Also, he needed many more vassals that would help him build up his power. In addition, when construction of the Magus Tower began, he could let them come and take over, and thus save him some strength. As long as he personally took the last step of giving the tower genie life, he would be able to have complete control of the tower, and there would be no other issues. Master, my apologies. Upon hearing Leylin's words, Cubular's heart sank and he quickly knelt. What's wrong? There are many talents, and even a few came in answer to the recruitment. I have taken them all in. As for vassals, all my friends have the Manxstray snake bloodline and may not be able to meet your needs. Cubular looked ashamed. His clan of friends was obviously of the same rank as him. If he were to bring them to Leylin, it was just seeking death. He would obviously not do so. Higher-ranked warlocks would naturally want to serve Leylin, but he lacked the connections and could not get into contact with them. That's true. Leylin stroked his chin, having guessed the reason. He considered looking for Robin, where he would surely be able to recruit a few warlocks. He could not even consider giant Chemoyan serpent warlocks. However, among the rank 2 and even rank 3 warlocks, there were surely some who would think this was a dream come true, even going as far as hugging onto his leg, crying and yelling in hopes of getting the position. Let's look at the talents you recruited who can take care of our internal affairs. Understood, Master. Seeing that Leylin did not punish him, Cubular relaxed and brought Leylin to another makeshift camp. Here, a few regular humans whose auras were so very weak, waited in trepidation to meet with Leylin. Leylin even felt that if he did not intentionally moderate himself, just the radiation from his body would kill all these people, and it would not be a peaceful death. Of course, out of all these regular humans, there were 1 or 2 acolytes. However, in Leylin's eyes, they were just slightly larger ants and were not much different. Greetings to the Marquis of Onyx Castle. A few of them called, and then bowed respectfully to Leylin. He scanned them and realized most of them were elderly, with one of them being a resolute-looking middle-aged man. Announce your name and capabilities. Cubular saw Leylin's expression and shouted. I am Saltcliffe, proficient in internal affairs. This was an old man. My name is Royce, and I'm adept at training troops. I was once the commander in a dukedom. This was the middle-aged man. My name is Alessandor, and I'm proficient at internal affairs and law. This old man was brimming with the waves of an acolyte, and Leylin shot him a second glance. Alessandor, have you taken the blueberry essence before? Leylin's nose wrinkled and he suddenly asked. This blueberry essence was a special secretion of plants, and had the effect of lengthening the lives of acolytes who were below official magi. However, their strength would be fixed, and they would never be able to improve. Yes, my lord, I am now only 150, and I have 100 or so more years to work under you. Alessandor was truly a magician who knew the way they thought. What Leylin needed was long-term support. Regular old geezers would be so old they could not move in 10 or so years. What use were they? Very good. You and Royce, from just now have been recruited. As for the old people who were experienced but on the verge of death, they could only take their leave regretfully. After they left, Royce and Alessandro bowed once more, Master. This was the etiquette used when vassals greeted their masters. From here on, you are all my subordinates. Royce is in charge of security in the army, while Alessandro will take care of internal affairs. As long as you work hard, I will bestow upon you titles in your own land, and also take in your descendants to work for me. As nobility, Leylin naturally knew what they wanted, and want to use it to motivate them to work diligently. As expected, after hearing his promise, Royce and Alessandro all knelt in gratitude, kissing the ground under Leylin's feet. I shall offer my loyalty and respect, even if the world were to end. You can go. Cubular will give you more details. Leylin waved his arms. He was in no mood to deal with this, and could only pass on his authority to someone else to make decisions. If this was in the Middle Ages in the previous world, doing something like this would mean certain death. he would be made a figurehead by his subordinates, or even killed, but it was different here. Leylin himself held absolute power and did not have to worry about what his subordinates thought. Under the deterrence of magi, those two would not dare to have any strange thoughts or plans. It's about time I return. Not only do I need to gain experience from Mentor Gilbert, it's best to obtain a spell formation to vaporize my spiritual force. Leylin looked at his stats. Leylin Farlier. Rank 3 Warlock, Bloodline, Giant Chemoyan Serpent. Strength, 23.6, Agility, 20.1, Vitality, 35.7, Spiritual Force, 215.3, Magic Power, 215. Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. After entering rank 3, the effects of the giant serpent's breath potion had weakened. Though the environment in the central continent was much better than in Twilight Zone, after using such great amounts of resources, his spiritual force was now stuck, still around the level where he had just entered rank 3. However, Leylin was confident because the clan was a group formed entirely out of giant Chemoyan serpent warlocks. There were many formulas and products used to raise a warlock's spiritual force. In addition, with Gilbert's help, he would soon reach his current goal. The vapor phase spell formation would thus become essential. Buzz buzz. Rays of light were emanated from the suspended imprint on Leylin's body, forming a scarlet rune. Mentor Gilbert's ready now. Alright, I'll get back as soon as possible. Leylin spoke to the secret imprint and then called Cubular over, telling him to oversee the project while he made his way back. Phosphorescent swamp. The black swamp held within an aura of death, occasionally generating green flames. Leylin walked atop the swamp, feeling his body jubilant and excited, and could not help but nod. As expected of the final choice made by the clan amongst many others. This environment with the particles around is very suitable for the advancement of those with Chemoyan blood. The headquarters of the clan were similar to before. Many warlocks resided, lived and researched in this small magus city. Leylin went straight to find Robin and found out that Miranda and Freya had received a mission recently and had left. Knowing they were no longer in headquarters, he could not help but sigh in relief. Haha. Seeing Leylin like this, Robin as a senior could not hold back his laughter. After the teasing, the two doves into work. The Cosmic Gate experiment is very dangerous. The creatures from other dimensions could be terrifying existences with strength surpassing Morning Star Magi. In the White Terror incident 214 years ago, the great pioneer, Morning Star Magus Burrell made contact with another world recklessly and met with a fearsome consciousness formed from terror. Not only did he fall, all his descendants all died as well. Even if they were not on this continent, they met the same fate. I hope you can reconsider. Interdimensions experiment. Duke Gilbert has already told me in detail about the dangers related to the Cosmic Gate. Leylin had a smile on his face, but his expression was as resolute as ever. But if we don't communicate with other worlds and obtain their unique knowledge and resources, how can we improve? In the pursuit of knowledge, I'm willing to do anything. Magi desired truth more than any other being did. Having seen Leylin's expressions, Robin let out a long sigh. In that case, prepare the designated protective gear and memorize the escape spell, Gilbert's basement laboratory, the core of the region. Scribbles of detailed and complex runes and graphics dotted the four walls. Leylin need only slightly take a glance to discover that there were quite a few high-level runes he himself had yet to see. High-level air isolation rune. And this flawed rune pattern. It seems like I have seen this previously in the ancient records of Twilight Zone. Leylin let out a gasp of surprise, and at the same time ordered the AI chip to record all of the runes down. At that point in time, a layer of black film appeared atop him. Like a protective suit, it enveloped his entire body, not leaving the smallest part uncovered. Moreover, after having entered the area, he had experienced at least 3 sterilization-like procedures. This biochemical clothing could effectively isolate any pollution that would be passed on from other worlds through the Cosmic Gate. Hence, it was an essential piece of equipment for experiments on it. Just based on the meticulous preparation, one would be able to tell the complex and terrifying nature of Cosmic Gate experiments. Leylin sighed once again. His eyes could not help but once again gaze at the center of the laboratory. At the center, a large area of starlight was giving off bright rays. The interior seemed to contain something, but given Leylin was unable to see clearly given his current eyesight. That is the physical state of a Cosmic Gate. Just opening one would exhaust my resources greatly, maybe even making me bankrupt. Leylin silently contemplated in his heart. The energy consumption of a cosmic gate was just too terrifying. After giving it some thought, he realized that even he, with his vast funds, could not endure such a thing. It was no wonder that some morning star magi would become bankrupt after studying cosmic gates. Quick! Prepare the experiment. Robin had a layer of protective film around his body as well, and was going about his preparations at a table in the corner. In reality, they were still some distance away from the real gate to the star realm. Duke Gilbert was at the center of it all, where a circle of magic runes was radiating a golden glow. The students, including an old man, whose spiritual force had reached the crystal phase, could only wait outside this circle, unable to advance further. The running time of a cosmic gate is very precious. Currently, it is at its lowest limit and can only allow the passage of spiritual force coordinate markers. All of you, come try one by one. Duke Gilbert's voice echoed. Leylin, it's the first time you're taking part in experiments like these. You can just observe what I do first. Robin said from beside him. Yes. Leylin's eyes radiated a sparkling blue glow, and he stared at Robin's movements attentively. Duke Gilbert took out a piece of golden crystal, and threw it towards the centermost blue flame. Boom! The golden crystal collided with the blue flames, and instantly a violent reaction occurred. A large amount of golden light was radiated, which was immediately absorbed by the blue flames. Blue rays of energy extended towards the loops of the spells before finally arriving before the few rank 3 warlocks and forming a mercuric mirror that caved in slightly, one that had at its center a black ripple. This feeling, it's quite similar to that of the ancient teleportation spell formation, but it possesses a greater degree of disorder and violence. Leylin compared the two in his mind. A bright silver ray of spiritual force emerged from Robin's head, and rapidly formed a flower bud in the air. Runes were formed on the surface which quickly went into the mirror. This spacetime positioning experiment is extremely simple. With the repeated casting of coordinates into cosmic gates, we might stumble upon a different world, or it might be picked up by an intelligent being. Generally speaking, the probability is extremely low, and there may not even be a single case of success within 10,000 tries. Then isn't this just trying our luck? Leylin rolled his eyes in his heart, and was somewhat speechless. However, seeing Robin's pale face, he knew that things were not as easy as what he had said. In the past, it was impossible for me to use my spiritual force to sense movements in the Twilight Zone through teleportation spell formations, but now I have to use my spiritual force to explore the world. The difficulty level is incomparable. Even though I have already reached rank 3, and have the support and help of other magi, I'm afraid the difficulty levels have not decreased much. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion sounded from Robin and he immediately took a few steps back, face pale. We have failed. My spiritual force coordinate marker met with spatial dysfunction, and has been completely extinguished. What they were doing now was sending the coordinate marker made from spiritual force to the cosmos between the various worlds to float in between, and they could only hope for good luck for the spiritual force to land in another world. But the gaps between the worlds were fraught with dangers. The most fundamental was that of spatial interference, and there could even be a few strange beings that specifically stay within this space, who would not only destroy the spiritual force markers but even follow the markers back upstream, retaliating by launching an attack on the magi who had sent out the markers. As a result, Duke Gilbert would have to be watching on the side. The destruction of the spiritual force marker was a common occurrence. Robin failed twice after, which caused his face to become as pale as a corpse. With the amount of spiritual force that he exhausted in this experiment, Robin will have to rest up for a few days and spend time meditating to recover completely. Leylin thought to himself. Like Robin, many other students in the laboratory had failed many times, and not one of them had successfully found an alternate world. But there were still many differences between them. A female warlock who possessed a vapor phase spiritual force managed 5 attempts before she had to retreat to a corner to recover. Meanwhile, Robin was at his 7th attempts, while the white-haired old man, the strongest of the bunch, had made more than 10 attempts. The disparity within rank 3 warlocks is simply too huge. Leylin let out a sigh in his heart after having seen this scenario. Phew, I can't do this anymore. It's your turn. After having failed once again, Robin's face was so pale that the blood vessels below were visible. He immediately retreated, and Leylin took over his position. You must have understood what was happening from your observations before this, right? It's very easy, just simple usage of your spiritual force. Robin retreated to the side, and swallowed a purple capsule which made him look better instantly. All right, let me do it. Leylin eagerly walked forward, and large amounts of bright silver spiritual force were condensed into silvery white seed-shaped substance. Constructing a coordinate marker from spiritual force only required a simple usage of spiritual force, and any ordinary rank 1 magus could do this easily. Under Leylin's control, the silvery white seed slowly floated beyond him, and touched the indentation in the mirror. Bloop. As if falling through a layer of water, the silvery white seed instantly penetrated the mirror. However, instantly, Leylin's face registered a change. He immediately felt his connection to the marker weakening. It took a large amount of spiritual force to maintain the connection. Rays of silvery white spiritual force repeatedly disseminated from his sea of consciousness, and he managed to maintain a faint connection to the marker. No wonder only those at rank 3 or above can participate in this experiment. Just one attempt could drain the life out of most rank 2 magi. Leylin sighed in his mind. Suddenly, he could feel the spiritual force seed he'd scattered coming under the control of a frantic tsunami, only able to float and sink with the waves. He was unable to pick a path to advance. If it's like this, everything depends on luck. Leylin smiled grimly. If he could not even control his spiritual force, of what use would anything be? The only option was to pray that he was lucky. Not good. At this instant, 2 large air tides collided in the silver space, wedging his marker in between them. Leylin tried to move the marker away, but it was to no avail. He could only watch as the 2 air tides collided, giving rise to a huge storm and extinguishing his seed. Leylin held his head. The instant he had lost his spiritual force seed, his head felt as if it had been sliced apart by a knife. The spiritual force in his sea of consciousness was also depleted by a third. Does this mean that I can only condense these coordinate marking seeds and try my luck for 3 times at most in a single session? Leylin was rendered speechless. With the experiment being completely dependent on pure luck, and no way to increase the success rate, his seniors had a huge advantage when compared to him. It was no wonder that Duke Gilbert had solicited the help of so many students. The greater the number of attempts made, the greater the hope to succeed. However, the chances were still low and completely dependent on luck. Leylin subconsciously reached for his waist pouch, before quickly withdrawing his hands. The coin of destiny could only make predictions about matters beneath the Morning Star realm. Once the matter involved the crossover of various worlds, no matter how slight the contact, the coin would be completely destroyed without being able to make a single prediction. You failed. That's normal. Try again. Robin encouraged him. Leylin rolled his eyes at Robin, and once again condensed a spiritual force marker, sending it through the lens. A plan? Things are going much more smoothly this time. Leylin was amazed for a moment, and then fell back into silence. In the middle of that thought, his spiritual force symbol had entered turbulent space again. An eastern wind soon picked it up, sending it forth into the distance. What awaited it in the distance was a terrifying fire whose aura was slowly but surely increasing. Through the response from the symbol, Leylin vaguely saw an incomparably enormous world. Surrounding this world was a membrane of sorts. Really? Is Lady Luck on my side? Although Leylin had his doubts, he continued to dash forwards with his spiritual force. Who is it? This is the Blazing Flame King's territory, get lost. A loud rumble was heard, and Leylin felt a powerful aura that caused his symbol to crumble apart. Thump thump. Leylin stumbled a few steps backwards, blood oozing out from both his nostrils. What happened? Robin immediately stepped towards Leylin and supported him. I seem to have discovered a world, but was blocked at the edge and attacked by a self-proclaimed king. Oh, that is the Blazing Flame world. It is under the control and protection of the monarch of Blazing Flames, Breaking Dawn Magus Aragorn. Robin's expression showed both understanding and indignance. They were already under his subjugation. Leylin remarked with his eyes opened wide. Yes, a few of the famous Breaking Dawn Magi here have already attacked and conquered some worlds with horrifying accomplishments. We even suspect that it is the spoils of these wars that have allowed them to enter the Breaking Dawn realm. Afterwards, the Breaking Dawn Magi and their subordinates will protect the conquered world, stopping us from spying on them. On top of that, the Guardians and other Radiant Moon Magi use their spiritual force to invade unconquered ones, at the same time destroying our spiritual force symbols. Robin's smile was forced and bitter. Therefore, avoiding probes by those formidable powers and camouflaging our spiritual forces until the time is right are topics that are very valuable for research. Ah! At this moment, the rank 3 old man looked as if he had provoked something, stumbled backwards and looking upwards, shouted, "Be careful, it is heading this way." GG. An unpleasant sound transmitted out from the mirror in front of him. A huge tentacle stretched out from within the mirror. It appeared to be some species of octopus, but without suction pads on the pure black tentacles, it looked extremely illusionary. Intimidating gaze. Toxic bile. Despite facing possible death, the rank 3 warlock showed no fear. He extended his domain and under his manipulation, toxic bile manifested itself and became a trident, piercing through half the body of the black octopus-like creature. Pong! The mirror shattered into pieces as the octopus succeeded in squeezing its way through. Its skin was filled with eyeballs all over, making it a horrifying and gross sight. Fush fush! The highly toxic black poison fork had pierced straight into the body of the octopus, yet no injuries were inflicted. Innate skill of virtual transformation. This is most common attribute among the living creatures in space. Leylin momentarily remembered what he had recorded. Soon after, a huge ball of pitch black smoke was puffed out from the mouth of the octopus and started to attack in the form of infrasonic waves. Leylin immediately retreated to a distance. The old man yanked the crystal crucifix that he wearing and held it up in front of himself. Thud. Beneath the octopus, black tentacles, the crystal crucifix proved to have no effects and it was penetrated through easily. The octopus came face to face with the old man and pounced on him. Countless big and ferocious teeth started appearing beneath. A pretty good creature. However, the octopus did not came into contact with the old man's face. It was grabbed firmly by yet another palm. Snap, snap. Multiple sharp teeth were gnawing on the hand, producing a spine-tingling sound, yet there seemed to be no effect at all. A space creature. One that has not been seen before. This experiment is indeed valuable. Gilbert was full of smiles as he manipulated a layer of blue flame in his hand to cover the entire octopus. After the ignited flame shrunk considerably, what remained in Gilbert's hand was a blue crystal ball with a black octopus swimming within it. It looked like a pocket-size ornament. And these two. Gilbert took a deep breath. A huge hurricane was generated, and Gilbert sucked up the smoke that the octopus had puffed out into his stomach. In a flash, the smoke that had caused them so much trouble vanished into the thin air. Truly a morning star magus. Leylin exclaimed with a tense gaze. Great. It's all thanks to Lucian for this successful experiment. I will remember your contributions. As for the rest of you, everyone will get 10,000 contribution points. Gilbert then declared the conclusion of the experiment. Looking at his expression, Leylin was sure Gilbert couldn't wait to lay his hands on the newly captured strange creature for experiments. The astral plane might be dangerous, but the gains are rich too. Leylin felt gloomy from the bottom of his heart. While walking out of the laboratory, Robin smiled and turned to Leylin to make introductions. This is Lucian, and this is Kesha, they are both my fellow students. Lucian was in fact the old geezer who was in the crystal phase. As for Kesha, she too was a rank 3 and Leylin gave both of them a respectful greeting. Lucian and Kesha extended a warm welcome to their new junior before leaving. Both of their spiritual forces had been exhausted considerably and they needed to rest and restore their strength. Especially Lucian, he was almost seriously hurt in the process, hence he was in a dull mood. Leylin understood Lucian's feelings, but he was left speechless after he had to adopt 9 more purification processes after the appearance of the strange creature. At the trading hall of the clan, bright twinkling lights were being emitted from the huge screen. Some fixed assignments and resource exchanges appeared on it from time to time. Leylin intentionally looked for the poster selling the life seed. Little did he expect to see there were many messages left under it. That it was a popular item for sale left Leylin speechless. He only looked at the messages for a short while before turning elsewhere. After numerous promotions to a higher position, the processing capabilities of his brain had strengthened immensely. He was now comparable to a regular computer. With just a few glances, he could assimilate the information that he needed from the huge screen easily. Rank 3 Vapor Phase Spell Formation, a must-have item for supplementing the vitality and strength of a Rank 3 Magus. Sale price: 100,000 contribution points. This was exactly what Leylin needed now. Cultivation of a Rank 3 Magi was to further compress and concentrate the already small spiritual force seed. Firstly, the bright silver spiritual force would be turned into vapor, after which it would enter the liquid phase and finally crystallization. At the final stage, all of the spiritual force would be condensed to a single point, the point mass. This was the raw material required for advancing to become a Morning Star Magus. Leylin was currently stuck at the beginning stage of rank 3 and had not even entered vapor phase. With the help of this spell, together with medication and the right meditation techniques, it should only be a matter of time before I enter the vapor phase. Leylin reckoned. There was a door for every stage within the third rank. And once a magus reached the hydro phase, they would be allowed to experience entry into the astral gate independently with the assistance of the Magi Tower. Of course, this wasn't a door built specially for the astral plane. It was built for eventual interplanar exploration in the future. Mentor Gilbert might be willing to trade the astral gate blueprint with me for a favorable price. However, it will be very difficult to acquire the astral stone. According to his mentor, the so-called astral stone was a necessary material when building a astral gate. The origins of the astral stones were unknown, and the Morning Star Magi kept them within their own circle. Thus, it was seldom seen outside. Experiments on interplanar travel depleted the energy within these astral stones, and they would then have to be replaced. Thus, Morning Star Magi didn't have enough of them on hand for their own use, leave alone selling them outside. Given their sky-high price, even if Gilbert were willing to sell some to him, Leylin wasn't sure he had the financial capabilities to buy them. Leylin skimmed over the screen at a lightning-quick pace, looking out for anything associated with experiments on the astral plane. Unfortunately, high-grade research like that would not normally be put on sale. Even the rare piece was immediately gobbled up for a very high price. Leylin stroked his chin in contemplation. Looking at the current circumstances, interplanar travel was a hot topic in the central continent. Although the weaker Magi did have some knowledge of it, most of it was still a big secret. It isn't realistic to expect to buy an astral stone, and the vapor phase spell formation is expensive as well. It's a better idea to slowly accumulate contribution points as I grow my spiritual force. Leylin thought about the 100,000 contribution point reward that Gilbert had handed out today, and exclaimed that such extravagance was indeed worthy of a Morning Star Magus. A few more visits to his experiments and Leylin would be able to afford the vapor phase spell formation. It was a pity that most Magi believed in the principle of equal exchange. Leylin's income today was a payment for the help he rendered, and there was a bonus due to there being gains from this experiment. Gilbert was not one to just randomly reward his students some points. I need to accumulate contribution points, and get a hold of some spiritual force potions that work for rank 3 warlocks. Leylin set these two short-term goals. It would be the wisest, most compatible and safest way through potions. Leylin looked at the screen. There were many highly paid requests for potion masters to concoct various potions. There were also contracts available for long-term patronage. Precipitating 3 years potions grandmasters were rare in the South Coast, and at that time, Leylin was only a rank 1 magus. Thus, he needed to avoid doing things that would leak his secret and lead to trouble. But the central continent posed no such problems. Even the Ouroboros clan alone housed a few reputable grandmasters, not to mention the entire continent. Furthermore, Leylin had already become a rank 3 warlock, and his strength now was leagues ahead of what it was before. With Gilbert as his backup, he had no cause for fear. Thus, it wasn't much of a problem to reveal a bit of his prowess in the field. It was still important to keep it a secret on the whole. Leylin's potioneering ability was honed over many years by personal tests and AI. Chip simulations. In addition to the chip's assistance during the act itself, he'd reached a level of skill that bordered that of the most respected potions grandmasters, a mysterious and unfathomable realm. But it was unnecessary to show his complete prowess. On top of that, through potioneering, he could get hold of the majority of the recipes from the central continent for free. Moreover, most were exclusive, and would contribute greatly to Leylin's database. Leylin hoped from the bottom of his heart that, after acquiring all the information the central continent had with regards to potioneering, he will have a breakthrough in his skill. 3 years later. Leylin was in his manor in the Ouroboros clan headquarters. Because of the many people and slaves in the region, the manor was not as empty as it once was. Once it had started functioning properly, clean-cut slaves and coquettish maids were walking about everywhere. There were even some acolytes mixed into this sea of people. Leylin had gathered all the gifted people in his territory and brought them here. He normally left his warlock vassals to guide them, and only came out to teach himself when he was in a good mood. This arrangement of Leylin wasn't well received by the acolytes, but they stayed on for the opportunity to work under him. Some of the acolytes and magi even specially moved to his territory. Inside the specialized living area, Leylin was conversing with Robin. Honestly speaking, Leylin, your potioneering ability has greatly surprised me. Robin was playing with the test tube in his hand. The purple liquid inside rippled and reflected a myriad of colors. Leylin had granted himself both wealth and fame through the selling of potions and potioneering for his clan members over the last 3 years. The number of high-ranking magi and magi of affiliated clans seeking for Leylin's potioneering had been on a steady increase. And Leylin wouldn't reject their offers most of the time, though his success rate was a little lower than the potion grandmasters of the Ouroboros clan. Leylin's fee was much lower when compared to theirs. Besides, many potions grandmasters had already filled their schedules with requests and were unable to take on any more requests. Precisely because of this, Leylin was able to come across the recipes for a large number of rare potions, which added to his chips database as well as his own skill. I just have a slight interest in potioneering. After all, I started my time as a magus by becoming a potions master's acolyte. Leylin laughed weakly, his eyes an expression tinged with nostalgia. That itself is extraordinary. And I have to mention that it's more than impressive for you to keep up with your meditation technique while making vast improvements in your potioneering skills. Robin looked closely at Leylin. Your spiritual force is almost ready to move on to the vapor phase, isn't it? Indeed. I'm about to buy a vapor phase spell formation and plan to try and break through soon. Leylin nodded with confidence. He had nothing to hide. He'd earned a lot of contribution points through potioneering. With that and his own resources, Leylin had indiscriminately bought spiritual force potions for his own use from the Ouroboros clan. With the 4th layer of Chemoyan's pupil as a guide, Leylin's path had been clear of any obstacles. With a distinct aim, his spiritual force had improved significantly in this period. The resources of the central continent could not be compared to those of Twilight Zone and the South Coast. In addition to the energy-rich environment, it was much easier for magi to break through and better themselves here than elsewhere. A vapor phase spell formation costs roughly 100,000 contribution points. With the addition of the necessary materials for it, the total will come up to about 150,000. Do you have enough? If not, I can lend you some for now. Robin said in goodwill. Thank you so much. Leylin laughed. Although potioneering was a very profitable business, Leylin had only been in it for a very short time. He'd even spent a huge number of contribution points to purchase spiritual force potions. Thus, he was not so well off. The Ouroboros clan allowed one to exchange magic crystals for contribution points, but there were some considerations that led to Leylin not considering that path. One of them was a fixed limit on the number of crystals a magus could trade for. Oh, and here is the information I plan to hand over to the clan. Help me do an appraisal. Leylin chuckled as he handed a folder to Robin. After skimming through, Robin lifted his brows and looked back at Leylin, straightening his back in astonishment. You actually want to bestow your high-grade potion of tranquility to the clan. The high-grade potion of tranquility was an improved version of the one Leylin acquired from the great magus Sirholm, which helped to suppress the emotional instability of warlocks. Of course, what he offered the guild was the rudimentary version that was not based primarily on the icy scorpion's breath. But it still proved relatively impressive in repressing the emotions of high-rank warlocks. The emotional instability of high-rank warlocks was quite obvious. Although there were some methods and potions to control them circulated inside the Ouroboros clan, the magi could never have enough. As long as the root of this problem was not dealt with, such medicine would always be in high demand. In the past 3 years, Leylin had refined and manufactured vast quantities of high-grade potions of tranquility, turning them into one of his biggest sources of income. That he was willing to sell the formula left Robin extremely surprised. Of course, Leylin laughed as he shook his head. He did not have the time to concoct and sell potions of tranquility for money. Furthermore, this was an advanced potion. Normal potions masters would not be able to achieve a high success rate at concocting it. It would still be easy for him to return to the business to earn contribution points if he wished. Just this alone is worth around 25,000 contribution points. Looking at you now, it doesn't seem like you lack points. Robin laughed bitterly. I wish. Honestly, I was thinking of borrowing some from you, senior. I still have a shortage of them. Even as he said this, Leylin slyly lifted the corners of his mouth, making Robin feel a little closer to him. At times, the bond between two people can be improved through the act of mutual support. Oh, you won't be able to support your Magus Tower's construction much longer, will you? Robin's expression changed into one of understanding, and Leylin just chuckled bitterly. The construction of Leylin's tower was more or less done over the part 3 years, and now it was mostly down to the detailing and decoration of each floor. And Leylin's expectations were exceptionally high. The materials selected were practically the most premium ones, and the resources exhausted were comparable to a chain of mountains. To be honest, Leylin's wealth was enough to sustain the following add-ons to his tower, but he didn't want to be completely transparent. So the facade of a poverty-stricken individual was absolutely necessary. Ah, Leylin, I told you so. Why did you not set your standards lower back then during the planning process, or build it here at the headquarters directly? It wouldn't have resulted in this situation then. Robin consoled. No. Leylin shook his head with a resolute tone. The Magus Tower is a reflection of the rank of its Magus. If I were to build one, I will do it with the best of my abilities. Moreover, I have to think about the future. The tower being in my territory will act as a deterrent to the surrounding forces. Makes sense, but it is still unwise to use up all your resources for it. I almost prostituted myself when I was building my mine, even with my family and the clan's resource. Robin pummeled his chest, fear lingering in his voice. Leylin could only roll his eyes at the near-promiscuous flashback as Robin moved on to the main concern. Anyway, how much were you thinking of borrowing? I'd like to ask, how much are you able to lend, senior? Leylin asked as a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. In a short while, Leylin arrived at the trading hall of the Ouroboros clan with a large number of contribution points in hand. After spending the past 3 years here, Leylin was already familiar with the place and headed straight to his destination upon arrival. I Chip, report my current status. Leon silently said in his head. Leylin Farlier, rank 3 warlock. Bloodline. Giant Chemoyan serpent strength. 23.6, agility. 20.1, vitality. 39.1, spiritual force. 240.5, magic power. 240. Magic power synchronized with spiritual force. The AI chip faithfully processed and sent the information. As a Magus, spiritual force and magic power were the most important numbers. Vitality was the foundation upon which spiritual force was built and sustained, and had to be strong enough, otherwise, the Magus body would collapse. When his strength and agility reached their maximum, Leylin temporarily took his focus away from them and raided for potions and alchemist spell formation in the clan that can boost his vitality, resulting in his terrifying increase to nearly 40. Looking at these numbers, Leylin felt that his own body terribly surpassed many high-energy beings. Not only was his rate of recovery alarmingly fast, he was able to take on any magi below rank 2 unarmed. His bulky physique made cultivating his spiritual force a piece of cake, and he was already prepared to break through the bottleneck that was the vapor phase. I Chip, simulate my current shape and compute the conditions needed for me to move on to the vapor phase. The completion of the Onyx Castle. Leylin immediately commanded the AI. Chip again. Task established. Initiating simulation, preparing main stats. The AI chip rapidly operated, and projected a 3D hologram in front of Leylin, which faintly resembled himself. Apart from gathering and analyzing large amounts of data, it could also run breakthrough simulations and obtain concrete probabilities and numbers. This was what made Leylin different from other magi, who could only make deductions based on rough estimates of probabilities and slipshot experiments, or even through luck. And this was one of the reasons for Leylin's successful breakthroughs every time. Beep. Simulation completed. Conditions for breakthrough. Sufficient spiritual force, the bloodline essence of the corrosive lizard, 3 portions of purple leaf snake scaled fruit, and a complete vapor phase spell formation. Success rate, 86.9%. The AI chip presented this to Leylin. A close to 90% chance of success is enough. Leylin clenched his fist tightly. As they did not have the precise calculations of the AI chip, other magi could only gather some materials that would help in the breakthrough. One would already thank the heavens if they had more than a 50% chance of success, let alone such an accurate forecast. Leylin felt that after the AI chip had fused with his soul, it had improved with his own progress, and its strengths had been amplified largely. Its predictive ability now greatly surpassed even the best AI chips of his previous world. In other words, his current AI chip, even if placed in his previous world, would be too sophisticated to be copied. The purple leaf snake scaled fruit and the bloodline essence of the corrosive lizard are the most commonly used supplementary materials when warlocks attempt to make their breakthroughs, and can be found in the trading hall. Even though they are pricey, I can still afford it. Having saved up money as a potions grandmaster for 3 years, and with the huge loan from Robin, Leylin could be said to have ample funds. After this, I'll have to return to my territory to make the breakthrough, as well as to take charge of the construction of the Magus Tower. Leylin thought to himself. A Magus Tower was being constructed next to Onyx Castle. This tower could be said to be his actual foothold in the central continent, and even as he was potioneering for the majority of the past 3 years, he had not once loosened his watch on the construction of the Magus Tower. Furthermore, the basic structure was already complete. The remaining portions, such as the installation of the elemental pools, adjustment of the spell formations and the like would have to be done by himself. The other warlocks could only assist. After all, Leylin would not give anyone access to the secrets of the core of his tower. The ability of a rank 3 vapor phase allows the activation of rank 4 spell scrolls. Then, we can even purchase a scroll of life from Mentor, that can be used to construct the entire intellectual core of the Magus Tower. Hopefully Mentor's price won't be too hefty, Leylin thought casually, while looking for the data from the screens to carry out his transactions. Even though he seemed preoccupied, under the tremendous assistance of the AI chip, all the resources chosen were top-notch, and even the vapor phase spell formation was successfully obtained. However, during the transaction, he had also obtained some news that made him frown. Miranda and Freya returned after completing their task. But they were seriously injured. Why is that so? Leylin asked. These two were rank 3 hydro phase warlocks. With the addition of their bloodline, their strengths were a few levels higher. That they would be seriously wounded had piqued his curiosity. Sorry. This is a secret. Even I am unable to get any news. The peddler who had transacted with Leylin was a skinny magus with a huge grin on his face. He did not dare offend Leylin. After all, Leylin was a big customer, and he had previously earned a huge sum from a previous transaction involving potions of tranquility. The magus came closer and lowered his voice. However, reports say that a mysterious person attacked them when they were exploring some ruins. This left the second elder furious, and he swore to find the culprit, so it's like that. Leylin nodded, and quickly completed the transaction. He had to return to his territory as soon as possible to make the breakthrough. He'd merely asked out of curiosity. No matter how chaotic it was here, it would not affect him. Onyx Castle. Construction had been completed in the last 3 years. The entire structure was built out of sturdy granite, and was reinforced by earth elemental spells that closed up the gaps between the underlying rocks. From the outside, the entirety of Onyx Castle looked grand and expansive, exuding a feeling of deterrence. This was the core of Leylin's territory. With the amount of reinforcement it had gotten, Onyx Castle could last a few thousand years at the least. After seeing it, Alessandor remarked that he could hold the fort against 50,000 elites with just a few thousand man, but of course this only applied to regular humans. The castle was carpeted in cashmere. Silver cups and golden lamp stands were everywhere. The place was filled with a flowing light, and its luxury was something few royal palaces could rival. If a commoner were to use the castle, it might have stirred up criticism and attacks from other jealous leaders. But since the lord of the castle was a strong magus, there would be no problem. The strength Leylin possessed was enough to let anyone with negative intentions despair. The people would only compliment the nobility of its lord, and not for a moment have any designs on it. Looks like Royce and Alessandor have taken care of this place fairly well. Leylin slowly walked into the castle. He looked at the castle's surrounding farmland. A lot of it was already being cultivated, and large windmills were turning slowly as farmers cleared the earth of weeds. These were slaves he had previously purchased, with a portion of them being leaders. In the process of the construction of the castle, a portion of the outstanding slaves and citizens had received rewards in the form of land. Since then, they had settled down and built a relatively prosperous area. Soldiers and tall knights patrolled the place from time to time. Royce and Alessandor, who were appointed and nominated to oversee politics and military matters respectively, had exhausted their time and effort into building a foundation over here due to the temptation of status and territory. At least in Leylin's eyes, the Onyx Castle looked more or less like a marquee palace. Welcome home, my lord. Once they neared the main gate, Cubeler quickly hurried out. He was wearing a butler uniform and looked very energetic, with Royce and Alessandor following behind him. Well done. Leylin nodded his head slightly, and acknowledged Cubeler's work. He was not one to leave the power in the hands of only 2 people, and hence he'd left Cubeler here as well. Even though he could be sure that Royce and Alessandor would not dare to betray him, corruption was inevitable. However, with Cubular around, Royce and Alessandor would not dare to cross the line. Master, the latest survey has been completed. Within your territory, there are a total of 13,572 soldiers. The total population is. Before Cubular could finish his sentence, Leylin waved his hand and interrupted him. Write a report about that stuff and hand it over to me later. For now, follow me. I want to look at the progress on the Magus Tower. Leylin had invested in the Magus Tower more than 10,000 times what he had invested into Onyx Castle. He would naturally devote minimal attention to it, instead electing to let the AI chip scan progress reports every now and then. As you wish, Master. Cubular followed Leylin in his rightful position. Meanwhile, Royce and Alessandor exchanged glances and could only smile grimly. A small distance from Onyx Castle, atop a mountain, was a huge piece of construction land with various workers running about. Because they were building a Magus Tower, they could no longer use ordinary human slaves. Ordinary humans were useless when it came to certain special construction materials, not to mention the possible contamination caused by long-term contact with such materials. Even with a purification tower, ordinary human slaves would perish within a short period of time. Hurry, quicken your pace, or else there won't be any alloy rods for dinner tonight. A youthful warlock with an iron whip in his hands was shouting in a strange language. Warlock acolytes, and even some formal warlocks, were doubling up as foremen and architects in the construction site, rushing a few strange slaves to speed up their work. These slaves were large in stature, with hard skin the color of stone. These slaves were from the Stone Tribe. Leylin had previously deciphered a book written in the Turan language from the pocket dimension of the ancient spirit-slaying sect. In it there was content left behind by the craftsmen of the Stone Tribe. The Stone Tribe was a type of human race. Because of their naturally large stature in addition to their stony exteriors that were as powerful as defensive spells, they could be said to have tough bodies. They were the species ancient magi favored to be construction slaves. Much of the construction in the ancient spirit-slaying sect was done by them. The members of the Stone Tribe spoke in the Turan language, mentioned by the young warlock, which was a difficult one to learn. Still, for magi, it was no big deal. The Stone Tribe existed in Twilight Zone and the South Coast, but Leylin had not expected them to be present here as well, let alone being sold as high-class slaves. For the construction of the tower, Leylin could only grit his teeth and buy a large batch of these slaves. It cost him no small amount. Leylin's arrival naturally attracted the attention of some magi. Not long after, an extremely good-looking and youthful magus came before Leylin and bowed respectfully, Master. What was shocking was that his voice sounded extremely aged, which was not consistent with his appearance. Rise, Parker. What's the progress on the construction of the tower? Attempt at vaporization in his 3 years in the Ouroboros clan, it was not as if Leylin had done nothing but brew potions. Through the support of Robin and a few other seniors, he'd gathered a few henchmen and organizations under him. In the Ouroboros clan, it was a fixed tradition for lower-ranked bloodline warlocks to support higher-ranked bloodline experts. Leylin was a pure-blooded giant Chemoian serpent warlock, and even had a Morning Star mentor. He could be said to have boundless potential, and it was obvious that some warlocks would want to side with him. Of course, as he was still not as strong yet and had not done anything to gain himself a reputation, no powerful people would side him. This Parker in front of him was Leylin's biggest gain. Parker had been introduced to him by Robin. He was a black Horal Snake warlock, and his limit was rank 3. Giant Chemoian serpent warlocks would obviously not become someone else's subordinate and become a vassal. Besides, Parker had only just entered rank 3 and had not even reached the vapor phase. Due to his age and the injuries and poison accumulated in his body due to his adventurous lifestyle, he had lost all hopes of advancing. He had joined Leylin's side to make preparations for his family. Despite all that, Parker was a rank 3 warlock, and was Leylin's strongest vassal. Thus, Leylin naturally treated him well, and even took in his grandson as a disciple to strengthen their bond. The main structure of the Magus Tower has been completed. It's exactly the same as is in your blueprint, but the energy circuit and spell formations need to be done by yourself, my lord. I wouldn't dare make that decision myself. Parker had experienced much in his life and knew what could be done, and what could not. Just these few sentences pleased Leylin a lot. Leylin couldn't help but turn towards the construction site. A tall black spire had already taken shape, possessing a vast power within, as if making its presence known to the whole world. Parker continued with his report. Also, we have already stocked up on many of the materials to create the elemental reactive pool and garden. There's also something regarding the Fanes family. The Fanes family. Leylin's brows furrowed. That was Freya's family. It was said that there were signs of their bloodline declining, and it had been a long time since any descendant had awakened their giant Chemoian serpent bloodline. For this reason, Freya was now going around looking for pure-blooded giant Chemoian serpent warlocks, and had thus considered Leylin. What do they want? Leylin asked, suddenly alert. Of course, he was even stronger than before and was not afraid of her. However, this was still troublesome. The Fanes family sent people to contact us, hoping to sell a large amount of materials for the construction of the Magus Tower at a low price. I've seen them, and they are all top-grade materials and of great quality. They have even expressed their intentions in helping construct the tower, my lord. In times of need, they also offered to send over manpower. Parker made sure to note Leylin's reaction as he made the report. Rumors were already circulating about the previous incident, and he himself wondered whether his master had chosen her. Leylin twitched upon hearing the news. He glared at Parker, which resulted in him lowering his head deferentially. We can purchase everything at full price, we don't need their discount. As for any assistance they provide, reject it all, Leylin commanded. Though he knew the other party was expressing goodwill, just thinking of their goal caused Leylin's expression to warp. He had to resist rolling his eyes. Understood, master. Parker acquiesced, though he felt a tinge of pity. The Fanes family was prestigious amongst the giant Chemoian serpent warlocks. They went back 1,000 years, and had an unfathomable background. If he had their sponsorship, the construction of the Magus Tower would go much smoother. However, Leylin would definitely not agree to it. If not, the Fanes family would definitely throw out more bait and lure him into a trap. Though he could be ruthless, taking all the bait but not caring about them, that would be too shameless of him. Leylin believed that unless he was in dire straits, he would not do such a thing. After all the resources he had plundered from Twilight Zone were more than enough for him to use for himself as well as to construct the Magus Tower. Since his needs were all taken care of, Leylin would not even consider this. It was much too shameless. It was now night. In the large onyx castle, candles and oil lamps were used everywhere to illuminate the area. There were even illumination spells such as eternal light in several areas, filling the interior of the castle with light. From afar, the castle was like a large, dazzling column of fire, overflowing with radiance and heat. All his subordinates and vassals were gathered in the ballroom. After enjoying a sumptuous meal together, Leylin returned to his bedroom alone. This was the most secure area in Onyx Castle. Not only were there many regular elite human troops patrolling, if one went further in, some specific detection spell formations and guard warlocks would appear. He closed his eyes inside his bedroom, and the general situation in the castle entered his vision. He could not help but nod. Looks like Parker and the rest are doing quite well. The defense of Onyx Castle was not bad. Though it was far from perfect, it was impossible for rank 2 magi to sneak in. To truly make Onyx Castle a strategic stronghold against magi, it might take over 100 years to strengthen the defensive spell formations bit by bit. The radiation unwittingly given off by high-ranked magi residing here has to affect the whole castle and strengthen it. Leylin rubbed his chin as he pondered. The higher ranked a magus was, the easier it was for them to affect their surroundings. Leylin believed that just by emitting the terrifying might of their bodies in the castle, breaking dawn magi could affect the quality of the castle itself. The powerful members of the Magus world could even give the castle a life of its own, having it give birth to many strange creatures. These were the best foundations in creating defensive spell formations. As long as one subdued the castle spirit and enslaved all the strange creatures, the defense of the castle would reach its peak. With his own radiation, he could achieve a similar effect. However, the time taken would be more than a century. If numerous magi were to reside here, this time could be shortened. Hence, the older a magus castle, the more profound the strength of the defense. There would also be many strange occurrences that even the magus family occupying the castle would not be able to explain. But now, there was still a long way to go on his own. Leylin calmed his thoughts and conveniently pressed some button on his bed. With a mechanical sound, the large bed in front of him opened up and revealed a passageway that led downwards. Leylin walked in expressionlessly. After he entered, the machine closed itself and no trace of it could be seen from the outside. The path was long, And by the time Leylin had walked to the end, he had reached deep underground. It was at least several thousand meters below the surface. At the end of this path, there was a standard underground laboratory. The surrounding stone walls were full of runes that prevented energy from dissipating and isolated all auras. Though this is still very crude, it's good enough. Leylin waved his hand as he entered the laboratory, and a defensive screen of light closed off the pathway. This screen was still flickering with a glaring light, and it was obvious that it concealed an extremely powerful defensive spell formation. This was a temporary laboratory Leylin had constructed. Before the Magus Tower was done, some secret experiments could be done here. Leylin patted the spatial pouch on his waist, and silver rays lit up. 3 items appeared on the ground. One was a giant green crystal that contained a spell formation. Within the transparent crystal were a few runes that were constantly shifting like a fog. Another was an irregular black vessel in the shape of a shell. It held within it green blood that emitted a nauseating smell. The last was a set 3 purple fruits that looked like apples, although they had a fine layer of snake-like scales on top. A vaporization spell formation, blood essence of the corrosive lizard, and purple leaf snake scaled fruit. Leylin extended his slender fingers, looking through these items once more. The AI chip cooperated with a scan, and then relayed the news that there was no mistake. Let's begin, Leylin muttered, sitting cross-legged at the heart of the vaporization spell formation. With a flick of his hand, 2 pieces of pure magic crystal essence entered the groove in the spell formation. The vaporization spell formation trembled, and the runes within began to undulate violently. Host body beginning attempt to break through the bottleneck of the vapor phase. Beginning real-time monitoring the AI. Chip's robotic voice followed soon after. Next is the blood of the corrosive lizard. 2 streaks of black shot out of Leylin's eyes, disappearing into the black shell. Plop plop. The green blood began to bubble, mist rising and forming a large green lizard in the air. On its skin were numerous signs of corrosion, and its white bones and internal organs could somewhat be seen. Hiss hiss. The green lizard's front claw scratched at the earth, as if it was eager to give something a try. As if provoked by the corrosive lizard, Leylin felt the giant Chemoian serpent bloodline in his body begin to stir. Banquet Leylin's pupils turned amber in an instant. As if it had been provoked, the giant Chemoian serpent bloodline in his body operated frantically, emitting mysterious energy. This energy was nutritious to him, and thus his body immediately absorbed it. Under the effect of these mysterious substances, Leylin's spiritual force began to increase, slowly, but surely. This is the power of the Chemoian bloodline. Warlocks definitely have a huge advantage in this regard, he exclaimed. The giant Chemoian serpent was a terrifying ancient species, adults of which possessed morning star strength. In other words, until a Chemoian bloodline warlock attained rank 4, the giant Chemoian serpent bloodline in his body would release a large amount of power to help in his advancements. All bloodline warlocks would receive this aid, but not all bloodlines were created the same. For instance, a black Horal snake bloodline would exhaust its aptitude when helping the warlock rise to rank 3, and could not help with the advancement to the vapor phase or further breakthroughs. It would even become an obstacle to the warlock's progress. It is likely that the improvements of warlocks, and my previous personal breakthroughs were largely attributed to this mysterious energy. Of course, the bloodline shackles thereafter is also largely due to this cause. Leylin ordered the AI chip to record the nature and content of this particular energy so as to allow for future study. At the same time, under the influence of the boiling giant Chemoian serpent bloodline, a terrifying phantom in the shape of a black snake had appeared behind Leylin, exuding a powerful and cold majesty. Thankfully, Leylin had gone underground and even set up a spell formation specifically to isolate his aura. Otherwise, he would definitely have alarmed the nearby magi and warlocks. Hiss! The enormous lifelike giant Chemoian serpent phantom flicked its tongue, and rushed towards the corrosive lizard. Compared to the enormous snake, the corrosive lizard was alike to a pitifully small rat. Even its roars had been suppressed into whimpers. Rumble! The giant snake phantom opened its big mouth and swallowed the corrosive lizard whole. Just at the instant when the giant snake shadow had swallowed the corrosive lizard, Leylin felt the bloodline strength in his body surge, as if it had become more concentrated. A large amount of strength began overflowing from his body. The AI chip showed that his spiritual force had begun to skyrocket. 255, 267, 289, it only stabilized at a value of 299. The abrupt surge of spiritual force caused Leylin's vision to blur even as his brain ground to a momentary halt. Compress. A spell entered the vapor phase spell formation. Very soon, a resplendent glow erupted from the spell formation and enveloped his body. The originally violent bright silver spiritual force in his sea of consciousness shrunk under the pressure. The large amounts of spiritual force particles, under repeated compression, gave off a greater bright silver glow, and in the end slowly gathered together to form a fog. That was spiritual force in vapor phase, the result of a successful compression of his bright silver spiritual force. Leylin was overjoyed at the sight. Originally, the bright silver spiritual force was only an indistinct glow. But now, it had become corporeal. After the first trace of spiritual force had taken shape, the rest of the spiritual force followed suit, and the conversion became much easier. Leylin shut both his eyes tightly. The energy around him shrunk, but it now held increased longevity and was more terrifying than before. Kacha, kacha. Light glowed from numerous cracks that appeared on the spell foundation surrounding him, until eventually it crumbled into dust. It was at this instant that Leylin opened both his eyes. All the spiritual force in his sea of consciousness had been converted into a thick fog. Ding. Host has entered the vapor phase. Spiritual force has experienced changes, retabulating results. The AI chip intoned, and not long after a set of data was projected before Leylin's eyes. Leylin Farlier. Rank 3 Warlock, Vapor Phase. Bloodline. Giant Chemoyan Serpent, Strength, 23.6, Agility, 20.1, Vitality, 39.1, Spiritual Force, 251.3, Magic Power, 251 magic power in synchronization with spiritual force. Even though his spiritual force had reduced from before, it actually gave Leylin a sense of relief. The surge previously was just a surface phenomenon. Not only was the additional strength hollow, it was not consolidated. The quality of that type of spiritual force was very low. If not for having been compressed into a vapor, it would have actually impeded further progress. And now, even though the total amount had decreased, the quality had increased quite a bit. Vapor phase. Leylin lightly waved his hand, and a foggy spiritual force immediately appeared at his fingers. This was the first time that his spiritual force had taken a physical form. The bright silver previously was just an indistinct glow, but this haze now was tangible. Just that alone showed how tremendous the changes to his spiritual force had been. This is but the beginning. Rank 3 Magi at the crystal phase can actually directly condense their spiritual force into crystals that would not dissipate easily. Even after long-term storage, these crystals could be used to replenish their spiritual force, or even sold to others. According to a few deductions of the AI chip and Leylin's own conclusions, this was his future path. Warning. Warning. More than 12.6% of the host cells are injured. Immediate treatment suggested. The emotionless voice of the AI chip sounded out and Leylin stumbled, almost falling to the ground. This must be the after effects of the surge and sudden concentration of spiritual force. I'm afraid that, apart from my cells, even my sea of consciousness might have been affected slightly. Leylin smiled wryly, and thereafter waved his hand once again. The 3 sets of purple leaf snake scaled fruit that he had bought appeared in his hands. Thankfully giant Chemoyan serpent warlocks have a lot of experience, they even knew of some suitable medicine. The AI chip ran some simulations as well. Leylin swiftly swallowed a fruit. The exterior of the fruit had fine scales that felt like hard ice to his gums and teeth. When it entered the stomach, the icy sensation of the fruit immediately disappeared, instead being replaced by a flow of warm heat that swiftly spread throughout his body. Leylin's cells were like humans that had almost died of thirst in a desert, rapaciously sucking up this warmth. The agent's cells have absorbed an unknown strength, and are currently in recovery. Current damage. 9.6%. The damage reported by the AI chip was decreasing, and eventually stopped at around 2%. Minor damage to the body was the most cumbersome to heal. Even with the best medication, Leylin could only heal himself down to 2% damage, after which it wasn't easy anymore. After breaking through, vapor phase warlocks would have to treat the damage over a long period by using the radiation they emitted during constant practice. Of course, that was a minor price to pay for the breakthrough. The Onyx Castle was holding a banquet to celebrate Leylin's breakthrough. It was, of course, a gathering of warlocks. The only ones invited had been Robin, a few other seniors, and other members of the Ouroboros clan that Leylin had connections with. This was another tradition of the Central Continent. Leylin originally should have held the banquet upon the completion of Onyx Castle, but he had decided to delay until the Magus Tower had been built completely. Now, however, Leylin's breakthrough called for a celebration, so he decided that he might as well hold a banquet to take care of both obligations. In the White Hall, large chandeliers hung up high from the ceiling, radiating a bright glow that was a mixture of spells and man-made flames. The numerous warlocks were all gathered in a hall. Since Leylin's status was not too low, there were many warlocks who attended the event. Furthermore, because of the added value of their bloodline, all the warlocks were good-looking, and even the old men looked handsome. Many female warlocks wore gowns with plunging necklines, revealing their snow-white back and cleavage, whereas the male warlocks wore black swallow-tailed coats. From time to time, they would talk over a drink or invite the females for a dance. At the corner of the large hall, a band was performing with all their energy, and next in line were poets and dancers. Haha, Leylin, I knew you would succeed. Even though advancing to vapor phase is an obstacle for ordinary rank 3 magi, giant Chemoian serpent warlocks like us will never face such a problem. Robin laughed dramatically. Given how high this junior's innate talent was, he was becoming increasingly important to the short warlock. Even at the banquet, the differences in ranks between the various warlocks was very obvious. The few rank 3 giant Chemoian serpent warlock marquises, including Leylin, had gathered in a circle and none of the other warlocks would dare to interrupt them. A few rank 1 or rank 2 warlocks with pure bloodlines had the fortune to listen at the side, but even they had no right to speak. With regards to the other circles, Leylin needed only to make a toast and say a few words, but the guests in this circle required his personal accompaniment. Not only were there seniors like Robin, Lucian and Kesha around, there were a few merchants whom they had good ties with along with their children. They were essentially his mentor, Duke Gilbert's influence, and hence good connections would have to be made. Speaking of which, Leylin was more familiar with them, and had held a few transactions with them, and even coordinated on some experiments. This is the younger generation of my family. Come and see Uncle Leylin. Kesha called forth 2 of her nephews and nieces. Those 2 youths though looked a bit reserved and flushed, but still respectfully bowed and said, Uncle Leylin. Hello, you two, Leylin said, his face stiff. He was not even 100 years old. These 2 warlocks with pure bloodlines, who were their family's hopes, were probably older than him. Senior Kesha's 2 nephews and nieces have a very rich bloodline within them, looks like they have a bright future ahead of them. Leylin complimented, which had caused Kesha to beam with delight. Lamia hair much to his chagrin, Leylin had discovered that even though the Ouroboros clan had a long heritage and was a large, powerful organization, there were many traditions and complex regulations that were very tedious. Especially in terms of hierarchy, nobody knew whether it was inherited from the giant Chemoian serpents, but their hierarchy was very rigid. Previously, even if they were all giant Chemoian serpent warlocks, Kesha who had reached the vapor phase would pay no attention to someone like Leylin. Yet, the moment he made the breakthrough himself, here she was, her attitude having flipped completely. This had dumbfounded Leylin. Lucian was the same. He who was at the crystal phase was the strongest here, and sat quietly in a corner, drinking smugly. Unfortunately, everyone had already accepted such behavior as a norm. Even if he rolled his eyes internally, Leylin understood that he could only do things according to the rules. Senior Lucian has always been like this. He has suffered a lot previously, and just can't bring himself out of it. Robin transmitted after noticing Leylin's gaze. Actually, he's extremely delighted at your breakthrough. Normally, he wouldn't even deign to take a glance at a banquet invitation. Perhaps because he was Gilbert's butler, Robin's communication and observation skills were outstanding. Just a glimpse at Leylin in his peripheral vision and he'd realized things, explaining Lucian's attitude. Don't worry, I understand. Leylin smiled wryly. Even if Lucian decided not to show him respect, he could do nothing about it. Even with all his trump cards, Leylin could at most deal with a Hydro Phase rank 3 Magus. With that kind of difference in strength, it was useless to talk about it. Had Lucian not considered his mentor Gilbert and the fact that it was Leylin's first invitation, he might not even have come. Oh, right, let me introduce you to my apprentice, Snoopy. A reserved youth walked up at Leylin's introduction, a dimpled smile on his pockmarked face. Hello distinguished masters. Snoopy greeted all the magi, stumbling on his words. A few rank 3 warlocks merely nodded aloofly and did not pay much attention, and even Kesha's 2 younger generations looked down on him. They could see Snoopy's black coral snake bloodline at one glance. Even though a rank 3 warlock bloodline was considered a big deal even in the central continent, those with higher bloodlines thought nothing of it. Immediately, they linked this sight to Leylin's top subordinate, Parker, and guessed the motives behind Leylin's acceptance of this apprentice. They would naturally not pay any more attention, but on account of Leylin, they had nodded their heads in recognition. Fortunately, Leylin had only brought Snoopy out for exposure, and quickly dismissed him after he had bowed to everyone. Snoopy's response was quick, and his withdrawal was even faster. With a tinge of embarrassment on his face, it appeared to Leylin as if he was fleeing. This is the hierarchy of warlocks. Leylin sighed internally. In comparison, though Kesha's two younger generations were slightly lower in strength, because their bloodline was distinguished and there was the possibility of making a breakthrough to rank 4, they would immediately receive more attention. Even the rank 3 elders would consider this normal. For warlocks, even though bloodline could not determine your lowest achievements, it could dictate your greatest. Take for example the two giant Chemoyan serpent warlocks Kesha had brought along. They needed only to put a bit more effort and spend more time, and it would be child's play to reach the vapor and even hydro phase. However, the advancement to the crystal phase depended on one's innate talent. As for the breakthrough to the Morning Star realm, innate talent alone was not enough. There was a huge amount of luck to be factored into it. After all, they were not first-generation giant Chemoyan serpent warlocks. Their bloodline was not as pure, and could not allow for the adults to easily advance to rank 4. In actual fact, in the entire Ouroboros clan, there were already no more absolutely pureblood giant Chemoyan serpent warlocks. Their bloodlines had faded with the passage of time. For the 3 elders to break through to the Morning Star realm required not only a large amount of resources and effort, but also a stroke of luck. Leylin did not know how pure his bloodline was, but the AI chip and the recognition by the few seniors and mentors seemed to suggest that it was not too bad. In fact, he had immense confidence in the bloodline purification skills of the AI chip. During the period of time he was in the Ouroboros clan, he had discovered that even in the central continent, there were no microscopes here that could form images at the genetic and atomic levels. Their research at most halted at the cells. Their best microscopes could at most see the structure of a cell. Previously, the AI chip had directly extracted the part of the genes that belonged to the giant Chemoyan serpent from the bloodline essence of the black coral snake, and reconstructed them. Leylin even suspected that the bloodline within his body could compare to that of a first-generation giant Chemoyan serpent warlock. Mind you, that was a bloodline that allowed a warlock to progress to the Morning Star realm automatically as he aged. Leylin's own improvement had been too rapid. He was only 100 years old, an infant among giant Chemoyan serpent warlocks. Thus, he did not have a deep enough understanding of the frightening potential of his bloodline. Still, it took way too long for giant Chemoyan serpents to mature. If he was to advance at the same rate as his bloodline would let him, he would only be a rank 1 warlock as of now. With the passing of time, he would feel his spiritual force growing slightly even if he did nothing but sleep all day. After finishing semi-conversion and complete conversion, his strength would soar. At about 500 years of age, he would become a rank 3 warlock. As for a Morning Star warlock, that would take him until he was 900 if he only depended on his bloodline. In other words, Leylin's current improvement was rapid to the point that his bloodline could not keep up with him. Even if I have almost 900 years of life according to the AI chip, the risks with waiting that long are way too high, he thought as he stroked his chin. On top of that, Leylin can't be sure that the purity of his bloodline was enough for a breakthrough to the Morning Star stage by the time he reaches 900. As such, he would continue to work hard. At the very least, his bloodline shackle would not retard his progress before he hit rank 4, and he would be able to advance to that realm without any obstacles. Penny for your thoughts. His introspection had obviously drawn Robin's attention. Oh, it's... Leylin summarized his ruminations on his bloodline growth, obviously concealing his conjecture on its purity and instead diverting the conversation to how he could develop his bloodline. So, you wish to find out whether there are any medicines or materials the Ouroboros clan uses to speed up bloodline growth. Robin looked at Leylin, and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Many warlocks depend on the strength of their bloodlines when using their meditation techniques to slowly improve in ranks. A case like yours, where the host's strength surpasses that of the bloodline's growth, is extremely unlikely, but not impossible. Leylin was determined. The central continent had many groundbreaking talents, and the Ouroboros clan was where giant Chemoian serpent warlocks congregated. There must be a way. Still, any solutions that existed were sure to be extremely precious and hidden. Leylin had never seen such a thing in the trading hall. Indeed, like you, Leylin, our organization has had a few warlocks in the past whose strengths far surpassed their age. Kesha interrupted, and they used a top-notch precious material to increase the growth of their bloodline to remarkable results. What material? Leylin's eyes glowed. Lamia hair. Kesha did not intend to leave Leylin in suspense, and gave him a specific term. I chip. Leylin recited internally. Query the database for Lamia hair. Collecting data and books was habitual for him. Naturally, he hadn't slacked off on it in his time in the Ouroboros clan. The Ouroboros clan was a major power of the central continent. Its library had a rich collection of data, and since Leylin was a marquis, he had little restriction on what he could read, and had thus expanded his database significantly. What was remaining was naturally not too big a problem. Although he could not claim that he knew everything about the central continent, the knowledge he had accumulated in this period would not lose out to that of a scholar who was a few hundred years old. Lamia hair. It is an ancient precious material. Legend has it that a strand of hair from the ancient Lamia has a extremely horrifying ability. Rank 3, Rarity 4, Description. The Lamia was an extremely tyrannical being in ancient times. Other than strange spells, they were experts at controlling lower serpents to attack, and normally lorded over snakes. Legend has it that they were direct descendants of the snake dowager, and were comparable to radiant moon magi in adulthood. Leylin saw the description given by the AI chip and could not help but smile wryly. A description in terms of rank and rarity was standard on the central continent. Rank 3 indicated that the material was only effective for rank 3 magi, while the rank 4 rarity meant only morning star magi could get their hands on one. Needless to say, the assessment on how it could compare to a radiant moon magus in adulthood shocked Leylin completely. Radiant moon magus was at rank 5. They exceeded morning star magi by one full rank, and there were few magi on the central continent who possessed such strength. How would Leylin, who could not afford to offend even a single morning star magus, dare to think of a plan involving radiant moon magi? Of course, the strength of the beings themselves was one matter, the resources were yet another. For Senior Kesha to mention it, could it be that Mentor has strands of Lamia hair? Leylin's eyes lit up. The ancient Lamia had been extinct for a long period of time. But some remains could have been discovered by magi, and it would be extremely normal to obtain these resources as a result. The Forgotten Land. It looks like you're extremely familiar with this material, Leylin. At the very least, you should have read up on something similar before. Kesha first nodded her head, before smiling wryly. Lamia hair can nourish the giant Chemoian serpent bloodline within our bodies. I won't go into detail, but it's useful enough to have others fight you for it. Nobody who has some will want to sell it. Moreover, it will be used up the moment someone discovers it. The reason I know of it is that Mentor Gilbert had obtained such a material when he was younger. This was an eye-opener for Leylin. Given how much the giant Chemoian serpent bloodline had deteriorated by now, the current generation's bloodline could not be considered extremely pure. At the bottleneck before the Morning Star realm, the current bloodline in the Ouroboros clan could only provide a tiny bit of help. On the other hand, once nourished, this bloodline would have been strengthened greatly. Not only could it allow weaker warlocks to advance rapidly in rank, it would lay a solid foundation for their future breakthroughs. Perhaps this was the primary reason for Duke Gilbert's successful advancement to the Morning Star realm. Leylin could only sigh, helpless. This type of top-notch material was not easy to acquire, and one required both sufficient strength and fortune to get their hands on it. At that very instant, Leylin noticed that Robin's expression had warped. Leylin put it into memory before beaming and changing the topic. Leylin's study in Onyx Castle. The banquet had already ended, and an attendant had currently led Robin here, opened the door and entered before retreating with a bow. Leylin was sitting on a couch, the glass in his hands filled with dark red wine that was rippling under the light. The wine produced in this year is actually my personal collection. Does Senior Robin want a glass too? Leylin swirled the wine in the glass. Of course. Robin sat down on another couch and picked one up for himself. After pouring a small amount, he swirled the wine as well, his face expressing his enjoyment. Grape wine brewed during the harvest year. It's a rare sight these days. Parker and the rest sent it over to me. Apparently, it was a tribute from some royals in the vicinity. Leylin laughed. He was not interested in anything that was purely for enjoyment, and moved on to the main topic after some pleasantries. When the matter of the lamia hair came up today, Senior, you seem to have some thoughts about it. Robin squinted his eyes and deeply inhaled in the fragrance of the red wine. Since Senior was willing to come over, the information must be something that can be shared. Please state your conditions. Good, that's the Leylin I know. Robin praised before taking a sip. He continued, there is no price or the like, but I need you to keep what you hear today a secret. This information cannot be leaked. No problem, I swear upon the honor of my royal bloodline. Leylin's face was solemn as he made an oath. When two parties were at a certain level of strength, even casual agreements would be binding, let alone an oath like this. It made Robin smile. I do have some clues about the lamia hair. Before Leylin could inquire further, he continued, I received information that in the eastern region of the Forgotten Land, a pocket dimension was found. The Forgotten Land. Leylin stroked his chin. The AI chip swiftly scoured the database for information related to the Forgotten Land. The damage output of a Morning Star Magus was immense. Their final techniques held power akin to nuclear bombs, and had the ability to wipe out countries. Thus, the Central Continent had signed a peace agreement that forbid the wanton usage of final techniques, restricting Morning Star Magi from using their full strength. Still, even with such a contract, some disputes escalated to the point that battle was inevitable. Clashes between Morning Star Magi still occurred, and devastated the land every single time. In Twilight Zone, 2 Morning Star Magi had inadvertently destroyed the passages linking it to the rest of the Magus world, isolating the place for thousands of years. Even in the much vaster Central Continent, with Morning Star, Radiant Moon and even Breaking Dawn Magi watching over, such battles would still cause a large amount of damage to the area. Moreover, some regions would be damaged to the extent that there was no return. All sentient species would go extinct, and elemental particles would start leaking whenever someone visited the area, causing the strength of a visiting Magus to drop greatly. Gradually, some of the affected areas became lands of death. Only strange species and convicts who could not mix with the rest would bear the hardships of the environment and settle down there. The Forgotten Land was one such place. Legend has it that in such vile conditions all the beings would strive to promote their strength, and evolve in a horrifying direction. Over time, they would form an extremely strange race, and the place would be fraught with dangers. What pocket dimension? Leylin asked, getting a bad premonition. Pocket dimensions were naturally not rare in the Central Continent, and the Ouroboros clan itself had the powers to construct one themselves. Although the major powers of the Central Continent were focused on interdimensional travel, rank 2 and 3 Magi still built pocket dimensions. But the resources in the Forgotten Land were extremely poor normally. That a pocket dimension, a type of region known for being rich in resources, had appeared there would lead to a lot of competition and bloodshed. The pocket dimension must have been damaged during the clash between Morning Star Magi. Due to its regenerative abilities, a small portion of it was preserved and was unearthed recently. Robin placed the wineglass down, his face solemn yet tinged with greed. Even though the subordinate who had discovered the mysterious region was under a very powerful curse, and died painfully immediately after handing me the intelligence, at least I obtained some information. If you would look at this. Robin took out a black leaf. Once it appeared, Leylin felt the bloodline within his body throbbing. He suppressed the peculiar reactions of his body and took it. Even though it was an ordinary leaf with green veins, there was an aura lingering on its surface that caused his pupils to dilate. Even though the aura was very feeble, it could not in the very least conceal the strong essence behind it, and even caused Leylin to be fearful. The aura of the Lamia. Legend has it that the Lamia could control giant serpents through spells, no wonder I feel uneasy. Leylin sighed a long breath of relief. Did this leaf come from the pocket dimension? The ancient Lamia was a terrifying being at the Radiant Moon realm. Even though there were half-human half-snake species in the Magus world now, the ancient Lamia was an entirely different species. And only the threatening aura of the Lamia could make Leylin feel terrified. Yes. Robin nodded. According to my intelligence, there is a huge pocket dimension there filled with resources. It belonged to a warlock organization of ancient times. As you know, as long as it's a warlock organization, due to the bloodline limitations of warlocks, they are the most passionate about collecting bloodlines to mix and modulate in their experiments. As a result, you will be able to find many materials warlocks urgently need. I get it now. You wish to explore, but you don't have sufficient manpower. Leylin had understood Robin's plans. Even though there was a certain level of danger, he was still prepared to journey there. The temptation of the hair of the Lamia, alongside many other bloodline resources, was sufficient to have him brave the danger. Yes, apart from you, I have also invited Kesha along. Robin nodded his head. Even though they were all rank 3 warlocks, the Chemoyan bloodline and the Black Horal Snake bloodline had a very big difference. Under him, there was a younger generation of the giant Chemoyan serpent bloodline who had just advanced to rank 3, and the rest of his subordinates could at most act as assistants, and were not very useful. Looks like there are more risks. Leylin leaned back. As to why Robin did not invite Lucian, who was at the crystal phase, or even directly reported it to Gilbert, Leylin did not need to think much to understand the reasons why. Robin himself was at the hydro phase, and with Kesha and Leylin at the vapor phase he could suppress them easily. If they were to call Lucian, how would they distribute the potential yield? And if he were to inform their mentor, there might not be many resources left for him. Of course, Robin had made the decision after examining their strength. He had felt that if the three of them were to join forces, they would be able to obtain the resources in the mysterious region. Even if they were to meet obstacles they could not overcome or were not able to succeed eventually, there was still time to invite Lucian or Gilbert then. I have no questions. When do we set off? Leylin asked. There's no rush. I have to make preparations on my end as well. I need about 2 more months. After 3 months, let us gather at the headquarters and set off together. Robin said the specific timing, and at the same time placed a document on the table. This is the intelligence regarding the Forgotten Land and the Pocket Dimension. You should have a look at it, and prepare yourself accordingly. Got it. See you 3 months later at the headquarters. Leylin nodded, and got up to send Robin out of the study room. After which, he sat down and did not utter a word. The AI chip was swiftly scanning the documents Robin had left behind, and was carrying out comparisons and making deductions. There are no problems with the data, looks like Robin is sincere. Leylin stroked his chin. The data related to the Forbidden Land which Robin had provided was generally similar in content to the data the AI chip had collected, and was even more comprehensive and detailed. Quicksand. What a weird name for an organization. Is that a warlock organization? Quicksand was the organization that created the Pocket Dimension. Legend had is that it was a warlock-based organization, but it was unlike that of the Ouroboros clan which only accepted warlocks of the same bloodline. Instead, it was heterogeneous, and would accept warlocks of any bloodline. As a result, the condition of the members was extremely complicated, and there were even some members with bloodlines that were only heard of in folklore. And this pocket dimension seemed to have been constructed by the Quicksand organization, as a place meant for experimentation on the modulation and combination of bloodlines. Of course, no matter how formidable Quicksand once was, it had disappeared in the ancient final war, and was now an abandoned mysterious region. But Leylin delved deeper into his thoughts. Noah, perhaps the Lamia hair within the pocket dimension was not obtained by capturing an ancient Lamia. There might have been someone who advanced their own Lamia bloodline to the extreme and has even gone through atavism, thus leaving this item behind. When a warlock's bloodline was concentrated to its limit, it would transform into its original form. Once this process was over, a warlock would discard their original appearance as a human, and completely turn into a creature alike to his bloodline origin. By that time, the warlock would no longer be human. Even those with the same bloodlines would not be able to tell that it was a warlock who had gone through such a process. In other words, if Leylin did so, he would truly turn into a giant Chemoyan serpent. Forget it. Leylin imagined himself as a giant serpent, only able to swallow raw food every day and looking for female serpents whenever he had to sat his desires, and it made his whole body shiver. The morning star morphing technique is enough. I have no desire to really become a giant serpent, he decided. He pursued strength and dominance, as well as his own freedom. If the option was that he obtained unequaled strength and yet suffered for eternity, it was fine if he was not unrivaled. In addition, the closer he was to the source of his bloodline, the greater the suppression of his mind by higher members of his race. In the ancient war of the icy world, the snake dowager was the only thought in mind. Many giant Chemoyan serpents who risked their lives and battled with beings from other worlds were more than aware of this. Leylin did not want to be controlled by someone after all his efforts and become cannon fodder. Of course, all this was far into the future. Right now, all he was focused on was using the Lamia hair to nourish his bloodline, allowing it to mature faster and bring him to the Morning Star realm. In the central continent, rank 3 warlocks were respected, but only Morning Star Magi held any actual clout. Only after reaching the Morning Star realm could he perform experiments on astral gates alone, attempting to traveling between various places and worlds. This was the only method for Leylin to solve the issue of his bloodline and could not be substituted. After thinking about it for a while, a silver light flashed in his hands, and a dull gold coin appeared. If I go to the pocket dimension, will I be able to get all that I want and leave safe and sound? With this thought in mind, Leylin tossed the coin of destiny in his hand. Pock! The coin landed steadily on the back of his hand, revealing the image of a luckbird. At the same time, slight cracks appeared on it. Noticing this situation, Leylin kept the coin away, and a flash of excitement could be seen on his face before he turned serious. It'll work out, but the power of a morning star will hinder me. The coin of destiny was a unique magic item that Leylin had sacrificed blood and tears to make. It had the terrifying ability to predict the future, but could not be used when powers at the Morning Star realm and above. Every time a prediction involved a being with Morning Star strength, the coin would crack further and further until it would eventually be destroyed. Leylin had a feeling that after losing this coin of destiny, he would not be able to create another for a long time. What does this prophecy mean? Is there a Morning Star creature slumbering in the pocket dimension, or will there be Morning Star magus outside who'll interfere? Leylin rubbed his eyebrows, the many possibilities flying through his mind and giving him a headache. The coin of destiny was a non-living thing and its prophecies were vague enough to baffle him on occasion. In addition, destiny could not be grasped so easily. Even the coin could make some wrong predictions, especially in a place like the central continent where almost every area was overseen by Morning Star Magi. They would affect destiny even more. Morning Star strength was already able to slightly affect the force of the River of Destiny. The strong grasped their destiny. This was an eternal truth. Hence, the prediction of this coin could only act as a reference and might not be accurate. Blue light flashed in Leylin's eyes, and all sorts of possibilities streaked through his mind. About 2 months had passed in the blink of an eye. Leylin was now in front of the Black Magus Tower, with various runes and strange metal plates on the ground. Enchant. Foggy spiritual force congealed to form a solid rune pen that carved out refined, complicated patterns on the metal plates. All the patterns combined to form a dazzling spell rune and imprint. After the last stroke was completed, the many metal plates were shrouded with dim light. Your enchantment techniques have probably reached the level of a master and are not far from those of a grandmaster, my lord. My respects towards you. Parker glanced at the enchanted metal plates, of which almost all had been done successfully, his expression revealing his admiration. The young man in front of him had reached the vapor phase before he turned 100, leaving him biting the dust. His knowledge in potioneering had even reached the level of a grandmaster. It seemed like his enchantment knowledge was also not to be underestimated, at the level of a master. Looks like my master's future will be hard to predict. Parker suddenly had this thought. This is good too. I've made the right choice. Leylin cared little for Parker's thoughts. He glanced at the enchanted metal plates that he had worked on, looking satisfied. In actuality, with the support from the AI chip, what he was least afraid of was complicated things like this. His skills in enchantment and alchemy had long since reached the level of a grandmaster. He had even intentionally failed a few so that he would not be seen as terrifying. He would be considered a genius if he could be 1 or 2 steps ahead of everyone. However, being 10 or more steps ahead would cause panic, and he would be seen as a freak. Leylin obviously did not want that to happen. Parker, spread these isolation plates within the positive and negative energy elemental pools based on the blueprint from before. Is that understood? Leylin took a white towel from a deferential Snoopy and wiped his hands as he spoke to Parker. The Magus Tower was now completed with the efforts of the Stone Tribe men. The next order of business was to carve defensive runes and activate spell formations. The warlocks that sided with Leylin were like him, spending all their time adding these runes on all sorts of materials. After inspection, they were stored until the building's construction was completed. Understood, Master. Parker respectfully bowed 90 degrees, leaving Leylin flabbergasted. This new vassal of his seemed to be even more respectful than before. However, this was to be expected. The might of a leader was built from strength and obedience. Also, I'm planning to leave. When I'm not around, you're in charge of everything regarding the construction of the Magus Tower. A few supportive facilities have been built. However, the activation of the spell formations will wait until I'm back. I'll do that myself, Leylin commanded. These miscellaneous matters could be passed on. As long as he was the one checking everything and activating the spell formations, there was no problem. The last step, which was to give life to the structure, was enough for Leylin to make the whole Magus Tower perfect and even have a spirit of its own. If there were any issues, all would be known to him. Understood. Master, are you going on a long journey? The Magus Tower was only half done, and it was the lifeblood of a Magus. Usually, nothing could move them from the tower, which was why Leylin's actions were very strange. Yes, I'm going to the headquarters, but it is not certain how long it will take. Leylin glanced up the sky, into the distance. He had a reason why he had to go there. The temptation of the Lamia hair was too much for him. In addition, besides the last few steps, the construction of the Magus Tower now was all about the details. There was no need to stay here and supervise. A few days later, outside Phosphorescent Swamp. Haha, Leylin, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you. Upon seeing Leylin's figure, Robin immediately moved over and gave him an enthusiastic hug. My apologies. I had some work to do, so I'm a little late. Leylin had an apologetic look on his face as he greeted Kesha. Besides Robin and Kesha, there were 9 other warlocks whose auras made it evident that they had reached rank 3. Leylin couldn't help but sigh in admiration at these warlock families who had accumulated their bloodline and strength for a long time. Just a casual request would call forth many powerful warlocks. This is Noah. You've seen him at the banquet before. Robin laughed as he pulled Leylin aside. Uncle Leylin. This young man named Noah had wine-red eyes that were very memorable. This young man was Robin's nephew, and he had a very concentrated bloodline. He had already reached rank 3 and Robin thought highly of him. Leylin had also seen him once before at the banquet. As for the rest of the rank 3 warlocks, Robin merely skimmed over them. Headed by Leylin and the other 3 giant Chemoyan serpent warlocks, the 8 other black coral snake warlocks were also at rank 3 but had a lower status. Out of these 8 rank 3 warlocks, Robin had brought over 5, and with his nephew added in he held the most authority in this small group. Kesha had brought 3 black coral snake warlocks from her own family over. Those rank 1 descendants from before had not appeared at all, and it was probably because she knew this expedition would be dangerous, and it was pointless to bring them along. Leylin was alone and looked quite pitiful. Out of all his subordinates, only Parker was somewhat acceptable. However, he was useless in this expedition, and might even have hindered them. Leylin though it'd be better if he just stayed and looked after domestic affairs. Alright, since everyone is here, let's go. The Forgotten Zine is very far from here, and it will take a month by airship. Robin waved his arm in high spirits. The descendants, Issue Leylin and company's departure did not rouse much commotion in the Ouroboros clan. Warlocks did not spend all their time on research. Adventuring and the exploration of pocket dimensions were also deemed normal for them. Due to their longevity, even were they to disappear for a few years, their absence would be inconspicuous. The 12 rank 3 warlocks moderated the horrifying radiation and energy undulations on their bodies and went under the guise of a regular troop of adventurers from the central continent. Discreetly, they all boarded an airship at a city not far from Phosphorescent Swamp. Standing on board the deck, Leylin fell silent as he looked at the illustrious symbol of the Fowler family splashed across the body of the airship. They are indeed the rulers of the skies. They single-handedly dominate and monopolize the entirety of aerial transport in the central continent. From the bottom of his heart, Leylin sighed without any inhibitions. What are you looking at? A whiff of perfume and seconds later, Kesha walked over, half leaning on the railings and revealing her sensual beautiful body. Due to the enhanced bloodline of warlocks, her skin was more delicate and exquisite. Coupled with her slim, shaped eyes and slightly curled cherry lips, she eluded a kind of demonic charm that caused some travelers to have rumblings in their throat and flames burning in their stomach. Leylin's eyes naturally swept across Kesha's body unrestrainedly, paying particular attention to the vital parts. Hee hee. Kesha laughed tenderly and without a qualm arched her back and pushed her bosom forward. The journey is getting rather boring, would you like to go back to my room for some fun? Leylin rolled his eyes. Lust and illicit sexual relations among the nobles were common. It was even more normal for those who grasped great power and possessed a long life. Of course, there were some exceptions among the warlocks. To attain an even more outstanding and pure bloodline, female warlocks would go all out and embrace craziness. In fact, they had the advantage for seduction. Leylin smiled and replied, "Pardon me. Not today, you will be the first to know when I decide to sell my seed, though." All right then. Such a pity. Kesha licked a finger, revealing no hint of her humiliation. But still, I really do like you, Junior. She placed her finger on Leylin's chest and with a smile, twirled it in circles. However, that was the furthest Kesha went and she attempted nothing else. In the end, she appropriately settled for casual conversation with Leylin. "Do you know Freya and Miranda?" Kesha asked out of the blue. "We have met a few times." Leylin replied with some uneasiness as he drew out the air from his breath. As far as those two nutjobs were concerned, especially the more powerful one out of the two, he really had a hard time dealing with them. "Then are you aware?" Kesha smiled mysteriously, with an added crafty look of a little girl. "They have been spreading the word that you belong to them and you are their prey. Any other female warlocks who have any intentions of looking your way, will have to go up against them." Leylin rolled his eyes in anger, almost cursing in his rage. "These two maniacs," he finally exclaimed with extreme resentment. "Actually, why don't you seriously consider it? Miranda has to die for skills and holds the title of the succubus, as for Freya." Kesha moved forward, almost leaning on Leylin and whispered into his ears, "Freya has never been with a man, so she might be a virgin after all." The scent from her hair was pleasantly sweet as it permeated the air. Coupled with Kesha's words, Leylin was left with a dry mouth. "Why?" A victorious smile surfaced on Kesha's face. "What about now? Do you want me to cease your desire? My skills might be better than Miranda's." As she spoke, she stuck out her pink tongue and gently licked on Leylin's earlobes. Suddenly, Kesha felt Leylin's body turn cold, just like a block of ice. "So I see, you knew the both of them." She lifted her head in astonishment and saw an emotionless Leylin standing there, both his eyes sparkling and clear, without a trace of sentiment. "Yes, I know them, and I am just relaying somewhat of a message for Freya, that's all." Seeing Leylin's reaction, Kesha knowingly stepped back, not daring to tease him further. "Please tell them I will consider it carefully." Leylin replied, nonchalantly. "Got it." Kesha looked intently at Leylin. "Your current state. It's as if you're not influenced by the emotional and passionate moods that arise from your bloodline. I finally understand why Freya could not get her mind off you. Such an outstanding bloodline. It is what we Chemoian warlocks need." Watching Kesha's back as she was walking away, Leylin stroked his chin and a bitter smile curled the edges of his lips. Even for Chemoian warlocks, deterioration of one's bloodline cannot be avoided. Looking at the three black Horal Snake warlocks from Kesha's clan, it was obvious their bloodline could not avoid the inevitable degeneration either. Thinking back on her recent temptation, at least half of it were real. If Leylin had agreed to Kesha's seduction and had multiple sexual escapades with her, she might have even helped herself to obtain his bloodline even if it weren't for the bloodline, according to the emotional state of minds of female warlocks, as long as the mood and feel were right, they will go ahead and copulate with other magi. In the Magus world, other than female warlocks, the same applied to the female magi. Those girls who were pure were a rare species. But Leylin really had no interest at all. He was in the middle of a risky journey and had no mood for it. Even if he needed the company of a lady, his choice would not be Kesha, Freya or Miranda. These ambitious female warlocks would do anything for the continuation of their bloodlines. As female warlocks, they must have done their research on the nourishing of the bloodline with some specializing in techniques and spells to do it. They were well aware of the ways to attain the seed of a male, something which did not surprise Leylin at all. He was not completely confident in the AI chip's ability to calm him down, as well as his control over his own body against the methods they deployed to acquire his bloodline. If anything unthinkable were to happen, resulting in a pile of descendants that were raised and taught by other clans, it would be mind-boggling and Leylin dreaded the idea. Besides, there was another hesitation in his heart. His bloodline was purified by means of the AI chip and the purity level was exceptionally high, almost equaling the original bloodline. With his own ability and with the help of the AI chip, he was able to conceal his true strength and capabilities from others, but a newborn baby could not. If his peculiar bloodline were to be discovered, given the greed of those Morning Star Magi, he might have been captured to become a reproductive machine for the next generation. God knows, they might even be able to extract and strip him of his bloodline. Therefore, until he was absolutely sure that it was safe, he would not allow the outflow of his bloodline, not to mention having descendants. But, nevertheless, if I am promoted to the rank of a Morning Star Magus and I want to start a clan of my own in the central continent, I am afraid those female warlocks are my only choice. Leylin stroked his chin. Being a pure Chemoian bloodline warlock, in order to have strong and powerful descendants in the future, it was naturally more suitable if he chose a female Chemoian warlock. As for female commoners and ordinary warlocks, children he had with them would have their bloodline diluted to half of his, something which was unacceptable. The quality of a warlock's bloodline was known to be the best in the first generation. The more concentrated it was, the better they would be. These minute details flashed across his mind once before he tossed them aside. This is not the right time for me to think about such matters. Leylin squinted his eyes, enjoying the natural and pure sunlight from the deck. A look of satisfaction gleamed in his eyes and his thoughts wandered to a faraway place. As far as warlocks were concerned, long and slow journeys were not tortuous. At worst, they might have to stay in their room every day and meditate to pass time. And since the Fowler family had provided such excellent services in the first-class cabin, Leylin was satisfied, especially with the meals provided. Given how poor Twilight Zone's environment was, the food and drink of the central continent were worlds apart. And no matter how long a journey was, it had to come to an end. The huge airship started descending, casting a huge circular shadow on the ground. The shadow kept spreading until at last, a loud thump was heard. This is Sin City Station. All passengers who are alighting, please maintain order. After the airship had stabilized, a group of workers and slaves opened the warehouse latch and started unloading the goods. A few flights of stairs were unfolded and secured to the ground. The passengers who were going to alight got ready and started forming a queue. We are finally here, the border of the Forgotten Land, Sin City. Even the name is unpretentious with no need to cover up. After multiple flights on airships and a month of travel, Leylin had finally reached his destination as he mingled among the other tourists. He fixated his eyes on the orange sun in the distance, and the dilapidated gray and brown walls under it, as he sighed. The AI chip issued a warning. Beep. The energy particle concentration here is about 10 to 20% lower than the outside world. Please take note. The spells of warlocks and magi were cast through their own energy which galvanized the surrounding energy particles. Low concentrations of the energy particles would cause a weakening of their power, leading to greater consumption of their spiritual and magical energies. If they were to face such a situation all of a sudden, many magi would probably be thrown into a flurry. The elemental leakage had affected even the Forgotten Land. Leylin sighed, the power of Morning Star Magi is too devastating. Although the energy particles' concentration level was lower than that in the outside world by 20%, it posed no problem to Leylin. The concentration level of energy particles of his homeland, the South Coast, and the Twilight Zone, were less than half of the central continent. Spellcasting with such low available energy was natural for him. Nephas Leylin remembered the relevant information. Immediately, he looked at his surroundings. Sure enough, the tourists who had departed the car had solemn expressions, an aura on their bodies that clearly indicated that they were not to be messed with. Some of them had even covered up their faces. Those were the slaves and coolies who had been transporting objects underground. They would size up the batch of tourists from time to time, and their docile gazes concealed a malicious bloodthirst. It was as if they were waiting for the tourists to reveal a slight opening, for them to rip them apart and devour them like wolves. A chaotic region where strength rules all. A place that reeks of sin. Nephas is the city of sins indeed. Leylin thought of the information mentioned by his AI chip previously, and along with Robin and the rest, subtly mixed in with the crowd. Nephas city had no city guard to speak of, and there was obviously no entrance fee. As a result, there was a lot of human traffic, but none of it was particularly good. Of course, anyone who was forced to come here did not exactly have a stellar character. Rascal, what are you looking at? An extremely muscular man who was close to 2 meters tall gazed at a youngster with an unfriendly expression. Oh, sorry. The youngster had eyes that were triangular in shape. His mouth opened and he started to smile apologetically, at the same time nodding his head and bowing. Just as he had bowed down in his apology, a cold glint emerged in the youngster's eyes. He violently whipped out a black dagger and stabbed the strong man in the stomach. You. The strong man's face registered rage as he was caught off guard. Still, a thin layer of defense formed on his body. That strong man was actually a grand knight that could incite life force. A defense made of life force was very useful at mitigating the damage from clubs and the like. Even for sharp blows, it greatly reduced the strength. Whoosh! The strong man's eyes shone ominously as he decided on how to torture the youngster to death. But instantly, the ominous glint in his eyes disappeared, replaced instead by terror. The defense he was so proud of, a grand knight's defense, was cut apart like paper by the black dagger. The black dagger repeatedly, as if following a trajectory, stabbed the strong man's stomach before violently pushing it in. The strong man's foamed at his mouth and he collapsed. He struggled in pain on the ground, and one could faintly see the ruptured organs and intestines through the wound. With that type of injury, unless a magus were to help, the man would completely not have a chance of survival. The youngster kept his dagger, and swiftly squeezed out of the crowd before disappearing around a corner. What a pity. The strong man was at the very least a knight. If they were to fight properly, even 10 dwarves would not have been able to win against him. What pity. That dwarf's weapon was something that, at the very least, was leaked out of the magus world. With something like that against him, even a grand knight would suffer if he was not careful. The pedestrians on both sides did not panic at all, and were instead rejoicing at the misfortune of the strong man who had collapsed in the middle. There were even a few people who exchanged glances before moving toward the direction in which the dwarf had escaped. After a long time, a batch of patrolling soldiers arrived, serving well their roles as cleaners and corpse collectors. The object the dwarf was holding on to was a dagger with a weak spell attached to it. Even though it had not reached the rank of a low-ranked magic equipment, that alone is not too bad. Leylin saw the scene unfolding before him and shook his head internally. He had seen such a situation occur about 4 to 5 times ever since he entered Nephis city. There was simply nobody watching over this place. The pathways of the city were paved with knife shavings and hammer splints. There were even bloodstains that could not be washed off, having long since turned a brownish black. In general, this was an extremely chaotic criminal town. Robbery, murder, rape and lewd behavior could be seen everywhere. Shady businesses were being conducted in the corners, and there was a faint aura being emitted that caused even Leylin to be uncomfortable. Thankfully, Leylin and the rest were under disguise as mercenaries, and had a strong aura. They were also equipped with weapons, and looked like they were not to be trifled with, which had removed many inconveniences. However, even so, there were still a few people who did not know better and lusted after the beauty of Xianxia and a few other female warlocks. They would often unscrupulously block the path ahead, and make certain requests of Leylin and the rest. Of course, they had all become corpses, carrying their regrets to their deathbeds. Robin, the aura from the shadows is making me extremely uncomfortable. Leylin leaned in to say as he sped up. Very keen perception. Robin wore a black cloak that only revealed his eyes. That's right, these depraved fellows are performing summoning rituals and offering sacrifices. Leylin's pupils enlarged. He would not think of that answer in a million years. Similar to their interdimensional exploration through the astral gate, powerful individuals would occasionally unload some of their keepsakes or spiritual force particles in the Nephis city through other planes from time to time. They would even tempt intellectual beings in order to obtain higher strength. In summary, it was a constant cycle of traveling through respective passageways of designated places in the Nephis city while collecting depraved souls and stuff like that. The most famous were the plane that held demons. Legend has it that there were many such locations, both on the south coast and in the central continent. Robin smiled and began to explain, the more degenerate and sinful places are, the more attractive they are to demons. The sacrifice of spirit and flesh in these environments brings them, even more, delight, leading to their duplicates, or even original bodies, descending. Nephis city's governor is the mighty demon hunter, Lord Kenyon, the morning star magus. Whenever a demon's duplicate descends, he immediately captures it, and either conducts his own research on it or sells it. Apparently, they sell like hotcakes. Leylin was somewhat speechless after hearing all of that. Lord Kenyon acted like the biggest bait of the entirety of Nephis city, and attracted many different demons to take the hook. Whenever these demons were offered tributes, and sent duplicates or even descended themselves, Kenyon would immediately seize them. To think about it, these demons must have a lot of grievances. Well, is this mighty hunter not afraid of the descent of demons of a higher power? Leylin voiced out his worries. A city like that with demon worshippers in every corner was literally an active volcano. Was that morning star magus not afraid that by using himself as a bait he would attract troubles? Don't worry. This hunter has a very thorough knowledge of demons, and many formidable demons are not his adversaries. Moreover, Robin shot a glance at a corner not far away. The plane of the demons is nothing. Plenty of magi have been eyeing it. If not for the crafty behaviors of the demons, in that they would rather abandon their duplicates than to leave any tracks, we would have chased after them long ago, and completely taken over their plane. Furthermore, they are struggling whilst at death's door. According to our predictions, that hunter is the magus closest to finding the plane of those demons. He might even have already found it. This rendered Leylin speechless. Robin demonstrated to him the confidence every magus of the central continent had. That ambition and aspiration were cultivated after having overcome countless planes. Such a state could only be seen in the ancient times, but the big war had ended the golden period of ancient magi. Now, with interdimensional travel being resumed, the central continent had recovered part of the glory of the ancients. Perhaps, only this mental state that's full of ambition and enterprise can push the magus world to greater heights. Leylin sighed internally, and his spirit grew even more indomitable. This was the best period. All the resources, knowledge, and meditation techniques were available to him, and there were numerous planes and strange realms outside that were waiting to be explored and conquered. I need to advance to the Morning Star realm quickly. In Leylin's heart, the thirst was becoming stronger. He hoped to be able to leave a legacy, or even take the lead in the rejuvenation of the magus world. Even though he had done similar work in Twilight Zone, that was at a small scale. Where was the broad stage for the work to be done? The Forgotten Land is just after Nephis City. The elemental leakage effect is very intense there, and I'm afraid there's only less than 1% of the elemental concentration of the central continent remaining. We can only depend on potions and the essence of magic crystals to replenish our spiritual force and power. Everyone, please take note. If you need to, please swiftly refill your spiritual force here, Robin pointed out softly. Also, don't go too far in Nephis City, and don't deliberately cause trouble. After all, there's still a Morning Star magus here. This particular demon hunter is famous even amongst Morning Star magi. Leylin, along with the other warlocks, nodded in agreement. The Ouroboros clan was considered a large-scale force in the central continent, but did not dominate the entire continent. They did not rank all that highly, either. Before they had set off, Robin had explained some taboos to Leylin. First, the few rank 6 emperors were a force not to be reckoned with, and for those at the Radiant Moon realm, they had to avoid getting into trouble with them as much as possible. The remaining forces fundamentally were of the same rank as the Ouroboros clan, and hence there was nothing to be afraid of. As long as their reasons were justified, they could take actions if they wished to. Warlocks surpassed magi of the same rank. Even though all the warlocks had declared that their spiritual forces were plentiful and their magical powers were full, Robin still decided to reside in Nephis City for a night before entering the actual Forgotten Land. As a result, Leylin and the rest found a clean hotel to reside in, after which the warlocks either meditated, shopped or bought some necessities. Potion combination: a boundless barren wasteland. Gales howled, sending the dust hurtling through the air to cover the sky, forming a thick haze. In this land, 12 warlocks were hurrying along on a special giant lizard. This is the Forgotten Land after all. Look at how sparse the elemental particles are here. Leylin glanced at the statistics that the AI chip gave him and shook his head. Even compared to the South Coast and Twilight Zone, this place was too poor. Not only was the land barren, even the elemental particles were scarce. It was no wonder that magi and other races only chose to live here if they'd run out of options. Leylin believed that were it not for his ancestral map, even Cubular would have been forced to hang around this place. Regular fugitives can just flee to the Nephis, it is the city of sins after all. From the perspectives of other magi in the central continent, going to Nephis City is akin to banishment. Only those that are truly evil who could no longer stay in their own cities and are being hunted down would choose to come here. We need to be careful. This was not the first time Robin had warned them about this. It was evident how great the danger here was in his mind. Swish. 2 dense corrosive balls that were yellow in color flew out and burst mid-air, causing countless droplets to fall. The moment these droplets made contact with the similarly yellow sand, they began to emit smoke, forming a pit whose descent could be seen with the naked eye. Chi-chi. A few black figures in the sand shrieked, fleeing far away. Leylin saw that although these creatures had a head and humanoid limbs, they were only as large as a 7 or 8-year-old child. In addition, their heads were shaped like those of mice, with 2 giant white teeth jutting out that looked sharp. Their bodies were covered with fur, and they all had thin black tails behind them. Mouse people. They're a type of lycanthrope, the product of experiments left behind by ancient magi. Leylin quickly recalled information about these mouse people. The ancient era was the most glorious period for the Magus world. Not only did the ancient magi take over many different worlds and places, they even took away creatures from different worlds to be their slaves and even guinea pigs. This was why there were so many races in the Magus world. Noah, what are you doing? Robin suddenly shouted at his nephew who had launched the attack. Uncle, I merely. Noah lowered his head, ashamed. You can't just attack anything as you please. You're too weak, and you're giving the opponents a chance to get you. The mouse people are a very united race, and the blood from their injuries will attract even more of them. We need to leave this place as soon as possible. Robin was infuriated, but after remembering that Noah had only just come out for some experience, he could not help but soften his words. I'm sorry. Noah found it hard to speak. Though he was no longer young and had long since obtained the strength of a rank 3, he might not even be as experienced as rank 2 magi when it came to confronting enemies. Giant Chemoian serpent warlocks were precious resources in the Ouroboros clan. They were sheltered, which was why Noah had no real-life experience even if he had theoretical knowledge. Under Robin's command, the lizard under them increased its speed. However, it was too late. The situation proved that Robin was not wrong in his lecturing. In less than a day, they were surrounded by a large group of mouse people. Damn it, why are there so many? Noah's face flushed as he glanced at the mouse people who amounted to more than 2,000. They formed a huge wave and surrounded them, the stink so bad that he was on the verge of vomiting. Mouse people reproduce like rabbits, and they require very little in order to survive. Other races may find it difficult to survive in the Forgotten Land, but this is not an issue for them. They make use of the rotten plants and maggots underground to live, and if they are truly desperate, they can even gnaw at sand and rocks. Leylin explained to Noah. Damn these inferior beings. If we were outside. Noah clenched his teeth. Though they had spiritual force potions for replenishment, they still needed to be frugal. It can't be helped. Regular mouse people are very resistant to radiation and can be compared to rank 3 acolytes. Elite adult mouse people even have the strength of official magi. The leader of this group here is very sly, and I suspect it isn't even here. Robin closed his eyes, a white eyeball appearing on his forehead. It was evident he was using detection magic to search for the tracks of the leader of the mouse people. In this situation, in order to keep depletion at the lowest, the best idea was to kill the other party's leader. However, the mouse people seemed to be aware of this as well. Darl, you guys, prepare to attack. Robin opened his eyes and exclaimed to a few of the warlocks behind him. The 5 black Horal Snake warlocks went forward, a great energy wave flickering from their bodies, causing an uproar amongst the group of mice people. Robin and the others were the main force and could not afford to waste energy here. They could only have their followers take care of it. Prepare to provide assistance. Kesha instructed the 3 warlocks from her family behind her. Leylin took around. He was alone and did not have any servants. Never mind. Their spiritual force and magic power are also precious and can't be wasted here. Let me do it. Leylin, you. Alright, only you are the most suitable in this situation. Realizing Leylin's identity as a potion master, Robin nodded. Get away, or you'll pay the price. Riding the lizard, Leylin went up front, the terrifying undulations of a vapor phase rank 3 magus emanating from him. The disturbance amongst the mice became even louder, but nobody left. Leylin couldn't help but admire them. The use of his aura to suppress them might be easy for creatures with lower intelligence, but the moment it was used on creatures with an intelligence similar to humans, it was useless. This was especially so, if they had a leader commanding them. Of course, if Leylin used his rank 3 innate talent, intimidating gaze, there was no problem. After all, that was not just using his aura to suppress others, but a suppression that was similar to that of a domain. However, Leylin thought it would be too extravagant to use a rank 3 innate spell against this group at the boundaries of the Forgotten Land. As he watched the mouse people pouncing at him, a silver light flashed in his hand as a few test tubes glimmering in multiple colors appeared. Defiant Ring of Fire. A fiery red test tube was tossed out with a swish and exploded in the air to form a giant ring of fire encircling Leylin and the others. Wind Blast. Immediately after, another 2 light green test tubes flew out, and great gales broke out, blowing the flames in all directions. And lastly, Oil Roasting Potion. With another toss, a purplish-black potion exploded in the air, and something like crude oil in gaseous form was dispersed. Rumble. The fire from before made contact with this oil and grew even more powerful, tongues of flame sweeping in all directions. Rank 3 potion combination spell Divine Prairie Flames. Great flames rushed along the ground, and as if pushed by a powerful invisible force, began to surround the mouse people. Many fire serpents engulfed the area and swallowed many of the mouse people. The cracking sounds of meat being roasted filled the air. Chi-chi, chi-chi. They were burnt to ashes, and this horrifying scene motivated the mouse people at the sides to flee. However, this was merely a small number. At the end, many mouse people were charred and became conjoined to the ground, forming a single entity. A disgusting stink that was 10 times worse than before was produced. He actually used a few rank 1 and 2 potions and simulated the effects of a rank 3 spell. He really is a potions grandmaster. Robin praised from the bottom of his heart. Also, this battle style does not consume spiritual force nor magic power. It is the most appropriate to use in the Forgotten Land. It's only the results of an ordinary experiment. Leylin smiled very modestly. In actuality, those were his true thoughts. The amplification of effect from such a combination only reached around 70%, and was far from what could be produced from the Morning Star final technique that used a few spells and produced an effect that had a huge change in quality. However, Leylin had gained a very large interest in this method of combination and had been doing research on it. This potion combination technique was a result of one of his successful experiments. Everything is great, but this is a little too disgusting. Kesha used a gold-laced handkerchief and covered her nose, her expression revealing a look of revulsion. The other rank 3 warlocks were not in good shape either, especially Noah, who was deathly pale and seemed unable to hold back his urge to vomit. After surveying this region, they realized that besides the earth under their feet, everything else had become charred. That unique stink of the mouse people had become even denser after the burning. Alright, get used to this kind of thing, because you're going to be experiencing more of it in the future. Robin patted Noah's shoulders, gaze unable to conceal his admiration towards Leylin. Over here, only he and Leylin could chat without a change of expression. To take care of everyone, Robin quickly led and continued the journey. With the previous experience, everyone was even more cautious this time. Even Noah exercised restraint and followed along at the back of the group, gathering experience. After that, Leylin found that this Forgotten Land truly was a large dump. They met all sorts of strange creatures that were all the products of failed experiments who had escaped. Some of these species were very rare in the central continent. No matter what they were, they all had a common point: they were either plagued with flaws, were corrosive, or had powerful poisons. There was one way to sum this up. They were hard to make use of and were of no value to Magi. The kobolds, maybe that was why the Forgotten Land was not overtaken by the Magi. Otherwise, the barriers between dimensions would not deter against the greed of Magi. There were, of course, a handful of rare species who voluntarily entered the Forgotten Land to escape the grip of the Magi, however rare the cases might be. The Magi here were so few in number that Leylin only caught a glimpse of one in all this time. And it wasn't without the aid of his AI chip that he could make out some of his features. The said Magus was a mature male with peculiar scales embedded in his face, probably the result of a mutation. With the unexpected negligence of Robin, however, he fled at the speed of light upon noticing Leylin's group. The concentration of energy particles continued to drop drastically as time passed and the group headed further into the Forgotten Land. Often, there was no soul in sight. Those they did come across were mostly some rare species or exiled Magi who couldn't survive in the central continent. More often than not, these meetings ended up in a battle. While they showed mercy to many creatures, keeping in mind to conserve their energy, some of these creatures actually initiated the attacks. The most threatening one was a profuse chase by a rank 3 Cthulhu beast which bore the physique of a hill. It took Kesha, Robin, Leylin, and the surrounding warlocks before the Cthulhu was wholly taken down, and the death of it actually garnered them a heap of rare materials. But unfortunately, a black Horal Snake warlock was sacrificed in this face-off, removing a member from Leylin's group. Flap Flap, Kesha's pet, a pristine white bird, flew to a stop on her shoulder. Leylin often wondered why Kesha chose to keep a creature that only possessed an investigative nature instead of fighting abilities as her contracted partner. Guys, a tribe of kobolds lies ahead of us. It is a sizable one with a manpower of more than 1,000, I'm afraid we'll have to make a detour. Kesha announced as she opened her eyes. Kobold. Upon hearing that, Leylin did a thorough research on this species through the AI chip. Kobold. ovipara, said to be a subspecies of giant dragons. They will reach a height of 3 feet, around 1 meter, upon maturity, and their outer appearance is characterized by a scaly skin which can range from a dark reddish-brown to a faded black. There are 2 taupe horns on the crowns of their heads, and their fiery red eyes possess infrared vision. Furthermore, they can obtain spells through their bloodline and become an expert similar to that of a bloodline warlock. Giant dragons. The frightful creature that was mentioned in his high-grade meditation technique Dragon King's mystic might came to his mind in that instance. The image of the kobold on his AI chip was, however, not close to his imagination of the creature. Nonetheless, the giant dragons of the ancient era were famous because of the majority xianxia subspecies which was said to be able to mate with any species. Thus, these kobolds were only to be expected. But the thing that caught Leylin's attention was actually their bloodline. Rank 3 creatures still existed in small numbers on the central continent despite their rarity. Moreover, Leylin had already reached the status of a rank 3 warlock. It was about time he explored things in that field. Unlike Leylin, other warlocks did not own an AI chip, nor could they extract ancient bloodlines from the blood of rank 3 creatures. As long as there was an adequate source, Leylin could extract as much of the ancient bloodlines as he wished. The bloodline of ancient giant dragons. Leylin touched his chin, uncertain. We can't be sure if there are any rank 3 kobold warlocks, but it's definitely possible in a large tribe with a population of over 1,000. Kesha spoke after that. I've found several rank 2 kobold warlocks within them, and there are no signs of division in the tribe as of now. They are definitely under the control of a stronger warlock. There must be a rank 3 in there, a rank 3 kobold warlock backed up by numerous kobold warriors and low-grade bloodlines. That is enough of a threat to us. We have to take a detour. Robin did not hesitate in his decision. It was an aftereffect of the death of his subordinate, the Black Horal Snake Warlock, earlier. After all, he had spent a painstaking amount of time and effort in nurturing him. Leylin was about to make a comment but said nothing upon seeing everyone's approval towards Robin's decision. It was clearly impractical for Robin to go against a huge kobold tribe. Besides, the kobolds were known for having diluted bloodlines and were already very distantly related to giant dragons. So it was almost impossible to extract giant dragons' bloodlines from them, even for Morningstar Magi. Wouldn't Leylin be digging his own grave if he persisted in moving ahead? To put things into perspective, Robin and the rest were all bloodline warlocks. They could start suspecting Leylin's intentions in collecting bloodlines. Well, I guess we can only make a mark and return in the future. And Leylin stealthily marked out the place on the map of his AI chip. Leylin and his group made it to their destination in spite of the many mishaps on the way. A saffron bonfire danced from below as an alluring aroma of roasted meat filled the air. The meat was dripping golden and glistening grease every now and then. A small stretch of white tents encircled the bonfire. How are things going? Are the sentry and camouflaging spells up? Kesha walked out of her tent, a cloud of steam still surrounded visibly. She had only clothed herself in a loose bathrobe and was still drying her hair. She had obviously just come out of the bath. Nobody knew where she got the water for it, but it was a simple thing for a high-ranking warlock like her, even if a waste of resources. It's all done, we're undetectable. Robin furrowed his brows and replied, and I remember reminding you not to use any spells here. Don't worry, the water was from my spatial item. Kesha was noticeably annoyed and even threw a coquettish glance at Noah, who turned beet red. Robin pulled a long face at that, saying, Kesha, you're old enough to be Noah's granny. On top of that, our families have numerous blood relations, he might as well call you aunt. Rest assured, I have no interest in kids. On the contrary, I actually prefer mature and charming male warlocks. Am I right, Leylin? She shot Leylin a look. I'm gonna go double check. Leylin quickly excused himself from the circle to check on the spell formations before he got involved in the irrelevant argument. From his vantage point, he was able to see the white haze that engulfed the whole campsite, making the bonfire and tents only faintly discernible. Leylin was aware that it would be beyond unlikely to notice any anomalies in the campsite if viewed from outside. The campsite would look like nothing more than barren land. The whole camouflage was seamless under the setup of Robin's and Kesha's men. It would be challenging even for the AI chip to locate areas that could be improved on. Leylin strolled around aimlessly and shook his head at the indistinct quarrels. Many families of Chemoyan warlocks intermarried to preserve the purity of their lineage and for other benefits. Strictly speaking, Every family in the Ouroboros clan was related to every other, and they all could even be traced down to the same ancestors. Hence, it'd be a rotten mess if one were to try and piece the puzzle together. Leylin was sick of hearing about the indecent acts of the aristocrats, and of the fact that they would always be superior regardless. He figured that he might as well use this extra time to study the spell models and relevant information in his AI chip. Leylin's eyes lost focus as he devoted the entirety of his attention to the AI chip. Robin and Kesha had made up by the time Leylin returned to the bonfire in the evening. They, too, knew it wasn't a time to discuss such things. Robin gathered all the warlocks next to the bonfire and spoke of the final safety precautions. This pocket dimension was discovered by a barbarian bear tribe from the Forgotten Land, and the information was proliferated in the Forgotten Land instead of being kept secret. Following that, two factions, that were led by human magician fugitives and the local barbarians respectively, also marked out this sacred place, opposing the barbarian bears. They are the three main factions that we'll be facing this time. Aside from a trickle of other intellectual species, we can overlook the rest, he explained in detail. The entrance to the pocket dimension is at the midsection of an underground river, guarded by these forces. We must break in swiftly, then fight our way through using either a boundary-breaking spell or by force. A solemn look was painted across the faces of Leylin and the rest. Given the pitiful concentration of energy particles in the Forgotten Land, it would be hard to find useful resources. Thus, this secret place was of utmost importance to the Forgotten Land and its livelihood, especially towards those factions. These factions would not sit back if Leylin and the rest were to take advantage of this land. Though the group was practically undeterred as they were backed by the Ouroboros clan, it must also be understood that the clan would not launch an attack just for them. It just wasn't worth it. To add on, there was no end to the amount of evil and wicked magi and dangerous creatures in the Forgotten Land that couldn't care less about it. Leylin and the rest had to defend themselves throughout the duration of their escape from the Forgotten Land, or else it'd be a truly undignified sacrifice if they were to lose their lives. The boundary-breaking spell was a type of escaping spell that was fast and convenient, customized for entering and exiting pocket dimensions. Though the result varied for different types of lands, and might have no effect on occasion, it was still a useful spell. Though, if one was superior in ability, he'd able to travel through the pocket dimension with ease. Obviously, this did not work with Leylin and company. Why else would they painstakingly plot all this? An unexpected situation. What happens after we enter the pocket dimension? Are we going to be working together or alone? Leylin asked unhurriedly from the side, taking a bite of the roast meat. Kesha was gazing at Robin attentively. The reason she was here was due to the temptation of the precious materials in the pocket dimension. It was natural not to choose to work together. You can do as you wish. Robin answered, without hesitation. I have a general topographic map here, but it lacks a lot of information. Take a look. Robin had evidently made preparations earlier and produced 2 maps, giving one each to Kesha and Leylin. Of course, after we get everything, I hope we can discuss or perhaps exchange a few things. If anyone here plans to sell their precious materials, the other 2 shall have the preemptive right to purchase them. Robin was very thoughtful, and since Kesha and Leylin had no issues with that, they both nodded. A snaking river flowed out from underground, the sound of surging water echoing throughout the cavity in this underground world, making it feel even more oppressive. In another area, not only were there powerful defensive spell formation setups and runes that glimmered, there were even magi and beings of other races patrolling the area. Though these people looked pitiful wearing clothes filled with creases and patches, their auras were very powerful and wild. Leylin and his group all entered shadow stealth state and snuck in. Not far away from them, black bear humanoids, upright creatures with animal skins around their waists as well as other accessories, were standing guard. Barbarian bears. This was the first time Leylin had seen such a creature. Unlike the half-beastmen who had escaped from the laboratories, barbarian bears were truly from another world. They were extremely intelligent, and their bodies were very resilient. An adult barbarian bears was comparable to a rank 1 branded swordsman or bio booster, as well as other sub-branches of ancient magi. After awakening, the power of their totems, elder barbarian bears, and barbarian bear shamans could gain the ability to obtain magic with offerings, and turn into frightening magicians. Just this tribe alone could take on the role as the kings in the Forgotten Land. In front of Leylin, there were no less than 100 elite barbarian bear warriors, as well as numerous elders and barbarian bear shamans. And their opponents were not limited to barbarian bears. A few short green creatures strolled past the barbarian bears patrol group, holding multicolor staffs with different ores and gems embedded into them. These staffs emitted detection magic, which caused Leylin to back up. These green creatures were very similar to gnomes, though their larger heads were like watermelons, large and round. Their skin was a wretched green. These were the green-skinned barbarian magi. Favoring the ability to cast spells, they had abandoned the advantage of strength. Their spiritual force and magic power were terrifying. Every single one of them was akin to a human rank 2 magus, and some even emanated the strength of rank 3. What do we do? Kesha's voice traveled into Leylin's ear. Don't act recklessly. Look. Leylin pointed in another direction. At the side of the river, brown vines crawled all over a brown rock. It looked very normal, but this immediately attracted Robin and Kesha's attention. It's an alarm spell pattern that targets hidden fluctuations in the air. It's concealed very well. If not for Leylin's warning, we'd all have been deceived. Robin gritted his teeth. Let's withdraw first. They exchanged glances and left the underground, while the other Black Horal warlocks followed closely behind. Boom. Once they got to another safe area, Robin's expression darkened, and cracks appeared under his feet from his stomps. Those wretched traitors to humanity. They must have set up those alarm spell patterns. If not, it'd be impossible for the barbarian bears and green-skinned barbarians to come up with this technique even if they had 10,000 more years to do so. Robin walked in circles, evidently very annoyed. Within the Forgotten Land, besides the barbarian bears and green-skinned barbarians, there were organizations formed entirely out of fugitive human magi. There had always been 3 main forces here. In order to protect this common asset of theirs that was the pocket dimension, they had obviously teamed up. Didn't we discuss this matter some time ago? Though this is the worst situation, we have made the required preparations. Relax, your emotional state does not seem too good. Kesha watched Robin, whose eyes were turning red, and quickly warned, damn it. Leylin, Robin's probably going to have another episode. Upon hearing this, Leylin was stunned and turned to look at Robin's bewitching handsome face. It was now distorted, and bloodlust was beginning to converge. This was obviously an effect of the emotional instability caused by his bloodline, resulting in Robin losing his senses. Wake up, Robin, you might need it. A high-grade potion of tranquility appeared in Leylin's hands as he stared at Robin. Besides Noah and Kesha, the few other Black Horal snake warlocks had retreated a distance. It was not out of fear of being hurt by accident, but because of the bloodline. Robin's outburst might even affect their own bloodline and cause them to descend into a state of confusion. No, I've had enough of that potion. Robin's eyes were gradually turning red, dense spiritual particles almost solidifying in front of him. Has your uncle been having these episodes lately? Leylin asked Noah while watching Robin. No, it hasn't been that long since the last episode. With the potion and suppression from the spell formations, it shouldn't be happening again so soon. Noah looked helpless. What should we do? If he really goes crazy, he'll definitely kill us. Kesha stood beside Leylin, now evidently on the same side. What else can be done? Hold him down and force him to calm down. Leylin's eyes turned amber, and a pair of vertical pupils produced a terrifying chill. After a few advancements, Leylin's bloodline was even more concentrated, and the aura of the giant Chemoian serpent had also risen. This feeling was most evident to Robin. He took several steps back, his expression alternating between mania and rationality. Robin, we're helping you. At this moment, Kesha went forward, a powerful aura emanating from her body. The two of them worked together and evidently gave Robin a terrifying amount of pressure. At this moment, while he was breathing heavily, the rational expression stayed on his face longer. You're right. Robin's voice became coarse and thick, completely different from the gentility it held before. He produced a high-grade potion of tranquility from his spatial equipment and gulped it down. A bracelet formed using white crystals was glimmering with tiny white rays, producing a chill that spread in all directions. Ha! Robin let out a long breath, his expression becoming gentle. He took a look around, eyes clear and wise. Many thanks, everyone. I'm better now. That's great. Noah cheered, while Kesha and Leylin looked like a weight had been lifted off their shoulders. If Robin really were to act up now, they would have to give up on the plan despite their unwillingness not to. Robin, what's going on? Why did it suddenly happen? Kesha expressed her disapproval towards Robin. My apologies. The outburst of emotion was too sudden, and I could not control it at all. Robin laughed wryly. The defect of emotional instability caused by the bloodline had always been an issue for warlocks. Even with all types of suppression potions and spell formations, they could only ease the issue, not cure it. This was why Leylin's potions of tranquility were in such high demand. With Robin's strength and thoughts, he shouldn't be stirred up so easily and invoke the emotions from his bloodline. Looks like there's something he must have from the pocket dimension, which caused him to be so irritated and be made susceptible to those emotions, Leylin rationalized. Compared to other high-ranked warlocks, he had used the breath of the icy jade scorpion emperor to treat his bloodline in Twilight Zone. That was why he had experienced no episodes till now. Based on the AI, chip's simulations and Leylin's own calculations, he did not have to worry about this until he reached the Morning Star realm. Other warlocks would not be so fortunate. Even a rank 3 hydro-phase warlock like Robin would often be affected by these emotions. As for Kesha, Leylin's eyes swept past her, and he found at least 3 types of spell patterns that acted as alarms and bloodline suppressors. Alright, now we think about what happens at the end of the plan, Leylin spoke, gathering Robin and Kesha's attention. Though we are now a distance away from the pocket dimension and have also especially set up a concealing spell formation, an outburst of aura like what just happened could be sensed by our opponents. We need to decide on what to do as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Robin looked sorry and embarrassed. This whole situation was caused by him. Rank 3 warlocks, merely by using their auras, could generate giant energy undulations, and it was unknown whether their setup was enough to conceal that. It can't be helped. We should enter stealthily, and if it doesn't work, we barge in. Robin gritted his head and made his choice. Now that they might have discovered the undulations and are coming here, we should just head straight to the entrance of the pocket dimension. As I am the reason for the delay, I will place myself at the back of the group and enter after all of you have done so. Robin bowed slightly. At the rear, he would require much strength to face the crazed counter-attacks from other powers. Even Robin would find this difficult to bear, which made his sincerity clear. Hence, Leylin and Kesha immediately agreed to Robin's suggestion. Being discovered, Leylin and Kesha were both unemotional, knowing that it was not the time for any disputes. Their opportunity was fleeting, and could not be wasted. Approximately 10 seconds later, everyone entered shadow stealth and left. A huge formidable energy undulation suddenly broke through the spell and created a violent explosion, just like a prominent bonfire in the darkness of the night. Of course, this was intentionally set up by Leylin and company. And with the continuous transmission of the energy undulations, some brilliant rays shone in their direction. We're here. This is the furthest we can go, any further and we might alert the alarms that were set up, even in shadow stealth. The spell has too many defects that can be probed. Robin led everyone into a hiding spot and then stopped his steps. Leylin looked over and from where he stood, he was able to see to the bottom of the flowing river, in the middle of which was a huge whirlpool. The continuously whirling water sparkled on occasion, and some green barbarian bears and human magi started to emerge from it. The entrance to this pocket dimension is unexpectedly just a whirlpool. Leylin nodded his head. The undulations that were being emitted by the whirlpool did not seem to be fake. He was deciding on a path of approach. Leylin took a closer look at the surroundings of the whirlpool. The AI chip was working at full power, forming a 3D map of the area in his mind. The enemy's defense was naturally strong, with some large structures and a sentry system in place for defense. There were even some rank 3 magi standing guard. Leylin shifted his line of sight to the center and shot a glance at a barbarian bear. It had a thick neck with a weird-looking flag on its back. There was another big-headed, very old-looking green-skinned barbarian. Lastly, there was an unassuming human mage robed in gray. These three, Leylin's pupils dilated, they're at least at hydro phase. As for the barbarian bear, it might already be at the crystal phase. Leylin and company were nearly equal in power to these magi, and only held a slight edge in power. Once the patrols were counted in, numbering 10 times their own, it would be very difficult to defeat them. I will make use of the secret gem to cover up our tracks. Wait for my signal and move together. My men and I will take care of the back. Robin took out a black ring and spoke in a heavy tone. Leylin and Kesha both nodded their heads, and walked in a straight line towards the whirlpool in the dark river. There were some scattered buildings around where they were that looked brand new. It also had a rugged feel to it, most likely made by the barbarian bears. Leylin and company were amongst the shadowy construction area and moved progressively towards the center with the help of the shadows of some patrolmen. If they come 10 meters closer to us, we will attack. Robin's voice sounded out, the tone oppressive. Rank 3 magi were very sharp and alert. As soon as they came close, the party would certainly be discovered. In the midst of the crack in the shadows, the outside world seemed like it was covered with a layer of fog, almost like a starch paste. It was very vague and fuzzy. However, Leylin could clearly sense them advancing. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, another 7 meters to go, and Leylin and the rest of the warlocks would have the confidence to breach their defense and wipe them out completely before heading for the pocket dimension. Woo woo, at this very moment, something unexpected suddenly happened. The decorative flag on the back of the barbarian bear started to flap and shudder. A strange skull symbol on the scarlet-red patch of the flag started to open its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth as it wailed loudly. Intruder. The barbarian bear stood up and hissed, the sound engulfing the entire area. Damn, we've been exposed. Charge. A singular ray of brilliance shone through the hollowness and Robin appeared to take the lead. Innate poison. Immediately, he opened up his poison domain. In a split second, an invisible and terrifying ripple originated from Robin and started to spread. The surrounding patrolmen immediately started to collapse one after the other, with some dying on the spot and their bodies decomposing thereafter. Toxic bile. You were a warlock from the Ouroboros clan. The average-looking magus wearing the gray robe clenched his teeth, as if he had some deep-seated hatred with the Ouroboros clan. Activate the rank 5 poison defense spell formation. He ferociously raised his hands and clapped. A burst of intense brilliance erupted and a huge spell was cast, rays of green falling on every magus present. Like a protective armor, the spread of the green rays enveloped the magi. Although the armor was trembling continuously, it resisted the attack of the toxic bile. As for the rest of the magi around Robin, they were completely doomed for, even with the assistance of the spell formation. All of these sinners deserve death. Do not show mercy. Kesha and Leylin entered the scene with her yell as she launched her own attack of poison. The rest of the magi soon followed suit. In the blink of an eye, the Chemoyan serpent poison built up, repeatedly overlapping and growing. The formidable power increased to such an extent that even Leylin raised his eyebrows in awe. ZZ. The green rays of brilliance were corroding the armor. The other magi and tribes who were standing behind could not hide their stunned faces. Kill. The huge barbarian bear said coldly after a loud roar. The muscles on its body bulged, and the velvet fur stood on end as its physique immediately widened. As for the big-headed green-skinned barbarian, it quickly took out multiple bottles of different sizes, as if ready to cast spells. Leave him to me. You deal with the rest. Robin looked over at the gray-robed magus with fervor. I remember now, he is a magus from Lone Zither, the sole survivor of the massacre. At the mention of this name, the gray-robed magus face turned blood red. Today, I shall avenge the death of my teachers and classmates. Vroom. A ball of black flame ignited from his body just like a human-shaped column and dashed towards Robin. Seeing how things have developed till now, I can only go all out. Without any other choices, Leylin shrugged his shoulders and, with lightning speed, tossed out multiple test tubes and bottles containing potions. Potion combination spell Divine Prairie Flame. A large number of fire snakes swirled and engulfed everyone who was desperately trying to defend against the Chemoyan poison. Huge billows of smoke rose in the air along with their pitiful cries as a violent and deafening explosion erupted from the blaze. It costs 10 times as much to cast a spell here as it does outside. We need to preserve some strength to defend ourselves in case enemy troops catch up with us, so, Leylin drew out the black meteor sword from his waist. The grooves on its blade buzzed continuously, as if thirsting for blood. Cross slash. Leylin grasped his fallen sword and delivered a single forward hack. A black cross-shaped ray from the edge of the blade streaked across and dismembered a majority of the magi into pieces. The Chemoyan poison from the blade immediately caused their flesh to decompose. We are not here to kill people. We only have to get into the pocket dimension. Leylin looked at the surroundings and saw the human gray-robed magus blocked by Robin, while Kesha had picked to go up against the huge barbarian bear. He found it puzzling as to why she liked such big challenges. Noah, on the other hand, led the black horal snake magi and continued with the attack. The entire field was a sea of confusion and chaos. An urgent bugle horn sounded and Leylin could feel the rays of light that chased them making their way back rapidly. Foreign human, do you also long for the Forgotten Lands pocket dimension? With a brain that was twice the size of a regular human and a body covered with endless wrinkles, the green-skinned barbarian was done with its poison concoction and positioned itself in front of Leylin, revealing its few teeth that were stained yellow. I didn't expect you to be a potions master as well. Leylin looked intently at the gray-colored alms bowl the green-skinned barbarian was holding. In it was a bubbling dense green liquid. Get out of my way. The fallen sword in Leylin's hand created endless blade rays. A huge ray of brilliance swiped across the ground and left a long deep gush. You shall make a fine addition to my, Madraz's, collection. The green-skinned barbarian laughed. With its exceptionally nimble hands and the constant undulations on its body increasing steadily, it seemed as if it was more powerful than Leylin. Swish, swish. The clever green-skinned barbarian split his body into 3 parts, and in turn each part grew as a whole. It headed straight for Leylin at full speed. Just this. Leylin smiled callously as swiped his sword repeatedly and pierced through 2 of the phantom images. The green-skinned barbarian's smile showed a confidence in victory as it swiftly started chanting. Beside one of the phantom images, the greenish liquid in the gray alms bowl exploded and manifested itself into a gooey monstrous hand. The innumerable suction pads on the hand started trembling, seeming like it was attached to a tremendously huge body that was attempting to break free from the alms bowl. Green billows of fog filled the air as if a Cajun attempted to trap Leylin within. But suddenly, the green-skinned barbarian's eyes shot open. Leylin showed no signs of panic or fear amidst the fog, and on the contrary, took out a potion of his own from his belt. A layer of pink smoke slowly dispersed, enveloping the alms bowl. The pink smoke neuralized the green gas in moments, and soon droplets of liquid started to form that sprinkled onto the ground. How can it be? The green-skinned barbarian's jaw fell wide open. Are you surprised your summon mixture has 0 effect? Do you think I can't recognize it? Leylin looked at the green-skinned barbarian, his smile showing his satisfaction. With just a potion of clean gem neutralizing potion, the problem can be solved. You should be embarrassed to use such mediocre potions against me. Sudden entry battles between potions masters depended most on their accumulated knowledge and recipes. For instance, had Leylin not recognized the type of potion that the green-skinned barbarian was using, it might have been a hindrance to him. The winner was determined by who managed to see through the other party's setup. When it came to all this information, how could the green-skinned barbarian match up to Leylin, who possessed the AI? Chip, you, the opposite green-skinned barbarian's fingers began to shake, evidently in fear. What? Are you planning to use the star-traced amulet and activate the icy frost potion above your waist, or are you going to use the corrosive poison arrow potion at your back? Leylin measured up this green-skinned barbarian, obviously ridiculing it. Oh, no, I think you're doing this as a cover for you to activate your wind spirit's fury under your feet. All sorts of expressions crossed the opposite green-skinned barbarian's face, and it was truly difficult for it to have so many expressions and movements on his creased face. At the end, all this turned into terror. Ah, you're the devil. The devil. The green-skinned potion master yelled, and actually abandoned his race and companions, fleeing from the battle area first. It evidently had a very high status here. After seeing it flee, the other green-skinned barbarians were startled, and with some of them shouting at the top of their voices, they rapidly left the area. Good job. Robin, who was not far away, revealed a smile. He was the strongest of the 3 of them, and the opposite gray-robed magus could only fend for himself. Kesha, who was on the other side, was not so lucky. When she had chosen her opponent, she had had no AI. Chippen depended on her judgment. She had actually chosen the barbarian bear shaman, which was likely at the crystal phase. This barbarian bear shaman not only had unimaginable strength but also a tough body. Even Kesha's Eye of Petrification could only hold it for a second and had no other effect. Rank 1 or 2 spells that struck it would char the fur, but there would be no substantial harm. As for rank 3 spells, not only were such models difficult to get a hold of, to use them in the Forgotten Land required that one pay a huge price. Not everyone was a potions grandmaster like Leylin, who could use potions to simulate the effects of a rank 3 spell. Woo-woo. At this moment, the skeleton flag on barbarian bear shaman's back suddenly exploded, sounding like a bugle horn. A woo-awoo. The surrounding barbarian bears who heard these sounds immediately roared frantically, eyes turning blood red in their offensive abilities increasing by a large amount. Noah and the other warlocks were immediately at a disadvantage. They're entering a frenzied state. Even regular barbarian bears are affected. How about that one? Leylin immediately shifted his attention to the barbarian bear shaman. Along with the sounds of the horn, the barbarian bear abruptly roared towards the skies, slapping its chest. Thick veins that were like old tree roots occupied its hands, chest, and back. Ka-cha! The skull of this barbarian bear cracked open, revealing a muscle similar to a brain that was beginning to glow with warmth. Awoo! Under its crazed roar, this barbarian bear shaman's body began to expand. Its body that was about 2 floors high became taller, turning into a gigantic humanoid bear-shaped monster. Energy undulations typically produced by crystal phase magi burst out from the body of this giant barbarian bear. Crystal phase. Kesha looked pained. The barbarian bear monster obviously did not care about that. With its paw that could cover the heavens, it swiped at her. Under this terrifying might, the air seemed to solidify and began to attack Kesha. With a boom, Kesha's figure was sent flying, slamming into numerous buildings. Explosive fireball. Countless giant fireballs exploded on the barbarian bear's head, but the groove with what seemed to be a brain was not the least bit damaged. All these attacks successfully incited the fury of the barbarian bear monster, and attracted its attention elsewhere. Kesha, how is it? Are you dead yet? Who asks questions like that? Bricks exploded, and Kesha's figure appeared. However, she was not in a very good condition. Her clothes were tattered beyond repair, revealing dense snake scales. Kesha was now in her snake form, and not only did her chemoyan scales cover her entire body, even her pupils had elongated and turned vertical. Even with the most powerful defensive form of giant chemoyan serpent warlocks, there was a huge wound on her arm and it was slightly twisted. Even her bones had issues. I used a diversion technique and shifted most of the attack to my left hand. Kesha revealed her mangled left arm and smiled wryly as she explained, I didn't expect that barbarian bear to be so fierce. It's very dangerous today. To be defeated by a creature that used brute force and its physique, it was a huge blow to her. Leylin smiled wryly and quickly pulled Kesha aside, dodging a large black foot. Boom! The building from before was smashed, leaving behind a gigantic footprint. What we need to consider right now is how to get away from them. Besides, the support troops and magi who we attracted before are coming this way. The traps we set up can't hold them for too long, so we need a plan. Leylin quickly told Kesha, his words reaching Robin who was a distance away. Awoo! At this moment, the giant barbarian bear monster was already destroying everything, whether it was its ally, the green-skinned barbarian, fallen magi, warlocks of the Ouroboros clan or even barbarian bear warriors, all were attacked without distinction. Ah! A black horal snake warlock was grasped in the palm of the gigantic barbarian bear monster, and produced miserable shrieks of fear. You monster! Die! His facial muscles twisted as he yelled, terrifying rays converging in his hands and turned into a large axe, striking down at it. Ka-cha! The axe, which had the terrifying might of a rank 3 spell made contact with the monster's chest, and actually produced sparks. Boom! Boom! The barbarian bear monster took 2 steps back, shook its head, and continued roaring. With a swing of its arm, it threw the rank 3 black horal snake warlock into its mouth and began to chew. Gotchi! Gotchi! Flesh, blood, organs and bones slid out from its mouth. The might of those jaws, as well as its physique and sharp teeth turned the barbarian bear monster's mouth into a grinder, turning the warlock into minced meat. Oh no! Alfredo! Noah screamed. It looked like yet another warlock from his family had died, while Robin's expression turned as gloomy as dark waters. When he saw a few rays about to catch up to them, his eyes revealed a steely determination. Quick! Get into the pocket dimension. I'll bring up the rear. He opened up his hand, illusory terror. Formless thin lines like a large web trapped all the human gray-robed magi within. There were even all sorts of strange laughter being produced in the air. After that, he stood in front of the giant barbarian bear monster and helped Noah and the others stall for time. The seal spell formation is completed. At this moment, a warlock who had been by the dark river called out. A scarlet rune launched from his finger and entered the whirlpool of the underground dark river. Pila, a giant blue web immediately appeared on the surface of the river. Open. Leylin's eyes flickered with blue rays, his meteor sword streaking across with a strange arc and slashing at the web. Black light flashed, and the blue web immediately broke apart, revealing the black entrance to the pocket dimension in the whirlpool behind it. Quick! 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 Hurry up! Many warlocks immediately jumped into the whirlpool, and immediately disappeared with silver spatial rays. Senior Robin, let's go. Leylin slashed at the area with the meteor sword and terrifying chemoyan toxins appeared once more, before he unhesitatingly jumped into the whirlpool. Awoo! The giant barbarian bear monster's eyes glinted with intelligence, and it charged towards Robin in a frenzy. What a pity. This is something I only just got my hands on. Robin took a look at the monster and tossed a black ball at it. Pock! Countless vines appeared in midair, with green shoots and leaves that formed a large green web that trapped it within. Ball of Binding. This is a one-time use magic object passed down from ancient times. Even crystal phase magi will be held back for at least a minute. Robin sighed, and then jumped into the whirlpool. Silver-white rays flashed, and he disappeared. At this moment, a few splendid rays charged to the camp and the lights vanished, revealing the forms of a few people who looked terrible. Douglas, stop, you idiot. A barbarian bear with golden fur immediately went forward and roared using a unique method. This roaring was at a specific frequency that prevented the monster from moving. Looks like someone broke into the pocket dimension. I smell the disgusting scent of warlock blood. The green-skinned barbarian leader's nose twitched and he concluded confidently. The Ouroboros clan, even they have to abide by our rules in the Forgotten Land. Together with these two magi was a human magus with a strange brand on his face that seemed like some kind of symbol. The sun's child, so what now? Do we continue our chase? Upon hearing the howl of the barbarian bear, the huge monster had already returned to its original state and was currently lying on the floor, depressed. Or we could simply destroy this entrance, the golden-furred barbarian bear proposed. Are you mad? It would be a waste to destroy such a good pocket dimension. Nobody will agree to it. The green-skinned barbarian shook his head and continued. Besides, those magi can completely escape from other small cracks. This is such a silly plan. The barbarian bear groaned coldly, revealing a big flag on his back. All right, currently we are allies and we need to discuss as to how we will handle our enemies, said the human magus as he was stuck in between the green-skinned barbarian and the barbarian bear. What else can we do? If we have no intentions of letting our enemies mindlessly plunder from our pocket dimension, then we must send people in. But you've seen their strength, we'd be sending them to their deaths. The green-skinned barbarian's eyes flashed with a tinge of helplessness. Then we'll have to deploy Hydro and Crystal Phase Magi. In the worst-case scenario, we just abandon our bases. First, we must gather our men here, the human chief replied. Since you said so, the green-skinned barbarian and barbarian bear chiefs looked at each other. Then it's settled. We will immediately send out the signal. Is this the pocket dimension that was established by quicksand in ancient times? Leylin said whilst standing on a huge plain that, every now and then, emitted wisps of fog. Leylin looked at the statistics gathered by the AI chip and nodded his head. From this mapping of energy particles, the concentration here is almost the same as that of the outside world. There isn't any impact to spells anymore. During the battle at the underground river, Leylin and the other magi could not use their entire strength because of the lack of energy particles. But it was different here. Of course, there were always two sides to a coin. With this concentration, even the crystal phase magi of the other side would have their strengths restored as well, and become free of restraints. Robin's silhouette slowly emerged as silver rays of light flashed. He looked at his surroundings and his expression lit up, wonderful. These are the purple plains, which are not very far from the magi buildings in the center. Where do you intend to go? If we have different targets to plunder, we need to separate here. He asked Leylin and Kesha for their opinions. Of course, I want to go to the core of the magi buildings. Leylin said with a know-it-all look on his face. The Lamia hair was likely to be kept in the core of the pocket dimension, why would he go to other places? Me too. Kesha followed. Each pocket dimension had its own set of rules, and the resources were most plentiful at its core. Furthermore, the ruins of magi are there, so there definitely would be storerooms and laboratories inside, making it the most sought-after place. That's good then. We shall go to the ruins of the central continent together, then split and start our mission when we arrive. Robin nodded his head. In any case, the ruins there are expansive and we can't say for sure we won't run into. There could still be remaining magi and other creatures from the previous three forces that dwelled in the pocket dimension, and not to mention the possibility of armies chasing after them. They ought to move as a group to achieve better security to prevent any mishaps. To make full use of time, Robin immediately announced the start of the mission. Although they had lost 2 men in their lineup, The remaining 10 shot out blazing rays of light from their pupils, which transformed into 10 black streaks that pierced through the horizon. Bang! A green-skinned barbarian magus was thrown to the ground with no light in his eyes. His forehead had a massive and terrifying hole in it, and one could faintly see a portion of his brain. But it was already thoroughly destroyed and looked like a lump of starch paste. This green-skinned barbarian magus originally had rank 2 strength. But because his brain was damaged and he did not deploy a clone seed beforehand, he was actually doomed to die. As his body twitched, the flames of his life were slowly extinguished. Kesha, who was beside him, took out a gold-trimmed handkerchief and cleaned her hands of the brain remnants. I've already extracted fragments of his memory. He is a sage of the green-skinned barbarians. This time, he came to gather potion materials and resources. According to his memory, we did not deviate far from our original path and we are almost at the core of the pocket dimension, the quicksand ruins, she told a bunch of magi near her. Their faces flashed with delight upon those words. They had taken about 2 days to get to their current location. All this time, they had not only encountered scattered members of the 3 forces, there were also hydrophase magi on their tails with orders to kill. That troop, under the lead of a crystal phase magus, had unhesitantly chased after their group. Luckily, being warlocks whose strength exceeded their levels, Leylin's group had been able to fight them and flee whenever they met, but this had still caused a deviation from their original plans. Go there as quickly as possible, find what we need and immediately get out. Our traps will not be able to hold them off for long. Robin's expression sank. The small squads at the back could only grit their teeth and carry on with the mission with no time to rest, not to mention any time to find resources. Even if a trap was put in place again, with the add-on of Leylin's spectacular skills, and the difficulty in successfully confining multiple rank 3 magi, the effects would not last very long. Even their whereabouts would be known to their enemies. After entering the pocket dimension, their ultimate goal was to reach the quicksand ruins in the central continent. Leylin and company had never tried to conceal this fact, or rather, they couldn't. The fiery, blazing sun shone in the sky, scorching everything. Although this was merely a projection of the sun of another realm, the terrible heatwaves were still rising constantly, clambering up the surrounding temperature. Leylin had draped himself with a white cloak and was standing in a large desert. There was only yellow sand as far as the eye could see. Not even a cactus could be seen, not to mention other plants and animals. It was a scene of death. Although this is a desert, the atmosphere and environment here are out of the norm. Leylin grabbed a handful of sand and its boiling heat spread to the center of his palm. This kind of temperature is easily beyond 100 degrees. Leave alone animals or plants, even a group of acolytes or rank 1 magi cannot stand this terrible place for too long. He opened his palm, letting the boiling sand slip through his fingers. Furthermore, this terrain is giving off a peculiar vibe. It seems to be from an ancient life form. Did you notice it too? Robin walked up to Leylin as he asked. Apparently, there are traces of some kind of ancient life form that lived here once, and they have a characteristic of blazing heat. He said with a firm nod of his head. Large-scale environmental changes like these, made subconsciously by the ancient life forms, were scarily similar to those by Breaking Dawn Magi. I've heard a rumor. Among the ancient Quicksand organization, there was once the son of a famous bloodline warlock who safely returned to his ancestors and really became the ancient sun's child. Robin looked at the vast desert and could not bear to sigh with sorrow. We can't say for sure, but if that sun's child was here before and cast his power, the ancient sun's child. Leylin's face changed slightly as he scanned through the database of the AI chip. This was not just a simple bloodline creature. Its flames could burn in a vacuum, twisting the concepts of time. Even in some small worlds, the sun seen is not the actual fixed burning star, but in fact a grown sun's child. In the event of a sun child leaving the small world, it would bring great disaster to that place. Relax, even if the sun's child surpassed Breaking Dawn Magi and entered the unpredictable rank 7, he would have probably died long ago during the ancient war. Robin seemed to have confidence and Leylin nodded his head in agreement. Although ancient magi were incomparably strong, their enemies, too, knew the rules of survival. And could even wipe out certain magi via these rules. Once somebody falls during the war, there was no possibility for them to survive. Even if they cloned their bodies as a backup, it was no use because it would decay the second the main body dies. Even if the sun's child surpassed the strength of the morning star magus, it would be dreadful if he was made to enlist and die during battle. Everything takes its own course. Even one as strong as the sun cannot escape the fate of death. Leylin sighed. So it is uncertain if rank 9 magi will be able to reach immortality. This was his highest pursuit and his greatest ambition, a path to eternal life. Even if he attained the position of a rank 9 magus in the highest realm, if he realized that he was unable to be immortal, he would still carry on with his journey, without the slightest hesitation, looking for all hope and opportunities. Leylin's pupils burned with desire, but he quickly concealed it. "We've arrived," shouted Robin, who was at the front. Let's take a look." Robin and Leylin looked at each other and walked to the front. After kicking a small sand dune over, they spotted a huge, black, ancient castle, peacefully standing on its own amidst the yellow desert. The rising heat waves caused the castle to look like an oasis, a scene from a dream. But they could only see a small portion of it, and were able to roughly gauge the size of the ancient castle. "We're here. There are traces of magi here." Quicksand Castle. Robin laughed out loud. And surrounding the ancient castle, there were a few people working on temporary construction, a few barbarian bears, green-skinned barbarians and human magi forming a harmonious group. At certain times, there were magi setting off alone, changing into flowy rays of light and entering the ancient castle. Defeat a small white bird landed, and Kesha opened her shut eyes. From the energy fluctuations at that end, they have, at most, a hydrophase magus overseeing them. What do we do? Even though they have received some information related to us, it isn't too risky to just barge in. We still have to obtain some sort of guide or map of the area to explore it, though. Robin let out a deep sigh. My subordinates only acquired a part of the information about the outermost region. They have no clue as to the internal structure of Quicksand Castle. Even if it's a trap, the opponent's teams have been trapped in the sculptured spell formation. Even if there was a trap set up, they would not have much manpower. Leylin stoked his chin as he stated this assumption. In that case, we have nothing to be afraid of. Robins laughed sardonically. Having been chased after by their opponents for such a long time, almost to the extent of being chased out of the pocket dimension, he held a lot of pent-up anger, a sentiment more or less shared by every other warlock present. Pooh! A scaly hand suddenly extended outwards from emptiness and grabbed the chest of a barbarian bear warrior, gouging out a still throbbing bright red heart. Drops of fresh blood that had yet to lose their warmth dripped down unceasingly, causing the surrounding magi to be scared stiff. Ah, a beautiful, short, death. A black horror snake warlock robed in black squeezed out of a crack in the shadows, his face revealing a mesmerized expression. Magi could, more or less, be considered mentally ill, and warlocks were no exception. Previously, they had been restricted from acting by the royal bloodlines, but now there was no such thing. Once the orders for an attack were given, the alliance went into complete chaos as 6 black horror snake warlocks, together with Noah, massacred every magus in sight, regardless of rank. Even acolytes were not spared. That tragedy had caused some magi to flee. Boom! The central building exploded. 3 magi with gloomy expressions floated in midair, their bodies emanating the terrifying energy of hydrophase magi. Launch the spells. The one at the center shouted. A ring of fluorescent light flickered and large runes formed a steel cage, firmly securing the entire campsite within. I knew you had some tricks up your sleeves. But where are your hydrophase and crystal phase magi? Have they all died? Just when the 3 hydrophase magi were about to go forth to stop them, a spark exploded out of the darkness. Robin, along with Leylin and Kesha, stepped out to block them with a sneer. There were no morning star magi in the Forgotten Land. Even the major powers of the region like the barbarian bears had few crystal phase magi. To deploy a small team to hunt after Leylin's team was the most they could do without their tribe leaders. Even for that, they had to give up on many strategic locations. Were this team to be trapped, this alliance in the pocket dimension would have their overall strength greatly reduced. After all, this group of magi was only exploring the place. Nobody had expected them to invade. A mere 1 at the hydro phase and 2 at the vapor phase. I, Dominic, will ensure that none of you leave this place today. The human magus, who wore black robes with a cross-shaped floral pattern on his face, charged forward as hydro phase spiritual force surged forth like a tsunami. Oh really? But in the eyes of us royal warlocks, you are like a lamb to be slaughtered. Robin's eyes showed a tinge of arrogance and a horrifyingly intimidating strength erupted fiercely from his body. The same happened with Leylin and Kesha. Rank 3 innate spell Intimidating Gaze. This was the formidable spell that high-level rank 3 warlocks could master. Moreover, Even the strength of this spell in the hands of rank 3 Black Horror Snake Warlocks could not compare to when Leylin and party used it, even if they had trained in the same spell. This deterrent strength was entirely attributed to the bloodline. The more concentrated the bloodline, the stronger its ancient roots, the more powerful the effect of intimidation would be. Rank 3 Spell Formation. The Domain of Unity. The bodies of the three began to glow, the light merging to form a strange triangular diagram. Under the effects of the spell, the dreadful force fields the three of them emitted actually started to indistinctly complement each other and increase in intensity, forming a force similar to that of the domain of a true morning star magus. Waves of hissing howls arose, those of ancient predatory giant chemoian serpents. Space vibrated endlessly and a more than 1,000-meter tall phantom of a giant serpent appeared. The serpent opened its amber eyes and stared straight at the three magi ahead of it, making them break out in cold sweat. A real domain should possess three basic attributes: weaken the enemy, strengthen the self, and bend fundamental laws. Leylin had a deep understanding regarding his own domain, all thanks to the large amounts of information hidden in the library of the Ouroboros clan. The terror of an individual giant chemoian serpent can at most weaken its enemies. When we cooperate, the terrifying force fields we generate complement and amplify each other. In an instant, he saw the actions of the opposing magi slow down. The acolytes fainted while rank 1 magi could barely move. Rank 2 and 3 magi could move and even cast spells, but their strength had been greatly reduced. On the contrary, the Black Horror Snake Warlocks had an abrupt increase in their aura, to the extent that they could compare to the vapor phase now. Under Nose Lead, the low-ranked magi unscrupulously massacred the camp. After combination, our powers now both weaken the enemy and strengthen our allies. What a pity that we cannot bend laws, else it would have been a terrifying true domain. Leylin could feel the terrifying force field adding to his powers. An indescribable aura entered his body, exciting his bloodline to a boil and pushing his power to that of the hydro phase. Kesh's situation was similar to his, but what shocked everyone the most was Robin's transformation. As the core of this combination, he had received the greatest amplification of power. His aura increased non-stop and began to terrify even Leylin. Only Lucian had managed to inspire such emotion in him previously. Supplemented by the innate gift of 3 giant chemoian serpent warlocks, Robin had already neared the threshold of the crystal phase. With the addition of his bloodline's strength, he had completely stepped into the crystal phase in power. This terrifying force field. You are all giant chemoian serpent warlocks. The human magus, Dominic, squinted his eyes, his body trembling. The reports had only mentioned that a group of rank 3 warlocks had invaded the pocket dimension. Because Leylin and the other three had only used their innate poison spells when they entered and not this terrifying force field, the magi had underestimated them. Even if they were rank 3 warlocks, the Black Horror Snake bloodline and the giant chemoian serpent bloodline were in completely different leagues. Their strengths were poles apart. Giant chemoian serpent warlocks were very rare, and typically never strayed out of the Ouroboros clan headquarters where they were well protected. The human magus had not expected the presence of so many giant chemoian serpent warlocks in this infiltrating party. He could feel a portion of the spiritual force in his sea of consciousness being locked. His inability to use it caused his expression to change to one of bitterness. A little over 10 minutes later, the massacre on the ground had come to an end. Limbs and flesh were strewn about everywhere. Noah and the 9 remaining Black Horror Snake warlocks had not suffered any injuries, but their clothes had been dyed dark red. The battle in the sky, too, had reached its climax. Ophidian Na. Robin had grown even more terrifying, having activated his chemoian scales defense. The intricate black scales that covered him were smooth yet elegant, and there were even faint patterns on the surface, forming a complete rune the color of blood. He howled, and numerous streams of black air congealed into a large black phantom snake that swallowed a huge barbarian bear. A cringeworthy sound of gnawing was emitted. Several seconds later, there was no longer a hint there of the existence of a barbarian bear shaman. Shadow Cage. Leylin, meteor sword in hand, combed the area. From time to time, he would cast a few spells which caused the green-skinned barbarian magus opposite him to retreat slowly. Boom. At that time, a hidden trap burst out from behind the green-skinned barbarian magus, morphing into a cage of shadows that trapped the barbarian within. Die. Leylin rushed forward, his quick steps containing the elegance of a dancer. His sword slashed across the neck of the green-skinned barbarian. Green blood spurted out as a head flew across the sky. Ah! The human magus let out a startling cry and distanced himself from Kesha, morphing into a ray of light that streaked into the distance. The cage from before had immediately made an opening for him as he neared. You need my permission to leave. Just as the magus was going to rush out of the cage, a black palm blocked his path. Robin made his way there with a smile. Leylin and Kesha tailed behind him and blocked his retreat. Upon seeing that scenario, the magus smiled wryly and put up both his hands in an act of surrender. What now? The surrendered magus immediately fell to the ground and fainted. Robin looked anxiously at Kesha. Even though the opponent was very cooperative, but it is extremely troublesome to scour through a rank 3 magus memories. Kesha opened both her eyes, her face revealing an exhausted expression. Quicksand Castle, I have already checked the maps and the symbols thoroughly. The copies he gave were real. It is exactly the same as in his memory. That's good. Leylin glanced at Dominic, who was lying dead on the ground, whose sea of consciousness was still sealed. What do we do with him? Throw the body out. He only cooperated because of the promise to spare his life. Robin spoke indifferently, as if talking about garbage. Every word and action of a rank 3 magus carried with it a terrifying energy. Hence, the pacts they made, even if mere verbal agreements, would be like binding. Of course, to Robin and Leylin, Dominic was no threat, therefore whether he was killed or spared made little difference to the bigger picture. All right then. Kesha summoned a yellow sand puppet which lifted Dominic from the ground and ran off to a distance. Now, let's take a look at the arrangements in the Quicksand Castle. After occupying the original camp, Leylin and company chose one of the rooms and assembled together. They spread out a map on a big round table. This was what the coward Dominic had handed over. It had been retrieved from memory and tested for authenticity, so it was credible. The structure of the huge castle was laid bare on this yellow parchment, surrounded by plain white barring a few outer areas that were marked with clearer symbols. Amongst those were many areas marked as rank 3 danger zones. This clearly showed that only rank 3 magi with their capabilities could explore this place. Average rank 1 or rank 2 magi would only be courting their own deaths if they attempted to advance there. Leylin and the other magi looked on with intense attention, memorizing the map completely. Based on the accumulated information from ancient times, not only are there plenty of illusions and traps here, the routes and defenses constantly change with the passage of time, rendering any work of mapping the traps useless. Currently, there are 3 routes that are safe for travel. Robin pointed on the map and explained, they are the main door, the first window sill, and the rooftop which contained the flaw of the defensive spell formation. Which one will you choose? After reaching this point, the team was basically going to split. Leylin, just like the rest of them, had his own agenda in mind and hoped not to travel with the rest. This way, he would be able to protect his secrets. I intend to start from the rooftop which had the weakest entry point. Kesha took the lead and decided, the 3 warlocks from my clan shall follow me. I will take the main door then. Although the rooftop might contain good natural resources, the main door is much safer. Robin chuckled. Noah and the rest of the 3 warlocks said nothing. It seemed like they followed Robin willingly. Leylin parted his lips and was about to reply. Leylin, why don't you join me? Kesha invited. I know you are looking for Lamia hair. If we find it, you'll get priority. Lamia hair was very precious, so for Kesha to make such a comment showed the great extent of her goodwill for him. Join you. Leylin lowered his head in thoughts. Of course there were benefits, especially in the face of enemy troops and when facing multiple traps. In turn, though, it would create many troubles for him. He still had some strategies up his sleeves that he had not divulged as yet because the time was not right. Sorry. He smiled apologetically. It's nothing. Kesha smiled, as if she didn't care too. Alright, let's move out after we have decided on our routes. I do not wish to be chased out again. Robin exclaimed and immediately left the room with Noah and the other 3. In this excursion, both Leylin and Kesha had not suffered much loss. However, Robin had lost 2 of his rank 3 subordinates, something which left him in regret. He felt a sense of urgency to search for more resources to make up for his losses. Kesha and Leylin nodded their heads in agreement and quickly left the place. The entire camp was left in a deathly silence. Remaining behind was the blood that had seeped into the ground and the wreckage, remnants of the violence that had taken place. Shoo! A few hours after Leylin and company had entered the depths of the ancient castle, a few rays of dazzling brilliance shone over from the horizon. They faded out to reveal the figures of the magi of the various tribes. In the arms of one of the women was the unconscious Dominic. This whole camp is completely abandoned. Kulam and Akamu are most likely dead. Seeing the ruins on the camp, many of the high-ranking magi had to constrain their rage. Kulam is fine, he prepared a clone seed long ago. The regeneration itself will take place in our clan. An old green-skinned barbarian announced. If not for the fact that this cloning process causes huge exhaustion of his spiritual force, it would have been difficult to defeat him. Not true. Another barbarian bear shaman who had a dull expression remarked. Within this camp, out of the 3 hydrophase magi, one was in a coma and the other still had a clone seed. Only the hydrophase barbarian bear shaman was truly dead. The barbarian bear clan specialized in physical strength. As for the spells and such, they drew support and strength from the totem, so naturally they did not have many methods of keeping their lives safe. They were also rather rigid in thoughts, unwilling to bend over and surrender like the humans. I can feel the power of the crystal phase. Based on Akamu's ability, only with such strength could they have wiped them out in such short order. The barbarian bear shaman roared loudly. What do we do now? The female magus eyes met the green-skinned barbarian. Give chase. I can smell them, they have intentionally split up. The barbarian bear shaman's eyes grew bloodshot, looking horrifying. Those who dare to murder those of my clan will pay dearly. I will act personally, and place their heads at our altar to suffer eternal damnation. It looked exceptionally furious indeed. The female magus shuddered in cold sweat. She had heard about such curses. It was said that the enemy's head would be chopped off and placed on the altar and the power of the totem would inflict eternal torture. Some rumors stated that the soul of the magus would also be imprisoned inside the skull to suffer the eternal cruelty. This was the barbarian bear's most wicked punishment, and it looked like this time it was going to be put to use. For these different tribes to survive in this forgotten land, they have to stay united, hence their troop cohesiveness is very high. The female magus sighed. Comparatively, for the human alliance, which was made up mainly by the disloyal and traitorous, their alliance was very strong and solid, but sadly there was no unity. Thus, their combined strength was less than those of the barbarian bears and green-skinned barbarians. Let's split up 3 ways and move forward. The green-skinned barbarian nodded his head in agreement. These 3 powerful individuals had met and formed an alliance for the pocket dimension. Although there was some semblance of unity amongst them, the bond was rather weak. Not too long ago, even they had been at loggerheads for sole ownership of the plane. Thus, to act independently was a wise choice. The magus who is pestered by the spirit of Akamu chose the main door. I can feel it. I'm going after him. The barbarian bear shaman hastened his steps and immediately moved forward. I will choose the rooftop. The old green-skinned barbarian added. With a hunchback that looked like it might break anytime, he held out crutches made of solid gold and precious gems and flew upwards. The female magus shook her head. She stomped her feet and headed towards the windowsill. At this moment, Leylin was unaware that the enemy troops had caught up with them and were just outside the vicinity. He was looking around the room curiously. It looked like a bedroom. The floor area was very small with only a bed, a table, a chair and a bookshelf, with nothing else present. The wooden planks inside the house had turned a brownish yellow. Cobwebs and piles of dust covered the corners. On the whole, it seemed like a regular abandoned bedroom. Leylin walked to the bookshelf and started reading the titles on the spines of the books. 57 Ways to Brew Apple Wine, Ways to Capture Molten Bugs, The World, A General Discussion. There were many odd genres of books stacked neatly together, something that amazed Leylin. He held himself back and refused to touch any of them. Such ancient magus castles had already absorbed unquantifiable radiation from the previous residents over the years. There might have been a terrifyingly powerful magus as well, or the sun's child. The castle had probably undergone terrifying changes. Leave alone the structure and essence, at this point it might even have manifested some bizarre phenomena. Some of those phenomena could not be explained even by the original owner, hence they could prove to be even more deadly. Ancient magi had been known to make good use of these as defense networks and build a large numbers of traps. Exploring magi had previously had touched these items in the house and were drawn into a deep mysterious space, completely lost to the world. Even well-known magi who had great status, too, met the same fate of death. Many magi were fearful of the terrifying outcome, therefore they would not act blindly without thinking. According to Dominic's report, I have to wait for another 3 minutes before the door can be opened. Leylin stood outside the bedroom door. His eyes stared coldly at the brass handle and his expressionless face looked serious. On the wall, a clock was slowing ticking away. Tick, tock, tick, tock. The needles were moving very slowly. It seemed like the world had moved for 5 seconds and the clock only one. With so many odd and unexplainable environmental influences, many magi made the mistake of telling the wrong time. If it weren't for Leylin's AI chip, he might have fallen into the same trap. It is time. Leylin watched attentively at the AI chip's stopwatch. The moment the needle reached 0, he grabbed the handle immediately and opened the door. Boom. Distant echoes could be heard in the corridor. Leylin looked to the ground and saw that the bright red carpet lined on the floor was spotless without traces of dust. Beautiful chandeliers hung from the ceiling, emitting a yellow radiance. Leylin turned his head around. The original room was nowhere to be seen, not even a single trace of it remaining. What was left was just a blank empty wall. This must be the illusionary corridor, and this also means that I have entered into the second level of the castle. Ecological Garden. Leylin looked into the information the AI chip had previously recorded. The 3 powers had been hanging around for a long time, and they had definitely obtained a few useful items. Based on Dominic's information, Quicksand Castle was far larger than it looked on the outside. It was practically a gigantic maze. The numerous rooms outside were the first layer of defense. If they did not leave on time, they would travel through countless rooms and later be trapped inside till their death. The mark of the second layer would first be this illusory corridor. With the dim yellow lighting, Leylin looked through the decorations in the corridor. The 2 walls were mostly white, with some strange patterns of flowers and plants, but there were no portraits of humans. The red carpet on the ground extended until the end of the corridor, with not a speck of dust in sight. This drawing technique. Leylin touched his chin. It has the style of the ancient era. Looks like it is one of Quicksand's experimentation areas. The strength of the current magi could not compare to that of ancient times. Leylin even suspected that magi at the Morning Star realm or higher had even participated in the construction of this place. As a mere rank 3 warlock, a slight misstep could take away his life. Leylin glanced at the oil paintings in the corridor vigilantly. He started advancing in a strange pace. The flower patterns on the 2 sides began to move in tune to his step. They began to grow, germinate, blossom and then wilt, creating a cycle. Rumors have it that the illusory corridor can only be entered with a unique walking frequency. It possesses a strange force that can send a person to any place he would like to go to. Leylin remembered this passage, as well as the account at the end. If there are errors in one's footwork, the illusory corridor will turn into a life-threatening trap, trapping both their body and soul. This specific footstep was discovered through the huge sacrifice from the magi on the outside, which now made things convenient for Leylin's group. What exactly do I want? Leylin strolled along the corridor and constantly asked himself. A unique feature of the corridor was that if one did not have a clear desire, there would be no end. After a specific period of time, the same mechanism would activate. Immortality, strength and all that would be too vague and exceed the abilities of the illusory corridor. I can only mention a place it can communicate with. Leylin muttered to himself, it's not safe to directly say the location of the Lamia hair. If such a material doesn't exist, the illusory corridor will instantly regard me as an intruder. This was a test for all who entered. The true owner definitely knew what was at the end of the corridor. The teleportation of the corridor would only work within the castle. The moment Leylin mentioned an area that did not match what was inside, not only would there be no teleportation, but defensive spell formations would be activated instead. However, he was unwilling to give up on the Lamia hair. I would like to go to a place that will help my bloodline mature. A moment later, Leylin made up his mind and constantly repeated this line in his thoughts. In that instant, the corridor seemed to shrink and the flowery patterns on the walls sped up. In a few seconds, they completed a cycle of growth. A bit of light appeared at the end of the corridor, constantly expanding. Let's go. Leylin gritted his teeth and calmly headed ahead. Swoosh. The feeling of weightlessness during the teleportation left him feeling dizzy. Shaking his head vigorously, he took stock of his surroundings. Where is this? He was in a large laboratory. He could see plants outside through the glass, as well as many glass vessels and experimental apparatus that were all neatly arranged inside. A lab? Huh, my luck is pretty good. There's definitely going to be something here to help mature my bloodline faster. Leylin let out a long breath, and immediately recalled the rumors regarding Quicksand. Given that their ranks consisted of warlocks of various bloodlines, they had a vested interest in the field. It would not be difficult to find something that could help his bloodline mature. Leylin arrived at a metal counter, and pulled out the first drawer. It was messy, mostly made of thick parchments recording data from experiments. It was all in the Byron language. Leylin opened the other drawers, and the contents were about the same. There was mostly data from experiments, the counter practically filled by these documents. There is so much data, but it's a pity there's no information on the receptors and core data. There's no way to tell the procedure of the experiment at all. Leylin found this regretful but quickly saved all the information to the database. Even if it was mostly unrelated data, it was still very valuable. Who knows, some of these parchments could even hold the data essential to repeating the experiment. In addition, with all its recent advances and improvement in its abilities, it took little time to record everything. Everything was organized neatly. It seemed like the warlocks then had left in an orderly fashion, not leaving much behind. After recording the information, Leylin turned his attention to the ecological garden outside the giant glass wall. Large leaves that were like palm leaf fans covered the sky. Barely any sunlight shone down on the thick roots of the plants. It looked like a primordial forest. However, Leylin, who had experience from Twilight Zone, immediately realized the difference in this sunlight. This was not sunlight from the natural world, but an artificial recreation of heat and light. Though there was a similar effect, it lacked the harmony of nature. This place has probably been abandoned for thousands of years. To be able to let this ecological garden achieve a balance like this, it truly is a perfect system achieved with astonishing skill. Leylin sighed and touched the glass. Custom-made reinforced glass. Degree of hardness, 3. The AI chip concluded. A level 3 hardness meant that regular rank 3 warlocks would be unable to break this glass. Leylin's eyes brightened at this information. Looks like this place was used to hold many powerful creatures. A giant fireball appeared in Leylin's hands, the terrifying heat burning even the air around it into nothingness and searing through the void. Explosive fireball. Enormous flames smashed against the glass wall, the dazzle of the heat and light incomparably piercing. Even Leylin himself had to close his eyes temporarily. When he opened his eyes again, there was an indent in a part of the glass, but not much more. It still stood strong, as expected of a material with a hardness of level 3. Leylin sighed, as he could immediately tell how much power this reinforced glass could withstand. Based on the power of his attack, it needed to be used at least 10 times before he could completely shatter this glass wall. What for? He thought as he stroked his chin. While gathering information, he had also discovered an activating spell which should have been the key to entering the garden. The attack from before was purely to test how strong this laboratory was. Looks like there were at most rank 3 creatures here, so it's not too dangerous. Leylin was now assured. If not, the defense would not be so uncomplicated. Even if there were still spell formations that had yet to be activated, the creatures would still be around rank 3. He quickly arrived at an instrument that was like a disc. After checking it briefly, he found a groove and placed crystallized magic crystals inside, replacing the previous powder. After that, Leylin placed both hands atop the disc, rays traveling from his palms and connecting with the disc. Activate. Ka-cha, ka-cha. The entire glass wall began to shake, great amounts of dust and silt sliding off. Rumble. As it had not been activated for a long time, the mechanism seemed to be aged and produced a loud sound as a glass door opened. A crack appeared within the glass, expanding in 2 directions, bringing with it an unusually refreshing breeze. In that instant, Leylin felt every cell in his body dancing in joy, and his giant Chemoyan serpent bloodline beginning to stir. I didn't notice this before, but it seems like every plant in this ecological garden is an ancient species. Also, they're quite a few times larger than the species we have now, containing traits of the ancient era. Leylin walked out of the laboratory and looked backwards. The laboratory from before was like a giant white egg, set atop a thick stone base. Everything around it looked like a primordial forest. With such obvious traits of the ancient era, and given how lively my bloodline has become, this place is a perfect copy of that period, he determined. Though such an environment may have been the norm at the time. This is very valuable information. Leylin revealed an expression of excitement, and immediately commanded, AI. Chip, record the parameters of the environment. Mission established. Beginning scanning. Recording parameters of the atmosphere, the AI. Chip loyally intoned, following through on Leylin's command meticulously. After giving the order, Leylin walked along a giant plant root, meteor sword in hand. At the end of the root was a berry vine, and atop a leaf the size of a millstone, he found bite marks. An animal eating. Leylin looked at the mark on the leaf. It should be omnivorous. These marks are of teeth used to tear flesh. The plant was repairing itself rapidly, erasing all traces of the bites. They grow so quickly, which explains how this cycle was constructed here. Leylin touched his chin and came to the ground. At the root of the plant was a stinking thick, green goop. Blood vulture. Leylin guessed that this animal was the bottom of the ecosystem's food chain. That was the only way for this cycle to have been sustained through the ages. After all, this was just an ecological garden, not a pocket dimension full of resources. As big as it was, it could not support the entire ecosystem on its own. The organisms here had apparently established their own ecosystem in the absence of the researchers. Groan. A deep howl sounded out and Leylin instantly hid himself, watching the new creature draw near. This creature looked somewhat similar to the snake-necked dragons, but what gave him the chills was its enormous black shell, barbed with spikes. It made the thing look indestructible. Its head stood out in a stark contrast. As opposed to its humongous body, it was tiny with two small bumps at the back of it. It also had a long nose which produced the howling previously. Booms rang out with every step, creating a weak resonant vibration with the ground. This massive creature had to weigh more than 3 tons. It came to a stop in front of Leylin's hiding spot, threatening yet tiny eyes scanning around as it stretched its neck every now and then to nibble on the leaves of the giant plant. Its bite marks were the same as on the leaves Leylin had seen previously. AI. Chip. Search the database for the image of this creature. Leylin ordered stealthily. Beep. Mission received. Starting to scan image, checking database. Leylin's order was carried out faithfully by the AI. Chip and the answer seemed closer than ever. No matches found in database. Starting search for similar creatures. After comparison to similar creatures in the database, this creature is suspected to be a snake-necked turtle. The two are 87.9% similar. A detailed information on snake-necked turtles was then provided by the AI. Chip is a follow-up. Snake-necked turtle. Creature of the ancient era. Extinct as of the present. Omnivorous and even-tempered, its shell possesses an astonishing defensive ability, making it the core ingredient of many defensive weapons. Can reach a strength similar to that of a rank 2 magus upon maturation. Leylin studied the image and illustration in an antique book. The AI. Chip once recorded of the snake-necked turtle in concentration, right? The only differences between them are the color of their shells, the number of spikes on the shell, and their heads. It must be a mutation of some sort. Leylin couldn't say he was surprised. An environment like this would be hard for ancient-era creatures to survive in if they didn't actively evolve. A little mutation was nothing. This may even have been instigated by members of Quicksand. Either way, it'd be truly abnormal if these creatures were to retain all of their ancient characteristics. If that's the case, snake-necked turtle you shall be. Leylin decided. It wasn't like normal snake-necked turtles were alive anymore to contest it. Leylin still stayed, undetected by the snake-necked turtle as it finished its meal and announced its departure with lengthy howls. Failing to resist the temptation, Leylin tailed the snake-necked turtle. Shadow stealth. Leylin's manipulation rendered this spell, which was supposed to be rank 1, stronger than many rank 2 spells. This was especially true when used with vapor phase spiritual force. Leylin climbed onto the back of the snake-necked turtle as he fell into the shadows. The solid shell gave Leylin a sense of stability and security, and he observed his surroundings. The area was covered in a thick canopy and massive trees with hanging vines resembling the Chinese fringa tree. Droplets of water exuded an enchanting radiance as they rolled over the leaves and down the vines. The atmosphere was further amplified by the blooming of bright-colored flowers, larger than humans, and the fragrance they gave off. They were truly roses with thorns. Leylin sniffed hallucinogenic pollen, paired with this neuro-inducting energy. A level 3 acolyte, or even an official magus would be tricked. To Leylin, this place felt like a virgin tropical rainforest from his previous life where different species prospered. It painted an ambience of primitivity. Instead of spotting Leylin, the snake-necked turtle became his form of transportation, advancing continuously. Its steady steps caused no discomfort to Leylin as he rested on its back. Approximately half an hour later, the snake-necked turtle brought Leylin to a lake. Beside the lake was a piece of vacant land. The water came from a river, white as jade, that filled the lake with fresh water bit by bit. Moo! A crowd of snake-necked turtles started gathering around. Many of them swam around without care in the lake, diving in every now and then before raising their heads above the water suddenly, resulting in huge splashes everywhere. Some also shot columns of water from their nostrils that resembled fountains. The snake-necked turtle that Leylin rode was similarly excited and went straight for the lake. There should be about 75 of them here. Leylin's eyes lit up. Snake-necked turtles weren't well known after the ancient era. Not only were they lacking in strength, their bloodlines were weak too. They were of no use to Leylin. However, there was something that stood out about them: they bred like rabbits. The breeding period of a regular snake-necked turtle was very long. They laid almost 100 eggs every other month, and the survival rate of their clutches were high as well. Barring predators, at least half the eggs would hatch successfully. As long as there was sufficient food, they would mature in the next few years and continue the cycle. This is how nature balances itself. The strong cannot multiply as fast, and even when they do, it's hard to provide for them. On the other hand, the weak have an insane rate of reproduction and activity. Leylin remembered the mice of his previous life. There was only one word to describe their adaptability and rate of reproduction: perverse. They had a very high possibility of surviving even nuclear winter. As for the mutated snake-necked turtles here, their inner bodies seem to work even faster. It probably takes them under a year to mature from the ovum. Leylin touched his chin in thought. Evidently, the reproductive capabilities of these mutated snake-necked turtles were intensified to prevent the extinction of their species. Of course, it came as an acquired evolution. It can be seen, then, from these selective evolutions that the snake-necked turtles definitely did not possess any form of superiority and were actually at the bottom of the food chain, waiting to be preyed on. Hoot! Just as Leylin was preparing to bring back samples of snake-necked turtle blood for further study, he heard a high-spirited, piercing screech. It caused an uproar in the community of snake-necked turtles, and all of them starting speeding towards the lake. Those that were already in the lake dived deep in and never surfaced. The screech got increasingly louder, and Leylin could see a streak of crimson on the horizon due to the several-fold increased senses of his body. The creature was a type of giant hawk-like being. Glossed with the color of blood, its feathers were smooth yet solid, its head accessorized by stalks of golden feathers giving the illusion of a crown. Blood vulture detected. Creature of the ancient era. They attack with sound waves and can manipulate the blood of their target. They possess a strong interest in bloodline-related treasures and are communal creatures. Evaluation: extremely dangerous. The AI chip pushed into his sight. Blood vulture. Leylin's expression quickly grew from shock to joy. They have extraordinary sensory ability towards idiosyncratic bloodlines on top of their superb vision. A strand of hair on the ground could be detected easily even from an altitude of 10,000 feet. Mostly kept as pets by ancient warlocks to seek bloodline treasures. But Leylin hesitated as he read the danger evaluation of it. Just the strength of this particular blood vulture was enough to caution Leylin. It could equate to a human rank 3. Moreover, the AI chip stated that they were communal creatures. There were definitely more rank 3 members back in its nest, or even a king blood vulture. The king would, no doubt, be a rank 3 crystal phase being, and may even have reached the morning star realm. Hoot! The blood vulture sounded out occasionally as it sailed in the air, causing fear within the community of snake-necked turtles, something which seemed to encourage the vulture even more. Bang! A single snake-necked turtle, with a wounded leg, stood out as it trailed behind the mass of them, and fell to the ground under the stampede. Deciding that it was time to stop the fun, the blood vulture flapped its wings and plunged straight to the ground. The strong winds that followed its action already had Leylin stunned. The remarkable size of the vulture, much bigger than the snake-necked turtle, slowly came into view as it drew closer to the ground. The contrast between their forms was not obvious when the blood vulture flew in the sky, but compared when closer by, the huge snake-necked turtles were like mice to the blood vulture. Hoot! The blood vulture stretched its huge claw and punched a hole in the head of the snake-necked turtle. The thing fell, blood splattering everywhere, entering the nest shriek. Upon seeing the blood fluids, the blood vulture's eyes shot rays of excitement as it started to shriek hysterically. A blood-colored glow shone from his body. Concurrently, large amounts of fresh blood spewed out of the snake-necked turtle's neck like water from a fountain. It coagulated in midair and eventually formed lumps of blood clot which were swallowed by the blood vulture. Rip. Soon after, the blood vulture stretched out its long sharp black claws, and easily lifted the shell of the snake-necked turtle. Using its claws, it separated the fresh flesh into segments of meat and started devouring the meat. His motions were smooth, as he nonchalantly ate a snake-necked turtle in front of its counterparts. The majestic beast presented a perfect combination of grace and bloodshed. Moo! As they watched their companion being brutally murdered, the rest of the snake-necked turtles mourned but did not dare to take a step outside the lake. Leylin quietly watched this scene and maintained a neutral expression. That was but a common occurrence in the natural world. Before the advancement to a stage where one could survive purely based on the injection of energy, such predatory acts were not considered to be good or bad. The survival instincts were merely the rules of life, meant to be followed and respected. Its ability to control bloodline. On the contrary, Leylin was actually very interested in this specific ability of the blood vultures. Furthermore, differing from the snake-necked turtle, a mature blood vulture was at least at the standard of a rank 3, the minimum criteria to achieve the pure ancient blood. Leylin was extremely interested in the origins of these bloodline creatures. It's just, should I go? Leylin stroked his chin. The king blood vulture could be of morning star rank, and under its detection, Leylin's stealth spell would not be of any effect. However, should the king blood vulture still be of rank 3 status, even if it was at the apex of the crystal phase, Leylin would still be confident in his ability to conceal himself. The number of choices we humans have is very troublesome. Leylin thought. He sighed, feeling like he was at a crossroads in life, with a dense fog shrouding his destiny. In fact, this was a choice people would have come across many times in life, in which their final choices can result in different outcomes, both good and bad. Do I go, or not? Leylin debated with himself. Trurring. Leylin tossed a dull golden coin and it landed on the back of his hand with the luckbird staring back at him. Even after a long while, the coin was not badly damaged, causing Leylin to heave a sigh of relief. Since the coin of destiny did not crack, this means that the blood vultures don't have a rank 4 in their midst. I can take my chances. Leylin's eyes burned with passion. The coin of destiny was Leylin's biggest accomplishment in Twilight Zone. It would, however, bring about huge misfortunes if it were to be utilized to predict the abilities of Morning Star Magi. But despite this flaw, it still benefited Leylin without a doubt. Since not a single crack appeared on the coin when he made the prediction, this suggested that there were no Morning Star beings blocking his path. That was good enough for him. Even if he used everything he had, he could not bridge the gap between himself and a Morning Star power. As long as the opponent was not at the Morning Star realm, Leylin was willing to take the risk. Chew. At this point in time, the blood vulture on the ground had already finished its meal. Leylin was stunned, as he looked at the blood vulture fly into the sky with the remains of the snake-necked turtle in its mouth as if it wanted to bring the remains back into its nest. This is my chance. Leylin's eyes flashed brightly, as he initiated his shadow stealth. He concealed his figure in the crevices and stealthily entered the carcass of the snake-necked turtle. The wind howled unceasingly. The blood vulture took off at a high velocity. The friction created by the turbulence had caused sparks to be created with the corpse of the snake-necked turtle. Fortunately, the collision of airflow ceased after it reached a certain height. The blood vulture traveled at a high velocity, causing Leylin's view of the landscape below to be that of a blur. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. Leylin could barely hide the shocked expression on his face as he saw the huge shadows not far from him. Ahead of him was a huge mountain, solitary and upright. There was not a hint of vegetation. Instead, it gave off a dark glow that made it seem as if it was some kind of metal structure. Scattered all around were huge caves, of which blood vultures could be seen squawking in. They were synchronized in their cacophony. Not only were their penetrating screeches 10 times as strong as those of the individuals, they caused Leylin's Chemoian bloodline to have a weird reaction, as if it was about to leave his body. Fortunately, this was just a momentary hallucination. Under the suppression of his vapor phase spiritual force, it disappeared without a trace. The blood vulture's ability to control bloodlines is truly terrifying. Leylin muttered. Furthermore, this ecological garden is far too vast and wide. Leylin developed doubts towards his previous judgment. Don't tell me that this place is not simply an ecological garden or a magus garden, but a pocket dimension within another. Rumor had it that, among the various pocket dimensions that the ancient magi left behind as a legacy, some even contained additional pockets of their own. This sort of layering was extremely difficult, as it was impossible to shift a dimension into another. Even though Leylin possessed quite a few spatial items, he was unable to place his storage ring into his storage pouch. But it was very obvious that the ancient magi had methods to successfully break through this restriction, thus building this pocket dimension within a pocket dimension. This kind of pocket dimensions were known as cores. It required the huge affluence and power of the ancient magi to be able to build such a core. And in this core were stored all kinds of resources, many of which would make morning star magi turn green with envy. Since the sun's child was within the quicksand organization, then their powers would be considered top-notch even in the ancient times. Such organizations would hence possess the ability to construct these. Leylin guessed as such as he looked up at the entirety of Quicksand Castle, which was, in fact, an extraordinary pocket dimension. Chew. At this moment, the blood vulture with Leylin let out a harmonious hoot and descended into one of the huge caves. Bam! The carcass of the snake-necked turtle was thrown to the ground, following which, the blood vulture started squawking. A few small pink blood vultures ran out from the cave, gnawing at the flesh. It was obvious these small blood vultures were only children. Not only were their bodies shades of pink, they were completely bald, having yet to grow feathers. They were similar in strength to level 3 acolytes. After these blood vultures grow into adulthood, they are able to reach the level of a rank 3 magus. Furthermore, they are able to control bloodlines. Since they were capable of flight too, their eggs, if sold, would definitely be able to obtain a high price. Leylin looked at the baby blood vultures, which were as small as chicks, and thought that it was a pity. Since they were born, these blood vultures would only succumb to the first creature they saw after they exited their shells, and could never be tamed by anyone else. Taking advantage of the blood vultures eating the carcass, Leylin secretly exited the carcass of the snake-necked turtle, and went to a corner of the cave. Shadow technique. Leylin used a complicated magic rune on himself. The darkness immediately shrouded him and Leylin vanished into the shadows. The blood vultures were driving Leylin up the wall and at the same time, Leylin felt a terrifying life force fluctuating from the centermost cave. That was definitely the king blood vulture, a peak rank 3 crystal phase creature. Under the detection of so many high-ranked creatures, his shadow stealth could not hold out for long, hence Leylin had used yet added another spell. The shadow technique was not exactly a spell but a special technique. When Leylin was in Twilight Zone, he had collected many rank 3 spell models. Even though the majority of them were flawed, there were still a few which were in good condition. So with these models as a starting point, he developed his own special technique that was compatible with shadow stealth. Amongst everything, many of the ancient records of the Dark Elves gave him a lot of insights in his development of the special technique. Shadow technique can be used on its own to hide the user's physical body, or can be used in combination with the rank 1 spell Shadow Stealth, increasing its strength, in which case the final strength will be similar to that of a rank 3 spell. It was very difficult to develop a rank 3 spell independently, but Leylin found Shadow Stealth an easy spell to cast. It was rare to come by such a combination of compatibility with both bloodline and aptitude. Hence, Leylin customized this shadow technique to amplify Shadow Stealth's ability, elevating it to rank 3 status. The combination of the Shadow Stealth and Shadow technique immediately produced a frightening end result. Leylin could clearly feel his own shadow being engulfed by a layer of dense darkness. He had been kept on edge before as he felt that he would be discovered anytime, but now, those feelings of trepidation had completely disappeared. So, blood vultures do like metallic surroundings. This is something the books never mentioned. Leylin ignored the exchange of the family of blood vultures, and without consent, looked around the nest of the blood vulture. The cave was huge and gloomy, dimly lit, and had the foul smell of a certain creature. Of course, this didn't matter much to Leylin. Following the path to the bottom of the cave, Leylin saw a huge bird's nest made with chunks of gold. Beside it were multiple smaller nests weaved with other unknown golden stalks and roots, radiating a faint light. This is. Leylin walked closer and immediately widened his eyes as he was attracted to the objects inside the golden nest. Bloodline crystals, dragonroot fruits, and dried up bones of bloodline creatures. He was immediately able to recognize a few items. The Last Supper. Leylin recognized a few items in the golden nest. First was a crimson gemstone. This was a bloodline crystal, a very precious material for warlocks. It could even slightly increase the purity of a bloodline. Though this was practically useless for giant Chemoian serpent warlocks like Leylin, whose bloodline had been purified to the limit, it was definitely something that could cause most other warlocks to go all out. As long as news about bloodline crystals was spread, the two female warlocks, Freya and Miranda, would definitely pounce over like lunatics, willing to pay any price in order to obtain it. The dragon root fruit was also a very special plant, with a very durable outer layer that even surpassed the strength of Magus alloys. It could be preserved for over 100 years, and magi that ate it could increase the durability of their bodies. Rumors had it that there was a chance of inheriting a trace of a bloodline from within the fruit. This would mean the beginning of a warlock family. Of course, for Leylin and all the others who already had a bloodline, they could no longer change it. However, if traded outside, it would go for a sky-high price. Such a resource could not be measured by price, and could be exchanged between Morningstar Magi. The other few things included some skeletons that were each the size of a human femur, and the remains of a powerful creature above rank 3. Even after so many years, there was no erosion, and he could still sense some remaining suppression from a bloodline. These remains were actually what were most useful to Leylin. The blood of most bloodline creatures came from the bones, and these specific remains came from powerful rank 3 creatures. With them on hand, he could refine an ancient bloodline out of it. Besides these few items, there were also other bloodline items within the little golden blood vulture nests. Even Leylin, who was very learned and had gathered a terrifying amount of knowledge, could not identify everything. There was no question that these were all bloodline items, and every single one was enough to make any warlock go crazy. I see. Leylin glanced at the pile of bloodline items, a look of understanding flashing in his eyes. It was obvious that the growth of a blood vulture was inseparable from these items. Though they could be used directly, long-term contact with them increased its rate of maturation. It could also increase its strength and awaken its mysterious bloodline ability. This was also why the blood vulture was so enthusiastic about gathering bloodline items. Glancing at all these, Leylin had to expend a lot of effort to suppress the desire within his body. Though these are good, they aren't as important as the lamia hair. Also, Leylin glanced towards the blood vulture outside the cave. He was currently in stealth, and with the added bonus from darkness techniques, he had not been discovered by the bird. Though shadow stealth was great, there was one flaw. If Leylin wanted to take these items away, he would need to dispel his shadow stealth. In that case, he would definitely be discovered the blood vulture, and the whole group might be attracted here. On top of that, with a terrifying king blood vulture, Leylin would need more than 9 lives to survive. This would definitely raise the guard of many other blood vultures, which would not be beneficial to Leylin's future plans. A regular blood vulture nest has so many great items inside. Within the king blood vulture's nest, there should be even better things. A fire began to blaze in Leylin's eyes. The place with the highest probability of having the lamia hair should be the king blood vulture's nest. Leylin immediately recalled the giant cave he had merely shot a glance at earlier, with very profound, horrifying energy waves hidden within. Looks like I'll be stuck here for a period of time. I'll have to find out the behavioral patterns of the blood vultures. Uncle, are you sure this is the place? Noah glanced at Robin, who was beside him. They were now in front of a large door, intricate and complicated patterns on the frame. The 3 remaining black coral snake warlocks were like little followers as they gathered closely behind them. If we activate anything wrongly, we'll lose our way even more thoroughly and be stuck here till we die. Don't worry. Based on the information I received, it can't be wrong. Besides, that item is too important to us. Robin looked grim, yet there was a fiery look in his eyes. I need some time to confirm this. Have all the issues at the back been taken care of? Robin did not even turn back as he asked. I've already set up 5 spells of abduction, as well as created a body substitute. A sinister expression appeared on Noah's face. The moment they catch up to us, they will definitely be teleported to various areas within the maze and then be trapped in the boundless room till death. Barbarian bears are such stupid creatures. He spoke confidently. Boom. At this moment, a giant howl traveled from a short distance away, accompanied with the breaking of a spell formation and a roar, "Little worms, I've found you." Ka-cha. A pink crystal necklace was split open while Noah looked on in disbelief. Never underestimate your opponents. Robin's eyes were still fixed on the giant door, but his voice was transmitted over, "They've only broken through our first defensive spell formation. We still have some time. Take care of the spell formations and try your best to buy me more time." Robin commanded, and the other 3 black coral snake warlocks bowed, before leaving immediately. Rumbling sounds were heard constantly, and a large bear monster could vaguely be seen roaring in the spell formation, causing beads of cold sweat to roll down Noah's face. Ka-cha, ka-cha. Crystals shattered one after another, every time being followed by the voices of the subordinates. Second defensive spell formation destroyed. The main body of the defensive formation is damaged. We can hold for less than a minute. AAHHH. The short conversation ended, followed by the abrupt blood-curdling shrieks, signifying the end of these warlocks. Noah clenched his fists. All of them were from his family, but they had all fallen in this exploration. Now, only he and his uncle were left. I'll go and stall for more time. Noah exclaimed. No need for that. Robin interrupted his words and, raising his finger, tapped on the door a few times. Using some strange rule, he drew a circle. A hum rang out as, in an instant, multiple water ripples appeared on the surface of the giant door. The tide surged, and then rushed into a brass keyhole. Like a castle of blocks collapsing, the door rapidly broke apart into countless fragments, the two sides springing open and revealing a mystical luster within. Wretched maggots, I'll tear you apart. Boom. With a loud sound, the last spell formation hindering the barbarian bear shaman shattered, revealing a giant barbarian bear with firm muscles all over. After seeing Robin, its eyes immediately turned red. Don't mind it. Let's enter. Robin pulled Noah through the door. If you want revenge, then come in. The sound of Robin's taunts traveled over. Its eyes completely red, the barbarian bear shaman chased them in. Magnificent rays flashed, and the scene suddenly changed. By the time Noah came back to his senses, he was already sitting at a dining table. On the large white tablecloth was not even a speck of dust, while the silver lampstand had candles burning above it. After which, Noah found that he was unable to get up. Even the spiritual force and magic power that he had been so proud of as a rank 3 magus could not be used at all. He looked towards his uncle, fear and terror apparent in his expression. At the other end of the table, the barbarian bear magus was sitting in a daze. Though the muscles that were bulging displayed the fury of its owner, it could not move an inch. This is the Last Supper, which is the most impartial and bloody duel. Between us, only one side can live, while the loser shall lose everything and turn into the meal of the victor. In addition, the victor will even be awarded with the judge's horn. Robin said matter-of-factly, seemingly very familiar with all that was happening. The moment his words sounded, black figures suddenly appeared in seats that had initially been empty. There were no energy undulations from their bodies, their eyes completely red. For some reason, the moment he saw them, Noah felt cold sweat running down his back. He counted carefully. There were 13 seats at this long table, but there was one empty. Now, for the first dish. The Bloody Mary Desert, an indescribable voice resounded in Noah's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. What the hell is this? At another area in Quicksand Castle, Kesha was quickly fleeing along a corridor, a green-skinned barbarian with a strange appearance escaping shoulder to shoulder with her. These two were originally Hunter and the Hunted, but for some reason, they had formed an alliance, and were both looking pale in panic. All offensive spells of the 4 great elements are useless against it. Try special attacks. I'll cover you. The green-skinned barbarian looked to be in pain as he flung a gemstone necklace behind him. Bang! Terrifyingly chilly air exploded, covering the ground with a layer of frost as numerous runic chains appeared. Crack! Crack! What followed was the sound of ice shattering, and footsteps drawing closer. A black figure materialized from the icy mist. It was a monster that looked like a middle-aged man wearing a trenchcoat. He donned a hood, and it was hard to tell what he looked like. The fingers on his 2 palms had disappeared, and in place of them were many scissors that were glinting with light. The numerous runic chains did not stand a chance against the man's scissors, and were easily snipped at and broken. Eye of Petrification. Many crimson runes appeared on Kesha's body as she bit her finger and drew a strange rune on her forehead. Following that, her eyes turned into a pair of amber vertical pupils. With the amplification from the blood rune, her innate spell had reached a frightful degree of power. A circle of petrification began to spread with Kesha at its center. Spirit body in the face of the Eye of Petrification, the man in the trenchcoat suddenly froze and an ash-gray coat of stone formed across the surface of his body. Ka-cha! Ka-cha! His entire being turned into a giant statue and particles of dust fell endlessly from him. Icy blades. Under the manipulation of the green-skinned barbarian, numerous blades formed a tornado, enclosing the statue within as eerie noises rang constantly. Moments later, the blades dispersed and the statue that once stood there had vanished, leaving behind a bed of fragmented rocks. It's finally over, the green-skinned barbarian heaved a sigh of relief. No, not yet. Kesha laughed bitterly instead. Soon after, to his terror, The green-skinned barbarian saw the fragmented rocks explode, exposing pieces of flesh within. Many of them grew tentacles and started amalgamating to reform the man in the black trenchcoat from before. Even a single tear could not be seen on his clothes. Goddammit. The green-skinned barbarian cursed, "Where in the world did you infuriate this darn thing? Not only is it immune to spells, even physical attacks are useless." "I have no idea." Kesha's face spelled despair. After entering Quicksand Castle, she had only charged through a few levels before the man in the black trenchcoat set his sights on her. With her subordinates being lost one by one, the current situation seemed to bode ill. Under the immense threat of death, the last green-skinned barbarian in pursuit was compelled to join forces with Kesha to defeat this creature together. But by the looks of it, they were at their wits' end. Chirp chirp. A piercing sound sliced through the air. Violent whirls of wind were brought about as the earth was engulfed in darkness and shadows. With a wing spread wide enough to envelop the land in darkness, a blood vulture descended in the heart of an enormous mountain range that bore the appearance of a honeycomb, landing in the highest and largest cave. Somewhere in the mountains, Leylin's eyes sparkled with a blue glint. Left at 4:47 p.m., and returned again after an interval of 23 minutes and 45 seconds. He was currently recording the King Blood Vulture's travel statistics with great detail. Over the past few days of observation, he had managed to reap some returns. This King Blood Vulture had at least the strength of the crystal phase. The bulky physique of the creature and the terrifying spiritual force on it was sufficient to completely destroy Leylin's plans of seizing anything. Besides, the King Blood Vulture had no need to leave its nest to hunt. It received sacrifices from the entire pack of blood vultures. Every day, numerous blood vultures would return with food and deliver them into the cave. Hence, it rarely left the cave throughout the day, unlike the average blood vulture Leylin had seen earlier, which usually spent half its day flying around outside. However, every afternoon, at this particular time of the day, the King Blood Vulture would leave the cave for a period of time, likely to patrol its territory. This was the very chance that Leylin had been waiting for. The Blood Vulture is indeed a creature from the ancient era gifted with the bizarre ability to sense any bloodline treasures. Leylin exclaimed. Apart from the King Blood Vulture's cave which he had not dared to pry into, he had explored the lairs of the other average blood vultures and discovered many bloodline treasures which would be useful to warlocks. The accumulated value of these items were enough to make even Duke Gilbert lose his mind. Everything will hinge on tomorrow. Leylin watched the cave at the highest point with caution, and slipped into the darkness. The next day, in the afternoon, following a cry, the gigantic King Blood Vulture stepped out of its cave once again, casting a shadow upon the earth. Terrifying vibrations swept the area, intimidating the other formidable creatures that watched over the region. The time is now. Leylin's glance froze. Shadow stealth. Darkness technique. In a split second, his physical being vanished and was concealed within the shadows, surrounded by thick fog. With the help of the concealing effects of the spell, Leylin fumbled his way to the cave right into the central cave. The King Blood Vulture's lair is guarded by two blood vultures that are already at the hydro phase. Whenever the King Blood Vulture is out on patrol, they are responsible for guarding his lair. Leylin crawled onto the protruding top of a black rock and watched the two huge blood-red silhouettes in the cave closely. He furrowed his brows. According to my current abilities, I might barely be able to handle a single blood vulture at the hydro phase, but it would definitely cause a ruckus. There's a high possibility that the entire pack might surround and annihilate me, or that the King Blood Vulture might even return unexpectedly. Leylin took a glance at the silhouettes of the two guards, gritted his teeth, and passed through to the other side while hidden. Two blood vultures at the hydro phase would be too much for him to handle with his current abilities, but the detection abilities of the powerful creatures might not be as acute as that of a human magus. This was his chance. Having already wasted too much time here, Leylin did not dare to continue waiting. Even if it was risky, he wanted to give it a try. In the shadows, everything outside was overcast. It was as if the world had been soaked in thick glue, and every step he took, Leylin had to expend a great amount of energy and magic power, while at the same time taking note of how the two blood vulture guards reacted, making it a terribly tiring job for him. Just when Leylin carefully arrived at the entrance, and was about to walk past one of the blood vulture guards, chirp chirp. The guard seemed to have discovered something and became alert, glancing around its surroundings with vigilance. Even for a powerful creature, once it has passed rank 3, no matter how dumb it was originally, it would evolve to have the intelligence of a human. Leylin exclaimed. He immediately commanded in his head, AI chip. Begin the Plan B. Beep. Command received. Starting Plan B. The chip responded faithfully. At the halfway mark of the mountain, a miniature model of a spell formation suddenly exploded, revealing a shadow servant within. The shadow servant zoomed into a cave that was guarded by an adolescent blood vulture and grabbed a few pieces of bloodline crystals before escaping swiftly. Chirp chirp. The blood vultures were left enraged, and numerous blood-red figures flew out too, circling in the sky. Before the shadow servant could run out of the perimeter of the huge mountain, it was torn to pieces by the explosive might of the blood vultures. Although the two blood vulture guards did not take action, their attention was obviously taken away by the scene there. Seizing the chance, Leylin immediately took out a black crown. This crown was very small and exquisite, and the design was not too flamboyant, as though it was specially made for females. Dark Elven Crown. This was Leylin's war trophy. After completely defeating the Dark Elves, they who submitted to him offered the crown along with their powerful meditation techniques. This crown was also the first magic equipment that Leylin had obtained, and was at a higher rank than his meteor sword. The Dark Elven Crown was a sacred legendary weapon, which possessed the strong ability to mask auras. The then Queen of the Dark Elves, Anya, used it to enter the core of Central Twilight Zone in a single motion. If not for Leylin's secret interference, she might have emerged victorious over the humans and unified the entirety of Twilight Zone. As a piece of magic equipment, the Dark Elven Crown had no doubt a hidden function, but as it had been used once recently, it took decades for it to be available for use again. After getting hold of this magic equipum, Leylin had been constantly analyzing it using the AI chip, and had learned many useful techniques and spells. What made him especially interested was that the AI chip could forcefully stimulate a portion of the functions of the Dark Elven Crown when charged with a certain amount of magic crystals. Although it only possessed a portion of its full powers, the Dark Elven Crown was still a piece of magic equipment. Its effect was limited only to Leylin himself. The scary thing was that it could even escape the perception of a Morning Star Magus. This went without saying for the two blood vulture guards. With the shadow servant outside holding their attention, along with the protection of the crown of the Dark Elves, Leylin successfully infiltrated the lair of the King Blood Vulture. Although the lighting in the cave was poor, it did not pose a problem to Leylin. The floor was covered in dark red blood stains and the remains of other creatures which had varying degrees of decomposition, likely the food that the King Blood Vulture had consumed recently. The entire cave felt eerie to Leylin, as though he was being watched closely by something. Leylin reached out his hand and felt the wall, which was black and studded with metal grains. When his hand came into contact with the black wall, countless tentacles extended from above, but were quickly burnt his black flames. By the looks of it, this pack of blood vultures has been living here for a long time, even the mountains have been affected by the radiation and have come to life. Leylin exclaimed. Such materials that had been given life were very precious. Not only could they be added to self-defense spells, they could also confer the ability to heal oneself. Architecture that was built mainly with these materials usually could last for more than 1,000 years without collapsing. If such materials could be added to Leylin's Magus Tower, its degree of stability would definitely go up a notch. What a pity that plans to exploit this area would certainly be too unrealistic. Leylin continued walking, deeper and deeper, until he reached the end of the cave, where laid a gigantic blood vulture nest. Gold animal fur and the metal itself were laid out to form a sturdy mat, upon which there was a depression from years of use. Yet, there wasn't a single thing on the mat. Leylin was shocked, but followed with a bitter laugh. The bloodline items are only effective for the young of the blood vultures. It looks like the King Blood Vulture hasn't laid any eggs, so naturally there would be no need to collect these items. I have to evacuate as soon as possible, and ransack all the other blood vulture lairs before that. Leylin was determined. He made a prompt decision on the spot. If there weren't any new discoveries, he would choose to leave immediately, and hardly did a sloppy job. Who would have thought that I would meet a comrade here? An exclamation sounded from a distance, causing Leylin to freeze in his steps. He turned and firmly stared at a corner. There, an illusory figure slowly came into view. A soul? No. An even more powerful being. Leylin watched the figure that had suddenly appeared, as though he was about to face an enemy. Activation. The illusion that surfaced was that of an astonishingly beautiful young woman. Her hair was like a sea of emerald green with light curls, flying in the wind like it had a life of its own. She possessed a pair of mesmerizing eyes, coupled with a delicate yet puzzling charm to her face. To Leylin's surprise, she gave him a baffling sense of familiarity. Especially after the complete materialization of the illusion, Leylin's blood vessels generated a sense of fear, as if he had met a natural enemy. Yet, he felt an amiability within her that tempted him to throw himself into the arms of the woman regardless of everything. Lamia. There were agony and bitterness in Leylin's tone. From how called out to him just now, he managed to guess some things. The similarity in temperament and looks between her and the snake dowager was especially striking. The Lamia shared the same bloodline as the snake dowager. In fact, it had an even more direct line of descent compared to the giant Chemoian serpent. Thus, on the whole, they could be considered siblings with blood relations. My brother, tell me, why are you here, what are you looking for? The green-haired Lamia asked, her voice strangely charming, compelling him to answer. Warning, warning, instability detected in host bloodline, possibility of an emotional outburst. The AI chip sounded, the reminder, snapping Leylin out from the confusion he was in. This made him unwilling to look at the opposite party, particularly at the Lamia's eyes. Rumor has it that the ancient Lamia has the ability to manipulate any kind of snakes she desires. It seems like this is true indeed. It was merely a remnant soul, yet it almost got to Leylin. If the Lamia were to be at the Morning Star realm, Leylin was afraid he might have to bow down to her. Your bloodline, it seems to be extremely pure, and you have a special power enveloping your whole body. The virtual image of the Lamia bit her finger. Who are you, really? Leylin spoke in a deep tone. I was a human once, I had a few names, but I have forgotten them all. The virtual image smiled, as if she was narrating a story unrelated to her. Are you the soul of the ancient Lamia warlock? Leylin made a guess. According to his intelligence, the ancient quicksand organization once had a Lamia warlock. And apparently, after her atavism, she became a true Lamia possessing terrifying power that even average radiant moon magi could not match. No, she had perished completely. I am just a phantom image formed by the scattered fragments of memories that have evolved together after a very long period of time. A sense of loneliness could be felt from the green-haired woman's face. Even so, for your soul to take such shape, I am sure there is a source of radiation nearby. Leylin's eyes lit up and he reached out and grabbed at the fur cushion. Huge black claws appeared, splitting the fur and metal within and revealing what was underneath the surface. It was a layer of white fur. Brush that aside and immediately a rich and heavy scent of undulating bloodline spread it out. You can even resist the radiation undulation and the aura of the bloodline. Leylin kept the white feathers in a flash and thereafter eyed the hollow area intensely. It was the broken section of a bone, it must have been a part of some bloodline creature. Although it might have been a long time ago, the horrifying threat and undulations emitting from the bone made Leylin have an impulse to kneel down. You are truly the adult form of a rank 5 bloodline creature, even though it is a broken section of a bone, it could still radiate even after your death. Moreover, you can induce such a thing. Leylin looked at the green-haired Lamia in amazement. For blood vultures, the remains of a rank 5 bloodline creature was a precious item to that was dearly cherished. No wonder the blood vulture had safeguarded it under so many layers, even going so far as to mask its energy with the feather. What do you intend to do here, my brother? She asked again. Leylin muttered under his breath and finally replied, I want to acquire something that will speed up the maturation of my bloodline, for instance Lamia hair or some such thing. Compared to Lamia hair, this can help you more. The snake woman smiled and the broken bone was flung out and landed on Leylin's hand. Why are you helping me? Feeling the ecstatic joy boiling in his bloodline, Leylin knew the broken Lamia bone in his hands were the real deal. He could already feel the transcendence. However, he did not immediately accept it and instead asked some questions. I have been in existence for far too long. It might be a few hundred years or even thousands. I can never leave the designated finger bone's radiation area. The Lamia shot a glance at Leylin. Do you know how it feels? Leylin fell silent. Such pain, it did indeed have the ability to drive a magus crazy to the verge of seeking death. If you take the finger bone, there will be a shortage of such a radiation environment and I will gradually fade away. The young woman's silhouette became more and more illusionary with a smile of relief on her face. Wait, how can I resolve the shackles on the giant Chemoian serpent warlock bloodline? Watching the young woman's illusionary image gradually fading out until the wall behind her could be seen, Leylin quickly blurted out the question. This problem can only be solved by the Grand Matriarch. Accompanying the fading image, the snake woman's grew softer and softer until she dissipated into thin air. Grand Matriarch, Snake Dowager. Leylin stroked the finger bone he was holding in his hands, his face a sea of infinite obscurity. Regardless of that, I better make a move fast. With lightning speed, Leylin kept the finger bone well, swept his eyes over the surroundings and launched the dark elven crown. Thick, black darkness enveloped Leylin completely, and coupled with his magic power he was able to pass through the gate which was guarded by the two blood vultures unharmed. After he reached the foot of the mountain, Leylin looked back at the huge black form of the mountain and its innumerable caves. He looked hesitant. This was practically a warlock's treasure trove, but without a strength at the Morning Star realm, there was no way the entirety of the blood vulture could be subdued. I have, at most, 5 more minutes before the king blood vulture is back from his patrol. When he realizes that the finger bone is gone, I am sure he will definitely launch an investigation into the matter. Leylin stroked his chin. He had been hiding up here for so long, the backup plans had to be more than these. But now, the biggest harvest was already in his hand. Whether to continue or not, he had not yet made up his mind. Since ancient times, it was a common occurrence for an individual to place himself in danger for personal benefits. Leylin did not want to become one of them. Forget it. Let's go. With some regret, Leylin turned his head and left the place. Huh, you are finally out. Not too far away, a temporary underground cave opened up. A female magus in pursuit ran in with a crystal ball in her hand. On the surface of the crystal ball, a blood-red layer appeared, getting brighter and brighter. If you had kept hiding in the nest of the blood vultures, I might not have been able to find you. But what about now? The female magus flashed a smile. She was in pursuit of Leylin all the way and had even used a spell to use a trace of Leylin's energy to build a tracking item. But after reaching this place, she realized Leylin had hidden in the nest of the blood vultures. The king blood vulture there was at the peak of the crystal phase. Other than that, there was a big group of rank 3 followers. If she chased in after Leylin and a commotion was created, it would definitely alert the many blood vultures to join in for the kill. Therefore, this female magus chose to hibernate and wait. To her, Leylin would come for collection of resources, it was just a matter of time. As long as she waited with patience, regardless of success or failure, he would leave and an opportunity would present itself. All thanks to you, I was able to discover this treasure place. In return, I shall grant you a quick death. The female magus shook her robes and immediately disappeared underground. Beep. Warning. Warning. High energy force field undulations detected. Distance 15 kilometers away. Approaching quickly. The AI chip gave out this sudden warning, shocking Leylin. This was the advantage of having the AI chip. Not only did Leylin possess the magus special abilities of consciousness scanning, he also had the AI chip for exploration, probing and throwing necessary warnings. Moreover, the range of probing by the AI chip was much wider compared to Leylin's own ability. Begin imaging. Leylin gave the order immediately. Soon after, a red-hued motion picture was sent in front of him. It was an image of a living creature. There were only heat and radiation readings, without any signs of the gender, however the bright colors were a giveaway. It was a rank 3 magus, one that had attained the crystal phase. Ah, the pursuers are finally here. Leylin had expected this would happen. Hoot. At this moment, from a distance, a high-pitched sound pierced forth, turning Leylin's face pale white. The king blood vulture is back. If I turn back now, all that awaits me is death. As it is, at this point in time, Leylin curled his lips into a smile and commanded his AI chip. AI chip. Prepare to activate all programs. Command received. Activated. The AI chip alerted without any emotion. Hoot. Immediately after the king blood vulture had entered its cave in the mountain, a violent cry rang out. 2 hydrophase blood vultures were pinned to the ground by its claw. Feathers and blood were smeared all over the ground. The king blood vulture snarled, creating a whole world of uproar in the blood vulture's mountain. But that was not all. Bang, bang, bang. Following Leylin's order, in a secret corner of the blood vulture's mountain, hidden spells were activated in series. One after another, shadow servants manifested themselves at lightning speed, so much so that they appeared right next to the blood vulture's nests. They grasped at many of the bloodline treasures, with some even clasping onto huge blood vulture eggs, fleeing the grounds. Basically, except for the area around the king blood vulture's cave, the rest of the mountain in its entirety was under attack. There were at least 50 such spells placed. Corresponding with the loud snarl of the king blood vulture, Multiple shadows of darkness bore through to the center of it all, and immediately the whole of the Blood Vulture's mountain became a huge field of upheaval. The hunt Chu. The king blood vulture used its wings and fanned the two blood condors in its path away, flying into the sky. A crimson beam of light struck down, and a shadow servant who could not dodge in time was shattered, scattering multiple bloodline treasures everywhere. With the commanding high-pitched squawk, the flock of blood vultures now had a leader, and their formation immediately changed. Many of them flew high into the sky and, like a web, began to circle the shadow servants, occasionally dropping down in attack. Though this method was effective at killing many shadow servants, the remaining servants' movements in looting them were much too quick. After paying the price of a large number of casualties, a portion of them still broke out. Chu. The king blood vulture roared, bringing with it multiple blood vultures as it gave chase. Found you. Leylin met with the person who were chasing after him. It was a ginger female magus. Her body was curvy, a golden headband rested on her forehead, and her pair of long and narrow eyes were fixed on Leylin. My name is Leylin. May I know yours? In the face of her gaze that was ready to shoot flames, Leylin smiled slightly and performed a noble's bow, his movements so precise there was nothing to criticize. Tanasha. This female magus had not expected Leylin to feel so relaxed. Though her chest was bouncing in her anger, she still had a lot of self-restraint as she announced her name. Are you prepared to admit to your sins? Tanasha glanced at the handsome young man in front of her. Captives could be ransomed in the central continent. In addition, he had not caused too many casualties to her organization, and was also a human backed by the Ouroboros clan. Hence, it was not too surprising that he was still calm in this situation. Oh, no, you've misunderstood. Leylin's smile was dazzling. I just want to ask you this. Do you like blood vultures? What do you mean? Tanasha's mind could not process this fast enough. But looking at the numerous crimson figures appearing on the horizon, she suddenly had a bad premonition. Leylin acted before she could do anything, eye of petrification. His eyes turned amber and the pupils became vertical slits, shooting out mysterious, unmeasurable rays of petrification. Though it was only a rank 1 innate spell, with the addition of his vapor phase spiritual force and the strength of his bloodline, its power could not be underestimated. At the same time, Leylin quickly chanted some incantations, and numerous shadows emerged from all directions, forming a giant cage that trapped her inside temporarily. Tanasha's reaction was extremely quick. Storm. Almost at the same instant the rays of petrification appeared, her eyes turned silver white, releasing dazzling light that blocked them. Meanwhile, a giant storm appeared from behind her, forming a tremendous tornado that stirred up and created chaos in the interior of the cage. However, Leylin's sudden attack made her falter. Lance of Corrosion. A dark green lance, tip white, appeared in Leylin's hand. It shot towards Tanasha, accompanied by a burst of air. How confident are you that a mere vapor phase magus dares provoke a crystal phase magus? Tanasha was expressionless, but her fury was evident. Snap. Tanasha extended her delicate, pale arms and a translucent layer appeared on top of her smooth skin. Leylin had used all his might when he shot this lance of corrosion forth, and yet, she'd caught it just like that. Boom. She viciously crushed the lance into powder, while Leylin paled as he took several steps back. However, his smile now was as if he had gotten away with something. Tanasha's brows furrowed. Only then did she notice that after the lance of corrosion had been destroyed, a white feather had appeared. Pooh. The white feather had exploded into powder and lightly stuck to Tanasha's body. This aura, and with a powerful lock-on spell formation, Tanasha's brows furrowed and she immediately sneered, I just need 2 minutes to. However, her expression completely changed. Leylin, who was opposite her, waved his arms towards her and activated the dark elven crown, and immediately turned invisible. Su. Numerous black figures appeared. The shadow servants from before quickly pounced towards her, only to be killed by her while heading in her direction. However, with this opportunity, they threw some bloodline crystals, bones and the like at her legs. There was an especially large egg that had been knocked so hard that it broke, revealing the egg yolk and whites within. Choo-choo. Numerous blood condors hurried over under the lead of the king, and upon seeing Tanasha, their eyes instantly turned red. This was especially so for the king blood vulture. It smelt its feather on Tanasha's body. It was a feather used specifically to protect the lamia fingerbone and was extremely precious. The smell was extremely unique, and there was no way it could recognize it wrongly. It now looked like the person who had infiltrated its mountain and looted the area as they wished, was also the thief who had stolen its treasure. The king blood vulture was furious, crimson lightning materializing around it. I. Tanasha was momentarily stunned. No matter how stupid she might be, she knew what Leylin had planned. Wait, O king. Tanasha was now sending spiritual force waves to the mind of the king blood vulture, her final attempt at saving herself. However, would the enraged king blood vulture listen to her explanations? Though it had the intelligence of an adult, it was now in an angered state. Usually, in its territory, it would have what it wanted. Why would it listen to the explanations of a human? Numerous bolts of crimson lightning struck down, drowning her. Meanwhile, Leylin had made use of the dark elven crown, and was sneakingly heading back. Boom. Soil appended at an area, revealing numerous bloodline items within. Red gems and white bones were scattered, giving off a dazzling luster. There's even a blood vulture egg here. It looks like a pretty good harvest. Holding a giant egg in his hands, Leylin looked elated. This was a few times larger than an ostrich egg, and it even had blood-red patterns on the surface, powerful life energy radiating from within. Leylin could even feel a throbbing from the shell. Blood vulture chicks could not be tamed, but one still in its egg could. Not only did it have the ability to find bloodline treasures, it was also very popular for its ability to reach rank 3 after it had matured. Of course, Leylin had no plans of selling it off. Rather, he wanted to subdue it. The central continent was vast and boundless. There were many places that even magi were yet to explore, and the blood vulture's ability to fly was very useful in this area. In the future, he could gain a steady flow of bloodline treasures, which was the best advantage. The harvest is quite good. Leylin quickly kept everything properly. He had long since ordered the shadow servants to place whatever they had stolen on the road here. Whatever had been flung at Tanasha's feet was just a small portion. The real treasures had long since been moved away and were all with Leylin. After checking all his gains, Leylin looked back towards the blood vulture's mountain, sinking into deep thought. The king blood vulture has brought all its main forces to annihilate Tanasha. She is a crystal phase magus after all, and it is possible for her to hold them off for some time. Should I go back and rummage through the blood vulture's nests? Leylin immediately shook his head, throwing these enticing thoughts out of his mind. Forget it. What I now have is more than enough. I shouldn't take such a risk at the end like this. Besides, my real target is that rank 3 crystal phase magus, not the rest of those bloodline treasures. Leylin's eyes flashed ruthlessly. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I want to slaughter that wretched magus and turn his flesh and blood into powder and feed it to a carnivorous flower. Tanasha was in a tropical rain forest, sprinting hard. However, she was evidently not in a very good condition. Not only were her clothes in tatters making her seem like a beggar, her entire right arm had disappeared. Her face was pale, with green veins visible on top. This flock of blood vultures was truly relentless. In order to break away from them, Tanasha had to employ a few secret methods that would stimulate the potential in her body in succession. She had even discarded a clone that she had nurtured for a long period of time before she could successfully draw the king blood vulture away. Tanasha was definitely fuming at the mouth, wishing she could eat Leylin alive. Tisk tisk, Ms. Tanasha, you don't seem to be in good health. Do you need treatment? In the quiet rainforest, a voice suddenly sounded, causing Tanasha's body to stiffen. She then looked at the young man she would never be able to forget, blocking her path. How did you get here? I already destroyed all auras and smells that would identify me. Tanasha gaped, disbelieving. You don't need to know. Right now, you can only answer a question of mine. Leylin produced an ink-black cross blade and pointed it at her. Submit to me, or die. He had naturally used the AI chip to scan the surroundings and hunt her down. Though Tanasha had concealed her aura very well, and destroyed all the localizing marks that Leylin had shot out, nothing could be hidden in the face of the AI chip. Not considering anything else, just the signs of a human passing through on the road would not be able to escape the AI chip's nanoscopic scanning, no matter how hard Tanasha tried to cover her tracks. It was only after Leylin confirmed that she was heavily injured that he chased up to her. Tanasha was at the crystal phase, and was multiple levels higher than Leylin. In the past, it would have been a joke if a vapor phase magus had announced his wish to kill a crystal phase magus. However, a hint of fear had already appeared on Tanasha's pale face. She had no choice but to admit that Leylin had the strength and ability to kill the current her. Subjugation rank 3 magi were categorized into several stages. Leylin, at the vapor phase, could compress his spiritual force into a physical, observable fog. On the other hand, magi at the crystal phase could solidify their spiritual force, even preserving it to sell. Spiritual force at the crystal phase had an unimaginable advantage against vapor phase spiritual force. In other words, even if Leylin, Robin and Kesha had teamed up against Lucian, they wouldn't be his match. However, Tanasha's spiritual force was exhausted long ago, including her crystal phase spiritual force crystals. He wouldn't be Leylin if he let such a good chance slip out of his hand. Not only were crystal phase magi powerful, they were considered nobles in the central continent due to their status as the reserve forces of Morning Star magi. Under usual circumstances, it was out of the question for Leylin to defeat magi of this rank. Perhaps only Duke Gilbert, his mentor, would be able to. But with Tanasha as she was, it would be easy. Tanasha's pale complexion flushed in anger, her fingers trembling. How dare a lowly vapor phase magus talk to me like that? Looks like I'll have to help you snap back to reality. Leylin sighed in disappointment upon seeing her demeanor. His figure transformed into a ray of light and flashed in front of her. Thump! He planted a fist on Tanasha's cheek. Buzz! A barrier of light was created around Tanasha as a brilliant ruby ring shone. It was, however, too feeble to deter Leylin as he easily broke through. In the blink of an eye, Tanasha was sent flying, a large red patch on her cheek. The meteor sword has already reached her neck before she could react. Now choose, surrender, or die. There was a change in Leylin's tone. Now he demanded with utter disdain, every word pricking with a bone-chilling vibe. He had decided to kill were she to choose it. He certainly did not wish to leave behind a crystal phase opponent. Tanasha wisely chose to be silent in front of the cold-hearted Leylin. This feeling of impending death was familiar to her. She felt as if she had returned to times of frailty and weakness, as old memories surfaced and she momentarily became distraught. What is with this woman's mental state? Leylin shook his head. Tanasha's reaction was nothing out of the ordinary since he was aware of the common psychological instability of magi. There was also her injuries to consider. Moreover, all who entered the Forgotten Land would certainly have a dark past of own. I'm only giving you 3 minutes. Be quick. Leylin tightened his grip on the sword and brought it closer to Tanasha's neck. Other crystal phase magi would probably have a sense of dignity and pride, but things were different in the Forgotten Land. Those human magi who entered here were mostly those who had reached an impasse, willing to forego everything for a means of sustenance. It was easy for the MTO capitulate. Leylin's cold voice caught Tanasha's attention. The angry flush on her face had already dissipated by then, leaving behind a canvas of ivory. I surrender, she replied so softly Leylin could barely hear a thing. As if on cue, Tanasha fell limp to the ground, her backbone losing support the moment she agreed. Her tears were uncontrollable. The meteor sword remained on her neck in spite of everything. Make an oath. Also, relinquish your spirit source. His voice was cold as ice. Tanasha. Hesitance crossed Tanasha's eyes as she fought an internal battle. However, she ended up choosing to surrender. A sparkling strand of spirit source was released from her forehead and landed on Leylin's palm. That was a magus lifeline. Were it not voluntary, it would be completely impossible to offer it to another person. Rules were even stricter in the central continent, to prevent the dominance of one over another. Of course, this didn't stop people with influence and power from committing it, but similarly, it had to be done in secret or they would be boycotted by all magi. This was no issue at all for Leylin since he didn't plan for Tanasha to be seen by others. Master, Tanasha called out in a deep voice and got up to her feet. She resembled a broken puppet, someone that had lost her soul. Being forced into the Forgotten Land, you must have your own dark past. But rest assured, I am not going to compel you to do things that are disgraceful to magi. Instead, I can give you hope. A hope for revenge. There was a bewitching tone to Leylin's offer and Tanasha's eyes lit up a little as the word, revenge, rang in her ears and a hint of anger rushed through her. That's right, revenge. Leylin made eye contact with Tanasha and lowered his voice. I promise, when I'm strong enough to take revenge for you and not worry about the possible repercussions in retaliation, I will aid you in accomplishing your dream. That is, if you work for me wholeheartedly till then. I'm not trying to patronize you. You see, I've reached the vapor phase at less than 100 years of age. Moreover, There will be no problems with advancing to the Morning Star realm because of my Chemoyan bloodline. Deep down, Leylin was aware that with his method, Tanasha would only be willing to become a puppet to him. To milk her for everything she was worth, Leylin needed to ignite her battle spirit by fueling her with hope. And instead of empty promises, he promoted his skills to Tanasha, proving his capability to help her in her revenge. 100 years old. Vapor phase. Tanasha gazed at Leylin with a heightened intensity. 100 years of age was definitely old for humans. But for magi, especially those who were at rank 3 and above, it wouldn't even be considered as puberty. For Leylin, who have both the talent and bloodline of the giant Chemoyan serpent, his status in the Ouroboros clan could not be overlooked. All this pointed to one thing: there was a substantial chance for him to become a Morning Star Magus. Even someone with the capability to escape a rank 3 crystal phase Magus would crumble like paper in the face of a rank 4 Morning Star Magus. I am at your beck and call, Master. I, Tanasha, will be your most loyal servant as long as my revenge is assured. Tanasha knelt on a knee and gritted her teeth, a little more willing this time. Although it was a mere promise without a covenant, what more could a captive like her bargain for? Ha ha, Leylin cackled. The addition of Tanasha was definitely a reinforcement to Leylin, given her strength which was more than his. Plus, she would be hidden from the public since this assistance would be carried out in secret. That was Leylin's plan all along, to gather as much of an underground force as he could in case anything unexpected occurred. Take these potions quickly, and recover. Leylin showed generosity to the newly recruited Tanasha and presented her with 3 tubes of differing colors. High-grade healing potion, high-grade spiritual force recovery potion, sacred regeneration potion. Tanasha's face was painted with surprise as she recognized these 3 potions. Apart from their heavenly price, these potions were heavily utilized by large-scale organizations as their war reserves and could not even be bought with money. This was especially true for the sacred regeneration potion, which could stimulate the regrowth of limbs that were as good as the original with absolutely no side effects. It was unfamiliar, even to a rank 3 Magus like Tanasha. Thank you, Master. Tanasha bowed and sighed in relief. Don't mention it, it's just something I made. Leylin added to his credibility. Sure enough, Tanasha's eyes widened at his sentence. She was beyond impressed. Advancing to vapor phase before the age of 100 was amazing enough. She did not at all expect that Leylin would be a potions grandmaster as well. This was genius at its best and would be considered rare even in the central continent. As long as there were no mishaps along the way, success was pretty much guaranteed. Hints of hope filled Tanasha's eyes as she watched Leylin. Simultaneously, in a clandestine area, Noah was staring at his dish, face drained of color. There was an indistinct bloody liver-like substance lying on the white china, emitting a chalky fog. Noah slapped a palm over his mouth, resisting the urge to gag. In his vision, the barbarian bear shaman's stomach was cut open, and a large amount of yellow grease flowed out from it. There were also visible traces of the skeleton inside. Uncle, I can't do this any longer. Noah cried through the spaces of his fingers. Robin didn't look good either. His body was missing huge chunks of flesh and he was covered in terrifying wounds. It was rumored that this place is dominated by the sin of gluttony. We will be attacked if we stop partaking. We have to keep going. Success will be ours if they fail first. Robin persisted to his best abilities, whereas Noah's hand trembled as he picked his cutlery. Ultimately, he put them down again. All the food here was created from the sin of gluttony, and due to it, all spells would be rendered useless. Only their own tenacity could help them withstand the feast. Ring, ring, ring. The melodious bell rang from afar, but to the trio it seemed like it came from the depths of hell. Rescue Noah made several attempts to reach for the knife and fork, but he gave up halfway, letting out an expression of intense suffering. He collapsed on the dining table with a bang, his teeth clenched tightly. Similarly, Robin had a pained look on his face as he endured the nausea and swallowed a bloody piece of meat. Within 30 seconds, the ringing of the bells came to an end, lasting only for a short duration. Ka-cha! Out of nowhere, it seemed as if a huge invisible mouth took a bite. At this moment, Noah let out a deep cry. A large portion of his flesh was missing on the right side of his head, his ear having completely disappeared. From the side, his ghastly white teeth could be seen. It was a horrifying sight. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed across. A bloodied ear, still twitching unconsciously, appeared before a dark figure. Ew! After a few rounds, Robin and Noah had paled, now resembling corpses. However, The barbarian bear shaman on the other end had finally reached its limit and collapsed onto the table. Buzz. As if a signal was given, the barbarian bear shaman was immediately moved to the 13th chair, which was unoccupied. When this was done, numerous dark figures pounced on it. Ah! The barbarian bear shaman shrieked continuously. Soon after, fur and skin started disappearing piece by piece, followed by flesh, veins and even bones. The crystal phase barbarian bear shaman no longer had any power to fight back and vanished within the dark figures. Even up till the very last moment of its life, the barbarian bear shaman was still very much conscious, as could be seen from the expression in its eyes. After they engulfed the barbarian bear shaman, the many dark figures dispersed and vanished into thin air one after another. At the same time, Noah could feel the strong imprisonment fading. It's finally over, he sighed, plopping to the ground shortly after. He began to vomit, almost to the point of spewing out bile. I swear, I won't be able to eat anything for at least 3 months. Despite his bitter expression, Noah's bodily wounds were in fact healing quickly. However, Robin's fervent eyes were fixed on a particular part of the void. From Noah's perspective, a presence had already arrived somewhere. What reward do you wish for? An inexplicable voice rang within the hearts of the two men. I want, Robin answered. His voice was deep, but even more so, it carried his unrestrainable excitement. At this point in time, Leylin walked out of the ecological garden with Tanasha and they returned to the illusory corridor. Master, according to our research, we will be able to get out after passing 3 more spatial points. Tanasha's condition seemed to have improved greatly, and even her missing arm was able to grow out again with the help of the potions. Yes, Leylin nodded. After we get out, stay in the Forgotten Land for the time being. Wait for an opportunity to sneak out and join me. Do you have any restrictions in your organization? No. I am one of the leaders in the Alliance of the Exiled. I didn't agree to any sort of soul-binding contract. Tanasha responded quickly. It wasn't surprising given her crystal phase strength. That's good. Leylin nodded. He was about to say something else but all of a sudden, his expression changed and he gave Tanasha a look. Tanasha acknowledged with a nod before disappearing into a wave of water. Based on the readings on the AI chip, Magus energy waves were detected ahead. Since Tanasha was a backup plan arranged by Leylin, she could not show herself easily in front of outsiders. Leylin smiled at Tanasha, who was now concealed behind the water, and walked past a corner. Then, he saw a warlock dressed in a black robe, slumped on the ground. A puddle of black blood was growing beside him. Leylin knew this warlock well. He was one of Kesha's men, named Arcus. Wake up, Arcus. Leylin flipped Arcus over and immediately noticed the criss-crossed wounds on his chest as dark blood gushed out continuously. Curse power. Leylin's expression hardened as he felt an enormous power from the long, narrow cuts. As a magus, Leylin was knowledgeable in curses, especially those in the Book of Giant Serpent, left behind by great magus Sirholm. They inspired him greatly and even led him to develop many new ones of his own. This knowledge helped him to a great extent when he was at the South Coast. However, the deeper his knowledge, the more he understood about the strangeness and difficulty in coping with such power. In particular, the curses from ancient times were those that Leylin was unwilling to make contact with even now. It seemed like Quicksand Castle also contained a terrifying curse power, and this power had already found its way to Kesha and her group. To the unconscious Arcus, whose face was faintly branded with a spell made of dark fumes, Leylin looked at him and said, "Today is your lucky day." He then smiled and pulled out a tube filled with a green solution from his leather pouch. Leylin applied the thick, green fluid onto Arcus' wounds drop by drop. Sizzle. The green fluid immediately went through a strange transformation as it condensed into many tiny green worms, which remained on Arcus' skin. It was a rather disgusting sight. After that, the numerous green worms aimed at the dark fumes and pounced on them. They engulfed the dark curse power as if they were having a meal. As time went by, the dark fumes on Arcus' face slowly faded away and he opened his eyes. Master Leylin, thank you for saving me. Arcus had realized the situation he was in. He struggled to bow but was stopped by Leylin. Did something happen to Sister Kesha and the others? Leylin's voice was calm and full of wisdom. Yes. After we entered Quicksand Castle, we were attacked. Arcus answered with his pale, dry lips, sounding a little frightened. It's a terrifying monster in human form. Not only are spells and physical attacks ineffective, the wounds inflicted by its scissors cannot heal. It also possesses a frightening ability to enter the void and heal itself. Sir, please save my master, Arcus pleaded sincerely. Don't worry. We are an organization of bloodline brothers and Kesha is also my sister. I will not leave her in the lurch. Rather than that, I'm fine. I can leave by myself. Arcus knew for sure that his presence was a burden, thus he made a sensible decision. Alright, we are already near the exit, all you have to do is avoid the magi outside, then leave this pocket dimension. Leylin nodded and watched Arcus as he limped out of the place. Master, are you going to save them? A wave swept past the empty space and Tanasha, who had been concealed all these time, appeared again. Yes, Leylin nodded. Kesha had been good to him and they were relatively close. He had to save her. Of course, more importantly, through his analysis of Arcus, Leylin had already prepared himself for said curse. At the very least, he could ensure his own safety. If it was like that, there was no reason to refuse to rescue them while he was here. You don't have to involve yourself with this matter anymore, you may leave first. Leylin ordered Tanasha. After that, he immediately handed a large black box to her. You have to guard the contents of this box carefully. Do not open it, return it to me when we meet again later. Yes, master. Tanasha bowed. After receiving the box from Leylin, a bright light flashed and the item disappeared. Although rare, spatial artifacts could be found even on the south coast and Twilight Zone, leave alone the central continent. Tanasha had long since entered the crystal phase. A storage artifact was no big deal. As he watched Tanasha's silhouette moving away, Leylin turned in the opposite direction and disappeared into the corridor. Huff! Kesha hid behind a large shelf, and her tall chest moved up and down unsteadily as she breathed. How is it? Has the trap succeeded? She asked a green-skinned barbarian beside her. Both Kesha and the green-skinned barbarian had long, narrow wounds on their bodies. A pool of dark gas circled above those wounds. These two magi were almost entirely drained of their energies and they were at their worst condition. The fog-bound labyrinth can only trap it for 3 minutes. The green-skinned barbarian said bitterly. Damn it, that amount of time isn't even enough for us to recover, not to mention getting past the illusory corridor. Kesha looked despair. Being pursued by the man in black, especially after sustaining such injuries, the illusory corridor had refused to transport a cursed person like her several times. They were practically trapped in there while still alive. By now, both magi were already at their limits. They had no more strength to fight back. I'd never expected that I would die here, and with a green-skinned dwarf beside me. Kesha let out a faint sigh. What did you say, woman? Angered after being called a dwarf, the green-skinned barbarian jumped up and pointed his staff at Kesha's nose. If you guys hadn't intruded and killed many of our clan members, we wouldn't have chased after you and we wouldn't have run into that thing. Kesha wanted to refute further but her expression suddenly changed. She and the green-skinned barbarian dodged in opposite directions. Ka-cha! A brilliant, silver-white light streaked across and the large shelf was split into two. It exposed the silhouette of a man in a black trenchcoat who held a pair of scissors emitting a sharp radiance. Oh no! It broke through earlier than expected. The green-skinned barbarian turned pale, looking even greener than usual, and it began to shiver. Fuck! I knew it! You green-skinned dwarves can't be trusted. Out of her despair, Kesha burst out swearing. The man in black made an ambiguous howl. The sounds of the scissors echoed as his footsteps slowly drew near. With her sea of consciousness now dried up, a bitter smile emerged on Kesha's face. However, the man in black was evidently not one to show mercy even towards a female as he raised his hand and pierced at Kesha's eyes with the scissors. Explosive fireball. A massive explosion sounded. Numerous dark figures gathered to form a cage and bound the man in black. Escape. Kesha felt giddy, her head was spinning, but she soon fell into a strong embrace. Leylin. She was taken aback and called out his name. Sister, it looks like you're in a difficult situation. Leylin rubbed his nose and gently laid Kesha down. He then tossed a potion at her. This is a purifying potion, it can eliminate the curse energy from your body. Use it as soon as possible. Thank you. Kesha's face glowed with a lovely smile. Having just escaped from death, she was especially touched. Wait up. Can you also give me one? The huge green-skinned barbarian magus rolled over like a ball, and he was eager to please. Huh. Leylin looked at Kesha. Give it to him. After all, we fought alongside each other. Kesha nodded her head. At this moment, countless black shadows exploded forth with a bang. Trenchcoat stood in the center, completely unharmed. He made eye contact with Leylin and started roaring. This kind of feeling, it isn't a common hybrid curse. It's a gene curse. Leylin's face grew absolutely serious. The so-called gene curse was a high-grade curse. It had the ability to materialize itself, which was extremely difficult to cure. Leylin himself had mastered a few curses. However, even he was not too sure about these gene curses. I'll take care of him. You two, use the potions and leave as quickly as possible, he said in a deep voice. As with any curse, there were limitations on the scope of the effect. As for Trenchcoat's gene curse, it most likely prevented him from leaving the confines of Quicksand Castle. In fact, he might not even make it through the illusory corridor in the outer layer. Kesha and the green-skinned barbarian nodded their heads in agreement and opened the test tubes. Right, for such a high-grade curse to make an appearance is fortunate. I have long wanted to study them. Leylin's eyes lit up like a spark of fire. He threw out a large number of potions. Boom! A flash of jade-green flames ignited and blazed fiercely. DKJSKLGMNSKLM, Trenchcoat seemed to have some apprehensions with regards to these flames and muttered some senseless words. AI chip, Leylin ordered, compare with every language in the database. However, the AI chip had not recorded Trenchcoat's words and so was unable to find an answer. Let's go. Kesha and the green-skinned barbarian yelled. Both had the black cursed energies from their body expelled successfully by the purifying potions. As he watched Leylin and his two companions leaving, Trenchcoat standing opposite bellowed loudly and charged at them. Crackle! A copious amount of jade-green flames were blazing on his body ferociously. Big patches of black clothing were flaking off onto the ground, revealing the badly scarred skin beneath. A long hideous wound extended all the way down from his right shoulder blade. It looked like a huge black centipede, a sinister and horrifying sight. What made Leylin frown was the fact that the profound and brutal power of the curse seemed more pronounced and vigorous on Trenchcoat's body. Run, now! Leylin waved the meteor sword in his hand, bringing forth horrifying poisons and the sharp radiant sword shadows, causing the surrounding structures to collapse one by one. Use this. The green-skinned barbarian held out a glittering crystal ball that was radiating beautiful, brilliant rays. This is an escape crystal ball. It consists of at least 5 escape charms, enough to get us out of here. The green-skinned barbarian Magus met Leylin's eyes and explained it to him, seemingly trying to win his favor. Good job. The blue light in his eyes sparkled and the AI chip affirmed the authenticity of the crystal ball and its favorable functions. He immediately stimulated the crystal ball and the three of them vanished in a blinding flash. A black shadow whizzed past and Trenchcoat's pair of scissors slashed across empty space as it produced senseless, incoherent roars. Inside the illusory corridor, the surrounding walls were filled with images of many plants and flowers. Many of the plants were in a continuous loop of life from germination, to growth, then blossoming and finally withering. Bang! 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 Loud thuds of heavy objects falling were heard. Leylin and the rest were in the middle of the corridor. All right, I can no longer feel the power of the curse at this location. You are all safe. He shut his eyes and exclaimed. Hearing his words, Kesha and the green-skinned barbarian broke into smiles of relief and joy. So, it is now time to discuss how we should handle this. Leylin pointed his finger at the green-skinned barbarian, revealing a sinister and calculative grin. Oh, no, you can't do this to me. I saved your companion's life. And we even fought alongside in battle. The green-skinned barbarian raised both his arms, pleading innocently. It didn't adopt any form of resistance as its spiritual force had been drained a few days ago when it was in pursuit. It even needed Leylin to stimulate the escape crystal ball as it wasn't able to do it on its own. But the fact is, you came here to capture us, no? Leylin saw through his clumsy trickery. Thus, he held up the cross blade and aimed for the green-skinned barbarian's brains. Seeing how things have turned out, you have paid the price accordingly. I will spare your life this time. At that moment, Leylin revealed his true intentions. Having heard what he said, Kesha, who was initially displeased, suddenly snapped out of her emotional state. But, I do not possess any other good stuff. The green-skinned barbarian Magus pleaded pitifully, but secretly slipped an odd bracelet out of his right hand. Leylin refused to believe that. Being a crystal phase Magus, how could it not have a few aces up its sleeve? Looking at the current situation, although both parties were seriously injured, they could have mustered up their remaining strength for another fight. Yet, Leylin only wanted compensation and did not want to test the opposite party's threshold, which would have inevitably caused them both to suffer. Hand over the compensation, or do you want to start a fight here? Leylin's tone was harsh and intense. Sister Kesha, when the compensation is presented, I'll share 50% with you. Once these words were spoken, Kesha immediately inched closer to Leylin's side, showing her support. For this exploration, Kesha had ended up losing her life savings and there was no way she could ever step foot into Quicksand Castle again. She had also lost 3 capable assistants, who were all feared dead, so now she thirsted for compensation for her losses. Seeing how Kesha reacted, the green-skinned barbarian let out a bitter smile. All of you human magi are shrewd and greedy, worse than the devil. It resigned itself to its fate, crouched down, and handed a black pouch to Leylin. Go ahead and take a look. My treasures are all in there. Leylin reached out to receive the pouch that seemed to be made from animal fur. Upon further probing, many useful items of brilliant lights and vibrant colors could be seen. Crystal phase magi in the Forgotten Land were not as wealthy as crystal phase magi elsewhere, but it was enough to please the 2 vapor phase magi. There were so many precious materials inside that Kesha was dazzled by its extraordinary splendor as she let out a thrilling cry. Leylin chose some of the most precious ones, including a few copies of notes, and thereafter handed the pouch to Kesha. Kesha showered her delicate charm on Leylin in appreciation, then started choosing gems from the pouch without restraint. When she finally passed the pouch to the green-skinned barbarian, it was obvious the pouch was shriveled and light, with lots of missing items. The green-skinned barbarian was heartbroken. All right, since the ransom has been paid, we shall take our leave. Leylin bowed slightly, his lips curled in a slight smile as he walked quickly along the corridor with Kesha. They disappeared at the end, leaving the green-skinned barbarian speechless and bitter. A few days later, at the desert surrounding the Quicksand Castle, in a dim and gloomy underground area, a wave of bright red brilliant rays flashed past, and the silhouettes of the uncle-nephew pair Robin and Noah appeared out of thin air. You are both finally here. Leylin and I have been waiting for a long time. Kesha stood up, a tone of dissatisfaction in her voice. Soon after, she gazed attentively at Robin. What happened? Using her aura detection abilities, it seemed that Robin had changed greatly, yet she couldn't tell exactly what changed. Leylin scrutinized Robin's face intently. There was no change in his outer appearance, with an unusually bewitching handsome outlook, but in the space between his eyebrows, there was an additional black symbol imprinted. Multiple blood vessel lookalikes covered his entire forehead. What amazed Leylin more was that the giant Chemoyan serpent bloodline on Robin's body seemed to be strengthening continuously, with the tendency to purify gradually. If it weren't for the extremely pure and concise bloodline in Leylin's own body, together with the probing of the AI chip, he wouldn't have noticed such changes. It's nothing. On the contrary, I have never felt better. Robin chuckled, rational as ever as he whipped out a huge foreleg and started gnawing on it. There were scales covering the whole animal foreleg and purple-black blood was still dripping from the severed site. It was clearly a high-energy creature from the vicinity. Robin wolfed down his food with gusto and finished it up with just a few mouthfuls, meat and bones. He felt like he could be wrong, but after eating the meat, Robin's bloodline seemed to have strengthened slightly again. Ew. Noah's face turned ash-white after witnessing Robin feasting on his food. He turned away, not daring to take another look. And what happened to you? Leylin had a premonition. He was sure Robin had acquired some rare resources from Quicksand Castle. Of course, he had his own fortuitous encounter and the benefits were not small. Luck wouldn't shine on only one person, and Leylin understood this theory. No, nothing, it was just a traumatic experience. I might fast for a period, I do not even want to see anybody eating anything. Noah waved his hand weakly. The horrible memories from the previous dinner left a deep horrifying impression on him. Noah has experienced too little, let him be. We need to leave the quicksand pocket dimension immediately. Any objections? Robin was evidently clear-headed and wise, not mentioning anything about his experiences in the castle. Leylin and Kesha, as well, were too tactful to ask. Demon Hunter, no matter the profits or losses, it is time to leave. Leylin nodded, approving of Robin's suggestion. He had gained quite a lot this time, and had long since had the inclination to leave. More importantly, his pursuer, Tanasha, had surrendered into his service. The green-skinned barbarian Magus was also heavily injured, and only after being extorted precious materials from was he released. As for the road that Robin had taken, it was evident that it had been disastrous. These were crystal phase magi. The three powers outside would probably be stamping their feet in anxiety. By the time they reacted to the situation, Leylin and the others would probably be met with the joint attack from the three powers. On Leylin's end, the black Horal Snake warlocks that Robin and Roya had brought were all dead, and those following Kesha were probably in a similar situation. Arcus, who Leylin had rescued, had not met with them here. This would only have happened if he had other plans, or he had met with some unexpected situation, causing his strength to be greatly diminished. If they did not choose to escape now, were they going to wait to be killed? Alright, I agree as well. Kesha sounded helpless. Out of everyone here, she had gained the least, and it was not even enough to make up for the loss of the three warlocks from her family. When she returned, this would be a huge blow to them. Anxiety was apparent in Kesha's eyes. As for the way out, it's definitely impossible to go through the entrance of the pocket dimension. We should use our original plan and look for the weaker areas of the pocket dimension, and use escape runes to tear through the space and exit. Robin exclaimed. The entrance of the secret realm had probably been placed under heavy military guard long ago by the three organizations. Leylin and Kesha would not suggest leaving that way, and they all nodded in agreement. Under the scorching rays of the sun, the moisture in the ground evaporated, cracks appearing within. Somewhere, many cracks converged and caused a terrifying explosion. A hole opened up in the void, and a few pitiful figures dashed out of a tunnel. Based on these energy particles, it looks like we've successfully escaped and reached the Forgotten Land. Leylin commented after sensing the energy particles that were so sparse that they could be overlooked around him as well as the desolate surroundings. That's right. This must be the Tuck Barren lands close to the Forgotten Land, which is very close to the City of Sins, Nephas. Robin checked the surroundings, and he looked elated. Leylin, I didn't expect your abilities at calculating the areas where space is weak to be so impressive. Yes, not only did you use the shortest time possible and find the place where space was weak, you also evaded space storms and chose a place that is closest to Nephas City. It was no simple task to find the weakest spatial node in a pocket dimension. 4. Magi. This would require a very precise and meticulous probing ability, and the requirements when it came to calculation were even more terrifying. Hee, what are you saying? That's only a coincidence. Leylin rubbed his nose. All these may seem difficult to a regular magus, but for the AI chip, it was just a walk in the park. He had even especially chosen a spatial node closest to Nephas City, also he could leave that place as soon as possible. He had reaped marvelous gains this time, and he had a bad feeling about this. It was this feeling that prompted him to leave without hesitation, even so going so far as to expose some of his abilities. It's best that we leave as soon as possible. Something feels off. Leylin furrowed his brows. The resources in the quicksand pocket dimension were far too plentiful, and just the highly valued pocket dimension, Quicksand Castle, was enough to arouse the interest and greed of Morning Star Magi. A Morning Star Magus was not something any of them could handle. I have a bad feeling about this too. Robin looked grim as he agreed as well. Hearing this, Noah and Kesha could feel the seriousness of the situation. The premonitions or feelings that Magi had, especially that of high-ranked Magi like Leylin and Robin, were usually accurate. It did nothing to reassure them, causing them to tremble in fear. Have the organizations in the Forgotten Land contacted the external world? Or is there any supporter of theirs? Leylin asked Robin as the group of Magi hurried along lightning quick. Contact. They're a bunch of vicious criminals, or those who can no longer stay in the central continent. How could there be any communication between them? Robin scoffed at the idea. They can't even leave the Forgotten Land, and can at most conceal their identities in Nephas City. At this point, his expression changed and he immediately halted his footsteps. You mean? Leylin's expression was grim as he nodded. What's going on? Noah was baffled. While Kesha seemed to have some thoughts on this, the organizations within the Forgotten Land and Nephas City have contact with each other. Or, she did not dare speak further, but the heavy atmosphere lingered in their hearts. But what can we do if we don't go to Nephas City? The airship station there is the most convenient way to communicate with the external world. Kesha bit her lips. Let's take the long route. Leylin let out a long breath. This will take more effort. I've seen the map, and we'll pass through a few dangerous areas with rank 3 Magi. However, as long as we're careful, there's a large possibility of us passing through, though it might take a bit more time. Robin nodded, agreeing with Leylin. Though it was very troublesome to divert their route all based on a conjecture, Kesha and Noah exchanged a few glances and did not object. The Magus world was filled with danger, and any carelessness could lead to the misfortune of death. Those who could become high-ranked magi were very confident in their premonitions, and would prefer to avoid any trouble even if it would cause them to expend more effort. The moment this group was about to turn around, there was an unexpected situation. Ka-cha! A huge hole opened up in the sky, and countless black streaks of lightning appeared with a thunderous sound. An incredibly mighty pressure suddenly descended, causing Leylin and the others to stand in a daze. Suddenly, Leylin felt this whole region being isolated from the surroundings, and the air suddenly becoming heavier, to the point that he could not even move a finger. This is the domain of a morning star magus. I've felt it before at my mentors. I can't be wrong. Robin turned back, face so pale it was like a corpse's. Found you. A hoarse voice was transmitted from the black hole in the sky, cold, unfeeling and condescending. It was as if Leylin and his group were a bunch of insignificant little ants. Numerous black streaks of lightning twined around each other to form a black, giant palm, grabbing at Leylin and the rest. Leylin wanted to retaliate, only to find that not only was it difficult to use the spiritual force in his body, even the sparse elemental particles in the external world had disappeared, as if they had become insulators of elemental particles. Host body affected by unknown force field. Spiritual force suppressed by 80%. Stats in all areas decreasing. The AI chip's voice sounded, being distorted as if it was being interfered with. In terms of Leylin's own stats, there was a large decrease in all of his abilities, and he had been suppressed to about as strong as a rank 1 magus. The suppression from a morning star domain, and its influence, has turned us into elemental insulators. A wry smile appeared at the corner of Leylin's lips. The terror of morning star magi is something I can only hope to achieve. Honestly speaking, he was still in a good condition. Kesha and Noah had already collapsed, leaving Robin and him somewhat able to stay standing. However, in front of the giant black lightning palm, they were helpless. Cyril, it's not up to you to give my students a lesson. Just as even Leylin gave up all hope, a voice suddenly rang from beside him, a familiar sound immediately perking him up. Mentor Gilbert, Robin and Kesha exclaimed, delighted. Following that, Gilbert appeared by Robin in loose white robes, his two eyes turning into dangerous vertical pupils. Ka-cha, ka-cha, ash-gray stone skin extended on the black lightning hand, and it eventually collapsed in midair, turning into a pile of powder as it sprayed downwards. Po! Like a soap bubble that had been pierced through, Leylin felt his body become lighter, the region he was in returning to the world. That feeling of being shrouded in a tight membrane disappeared. The numbers on the AI chip were returning to normal, as was his contact with the elemental particles. Beep. Detected reactions from two unknown force fields, resulting in a neutralizing effect. The AI chip prompted, and a look of comprehension flashed in Leylin's eyes. This is Mentor's morning star domain, cancelling out the other party's force field. He had also gained a deeper understanding of how formidable morning star magi were. Without reaching the morning star realm, just a morning star domain was a torture to many low-ranked magi. In the face of morning star magi, the concept of strength in numbers was just a joke. Giant Serpent Duke Gilbert. A figure appeared in the sky suddenly, and though he was just standing there, Leylin felt that he was like a high mountain. Demon Hunter Cyril. Leylin lowered his head, taking a few secret peeks at the sky. Cyril's face was gaunt, and his lips were very thin. He had a pair of silver eyes that could inspire fear, and the magus robes he wore, with black threads that formed demonic images, and the many chains, axes and torture instruments along with, made him look frightening. Wait here, I'll go have a good talk with him. Gilbert placed his arms at his back. Wrapped in dense crimson rays, he floated above and, with Cyril, transformed into two shooting stars that disappeared into the horizon. Ha! Robin let out a long breath and dropped to the ground. He no longer cared about his image. The situation just now could be said to be extremely dangerous. If Gilbert had not reached in time, they would probably be in a terrible state. Private airship, what exactly is going on? Noah shook his head, still feeling slightly giddy. Demon Hunter Cyril tried to hinder us. But Mentor showed up in time to save us, as simple as that. Kesha laughed bitterly. The great name of Demon Hunter Cyril struck his ears like a peal of thunder. Rumor had it that this infamous, ferocious being would make even the most cunning devil burst out in tears, regretting that they were ever born into this world. Simply thinking about falling into the hands of such a person had her breaking out in cold sweat. I should have thought of it earlier. Nephas, the city of sins, and the Forgotten Land are in close proximity and there are frequent interactions between their people. It is impossible that the forces in the Forgotten Land are not in contact with the demon hunter. Robin's face was full of remorse. In actual fact, what he meant was that those forces were the other party's lackeys. When they saw that they could not handle their group, they immediately informed their master. However, there was no conclusive evidence. In addition to that, the demon hunter was also a morning star magus, which was why Robin spoke obscurely. If Mentor Gilbert hadn't arrived in time, we would have been in grave danger. Oh yes, why did Mentor come here? Robin asked with a doubtful expression. It was me. Leylin stood out and gave a bitter laugh. Before I left, I'd already had a bad premonition. Thus, I gave Parker a letter. If I failed to return within the time limit, he would hand it over to Lucian immediately, who would then pass it on to Mentor, thank goodness. Brother Lucian is indeed trustworthy. Mentor also didn't get caught up in a high-level experiment, his words were only partly true. As a matter of fact, it was the coin of destiny which allowed Leylin to predict the interference of a force at the Morning Star realm. However, he could not bear to give up on the Lamia heir, hence he adopted such a compromising measure. From the looks of it, it wasn't a bad result. Sorry, I acted on my own. Leylin admitted and apologized immediately. No, it's nothing. We still have to thank you for your vigilance. Robin waved. That's right. Who would have known that the demon hunter was actually so treacherous? He even tried to snatch away small fries like us. Kesha spoke with a face full of indignation. Silence. Leylin and Robin shouted simultaneously to stop her. Towards Morning Star Magi, even if we are enemies, respect must be given no matter what. This is to respect the truth. Kesha flushed red from embarrassment and lowered her head. Rumble. At this time, a large wave was transmitted from afar. Leylin looked towards that direction in concern. No need to worry. The demon hunter may be famed for his strength, but you have to believe in our mentor. He is also very powerful. Robin noticed the worries on Leylin's mind and gave him a comforting smile. Let's hope things will be as such. Leylin replied a little forcefully. Getting Duke Gilbert out was already his last resort. Apart from this mentor, he could no longer think of any other ways to make the demon hunter give up. Should their mentor be defeated, the students themselves would not have a good ending as well. Strength. It still comes down to strength. Leylin could not help but clench his fists together as his yearning for the Morning Star realm grew. Whoosh! A scarlet ray of light streaked across the horizon and Gilbert's silhouette emerged before Leylin and the others. Mentor. Robin and Leylin rushed to Bo. You rascals, look what trouble you've gotten yourselves into, you even provoked Cyril. Gilbert swept his eyes over before a smile surfaced on his bald, bare face. It seems that in the battle between him and the demon hunter, he was not on the losing end. After realizing that, Leylin heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. At least the worst-case scenario no longer had a chance of occurring. All right, you must be exhausted after the expedition, just take a trip back on my airship. Smiling, Gilbert waved his hand and a small airship appeared on the spot. Although it was smaller in size than the public airships, it was evidently more luxurious and ornate. The spell formations drafted on it were also more intricate and powerful. This is, Leylin's mouth opened wide. Despite its small size, it was still a proper airship. With enough space to fit an airship of this size, surely Duke Gilbert's space artifacts must have been at the level of magic equipment at least. But Robin thought Leylin had lost his senses because of the airship. This is the Black Scale, Mentor's ship. When he advanced to become a Morning Star Magus, the Fail clan sent it as a gift. It can use any network of channels and will be treated as an honored guest at maintenance and rest stops, he explained with a smile. What a lavish clan. Leylin gasped. The family which had control over the Central Continent's airship channels, had a lot of inside information as expected. Will they send a gift for every Morning Star Magus after they are promoted? Leylin suddenly remembered and asked. That's right. Basically, after a Magus is promoted, the Fail clan will definitely send a private airship as a gift. Robin nodded. What a great scale of spending. Of course, Leylin knew very well that it was probably not the intention of the Fails. Instead, the monarch of the skies was using the chance to get on the good sides of the Morning Star Magi. The Black Scale's interior was very luxurious, comprising a master room, guest room, kitchen, meditation room and a customized living room, the airship was big enough to accommodate dozens of people without seeming crowded. For a private airship, this was enough. Gilbert sat on a sofa in the middle of the living room while Leylin and the other three stood respectfully at one side. A few clear-winged elves carried the teapot and cups and swiftly poured a cup of red tea for everyone. Sit. Gilbert chuckled. I am also rather interested in your experiences this time round. Leylin's heart stirred. He knew that whatever was to come could not be avoided, but he showed no dissatisfaction about it. By the sole fact that Gilbert saved him, it was only right to share a large portion of the reward. Tiny energy waves are detected. Identified as bloodline artifacts, detection technology. Space artifacts are unable to cut them off. By this time, the prompting sounds of the AI chip had reached Leylin's mind. In his vision, he distinctly saw a scanning wave sweep past the four of them, not even sparing Noah. The wave was so obscure that even Robin could not feel it scanning his body, it even went on to scan Leylin's spatial pouch and ring. Despite that, Leylin's face remained unchanged. The few people remained silent for a while before Robin took the lead and spoke up, Mentor, it's like this. After listening to his narration, Gilbert looked at the imprint of the spell on Robin's forehead and took a deep sigh. I didn't expect that you would ultimately choose this path. This is my choice. Robin bowed and replied, if not for this, I'm afraid I wouldn't even get the chance to look at the realm of the morning star. He spoke resolutely. As your mentor, I can only guide and advise you in your pursuit of the truth and the power of the bloodline. As for your final choice, I will not interfere any further. Gilbert shook his head and said, since you are insistent on doing this, then so be it. Mentor. On the other side, Kesha was acting like a little girl, on the verge of crying. She spoke about her encounter extremely miserably. Arcus and the other two are all dead, that's half the strength of my clan. Mentor. Towards the end, Kesha's eyes flushed red and she started crying. Tears flowed out like a waterfall. She spoke nothing about her earnings from the extortion of the green-skinned barbarian, which was done in collaboration with Leylin. All right, Gilbert said helplessly. After this, I will give orders for your clan to be taken care of. Thank you, Mentor. Kesha's face brightened up instantaneously, with such speed that it created a pang of admiration in Leylin. Leylin, how about you? Gilbert finally directed his attention to Leylin, with a slight smile of interest in his eyes. What the hell? Amongst you, one is his former student, while the other is a woman. I, the newcomer, am at the greatest disadvantage. In his mind, Leylin rolled his eyes but he kept a calm expression on his face. He patted the space pouch respectfully and a few items appeared on the desk. A bloodline crystal. Kesha covered her mouth and let out a gasp as she saw the blood-red stone. However, Robin's focus was on the long root fruit and a few pieces of large, milky white bones. As for Gilbert, he looked engrossingly at a large egg which sat in the middle of the desk. As he looked at the blood-red runes on it, he appeared to be deep in thought. Leylin, you've struck it big this time in the pocket dimensions. Kesha leaned forward, almost squeezing her whole body into Leylin's embrace. This sister's clan is already so pitiful, shouldn't you help me out? Ha. Gilbert, however, made a carefree laugh. This is the egg of a blood vulture. Blood vultures in the ancient times were originally well known for searching for bloodline artifacts. Leylin, I suppose you got lucky and found a nest of blood vultures. Yes. Leylin scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. After I found the nest, I hid there for a few days before I finally seized the chance and snuck these things out. Upon hearing that, a hint of jealousy appeared on everyone's face, even Robin's. Why didn't such good luck descend on him? These items, I'm willing to offer them all to Mentor. What Leylin said thereafter turned Robin and Kesha's minds blank. It's not even possible not to offer. Leylin gave a sincere look, but he was utterly bitter inside. After discovering that Leylin possessed these items and did not hand them over, Gilbert would not feel good about it. If that was the case, Leylin's future life in the Ouroboros clan would be difficult. Haha. Good. Gilbert laughed out loud.